Chapter 1. Kingdom of Fiori. Magnolia Town. Fairy Tale Guild. Su-chan, who was standing at the gate of the guild, raised his head and looked at the building in front of him. There still seemed to be a bit of disbelief in his eyes, and he said softly, "I really came to Fairy Tale? Welcome to Fairy Tale." The short Fairy Tale President Makarov said to Su-chan with a smile. It's just that Makarov didn't know that the Fairy Tale he meant the guild, while the Fairy Tale Su-chan meant the world. Don't stay outside. Come in and get to know your guildmates by the way. Su-chan followed Makarov into the Fairy Tale Guild. As soon as I entered the guild, a noisy and lively atmosphere hit my face. Fight. Come on. Natsu. Gray. Come on. At this time, a fierce duel was going on among the guilds. The two parties fighting are the two male protagonists in the Fairy Tale animation. Gray, Natsu, and everyone around them gathered in a circle to watch the battle with great interest, shouting and cheering. D who plays with fire. Gray punched Natsu in the face, knocking him away. Bang! Natsu hit the table and chairs, breaking them into pieces. You ice-wielding pervert. Natsu quickly rushed over and punched Gray in the face, knocking Gray away. Hole. I'm angry. Advertisement. Gray made a fist with one hand and placed it in the palm of the other hand, assuming a posture of ice modeling magic. Cold air radiated from Gray's palm. Natsu was not afraid after seeing it. Instead, his fighting spirit seemed to be ignited, and his hands were ignited with blazing flames. Come here. Suddenly, Makarov's angry voice shouted. You two little bastards, stop it. Two huge palms fell from the sky. Bang bang. Two sounds. Gray and Natsu screamed and were pushed to the floor. Wow. Everyone else in the guild was also startled. When they turned around, they found that the president had grown back. Welcome back. President. Welcome back. Seeing the president return, many people in the guild greeted him one after another. You two little bastards, it's only been 2 days since you started fighting again without me watching. It's okay to fight. I've told you so many times that the use of magic to fight is not allowed in the guild. It's not allowed to use magic to fight. How come there's no such thing? Memory. Don't let it happen again. Go and pack everything. Yes. Natsu and Gray were startled and hurriedly cleared the tables and chairs. Su-chan looked at Natsu carefully. He looked about 13 or 14 years old, with a dragon scale scarf and cherry red hair. Although it is a little different from the animation, you can still tell at a glance that this boy is Natsu, the protagonist of the Fairy Tale animation. Makarov stepped down and jumped onto the counter. President. Who is he? Mikao couldn't help but ask when he noticed the boy who had followed President Makarov back. Not only Makarov noticed, but everyone else saw it too. Advertisement. Let me introduce you. This is the new member of the guild, Su-chan. He will be the new member of Fairy Tale from now on. Everyone should get along well. After hearing what President Makarov said, many people in the guild couldn't help but take a look at Su-chan. Su-chan looks like a boy of 14 or 15 years old, with short black hair that is neither long nor short. Fair skin, handsome face, and a little emerald green in his eyes. He has a slightly slender figure, and his upper body is wearing a high collar, long-sleeved jacket with a white top and black bottom and black edges and a zipper. The lower body is in a white kimono hakama, tied with a wide black waistband, and on her feet are black socks and white shoes. A long knife is inserted into the girdle. The scabbard and handle are both emerald green. This outfit and Su-chan's handsome face make him an eye-catcher wherever he puts it. After a while, Su-chan finished filling in his information. President Makarov printed the Fairy Tale badge on Su-chan's left chest. Okay, kid. Now you are truly a member of Fairy Tale. That's the task panel. It has all the task commissions that can be accepted. The rewards you get are different depending on the commission. The second floor is where only S-level magicians from the guild can go. The tasks there are more dangerous and the rewards are more generous. What you want to do is to become an S-class mage in the guild. S-level magician? Of course, Su-chan only wanted a Fairy Tale's level magician. The S-class magician of any guild is the trump card of the guild and is much stronger than the ordinary magicians of the guild. He never thought that one day he would have the opportunity to become an S-class mage of the Fairy Tale Guild. I will become an S-class mage soon, Su-chan said firmly. Guild President Makarov laughed when he heard Su-chan's words. He had picked up Su-chan. He knew how strong Su-chan was. He was just a little monster. It was certain that he would become an S-level mage of the guild in the future. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind Su-chan. Hey, new here, You're so arrogant. Chapter 2. Suchin turned around and saw a girl appearing behind him. The girl is about 15 years old, with bright white long hair tied back with a purple cloth bow. Although her face is very beautiful, the expression on her face looks very fierce. Wearing purple clothes and a short skirt, she has a strong rebellious style. Although it was very different from the one in the animation, Suchan still recognized this girl as Mira Jane, one of the S-class wizards of the Future Fairy Tale Guild. She is also the poster girl of Fairy Tale Guild. She is very beautiful and cute. She is one of Suchin's 2 favorite female characters. However, there was a huge gap between her childhood appearance and her grown-up appearance. Suchin still liked that gentle and pleasant girl. Suchin glanced at Mira Jane's chest. Well, from all aspects, it seemed that he had traveled through time a little early. Hey, you be asterisk 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 D. Why are you looking at me? Do you want to fight? Mira Jane doesn't care much about the newcomer in the guild. In her eyes, boys of the same age are useless and none of them can fight. But when she heard Suchan, a newcomer, say that she would soon become an S-level mage of the Fairy Tale Guild, she immediately became unwilling. She had just lost to Erza in the S-class mage promotion test not long ago, making Erza the youngest S-class mage in the history of Fairy Tale. S-level magicians in the guild are what everyone yearns for and pursues. A mere newcomer who had just joined the guild actually wanted to compete with her, which naturally made her very unhappy. Suchin glanced at her chest just now, and she felt even more offended. Suchin shook his head and said, "Fight? I don't fight with girls." He has never had a fight with a girl since he was a child. It is wrong for a man to hit a woman, except of course those who mess around for no reason. You look down on girls? Mira looked even more unhappy at Suchan. What she hates most is guys who look down on girls. Obviously none of these guys can fight. No. After all, he was a college student who had lived for more than 20 years. He couldn't beat a 15-year-old girl. Advertisement, then fight me. Suchan was a little helpless. Is this Mira when she was a child? She was so violent. Suchin had no choice but to look at President Makarov for help. Unexpectedly, Makarov touched his chin and said, "Well, a fight would be good." Oh? Suchan was a little confused. What does a fight mean? You have just joined the guild and you will be a member of the guild in the future. It would be good for the guild members to get to know your strength as soon as possible. Makarov's idea is also very simple. Guild members are actually free. Only when Suchin shows his strength will more people invite him to form a team, and he can integrate into the guild faster. Suchin had no choice but to nod when he heard what Makarov said. It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided. With Myra's current character, even if she doesn't agree now, she will definitely find a fight with him in the future. He also wants to know how his current strength compares with Mira, so that he can roughly position his strength. Oh, the newcomer is going to fight Mira? I wonder what the newcomer's strength is like. Who do you think will win? It must be Mira. It's not like you don't know Myra's strength. Not necessarily. The new guy was brought back by the president, and he carries a sword with him. It doesn't look that simple. Everyone in the guild suddenly became excited when they heard that Suchan was going to fight Mira. People in the Fairy Tale Guild like to watch the fight the most. I just watched the duel between Natsu and Gray. Even though no magic was used, it was actually quite enjoyable. Now that we can watch the magic showdown between the newcomer and Mira, it will be even more exciting. Place your bet. Place your bet. If you win against Mira, you'll pay 2 to 1. If you win against the newcomer, you'll pay 2 to 1. Macau started shouting loudly. Advertisement, 3000 J beats Mira to win. 5000 J beats Mira to win. 7000 J presses Mira. Many people excitedly placed bets, and the maximum amount did not exceed 10,000 J, which is approximately equivalent to a value of 600 yuan. That's the price of a few meals. You'll be happy if you win, and you won't feel bad if you lose. For the magicians in the guild, as long as they work a little harder, it is actually very easy to make money. For example, if a powerful magician performs a difficult crusade mission, the reward will be more than 1 million J, which is approximately equivalent to 60,000 yuan. As for S-level missions, the minimum starting price is 5 million J, which is equivalent to 300,000 yuan. Of course, high returns mean high risks. If you don't have strong strength, don't do more dangerous tasks. Most of them won over Mira. The reason is very simple. Mira is indeed very strong. Although he is only 14 years old, his strength is at the top of the guild. Not to mention people of the same age as Suchan. Even the adult magicians in the guild were few who could rival Mira. Macau was a little distressed. He didn't expect that so many people were pressuring Mira. If Mira really won, he would have to lose a lot of money. At this time, Makarov appeared in front of Macau. Macau was shocked when he saw it. Will? President. Then Makarov reached out and took out 50,000 J and slapped it in front of Macau. Suppress Sugisheng. Well? Everyone in the guild was shocked when they saw it. The president was actually optimistic about this newcomer. What exactly was this newcomer's background? Mira was even more unhappy when she saw that the president was optimistic about Su-chan. I want to teach you a lesson and let you know who is the strongest in the guild. Chapter 3. Soon, Su-chan and Mira stood behind the Fairy Tale Guild. It's very wide here, with an inland sea lake behind it, which is perfect for a duel. There are many people in the Magisters Guild, so there will definitely be conflicts. However, guildmates are still guildmates after all, and when there is a conflict, a fight is enough. Natsu and Gray often fight here. Come on, Mira. Let the newcomers know how great you are. Come on, newcomers. Don't lose. People watching the game were cheering for both sides. President Makarov serves as the referee. Start. Whole body reception, Satan's soul. Mira shouted and used her receiving magic. The body suddenly changed into the shape of Satan. The white hair tilted up, and the ears became pointed and long like an elf. There are a pair of black demon wings on the back, and the arms are powerful-looking demon claws. Behind the butt is a slender tail covered with scales. Oh, it's here. Mira's Satan's soul form. Use your ultimate move as soon as you come up. I wonder what kind of magic the newcomer can use? Su-chan was also very surprised to see Mira's transformation. He had only seen Mira's transformation in the animation, but seeing it with his own eyes felt very different. Aren't you going to draw your sword? Mira asked with some displeasure, watching Su-chan put his hands in his pockets. Su-chan shook his head and said, No need. His sword hung on his waist was almost for show. Now his swordsmanship was in shambles, and it would be better not to use it. But this was regarded by Mira as Su-chan looking down on herself and disdainful to use a knife. Damn it. You be asterisk 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 D. Then don't blame me for being rude. Watch the trick. Mira stepped forward and rushed towards Su-chan quickly, with the devil's claws clawing at Su-chan's body. The moment the claws were about to touch Su-chan's body, Su-chan seemed to have no time to react and still stood there with his hands in his pockets. It's over. Many people thought when they saw this scene. Call out. Su-chan's figure suddenly disappeared, and then appeared behind Mira in an instant. What? Except for the President Makarov, everyone else was shocked when they saw it. Advertisement, is it space magic? Makarov said, No, it's the footwork of moving at high speed. Mira was surprised to find that her attack failed, but she quickly adjusted. The scaly tail broke through the air and struck Su-chan. Su-chan raised his arms to resist. Bang! Su-chan stood there and blocked Mira's tail attack as if casually. Blocked? How can it be? It's no joke that Mira's physique that has absorbed the soul of Satan all over her body is comparable to that of a monster, and her tail can crush even rocks with a sweep of her tail. This young man named Su-chan actually blocked it with his bare hands. Then Su-chan grabbed Mira's tail with one hand and swung it into the sky hard. Mira lost her balance and was thrown into the air. Amazing! He actually threw Mira out. Damn it! Mira flapped the devil's wings to stabilize her body. She was a little angry, but she was thrown out. She wanted to be the strongest mage in the guild, and being thrown out by a newcomer was a big embarrassment to her. Mira flew in the air, opened her palms and aimed at Su-chan below. A dark and complicated magic circle appeared in front of Mira's palm. Dark stream, Mira shouted loudly, and dark claws appeared on the magic circle and rushed towards Su-chan. Su-chan raised his left hand. Red spiritual pressure was fixed on it, and then struck forward. False bullet. The red Ryatsu bullet was fired at Mira and was attached to Mira's dark claws. Boom! The virtual bullet collided with the dark claw, causing an explosion, and both dissipated. Others were not too surprised to see Su-chan's false bullet, because in this magical world, using energy to attack is the simplest and most intuitive magic. Mira flapped her wings and rushed towards Su-chan. Call out. Su-chan's figure disappeared again. Boom! The ground where Su-chan was shattered into pieces by Mira. Advertisement. Whoa! Su-chan appeared on Mira's back, with red spiritual pressure condensing on his palms. False bullet. As soon as Mira's body turned around, Su-chan fired a false bullet. Boom! Mira let out a cry of pain and fell to the ground. Damn it! When Mira was about to get up and fight Su-chan again, she suddenly stopped moving. Because Su-chin didn't know when he had appeared in front of him, with the index finger of his right hand pointing at his forehead. The emerald green light continued to condense, forming a small emerald green energy ball. Although this energy ball was not big, Mira could feel the fatal danger from it, and her instinct to predict danger made her dare not move. President Makarov's expression changed after seeing this, and he wanted to end the duel. Su-chin pointed with his finger in the direction of the inland sea. Virtual flash. Buzz. Phew. A beam of emerald green energy emitted from Su-chin's index finger. Boom, boom, boom. A horrific explosion erupted on the distant sea. Whoa. The impact of the explosion spread in all directions, and even the Fairy Tail Guild was greatly affected, making people scream uncontrollably. It took a while before the shock calmed down. Except for the president of the Fairy Tail Guild, Makarov, everyone's eyes widened with shock and disbelief. Weird. Monster. I don't know who said this sentence, which resonated with everyone in the guild. Where did the president pick up such a little monster? Its destructive power must be too terrifying. Mira can already be said to be a little monster, and many adult magicians in the guild are no match for her. Unexpectedly, the president actually picked up another one that was even more terrifying. This kind of strength may only be matched by the president and guild arts. Mira was also shocked at this time, and she was completely confused. She originally looked down on those boys and felt that none of these boys of the same age could beat them. The only one among her peers who can be her rival is Erza. So when Su-chan said he wanted to become an S-class mage, she decided to teach Su-chin a lesson, but she didn't expect that Su-chin's strength was so terrifying. If the attack just now fell on her, she knew that she would be seriously injured even if she survived. I lost. Chapter 4. Mira said these 3 words, looking very unwilling. She had also lost in the duel with Erza, but she wasn't as uncomfortable and unwilling as she was today. She and Erza were evenly matched, and there were winners and losers in the duel. But the gap between her and Su-chan was so great that her usual pride was shattered. Su-chan stretched out his hand to Mira. Mira was stunned for a moment, and then subconsciously stretched out her hand. Then the whole person was pulled up by Su-chan. Su-chan smiled and said to Mira, "Hello, my name is Su-chan, and I will be the magician of Fairy Tail from now on. Please give me your advice." "My name is Mira Jane. Please give me your advice." Mira said this sentence in a daze, and then realized who she was speaking to. It was so embarrassing that she actually shook hands with a boy. Mira blushed slightly and quickly shook off Su-chin's hand. Then he said with a stubborn and unconvinced expression, "Su-chan, you win this time. I will definitely defeat you next time." "Okay, I'm waiting for your next challenge." After Su-chan finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the guild. "Oh, the newcomer is so awesome. I actually defeated that guild bully. It's so strong. The president is really discerning, and he actually found such a good idea." Everyone in Fairy Tail Guild saw such a wonderful battle, although they were shocked by the power of Su-chin's last move, False Flash. But at this time, everyone reacted and cheered loudly. The stronger the guild members are, the stronger the guild will be. Makarov was very satisfied after hearing what everyone said. Makarov knocked on Su-chan. "You brat. Don't use this move so close to the guild next time. The guild was almost destroyed by you." Su-chan nodded. Soon everyone returned to the guild together, and many people enthusiastically gathered around Su-chan and invited Su-chan to join their team. Forming a team is very common in the Magisters Guild. After all, there is a big difference between someone who helps and someone who doesn't. Teaming up as a team can challenge more difficult tasks together, not only getting higher rewards, but also challenging your own limits. Su-chan replied that he would think about it. "You are so strong. You can actually defeat that Mira." A boy with cherry red hair appeared in front of Su-chan holding a blue kitten. "My name is Natsu Doraniger, and he is happy. Please give me some advice." Advertisement: "My name is Su-chan. Please give me some advice." A girl with red hair and armor walked up to Su-chan and said, "My name is Erza Shukaret. Su-chan, I see you also use a knife. Let's try our swordsmanship if we have a chance." Okay. It was also the first time that Su-chan saw Erza at such a close distance. She was indeed very beautiful. Then Su-chan met many people, many of whom were the future main magicians of the guild, but now they were only 13 or 14-year-old boys and girls. In the evening, Su-chan stayed in the Fairy Tail Guild apartment to rest. The monthly rent for the guild apartment was 100,000 J. For the children in the guild, they can live here first and make up for it later when they earn money from doing tasks. Su-chan has no money now, so he can live here first and pay it back slowly after doing tasks. System. Open my template. A transparent template that only Su-chan could see appeared in front of Su-chan. Dimensional template system. Host. Su-chan. Has template. Ulquiorra Xifa. Zanpakuto. Blackwing demon. Fusion degree. 2.1%. Have skills. Void flash. A killing technique used by Daxu and above. It concentrates its spiritual pressure to a high degree and then releases it instantly, forming a flash of great destructive power. False bullet. Fix one's spiritual pressure and then hit the enemy. The power is not as powerful as false flash, but the speed is 20 times that of false flash. Sound turn. High-speed footwork of destruction. Steel skin. Arrancar's body is covered by armor-like skin that cannot be penetrated by swords. Super speed regeneration. Except for the internal organs and brain, other parts of the body can be regenerated in a very short time after being destroyed. Soul Eater. The fundamental ability of the void. The driving force of evolution. Su-chan is not from this world. He was originally an ordinary person from Blue Star. After an accident, when Su-chan woke up, he found that he had traveled to this world and looked 10 years younger. And he has awakened the dimensional template system, which allows him to extract dimensional characters and fuse them with himself. The first one Su-chan drew was the character template of Ulquiorra Xifa, Ulquiorra Xifa. Su-chan, who has watched the Grim Reaper animation several times, naturally knows who it is. Aizen went to Hueco Mundo to create the 4th Arrancar of the 10 Blades. But that's just Ulquiorra's final strength ranking. If it is a second stage return blade, Ulquiorra's ranking among the 10 Blades is definitely not as simple as 4th. Although he was eventually defeated by the completely virtual Ushikaku Ichido, his powerful strength still left a very deep impression on Su-chan. Advertisement. Su-chan's appearance now is the image after fusion with Ulquiorra. The mask on his head is missing, the hole in his chest is missing, and the tears on his face are missing. Apart from their different handsome faces, their outfits are almost identical. It's just that Su-chan made a little noise when he fused, causing a lot of damage to the village. The villagers were so frightened that they fled here. When Su-chan woke up, he was the only one left in the village. Then a bunch of men in armor appeared to arrest him. Su-chan didn't know who these guys were, so he resisted and drove these guys away. A few days later, some guys claiming to be magicians appeared and attacked him, but he was also beaten away. A few days later, some guys claiming to be the ancient knights of the Magic Council appeared, but they were also repelled by Su-chan. I thought everything would be fine, but who knew Makarov was here? Su-chan fought with him, and he found that Makarov was not on the same level as those magicians at all, and was very powerful. Makarov was also shocked by Su-chan's strength. At such a young age, his strength is almost comparable to that of the Holy Ten. This must be a monster. Makarov was moved by his talent, and then extended an invitation to Su-chan to join the Fairy Tail Guild. Su-chan, who originally wanted to run away, was stunned. Fairy Tail, Makarov. Could it be that I have traveled to the fairy tale world? If I take a closer look, I can see that the short old man, giant magic, and light magic are the signatures of Fairy Tail President Makarov. Fairy Tail, one of Su-chan's favorite passionate adventure anime. Although it ended early, due to his busy work schedule and the emergence of many new series, he could not remember many of the plots. But the touch that Fairy Tail left on him remains unchanged. After knowing that I had traveled to the world of Fairy Tail, I naturally wanted to go and see it. Then Su-chan followed Makarov to Fairy Tail Guild. After chatting with Makarov on the way, he also realized how much trouble he had caused during the past few days. It turns out that he has become a bounty for S-level tasks in various guilds, and Makarov came here after receiving an order from the Magic Council. Su-chan raised his head and glanced at the starry sky that looked like a blue star. Although I knew I had traveled through time, I didn't expect that it was Fairy Tail. Judging from Myra's age, there were still about 4 years before the plot started. Black Mage Xerif, Black Dragon Acunololia. Black Mage Xerif is okay. Although he is very powerful, he is not impossible to deal with. But the Black Dragon Acunololia is different, extremely powerful. Even if he was defeated in the end, he was defeated in an incredible way. How should I put it? His death was very embarrassing. I don't know if I can fight Acunololia with my fully fused power of Ulquiorra. He really wanted to give it a try. But before that, he had to practice hard. Chapter 5. Spring passes and autumn comes, time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a year has passed since Su-chan traveled to this world. Within a year, he had already become involved with the people in the guild and completely became a member of the Fairy Tail Guild. In terms of tasks, Su-chin almost always did it by himself, without teaming up with others. The main reason is that it is inconvenient to show some things in front of others. Mira always came to Su-chan for duels, but was always defeated by Su-chan. After each failure, he would challenge Su-chan again about a week or two later, never giving up. After defeating Mira again and again, Su-chan left a very deep impression on Mira. Erza also competed with Su-chan in swordsmanship. From the very beginning, he was suppressed by Erza's swordsmanship and was unable to fight back. There were back and forth when it came to sword fighting with Erza. It took a total of 3 days to faintly surpass Erza. She made everyone feel incredible and called Su-chan a monster. Only Su-chan knew that he was not a genius, but that his body instinctively made such changes during the battle. Su-chan guessed that it might be because he had integrated the Ulquiorra template. Moreover, Su-chan also asked Erza for spear skills. Although he is currently using a Zanpakuto, the weapon he will use in the future will be a spear. Su-chan also learned the gun very quickly. The 3 people always discuss each other and ask for advice, and unknowingly some inexplicable feelings appear between the 3 people. Mira and Erza were both in their early stages of love, and it was inevitable that they would be moved when they met a handsome boy like Su-chan who was strong and caring. Su-chan originally liked Mira and Erza very much, but after actually getting along with them, he found that he liked them even more. As for other members of the guild who are younger than him, Su-chan treats them as his younger brothers and sisters. Naturally, Natsu, who likes to compete with others throughout the year, will not be absent from challenging Su-chan. Su-chan fought Natsu with bare hands. Natsu's Dragon Slayer magic is a magic that transforms a human's physique into that of a dragon, making his body capable of withstanding bullets. Advertisement, and Su-chan's steel skin is no joke. In the anime, Ulquiorra withstood Kisuke Urahara's attack with a wave of his hand. Gitsuga Tensho, who resisted Kurosaki Ichigo in the hollow state, was only slightly injured. So even if Natsu used dragon-slaying magic, he was still beaten into a pig's head by Su-chan. Su-chan likes Fairy Tail Guild very much and has regarded Fairy Tail Guild as his real home. And your guild companions are your family members. He also fell in love with the adventurous life. Although there are no computers or internet in this world, he knows that this is the life he wants. Whoa! A stream of blood spurted out. Bang! A man fell to the ground. No, don't come over. Where are everyone? Su-chan asked coldly. Everyone is in the basement. Take me there. Yes. Su-chan came to the basement of this building, and then saw many hungry and emaciated people imprisoned in iron cages like dogs. He was very frightened when he saw Su-chan and that person coming over. It's all here. As soon as this man finished speaking, he felt a pain in his neck. Then he discovered why his vision was upside down, and he saw his body, but why there was no head, and then his consciousness completely disappeared. Su-chan cut the iron cage in half with a wave of his hand. Okay, you're free. The people in the iron cage were initially frightened by Su-chan killing someone with a wave of his hand, but when they heard Su-chan say they were free, they immediately understood that this man was here to save them. Thank you, my benefactor. Advertisement, thank you for your help. After thanking them with grateful expressions on their faces, these people quickly ran outside and escaped from this place. After everyone left, Su-chan opened his right hand. Soul Eater. A small black hole appeared in Su-chan's right hand. A soul that no one can see is swallowed up by a black hole. Ding. Successfully absorbed 47 ordinary souls. The degree of integration increased by 0.47%. The current template fusion degree is 20.02%. Soul Eater is the reason why Su-chan always works alone and never forms a team with this skill. Once he accidentally discovered that eating souls could increase the fusion level, and then he began to look for crusade missions, using soul eating to increase the fusion level of templates. Although others could not see the soul at all, Su-chan still chose to do the crusade alone for the sake of safety. What was eliminated this time was the Dark Guild, a group of human traffickers. They would show no mercy to the human trafficker Su-chan. These people all deserve death. It is detected that the host fusion degree has increased by more than 20%. One step of returning blade is activated successfully. Gue Blade's words. Block it, Blackwing demon. Su-chan was a little surprised when he heard this prompt from the system, and he could finally return to work. The return blade is like the death god swastika, and your strength will be greatly improved. Su-chan was a little impatient and wanted to try the power of Gue now, but after thinking about it, there will be opportunities in the future, so he should go back to the guild now. Su-chan glanced at the Dark Guild and raised his right hand. Buzz. The spiritual pressure is highly concentrated, and compressed into a small ball of emerald green energy. Virtual flash. Call out. Boom. Chapter 6. Magnolia Town. Fairy Tale Guild. Bang. Su-chan pushed open the door of Fairy Tale Guild. I'm back. Hearing Su-chan's voice, many people in the guild looked over and greeted Su-chan one after another. Oh, welcome back. Su-chan, welcome back. When Natsu saw Su-chan, he looked at Su-chan excitedly and shouted, Su-chan, come and have a showdown with me. Snapped. Oh. As soon as Natsu finished shouting, he was pushed away by a hand. Go away, Natsu. If we want to have a showdown, I'll have to fight with Su-chan first, Mira said, looking at Su-chan with a ferocious expression. Su-chan said helplessly, I just came back, you can't let me rest? No. Mira rushed towards Su-chan. Suddenly, Makarov spoke Su-chan's name. Su-chan? Hey. It sounded like the air was being emptied. Su-chan's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of President Makarov. Su-chan, you be ********D. Mira was very unhappy with being dodged by Su-chan and immediately continued to attack Su-chan. President, you are here. Long time no see. I miss you, Su-chan said as he raised the president and turned around half a circle. Bang! Mira quickly stopped her hand, but her fist still hit the president on the head. It hurts. Makarov cried out in pain. Oops! Mira realized that she had gotten into trouble and quickly turned around and ran away. Advertisement, you brat. How dare you use me as a shield? Makarov was so angry that he raised his hand and hit Su-chan on the head. Then Makarov cried out in pain. It hurts. Brat, what is your head made of? Why is it getting harder and harder? Su-chan spread his hands. As his template fusion with Ulquiorra became more and more integrated, his steel skin defense became stronger and stronger. Many times on missions, I encountered some enemies with guns attacking me. I was completely unharmed. Some of the bullets bounced back and killed them instead. Not only that, ordinary magic couldn't break through Su-chan's defense. How was this mission? Makarov asked Su-chan. Su-chan also reported this mission to Makarov. After listening to Su-chan's report, Makarov said, well done. In any world where there is light, there will be darkness. Regular guilds represent light, while dark guilds represent darkness. Conflict with the Dark Guild represents a certain degree of danger, but if left alone, more people will be harmed. Therefore, he leaves most of these crusade tasks to Su-chan. He would feel relieved only if Su-chan did this kind of task. Let's take a good rest when we come back this time. We have something to announce in 2 days. He originally wanted to rest for 2 days to digest the increased strength. 2 days passed quickly. Su-chan originally thought that Natsu and Mira would challenge him to a duel. As a result, neither of them came to see him. They were all busy doing their own tasks, which made him feel a little lonely. There have been more and more people in the guild in the past 2 days. When Su-chan came to the guild in the morning, the guild was already full of people. Everyone was quietly waiting for something, as were many other members of the guild. Su-chan found an empty seat and wanted to see what the president had to announce. Suddenly, the door to the second floor was opened. Advertisement President Makarov, Guild Arts, and Erza appeared on the second floor. The eyes of everyone in the guild were attracted. Coming soon. It's been a long time coming. Finally come. President, hurry up and announce it. Who will it be this year? Macau clasped his hands in front of his body and prayed, there must be me. There must be me. If it weren't for me this time, there might never be another chance in the future. Macau is a very good backbone in the guild, and his early 30s are a good time to be a mage. He was also nominated to participate in the S-Class Wizard examination a few times before, but unfortunately he failed in the end. However, he did not give up and still had the dream of becoming an S-Class mage. Su-chan likes Macau very much. He and Wakaba are the only 2 old people who still insist on staying in the Fairy Tale Guild after it encountered a major disaster. It can be said that without Macau and the Sirius group coming back, maybe the Fairy Tale Guild would have disappeared long ago. He is obviously a powerful mage and would be much more comfortable if he went to any guild to develop, but he chose to stay in the guild, which shows how deep his feelings for Fairy Tale are. In addition to Macau, many other people in the guild were also prey. Although everyone speculates that they may not be able to get nominated, they still think about what if. Makarov cleared his throat, and the guild became slightly quiet. In accordance with the tradition of Fairy Tale, I now officially announce the list of participants for the S-Class Wizard Promotion Assessment. Finally here. Many people in the guild cheered. When Suchin heard this, he immediately knew what it was, the S-Class Wizard Promotion Exam. There are currently 3 S-Class magicians in the guild, namely Gildarts, Laxus, and Erza. Erza is an S-Class mage who was promoted last year. Has the day already come? Suchin's heartbeat also accelerated slightly. Chapter 7. He is also Fairy Tail's mage now. Being an S-Class mage is more than just status and honor. As well as being able to challenge more difficult S-Class tasks, it is more of a recognition. Makarov cleared his throat, and the guild became slightly quiet. In accordance with the tradition of Fairy Tail, I now officially announce the list of participants for the S-Class Wizard Promotion Assessment. Finally here. This year's trial will be held in the Valley of Warcraft. What? Warcraft Valley? Makarov continued. This year I have witnessed your strength, heart, and soul. There will be 3 players participating in the promotion assessment. 3. So few. Many people felt cold when they heard Makarov's words. Last year, many people took the assessment. In the end, Laxus became the new S-Class mage. Unexpectedly, there were only 3 this year. Mira Jane Strauss. Mira got a spot. Mira is already on par with Erza. Erza became an S-Class mage last year, so it's no surprise that Mira is there. That's great, Sister Mira. Lisana said happily to Mira. Elfman showed a simple smile and said, Yes, my sister has obtained a quota. Mira said with a high-spirited look, I will definitely become an S-Class mage this time. Suchin also got a promotion spot. Suchin is so strong, so it is normal to get a quota. Becoming an S-Class mage can challenge more difficult tasks. If you want to truly become stronger, there is only one way, and that is to fight. Only by fighting constantly and fighting with strong people can you become stronger. I wonder who the last one is? It must be me. It must be me. Advertisement Makarov announced the ownership of the last spot. Kana Alberona. Kana again? This time, many people were really surprised. Kana is not bad in strength and is very versatile, but it also seems relatively mediocre because of its almightiness. Compared to Kana, there are many stronger magicians in the guild, such as the Thunder Gods. Kana got a spot last year, but I didn't expect it to be available this year. Kana himself was a little unhappy. Although it was a good thing to get the quota, the 2 people who got the quota at the same time were too strong. She knew how strong Mira was, but Suchin was still stronger than Mira. There was a high possibility that she would still accompany him this time. Only one person can stand out this time. Use your best condition to meet the challenge of promotion. One person. I think it's Suchin. Mira is also possible. Because there are some new members here, I will explain the rules. In the first few days of this week, the 3 of you will each need to choose a partner. There are 2 rules for choosing a partner. First, they must be members of the Fairy Tail Guild. Second, they cannot be S-Class magicians. The 3 selected people will take their partners to gather at the train station in a week. The specific details will be explained at that time. That's all. After the president's announcement, the guild became what it usually is, with many people lazily unable to muster any energy. After all, the quotas for the promotion assessment have been announced, so there is nothing left for them to do. Eat and drink when you should, feel uncomfortable when you should, and cry when you should cry. Most of them are discussing who can advance this time. Advertisement: the chosen few sit at the table. Mira, who do you want to be your partner? Levy asked Mira curiously. Of course I choose my brother, Elfman. Everyone can expect this. Elfman is Mira's younger brother. On weekdays, the 3 siblings perform tasks together, and Elfman's strength is also very strong in the guild. The most important thing is that after working together for a long time, we will naturally have a better understanding. Kana, who do you choose? Kana is a little hesitant. She is now thinking about whether to give up. Although there are only 2 competitors this time, these 2 are much stronger than her. Suddenly, a voice said, I will be Kana's partner. Natsu? Several people looked around and saw Natsu standing behind Kana at some point. Natsu, I appreciate your kindness, but I'd better give up this time. There is no competition. How do you know whether you will lose? This is a rare opportunity to become an S-Class mage. Many people have never obtained it. You must not give up until the last moment. Natsu had also wondered whether he would be chosen. After all, Erza became an S-Class mage at the age of 15, and he didn't want to lose to Erza. He Chengxiang didn't have his name at all, but he didn't want to miss the opportunity to participate in this S-Class magician assessment. Both Mira and Suchin were the people he wanted to defeat. When Kana heard what Natsu said, she was right. With so many people in the guild, there were only 3 places, but she got it. Although there is a gap in strength between Mira and Su-chun, there may not be no chance. After all, the assessments are diverse. Then please, Natsu, Gray said. Now that Natsu is participating, I can't just stay here. Su-chun, you don't have a partner yet. I'll be your partner. Su-chun nodded. Gray's strength is very good in the guild, and Bing's magic is very comprehensive. Oh, it's on fire. Mira, Su-chun, I will definitely help Kana become an S-class mage. Come on horseback. Chapter 8. On the train. Ugh, vomit. Oh, vomit. Gray looked at the motion-sick Natsu with contempt and said, You said it was on fire? I think you have burned out. The two have been rivals for a long time and never miss an opportunity to attack each other. It was also the first time that Su-chun saw Natsu motion sickness. Then he remembered that Dragon Slayer seemed to have a particularly silent setting that made him faint in various means of transportation. As for the principal, he couldn't figure it out at all. I slowly recovered after I got off the train. After a long journey, we arrived at the destination of this assessment, the Valley of Warcraft. It was a very eerie-looking place. It's time for the president to talk about the content of this assessment. Well, that's almost it. Now let's reveal the content of the first stage of the exam. First of all, the Valley of Warcraft, as the name suggests, is home to many powerful warcraft. You all have also seen that there are 3 entrances to the passages. Each passage contains powerful monsters. Only by defeating all the monsters and reaching the end can you pass the first level. Natsu said enthusiastically. I see. It's very simple and clear. He likes fighting the most. However, one of the passages contains the strongest Warcraft leader in the Warcraft Valley, and the task of defeating this leader is S-level. S-level? Makarov raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, Since you want to be promoted to S-class magicians, you naturally have to try how dangerous S-class tasks are. Only magicians who can complete S-class tasks are worthy of being promoted to S-class, right? This is both a test of strength and a test of luck. Oh, I'm on fire. The time limit is 2 hours. Failure to reach the finish line will be considered a failure in the exam. Get ready. The exam begins. After Makarov finished speaking, several people quickly rushed out. Which one to choose, sister? Elfman asked Mira while running. Either one is the same. Mira, who had an impatient personality, directly chose the middle one and rushed in. Natsu, which one should we choose? Kana asked Natsu. It was too late to divine now, otherwise she would definitely divine before choosing. Advertisement, my luck has always been good. Let's choose the left one. Kana and Natsu entered the passage on the left. Both passages were sealed, so Su-chun and Gray entered the one on the right. Not long after entering the passage, Su-chun saw a monster that looked like a wild boar in front of him, being locked up by a magical barrier. It looks like that is the monster we are going to deal with. Su-chun and I will use ice to restrict its movements. Ring. Su-chun appeared in front of the monster in an instant. The monster was cut in half before it could even scream. Gray looked at Su-chun dumbfounded. He knew that Su-chun was very strong. He didn't know exactly how strong Su-chun was. His impression of Su-chun's strength was only when Su-chun first joined the guild. At that time, Su-chun's strength was already like a monster, but now it feels like this monster's strength is even more abnormal. By the way, does he really need a partner? Let's go. Let's move on. After a while, they encountered a second wave of monsters. The type of monsters was the same as the first one, but the number changed from 1 to 3. Gray thought he was going to take action, but Su-chun used the ring to rush forward again and killed the 3 monsters in an instant. The 2 of them went on the road again, and Su-chun easily eliminated all the monsters they encountered. It seemed that in front of Su-chun, there was no monster that could not be eliminated with 1 sword. If there were any, just use 2 swords. After about 20 minutes, Su-chun and Gray arrived at the finish line. Along the way, Gray had almost no chance to take action, and Su-chun solved everything by himself. After waiting for about an hour, Mira and Elfman arrived, with some injuries on their bodies. It was obvious that after a hard fight, he tried his best to recover his physical strength and magic power after arriving. After another half an hour, President Makarov came over. Both groups of you have passed. Then let's start the next assessment. Gray asked, President, where are Natsu and Kana? Advertisement, the 2 of them were unlucky. They met the leader of the Warcraft and failed the first challenge. Although they had already guessed it, these 2 guys were quite unlucky. The content of the second test is very simple, which is to find the leader of the Warcraft in the Warcraft Valley and kill him. Those who succeed will advance to the final test. After hearing what President Makarov said about the second test, several people felt relieved about Natsu and Kana's misfortune. If you don't encounter it in the first level, you will encounter it in the second level. The second test is also limited to 3 hours. If no one can find and kill the Warcraft leader within 3 hours, then all S-level promotion tests will fail. This is a test of your ability to actually perform such a task. You have to face not only the leader of the Warcraft, but also the numerous Warcraft in the Warcraft Valley. Get ready. The second exam begins. Elfman, let's go. There was only 3 hours, and without any delay, Mira immediately took Elfman to find the leader of the monsters. Su-chun, let's go look for him too. Wait a moment. Su-chun pressed his palms to the ground, exploring the nerves, a skill that can detect the location and strength of a place. Su-chun's spiritual pressure spread outward from the palm of his hand. Huh. Makarov immediately sensed it. Exploring magic. I didn't expect this brat to have such magic. At this time, in Su-chun's mind, each target appeared in the form of burning flames. There is a flame that burns most vigorously beside him. It is Fairy Tale President Makarov, who is known as the 10 Great Magicians. The two people moving away from here should be Mira and Elfman. Su-chun found a flame that was almost as strong as President Makarov. There were 2 small flames next to it. Those 2 should be Natsu and Kana. The huge flame obviously could not belong to the leader of the Warcraft. Su-chun had a guess about the owner of the flame. Suddenly, Su-chun raised his brows and slightly raised the corners of his mouth and said, "Found it?" Chapter 9. What? So fast? Gray and Makarov were both very surprised that Su-chun found the leader of the monsters so quickly. In order to set up the assessment venue, Makarov also spent a lot of time catching the Warcraft leader. Su-chun stood up and said, "Let's go." Gray quickly followed, and Makarov followed after some thought. After a while, sure enough, the Warcraft leader, who looked like a small mountain, appeared in front of several people. This is a huge pig demon-like monster more than 10 meters tall, with a pig head and a human body, 2 huge fangs in its mouth, and holding a huge mace. Su-chun and Gray appeared here, and the pig demon leader also discovered it. The pig demon leader immediately became angry when he saw humans. He is the leader of this Warcraft Valley and lives a leisurely and carefree life every day. A few days ago, a little old man who was scary to humans suddenly appeared and locked it up. Then 2 human imps appeared to attack it, and it was about to kill the 2 human imps. A terrifying man appeared and instantly disintegrated himself into a pile. Finally, I restored it, and it was so frightened that it rolled and crawled away. Seeing 2 human imps this time, old and new grudges immediately ignited its anger. "Damn humans! I'm going to eat you!" Dong dong dong. The giant pig demon leader raised his mace and rushed towards Su-chun and Gray with heavy steps. Whoa! Su-chun and Gray quickly jumped away. Boom! A big hole was made on the ground where Su-chun and Gray were just now, and the ground was cracked. What a powerful force! Ice Make, Great Hammer Soldier. Gray activated his ice modeling magic, and a huge blue magic circle appeared above the head of the pig demon leader. A huge ice hammer appeared from the magic circle and hit the pig demon leader's head. Oomph! So naive. The pig demon leader snorted coldly and swung his mace to smash the big ice hammer into pieces. Ring. Su-chun stepped out. The body instantly disappeared on the spot and appeared behind the pig demon. Advertisement: the red spiritual pressure condensed on the right fist, and then he punched out. False bullet. Boom. Wah-wah. The pig demon leader let out a scream and fell forward. Boom boom boom. It broke a lot of trees and rocks. Ice Make, Binky Anquin. A large number of ice spikes spewed out from the ground like spring water under the pig demon, freezing the pig demon. It's no use. The pig demon roared and all the ice blocks outside its body shattered. What a strong defense. Gray was very surprised. The pig demon leader swung the mace in his hand vigorously. Boom boom boom. The trees and ground in front of him were shattered, sweeping towards Su-chun and Gray. Ice Make, Shield. Gray opened his hands, and an ice shield blocked the 2 people. Boom. The leader of the pig demon stepped forward and appeared in front of the 2 people in the blink of an eye, holding the mace high in his hand. Oops. Gray's face changed drastically. His ice shield could block the impact just now, but it would never be able to block it. A cruel smile appeared on the pig demon leader's face. You stinky brat. Let them all die. Bang! The mace struck Gray's ice shield. Crack! Bang! The ice shield couldn't withstand the terrifying power of the pig demon and suddenly collapsed. Right now, a white palm appeared, holding the huge mace with one hand. Advertisement boom. A terrifying impact occurred, and large amounts of smoke and dust were raised from the ground. We finally got rid of them. Although we can't beat the old human man and the human man, let's take it out on these two human brats. The pig demon leader had a smile on his face, but the smile on his face froze in an instant, and his eyes showed disbelief. When the ice shield shattered, Gray instinctively used his arms to cover his head. After a while, he realized that nothing happened to him. Looking to the side, he saw a hand firmly blocking the attack of the pig demon leader's mace. The disproportionate visual impact is extremely shocking. Su-chan. This was especially true when he saw that the owner of this hand was Su-chan. Okay, Gray. Leave this guy to me? No. How is that possible? How could you block my attack? Are you surprised? I do not believe. The leader of the pig demon roared loudly. A little old man is a monster. A middle-aged man is a monster. He does not believe that Su-chan, a kid, is also a monster. He clenched the huge mace with both hands, raised it high towards Su-chan, and smashed it down with all his strength. Ring. Su-chan's figure disappeared from the spot. Boom. A big hole was made in the ground where Su-chan was originally. Buzz. Su-chan appeared behind the pig demon leader, with emerald green light balls condensing on his fingers, which were constantly compressed. False flash. The pig demon leader turned around quickly, and then his eyes were covered by emerald green light. Stop! Boom, 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 boom. The emerald green light penetrated the body of the pig demon leader, and all the areas behind it covered by the emerald green flash were destroyed. Boom. The huge body of the pig demon leader fell to the ground, dying with his eyes open. Until its death, it could not figure out why it had encountered so many powerful monsters. Mira and Elfman heard the sound of fighting and rushed here quickly. When they arrived, they saw Su-chan killing the pig demon leader with a false flash. Mira's face was a little ugly. This be asterisk 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 D. He has become stronger again. Chapter 10. Su-chan defeated the pig demon leader and successfully advanced to the third level of assessment. President. What is the third level assessment? Su-chan asked President Makarov. Suddenly, a voice said, the third test is to fight me. Everyone turned their attention to the direction of the sound and saw Gildarts walking over with Natsu and Kana. Gildarts? Gray, Mira, and Elfman shouted in surprise. They didn't expect Gildarts to appear here. Su-chan had already expected that during the previous investigation, there were only a few people in the entire Ishgar continent who could match the strength of the president. To be able to appear here and possess such strength, only Gildarts is qualified. Gildarts looked at Su-chan and said, if you want to become an S-class wizard, you must be recognized by an S-class wizard. This is the only way for every S-class wizard to advance. Come on, show me all your strength and win my approval. Su-chan looked directly at Gildarts, with fighting intent in his eyes. Over the course of a year, the gap between his level and the rest of the guild gradually widened. Even with Mira and Erza, he never fought with his full strength. He also began to long for a fight with a truly strong man, and Gildarts was such a strong man. Get ready. The third exam begins. President Makarov announced the start of the third exam. Su-chan raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at Gildarts. Buzz. The spiritual pressure condensed into a small emerald green ball in front of the index finger, which was continuously compressed. Virtual flash. Call out. A dazzling light bloomed, and a beam of emerald green light shot towards Gildarts. Gildarts stood firmly on the ground with his feet, his palms stretched forward, and shouted loudly, Crush! The virtual flash released by Su-chan was suddenly broken down into grids of cubes and then disappeared. So awesome. Gray's eyes widened. As expected of Gildarts, Natsu's face was full of excitement. They all saw how powerful Su-chan's virtual flash was, but they didn't expect it to be crushed by Gildarts. Advertisement Gildarts looked at Su-chan and said, it's a very strong attack, but it's not enough to defeat me. What about this? Su-chan stepped forward. Ring. Su-chan's figure disappeared instantly, and then appeared behind Gildarts. What a speed! Gildarts was shocked. This kind of speed that was comparable to teleportation was really abnormal. No wonder even the president said Su-chan was a little monster. False bullet. Gildarts quickly turned around and punched. Boom. The dummy bullet fired by Su-chan was also shattered. Break down. Gildarts raised his hand and released a shock wave towards Su-chan. Ring. Su-chan teleported to the side of Gildarts again. False bullet. Gildarts raised his palm to block the false bullet and smashed it into pieces. False bullet. False bullet. False bullet. Su-chan kept firing false bullets at Gildarts. Although the power of the false bullets was not as powerful as the false flash, the speed was 20 times faster. Gildarts raised his palm to disintegrate all the empty bullets. Ring. Su-chan appeared in midair in front of Gildarts, turned sideways and raised his foot to kick Gildarts' head diagonally downward. Gildarts quickly raised his left arm in defense and stepped on the ground with his right foot. Boom, boom, boom. The ground under Gildarts' right foot cracked like a spider web, and the ground sank downwards, cushioning the powerful impact. Did crushing the ground soften the impact? Advertisement. Su-chan found out that Gildarts responded so quickly and couldn't help but admire him. Gildarts is indeed Gildarts. Bang! Gildarts grabbed Su-chan's ankle and threw him far away. Boom! Su-chan's body hit the mountain wall in the valley, creating a big crater in the mountain wall. But Su-chan came out of the pit immediately, as if nothing had happened. Gildarts looked at Su-chan with a smile and said, "As expected of the young man whom the president also likes, you are the best in terms of strength, speed, defense, and destructive power. You clearly saw my crush magic and still bravely stepped forward to attack, which proves that you have enough courage and confidence. However, if you want to reach the pinnacle of the path of magic, you still have some shortcomings. Come on. It's time to let you know why I am called the strongest magician of Fairy Tail Guild." Boom! Gildarts exudes terrifying magic. The entire Warcraft Valley seemed to be shaking, and the Warcraft in the valley fled in fear, away from the place where the magic power broke out. The ground beneath Gildarts' feet cracked. The terrifying magic caused the magnetic field around him to flip. A large amount of gravel was suspended. Such powerful magic. Gray's eyes widened in disbelief. Even though he was so far away, his body couldn't help but tremble. Not just Gray, but Mira, Natsu, Elfman, and Kanatu. Has Gildarts grown to this point? It had also been a long time since Makarov had seen Gildarts show his full power. He also knew that Gildarts was constantly growing and becoming stronger, but he didn't expect it to have grown to this extent. Compared to the people far away, Su-chan, who was closest, felt stronger. Gildarts looked at Su-chan and said, "Your combat power has completely reached the level of an S-class magician. You are the most talented magician I have ever seen. You are still young and have such great strength at such a young age. It won't be long before I will be surpassed by you, but that is not now." Suddenly, the corners of Su-chan's mouth raised slightly. What? Chapter 11. Everyone saw the smile on Su-chan's lips and couldn't believe it. What kind of mentality can allow Su-chan to laugh when facing such powerful Gildarts? "Su-chan, why are you laughing?" Gildarts asked Su-chan curiously. Normally, seeing him exude such powerful magic, almost everyone would lose the courage to continue fighting. Except for Su-chan, he had never seen anyone smile when faced with him in this state. "Because I am happy. I am so lucky to be able to fight such a powerful opponent." Gildarts seemed to be greatly shocked when he heard Su-chan's words, and then he said with a smile on his face, "You will become stronger." He originally wanted to teach Su-chan to learn to be afraid. Only fear can make people stronger. Who would have thought that Su-chan would come in the opposite direction? Su-chan slowly pulled out his Zanpakuto. "Draw the sword." Su-chan has always carried this sword. Anyone who sees Su-chan will think that Su-chan is a magic swordsman. But Su-chan rarely used it on weekdays, often using teleportation-like skills and powerful magic, as if the knife was just a decoration. Only a few people, including Mira and Natsu, knew that Su-chan's swordsmanship was also top-notch and could rival Erza's. Even if you use weapons at this time, you can't change anything, right? The Gildarts will shatter the weapons. Gildarts became interested and said, "Did you use a weapon? I saw from just now that you haven't used that knife." "I don't know what your swordsmanship is." Su-chan shook his head and said, "My swordsmanship is only average, and this sword is not originally used for swordsmanship." What? When Su-chan said this, everyone was a little confused and didn't understand what he meant. The knife is not for swordsmanship. What is it for? At this time, Su-chan raised his Zanpakuto and pointed it forward, and whispered the Guiran language in his mouth. "Seal it down, Blackwing demon." Buzz. The sky seemed to darken, and black raindrops of spiritual pressure fell from the sky. Advertisement, everyone couldn't help but raise their heads and look at the sky. Black rain? When the raindrops hit my face, I realized that it didn't feel wet at all. Makarov's face changed greatly and he said, "No, this is not real rain. This is raindrops liquefied by magic. How can this be?" Soon all the visions disappeared. Everyone looked at Su-chan, and their pupils suddenly shrank. That is Su-chan? At this time, Su-chan's image changed drastically. A pair of huge black flesh wings that covered the sky appeared behind Su-chan. The clothes on his body changed into a white jumpsuit, and he wore a helmet with 2 horns. His hair became longer, his eyes turned emerald green. Emerald green tears appeared on his face, and his nails turned into long black claws. This is Ulquiorra's posture after returning to the sword. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that this person was Su-chan. At this time, Su-chan also exuded terrifying power, which was no worse than Gildart's. Is Su-chan using magic to receive? Su-chan's current appearance is very similar to Myra's transformation using the soul of Satan. No, if I'm not mistaken, the change in this brat Su-chan is due to that knife. Makarov was more experienced and could immediately see the difference between Su-chan before and after his transformation. After hearing Makarov's words, others immediately discovered that the knife in Su-chan's hand was missing. When Gildart saw Su-chan at this moment, there was a serious look in his eyes. Although Su-chan's combat effectiveness was good before, it did not pose much of a threat to him. At this time, Su-chan and Gildarts already felt a fatal sense of danger in his body. This was an opponent whose strength could rival him. This made Gildarts, who had not encountered an evenly matched opponent for a long time, a little excited. "I am coming. Bring it on." Boom. Advertisement. Su-chan stepped down and rushed towards Gildarts quickly. So fast. This kind of speed is not as fast as teleportation, but real speed. Su-chan punched Gildarts. Gildarts also punched him. The two men's fists collided. Boom. The terrifying impact spread to the surroundings. Whoa. Natsu and the others who were hiding far away screamed and resisted the impact. After a while, everyone could clearly see the situation in the center of the battlefield. Su-chan was at the place where the two people collided, and 2 scratches appeared under Gildart's feet. The Gildarts are repulsed. Su-chan had the upper hand in the duel just now. What a strong force. Gildarts felt that his arms were a little sore. He could see that Su-chan's current posture was like Myra's transformation. Whether it was strength, speed, attack power, or defense, they were all greatly improved. This is not what the president calls a little monster. It is simply a big monster. Moonlight sword. Buzz. Su-chan formed a javelin-like weapon in his hand that emitted light green spirit seeds. Ring. Su-chan instantly appeared behind Gildarts, and the moonlight sword slashed towards Gildarts' neck. Gildarts ducked quickly and punched the ground. Break down. Boom. The ground around Gildarts' body exploded. Chapter 12. Wow. Gildarts obviously turned it up this time, and half of the Warcraft Valley was decomposed. It turned into pieces of rectangular-shaped gravel. A huge stone fell from the sky and hit Natsu and the others. Careful. Just when he thought he was about to be hit, a huge hand grabbed the boulder and threw it aside. It is the giant magic of fairy tale President Makarov. President, stay away from them. Makarov told several people that Natsu and others are still too weak now and will be injured by the aftermath of the battle between Su-chan and Gildarts. Bang! Su-chan rushed out of the gravel smoke and stood in the sky. The left index finger pointed downward. Buzz! The spiritual pressure with emerald green light on the black edge continues to condense, forming a small ball in front of the index finger, and then continues to compress. Black virtual flash. The black false flash, which can only be used when the 10-blade level return blade is released, is many times stronger in power and attack range than the false flash in the normal state. Call out. Black void flash is released. A terrifying large-scale black flash shot downwards. Crush. Gildarts yelled. The powerful magic power condensed on the fist struck towards Heishu. The black void flash was partially shattered, but the subsequent void flash was not shattered and fell on Gildarts. Boom! After a while, the smoke from the explosion dispersed, and a large crater appeared. Gildarts stood in the middle of the pit, looking very embarrassed. His cloak was all torn, he looked in tatters, and his body also suffered some injuries. Buzz! After Su-chan saw Gildarts, black flash formed on his index finger. Gildarts said with a wry smile on his face, "Ahem. What a little monster. Advertisement, the speed, strength, attack power, and defense are as strong as a monster, and it can also fly. Everything else was fine. The fact that Su-chun could fly, and fly very fast made Gildarts a little helpless. Sorry. Su-chun was also a little embarrassed when he heard Gildart's words. Then it fell towards the ground. What a chance. Gildarts punched the ground. The ground beneath Su-chun's feet exploded, and smoke obscured Su-chun's sight. Su-chun flapped his wings. Bang! The smoke was blown away. Whoa! Gildarts appeared in front of Su-chun and punched Su-chun. Su-chun held the moonlight sword with both hands to resist. Boom! Su-chun's body was repulsed. Call out. Gildarts instantly appeared beside Su-chun and kicked Su-chun. Su-chun spread his wings and blocked Gildarts' kick. The moonlight sword in his hand stabbed Gildarts. Gildarts' expression changed, and he quickly grabbed the moonlight sword. Crush! Gildarts shouted. Bang! Su-chun's moonlight sword also shattered. Call out. Gildarts instantly appeared in front of Su-chun and punched Su-chun. Snapped. Su-chun raised his hand and grabbed Gildarts' fist, then threw it towards the ground. Boom! The ground was cracked. Gildarts pressed his palms to the ground. Full decomposition. Advertisement, boom boom boom. The earth was all broken into small pieces, and both of them fell towards the ground. Su-chun spread his wings to stabilize his body and slowly fell down. Boom! Gildarts rushed out from the debris and attacked Su-chun, who also fought back. The fight between the two people was so dizzying for everyone else that their eyes could barely keep up with their movements. It was the first time for them to see a battle of this level. So strong. This is a common thought among several people. Whether it is Gildarts or Su-chun who has returned to the sword, they are both so powerful that they are simply untouchable now. Gildarts is not bad. Gildarts is known as the strongest magician in Fairy Tail Guild. But they didn't expect that Su-chun's strength was so powerful. Boom! After Su-chun and Gildarts exchanged punches, their bodies retreated backwards. Okay, have fun. Let's have a showdown. Gildarts was the first to shout. It had been a long time since he had encountered an opponent of Su-chun's strength. At first, he just followed the president's wishes to let Su-chun understand the meaning of there are people outside the world, and there is heaven outside the world. Now he just wants to have a showdown with Su-chun. Good. The same goes for Su-chun. This is his first time using the return blade. This powerful power is really intoxicating. Being able to meet an opponent like Gildarts, he also wanted to defeat Gildarts. Buzz. Su-chun created a moonlight sword in his hand and threw it towards Gildarts. Crush! Gildarts shouted and punched the moon sword. Bang! The moonlight sword was shattered. But before Gildarts had time to be happy, an emerald green light flashed before his eyes, and another moonlight sword was shot at him. Gildarts was startled. The moonlight sword just now was not so easy to smash. He had consumed a lot of magic power. He didn't have time to gather the magic power to smash this moonlight saber, so he had to dodge it. But the moonlight sword shot out too fast. Chapter 13. Gildarts screamed in pain, and a gash was cut on his shoulder. Immediately afterwards, Gildarts felt a strong force from his shoulders, dragging him backwards. My feet were sliding on the ground and I couldn't stop my body. Gildarts was shocked. It was just a small scratch and he was carried away. The speed and power were too fast and too strong. Break down. Gildarts stepped hard. Boom 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 boom. The ground quickly decomposed into small pieces, absorbing the impact. Boom boom boom. A huge hole was drilled into the rock wall of the pit behind by the moonlight sword. Gildarts looked back and was startled. Buzz! A small ball of black, spiritual pressure condensed on the index finger of Su-chun's right hand. Gildarts' expression changed. He had suffered a big loss from this move just now. If he took this move again, he might really get hit hard. Gildarts clenched his right hand into a fist, and powerful magic power continued to condense on his fist. Black virtual flash. Call out. A large black flash rushed towards Gildarts. Gildarts also clenched his fist with a serious expression and struck at the virtual flash. Destroy evil and reveal righteousness in one day. This is the most powerful magic of Gildarts. It concentrates the magic power in the fist and sends out a terrifying impact, which can crush anything. Its most powerful force can instantly knock opponents thousands of kilometers away. Su-chun's black flash was constantly being shattered and destroyed. Advertisement Gildarts' magical impact finally approached the front of Su-chun's body. The wings on Su Chin's back quickly blocked Gildart's strongest attack. Boom, 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 boom. Su Chin's body was knocked away. No. I accidentally used the maximum power. Gildart's expression changed. His magic type was super advanced destructive magic, crush. Okay. The links between the atoms of matter that came into contact were instantly shattered into pieces. If used on a living creature, it can even turn the opponent into dust on the spot, which is very difficult to control, so it is difficult to be merciful when using magic to fight. Boom! Su Chin hit the rock wall of the pit and opened a big hole in the rock wall. Makarov and Gildarts were a little nervous and were about to go over and take a look. Su Chin walked out of the big hole unharmed. His clothes were much damaged, but his body was not harmed. However, part of the wings on his back were destroyed by the crushing magic. As expected of Uncle Gildarts, he is indeed powerful. Seeing that Su Chin was safe and sound, Gildarts marveled at Su Chin's strong defense and felt relieved. There is such a good prospect in the guild. If he accidentally kills him, then he will be guilty of a heinous crime. Gildarts smiled and said to Su Chin, "You are not bad. I really didn't expect that there is such a powerful young man like you. Maybe it won't be long before you can completely surpass me. Then let's continue fighting." "Uncle, didn't you already?" Before Gildarts finished speaking, the black wings on Su Chin's back began to regenerate rapidly. Gildarts widened his eyes and said in disbelief, Your black wings?" Su Chin said with a slightly reserved expression, "I'm actually not good at attacking. What I'm really good at is regeneration. As long as the brain and internal organs of the body are not destroyed, any part of the body can be regenerated. Generally, Hollows would give up this ability in order to gain more powerful attack power after becoming Arrancar, but Ulquiorra retained it. Su Chin, who integrated the Ulquiorra template, naturally completely inherited this ability. Advertisement Gildarts was dumbfounded when he heard Su Chin's words. "What are you telling me? You are not good at attacking? If you are not good at attacking, who will be good at attacking? What a beast. Strong strength, fast speed, strong attack, high defense, not to mention the ability to fly, and the ability to regenerate. God should be so loving to this kid." Another moonlight sword appeared in Su Chin's right hand. Gildarts was a little confused when he saw Su Chin's appearance, as if he didn't even need to breathe. "You don't need to consume magic power. Why do you feel like you are drinking water when you send out those attacks that are comparable to ultimate moves?" Buzz. A small black ball with a little green light condensed on Su Chin's left index finger. Gildarts has already suffered 2 attacks from Black Void Flash, so he knows how powerful this attack is. Seeing Su Chin planning to bring Black Void Flash and Moonlight Sword together, Gildarts' hair stood up. This little devil. He is not a big man, but he is so cruel. You still think that your death is not complete, right? Just when Su Chin was about to attack, Gildarts raised his hands and said with a slightly embarrassed expression on his face, "That I give up." All who heard Gildarts' words were bewildered. What did Gildarts say? He said he gave up? What a joke. Gildarts is the strongest magician in the Fairy Tail Guild, and he actually said that he gave up. "Uncle, why are you still capable of fighting?" Su Chin asked in confusion. Gildarts had a wry smile on his face. He was indeed capable of fighting, but his magic power consumption was quite large, especially the move just now, which was his strongest attack. It consumed a lot of magic power, and at most he could only fire one more just 2 hits. But looking at Su Chin's appearance, there seems to be no problem with another 10-shot or 8-shot false flash. This is just an S-level promotion exam, not a real life and death struggle. It would be meaningless if we continue fighting. It would be bad if something unexpected happens. Gildarts said he was prone to accidents. Su Chin understood that Gildarts was afraid that he would kill him accidentally. "I know. Thank you, Uncle, for your advice." Chapter 14. The S-Class Wizard Promotion Assessment ended with an extremely shocking process and result. The assessment is over. Su Chin is promoted to an S-Class Mage. President Makarov announced the result loudly. Makarov is very happy now. He has long known that Su Chin, a little devil, is very powerful. After all, he once personally arrested Su Chin. He didn't expect Su Chin to make such rapid progress in just 1 year. Now that he can defeat the Gildarts, Makarov has always regarded the members of the guild as his own children. Seeing Su Chin grow to this point, he is naturally the happiest. Su Chin released his return posture and returned to his normal appearance. Mira said to Su Chin, "Congratulations, but I won't give up just yet. I will practice hard and become an S-Class Mage soon." Su Chin was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Well, thank you. You will definitely do it?" Mira heard Su Chin's affirmative answer and looked at Su Chin's sincere and handsome face, and her heartbeat accelerated slightly. Brother Su-chan, congratulations on becoming an S-class mage. Elfman said somewhat naively. Su-chan, you are so powerful. Wait for me. When I become stronger, I will challenge you again. Natsu said to Su-chan excitedly. Seeing such an exciting battle between Su-chan and Guildarts, he understood that there was still a huge gap between himself and the top magicians. But he was not discouraged. This made him realize how high the ceiling of a powerful magician was and how weak he was. Then become stronger. Oh, I'm on fire. Su-chan patted Gray on the shoulder and said, Thank you, partner. Gray had a wry smile on his face. Logically speaking, he should be the happiest since his partner became an S-class mage. But there is almost no difference whether he is a partner or not. Even without him, Su-chan can advance to the S-class mage. Congratulations on becoming an S-class mage. Kana showed envy. Advertisement: she only had one wish to become an S-class mage, so she worked hard to complete the mission. Others saw that she had been able to obtain the S-class mage qualification for 2 consecutive years, but a few people saw her efforts. This time I failed, but I was convinced that I lost. She thought she would feel bad when she saw that man fail, but on the contrary, she was in a good mood. It turned out that the invincible man could also lose, and the distance between her and him must have become closer. When several people returned to the Fairy Tale Guild, Guild President Makarov announced in public that Su-chan had become the new S-class mage in the guild. The atmosphere in the guild was suddenly ignited. There is another S-class magician in the guild, and now there are 4 S-class magicians in total. This is not about deceiving oneself, but actually relying on one's own strength to become S-level. That means that the guild has really become stronger. No guild member does not want his guild to be strong. The more powerful a guild is, the more commissions it can attract. The more famous a guild is, the more honor it feels to be a member of the guild. A new S-class mage was born. Makarov announced a celebration, and everyone in the guild cheered. Celebrations are the favorite of guild members, and in modern times, they are just parties. Eat, drink, have fun, sing and dance, use magic to cheer up, and be as happy as you want. Everyone is enjoying the happiness brought by this celebration. Harjan poured a handsome young man stepped off the boat. We finally arrived at Harjan, and this time we are almost at the guild. The young man is Su-chan. Time flies, time flies. 3 years have passed since Su-chan became an S-class mage. Advertisement today. Su-chan's face is no longer much less immature, but more mature, and he has become more handsome. Standing over 1.8 meters tall, he is slender and tall. At first, he looked a bit disharmonious with his zanpakuto on his waist. Now he looks very harmonious with his zanpakuto on his waist. Still wearing white clothes, he is very eye-catching when walking on the street. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the front. Many girls around me ran in that direction. I heard that a very famous magician came to the city, Lord Fire Dragon. Fire Dragon? Natsu? I haven't seen Natsu for a long time. When Su-chan heard the Fire Dragon, the first thing he thought of was Natsu. Natsu's magic is Fire Dragon Slayer magic. The moves are all fire dragons and so on. Su-chan walked over and took a look, and then found a bunch of girls surrounding a 30-year-old man asking for autographs. Su-chan lost interest when he found out it wasn't Natsu. Just when Su-chan was about to turn around and leave, suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Dragneel. Dragneel. Then Su-chan saw a cherry red-haired Natsu getting into the crowd. Seeing the middle-aged man Natsu, he was a little confused. Who are you? Looks like you found the wrong person, Natsu. The blue kitten said to Natsu. At this time, Natsu, Happy. The familiar call made Natsu and Happy tremble, and they looked in the direction of the sound. Seeing Su-chan's face immediately revealed an expression of surprise. Su-chan. Chapter 15. Long time no see. I miss you so much. Happy threw herself into Su-chan's arms. Natsu and Su-chan have a very good relationship. Happy has always been with Natsu, so his relationship with Su-chan is also very close. In my free time, I actually took Happy to go fishing and eat together, and took Happy to play together. Yeah, I miss you too. I will take you to catch fish when I get back. Suddenly, several annoying voices sounded. Hey, you guys are so rude. You actually ignored the great Lord Fire Dragon. Apologize. Apologize quickly. It was those girls who were talking, and they reached out to grab the clothes of Su-chan and Natsu. Su-chan's eyes showed an expression of disgust. What he hates most is this kind of person. Roll. The spiritual pressure on Suchin's body disappeared in a flash. The spiritual pressure can put strong pressure on the human soul, and the effect is somewhat similar to the domineering force. If it is strong, it can knock people unconscious, and if it is weak, it can also bring fear to people. Wow. These girls were all frightened by Suchin. Many of them slumped on the ground with horrified expressions on their faces, and some even had water stains on their bodies. Let's go, Suchin said to Natsu and Happy. After Suchin and others left, the man known as Fire Dragons comforted the girls and said, I'm sorry. It's all because of me that you are frightened. To make up for my fault, I will be here tonight. There is a party on the ship. Everyone should come and join it. After saying that, red flames rose under his feet and flew away with him. Advertisement, okay. We will definitely go. As expected of Lord Fire Dragon. So gentle. Lord Fire Dragon is so handsome. Suchin looked back. He always felt that the scene just now was a bit familiar. The first time he saw the man, he felt inexplicably disgusted. Just when Suchin had this idea, a voice suddenly said from behind, that guy is really annoying. Suchin turned around and saw a beautiful girl standing behind the two people, smiling and saying hello to them. Thank you just now. The girl has golden hair, which is tied on the left side by a blue hairband. Her upper body is a white cut-sleeve t-shirt with blue edges, and her lower body is a blue pleated skirt. A leather whip hangs around her waist, and she wears black boots. With fair skin, a good figure, and a delicate and beautiful face, this is a beautiful girl who can score above 90 points from all angles, and Suchin feels very familiar at first glance. After a while, several people came to a restaurant. Suchin was okay. Natsu was already eating and drinking like a wolf, and Happy's mouth was bulging with fish. The man named Fire Dragons used a kind of magic called charm, which is a kind of magic that leads people's hearts to the caster. The sale was banned several years ago. You're such a bad person for using that kind of magic to attract girls. Because of you, I was liberated from that magic. That's it. Suchin nodded. There are all kinds of strange magic in the magical world. After all, after traveling to the magical world, Suchin was still very curious about magic, and he also tried to learn magic. After all, he had too many skills to overcome. But he has no magic power at all. Although spiritual pressure is similar to magic power, it is not magic power after all and cannot be replaced. Don't look at me like this. I'm actually a magician, even though I haven't joined the guild yet. You don't know about guilds? The so-called guild is an organization that gathers magicians. If magicians don't work in a guild, they can't be considered independent. Also, there are many guilds in the world, but joining a popular guild will definitely be very strict. The guild I want to join has gathered many great magicians. Advertisement, what should I do? I want to join, but it must be very strict. I'm sorry, you don't know about the mage world, but I definitely want to join that guild. I'm leaving first. I paid for the meal. You can eat slowly. Natsu and Happy immediately knelt on the floor of the restaurant and kowtowed with tears in their eyes and said, You are such a good person. Yeah. Lucy was startled by Natsu and Happy's actions and said quickly, Don't be like this, it's so embarrassing, and you also helped me before. I'm leaving first. Lucy fled the restaurant as if running away. Natsu and Happy immediately sat down on their chairs and continued eating and drinking. What a good girl. Her name is Lucy. I wonder if she wants to join that guild. It's just that he talks a bit too much. A burst of electricity seemed to pass through Suchin's mind. Wait, what's her name? Louise. Natsu said. Happy corrected. It's Lucy. Lucy talked a lot, and Suchin finally remembered where the familiarity came from when he first met this girl. Isn't this the heroine Lucy from the fairy tale animation? Immediately afterwards, the memories in Suchin's mind began to emerge. Although they were not comprehensive, the main things were still remembered. His face darkened slightly. Natsu and Happy clearly felt the change in Suchin's mood. Suchin, what's wrong? It's okay. Let's eat first. Chapter 16. As evening approached, Suchin, Natsu, and Happy walked towards the beach after eating and drinking. Suchin, what are we going to the beach for? Happy asked Suchin curiously. Seeing that you have eaten and drank enough, I will bring you to eat. Just arrived at Harjan Port. I heard two girls walking in the port chatting. One of the girls pointed at the retreating ship and shouted excitedly, Look, it's that ship, Lord Fire Dragon's ship. Funa. Vomit. Natsu felt a little vomiting when he heard that the boat was full from eating now. Fire Dragon? Is he the strange man we met during the day? Happy also had some impression. He and Natsu heard that the fire dragon appeared in this town, so they went to look for the fire dragon together. Who would have thought that it turned out to be a wizard named Fire Dragons? I really want to go to the party too. Fire Dragon? The other girl was obviously not familiar with who her best friend was talking about. Don't you know? A very powerful magician has come to our town. He is the famous magician from Fairy Tail. Natsu and Happy both widened their eyes after hearing this. Then he quickly turned his attention to Suchan. Suchan, that is. Suchan nodded, and Natsu and Happy looked sad. Unexpectedly, someone would dare to impersonate Fairy Tail, which is a big taboo in any magician's guild. At this time, Fire Dragon's on board. Whoosh! Lucy waved the wine in the cabin and knocked it down to the ground. Lucy stood up and said to the Fire Dragon with an ugly face, "What are you going to do? Liquor has sleeping pills. Haha, you actually discovered me. Advertisement, you made a mistake. I wanted to join Fairy Tail, not be your woman. You girl are really giving me a headache. You don't have to suffer if you sleep well." Suddenly, the curtain behind Lucy was opened, and two big hands grabbed Lucy's arms. As expected of Mr. Fire Dragon. It's been a long time since I've had such good stuff. Lucy shouted loudly. What are you doing? Who are you? Let me go quickly. The Fire Dragon raised Lucy's chin and said with a ferocious smile, Let you go. I finally got you to the boat. So how can I let you go? Welcome to my slave ship, and be patient until it reaches Bosco, little girl. Lucy's expression changed and she said, Bosco, wait. What about Fairy Tail? Didn't I say it? This is a slave ship. I have planned to take you away as a commodity from the beginning. Just give up. I'll brand you as a slave first. It's a little hot, so bear with it. The Fire Dragon took out a hot branding iron and said to Lucy. Lucy was a little desperate when she heard this. She never thought that this would happen. Abuse of magic, deception, and human trafficking. Is this the Wizard of Fairy Tail? Suddenly, a voice shouted from outside. Who are you? Immediately afterwards, screams sounded. Whoa! The people in the cabin were stunned for a moment, and the Fire Dragon's expression changed and he said, Go out and see. What happened? Soon, everyone ran out of the cabin. I saw many girls who came to the party passed out on the deck because they were drugged. There were also some human traffickers who also fell on the deck, with blood flowing from their bodies, and they didn't know whether they were alive or dead. Two strange figures appeared on the deck. Advertisement A figure was standing in the middle of the deck. He was dressed in white and looked very handsome. Another was vomiting against the side of the boat. Happy said next to Natsu. Natsu, why don't you come over since he's seasick? Is it you? Huolong recognized Suchan and Natsu as the two people he met during the day. Suchan, Natsu. Lucy, who was caught, also recognized Suchan and Natsu and couldn't help shouting in surprise. Lucy, we meet again. But it seems that your situation is a little bad. Suchan said hello to Lucy easily. Lucy immediately shouted to Suchan and Natsu. Suchan, Natsu, run. This guy is Fairy Tail's magician and a human trafficker. Go and report them. Fairy Tail? Human trafficker? Natsu and Happy both looked very ugly after hearing this. When did their Fairy Tail get called a human trafficker? The Fire Dragon looked at Suchan ferociously and said, Now that you know about it, I can't let you go. You two, please kill them quickly. Yes. The two people rushed towards Suchan. Shwa. A cold light flashed. Puff thump thump. Two men collapsed on the deck. Suchan said in a cold tone, How dare you use the name of Fairy Tail to traffic people? How do you want to die? The reputation of a guild cannot be disgraced, and any disgrace will result in its destruction. This is a belief that almost all guild mages abide by, and in Suchan's mind, all traffickers should die. Chapter 17. Boy, who are you? Bang! A figure appeared in front of a human trafficker and knocked the human trafficker away. Wow! The sound of boom caused a big hole in the cabin. At first glance, it was Happy flying in midair with Natsu. Natsu said angrily, I am Natsu from Fairy Tail. I have never seen anyone like you. Fairy Tail? Natsu is Fairy Tail's mage? Lucy was shocked when she heard Natsu's words. She never thought that Natsu would be Fairy Tail's magician. Look at that badge. No, Mr. Porla, this is the real thing. The trafficker's face changed immediately when he saw the Fairy Tail Guild badge on Natsu's shoulder. Stupid idiot. Don't call me by my real name. Happy said. Porla. Porla of the Red Sky, the one who was expelled by the Giant's Nose of the Magisters Guild a few years ago. Lucy also now understands that the human trafficker who captured her is not Fairy Tail's magician at all. Hole. What are you still watching doing? Let's kill them together. Only then did the others come to their senses, raise their guns, and shot at Su-chan and Natsu. Happy flew Natsu into the air to avoid the bullets. Su-chan, on the other hand, stood still and didn't move. Su-chan, be careful. Lucy couldn't help but close her eyes after seeing it, not wanting to see Su-chan being shot into a sieve by bullets. Ding ding ding. All the bullets shot at Su-chan were deflected, and Su-chan was not injured at all. Steel skin. The Arrancar's body is covered by armor-like skin that even the tip of a knife cannot penetrate, and is said to have high spiritual pressure hardness. Ordinary attacks can't break the steel skin's defense at all. However, Ulquiorra's steel skin used both hands to resist the Getsuga filling in Kurosaki Ichigo's virtual state and only received a slight injury. The defense power is very high. Although Su-chan's skin is not like armor like steel skin, the defense strength remains unchanged. How is it possible? Advertisement. Everyone on the boat couldn't believe it. Is this person invulnerable? Ring. Su-chan instantly appeared in front of a minion. The Zanpakuto slashed through the man's body, and the minion fell down before he could even say anything, with a look of horror in his eyes. Ring. Su-chan instantly appeared in front of another minion. His Zanpakuto slashed across this person's neck, and another minion fell down. Hole. Go to hell. Porla sent a blazing flame towards Su-chan. A figure appeared in front of Su-chan and was hit by flames. Natsu. Lucy couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw it, because it was Natsu who broke in. Suddenly, in the flames, Natsu gradually swallowed the flames, and Natsu's voice came out from the flames. It tastes terrible. What the hell is this? Are you really a fire wizard? This is the first time you've experienced such an unpleasant fire. What? Except for Su-chan and Happy, everyone on the boat was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Thanks for this. What is this guy human? Fire. He actually ate the fire. Lucy's eyes widened and she said, I've never seen magic like yours. After eating it, the power came out. Natsu began to take a deep breath. One of the gangsters seemed to have discovered something. He pointed at Natsu and said in horror, Mr. Porla, I have seen this kid before. The cherry red hair and the scarf-like scales. It's definitely him. This kid is the real. Call. Advertisement. Boom boom boom. Wow. Violent flames spurted from Natsu's mouth and burned these people. Fire Dragon. Lucy, who often follows fairy tale news, has recognized that Natsu is the real fire dragon. Bang! Porla stepped on the red flames and rushed out of Natsu's flames. Seeing that his ship was destroyed and all his men were killed, two damn brats. How dare you destroy my ship? Porla really wanted to kill both Natsu and Su-chan, but he also saw that neither Su-chan nor Natsu were easy to mess with. I'll let you go this time. The next time I see you, it will be your death. After Porla said her harsh words, she turned around and ran away. When Lucy saw it, she shouted, No, he's going to run away. Happy, chase, Natsu said to Happy, but as soon as he turned around, he saw the wings behind Happy disappearing. Not enough magic. Whoa. Natsu and Happy fell from midair. Porla felt relieved when she saw Natsu and Happy falling. If you want to catch up with me, give it another 10 years. Although the loss this time was not small, it was not that big. The lost subordinates are all ordinary traffickers, and you can just recruit some casually. This time I was just unlucky. I pretended to be a fairy tale fire dragon, but I didn't expect to meet the real owner. As long as he is still there, he will be able to make a comeback soon. Buzz. Suddenly, Su-chan's voice sounded and said, You have smeared the reputation of our fairy tale and still want to run away. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Anyone who offends my fairy tale will be punished no matter how far away they are. A small ball of emerald green spiritual pressure condensed on the index finger of his right hand. False flash. Call out. Hearing Su-chan's voice, Porla turned her head instinctively, and her eyes were covered by a dazzling emerald light. Wah-wah-wah. Porla yelled in horror. After the light dissipated, Porla's figure also disappeared. Chapter 18. Magnolia Town Fairy Tale Guild. Looking at the gate, Su-chan had a knowing smile on his face. The Fairy Tale Guild is his most important home in the world, and the members of the guild are also his most important family members. Wow, it's so big. Lucy stood in front of the gate of Fairy Tale Guild and sighed as she looked at the guild. After the human trafficker incident last night, Su-chan took Lucy to the Fairy Tale Guild. Lucy, who had always dreamed of joining the Fairy Tale Guild, immediately accepted. Welcome to Fairy Tale. Mira, here are 3 beers. Okay, Mira replied with a smile. 19-year-old Mila is already slim, with a cute face, a perfect figure, and a red dress. She looks dignified and skillful, and she looks exactly the same as 3 years ago. At the age of 17, Mira became Fairy Tale's new S-class mage. In the same year, Mira chose to retire and now works behind the scenes in the Fairy Tale Guild. Sometimes she works as a waiter, sometimes as a task consultant. When the president is away, Mira is responsible for the tasks assigned by the guild wizards. Mira. Wakaba raised his hand and called Mira. Come on. What's going on? Huh. Wakaba took a puff of cigarette and blew out pink love smoke rings. Go on a date with me next time. So cunning. Save me one step. Disgusting. Mira waved her hand to disperse Wakaba's smoke ring. Bang. Mira used transformation magic and suddenly turned into a fat middle-aged woman and said, Don't you have a wife? Wow. Don't turn into my wife. Wakaba burst into tears. Advertisement, ha 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 ha. Everyone in the guild laughed when they saw this scene. Bang! The door of the guild was kicked open. Natsu came in angrily and said, I'm back. Back. Happy greeted softly. Su-chan also raised his hand and said, I'm back. It's Su-chan, Natsu and Happy who are back. Su-chan hasn't been back for 3 months. Long time no see. Welcome back. Su-chan, Natsu. Happy, Mira said with a bright smile on her face when she saw Su-chan and others appeared. Many people in the guild greeted Su-chan. Natsu kicked one of the buck-toothed guys. UB**************** D. Fire Dragon's news is actually fake. Wow. The buck-toothed brother screamed. It's not my fault. I just heard about it. Natsu ignored him and chased the buck-toothed brother. Many people cheered when they saw the fight. It's a fight. It's a fight. Lucy felt like she had been greatly shocked. At first it was 2 people, then gradually more and more people came, and finally it seemed like everyone in the guild was fighting. Su-chan didn't pay attention to the fights in the guild. Such scenes were too common in Fairy Tale. Su-chan came to Mira and said, Long time no see, Mira. You have become more beautiful. Su-chan, Mira, and Erza are all the same age, 19. The relationship between the 3 people is also very special. Advertisement at first. Before Su-chan came to the guild, Mira and Erza were rivals, just like Natsu and Gray. When Su-chan arrived, the 2 regarded each other as their rivals and also regarded Su-chan as their biggest rival. Because of this, the 3 of them got to know each other, grew up together, and progressed together, and eventually became S-level magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild. Then what happened with Lee-sana happened, and Mira retreated into the background. From then on, Mira always had a smile on her face. In order not to worry the guild members, she would only occasionally show her true feelings in front of Su-chan. The current Mira is what Su-chan likes very much. She is beautiful, gentle, kind, lovely, and virtuous. But the more familiar I am with the old Mira, the more I feel sorry for this kind of Mira. Mira smiled and said to Su-chan, We haven't seen you for a long time. Why have you become so talkative? No way. This is my sincere praise. Su-chan cried out, but he really liked Mira. It's weird to believe you. Who is that girl? Mira rolled her eyes at Su-chan and pointed at Lucy, who was standing in the crowd at a loss. Mira saw the strange and beautiful girl who came back with Su-chan at a glance when she came in. Her name is Lucy. Su-chan talked about what happened when he returned to Harjanport. Suddenly, Guild President Makarov's voice rang out in the guild. Don't stop. You idiots. A huge figure appeared in the guild, and the guild that was having a heated fight suddenly fell silent. So big, Lucy was frightened when she saw such a huge Makarov. President, you are back? Mira greeted Makarov immediately when she saw him. President? Lucy couldn't believe it. This huge monster turned out to be the president of Fairy Tale Guild. Newcomer? Yes, it is. Then the huge figure shrank quickly, and in the blink of an eye it shrank into a little old man less than 1 meter tall. Please give me some advice. So small. Chapter 19. Drink. Makarov shouted softly, stepped on his feet, and did a few forward somersaults. Bang! His head hit the guardrail on the second floor. Trembling, I stood on the second floor guardrail. He took out a stack of documents in his hand and said with an ugly expression, "You have caused trouble for me again, haven't you? Take a good look at how many documents have been sent from the council." First, Gray. Huh. Gray looked stern, obviously feeling that he had done nothing wrong. There was no problem until you caught the smuggling gang. But why are you wandering around naked on the street after that? In the end, he stole someone else's underwear hanging outside and ran away. Gray was very embarrassed when he heard this and was discovered. No, it's not good to be naked. Then don't get naked. Elfman complained beside him. Makarov glanced at Elfman and sighed. Elfman, you kid actually used violence against the object of your protection during the mission. Because he said men should look at their academic qualifications, Kana Alberona falsely reported funds, went to a tavern and drank 15 barrels of wine, and still went to review the budget reports. Discovered. Loki, for provoking the honest granddaughter of Counselor Reggie. A certain entertainment company will also ask you to compensate them for their losses. Then Natsu wiped out the Devon clan of thieves, but destroyed 7 homes. You also knocked down the long-standing clock tower in Julie Village, burn all the churches in Phrygia, destroyed part of Rubina's city. Advertisement. The observatory in the Narina Valley also had to cease operations due to the collapse. Alzak, Levi, Sarusik, Lidas, Varun, Biska, you guys have caused me to be scolded by the judges all the time? The guild fell silent. But those commentators should all eat shit. Huh. All the documents in Makarov's hands burned. Huh. Lucy didn't expect the president to do this. Makarov threw the lit document down, and Natsu jumped up and caught it in his mouth. Listen, all powers that are beyond common sense are born from common sense. Magic is not a miraculous power, but is manifested from the fact that the chi in our body matches the wavelength of the chi flowing in nature. Magic is the result of condensing mental power and concentration. No, it is the result of pouring all your soul into it. If you care about what the people above you mean, you won't be able to make progress if you touch it. Don't be afraid of those fools like the commentators. Just move forward on the path you believe in. This is the magician of fairy tale. Oh. After hearing the president's speech, everyone in the guild cheered, with smiles on their faces again. After finishing, everyone in the guild began to clean up the smashed things. You brat, come here. President Makarov gave Suchun a look. Suchun also came to the President Makarov and began to report on the mission. This mission was not one that Suchun took on himself, but one assigned to him by the president. Advertisement. Because some people in the guild disappeared after receiving the mission, Suchun was asked to investigate. Disappearances are actually not uncommon for the Magisters Guild. The reason is simple. Don't look at the bustle of the Magisters Guild. Being a guild mage is actually a very dangerous job. If you are not careful, you may not see the sun tomorrow. Therefore, most of the magicians in the guild are in a state of carpe diem, enjoying life while they are still alive. In order to ensure the success of the mission and to protect the safety of guild members, every time someone takes a mission, the guild leader will look over it, determine the difficulty of the task, and whether the wizard who accepts the task can complete it. Only if he thinks he can or is almost able to challenge the president will he allow the wizard to accept the task. But the future is unknown, and there are always countless variables. The president only made his judgment based on his own experience after living for so many years. There will always be an accident, and when an accident occurs, the president will increase the risk of the task to a higher level. If it really cannot be completed, the task may be transferred to other guilds. The mission Suchun took over was also taken over by the president from other guilds. For this mission, several teams of magicians died. Even a regular magicians guild was wiped out, and ordinary small guilds avoided such dangerous tasks. A regular magicians guild has been wiped out, and they would probably be wiped out too if they interfered. But someone still needs to resolve this matter, otherwise the regular guild will lose all face. Moreover, who knows whether it will affect his own guild. As the strongest president of the local guild alliance, President Makarov will naturally take over this troublesome matter. Guild Arts went on a century-old mission 3 years ago. He hasn't come back yet, and he doesn't know whether the mission was a success or a failure. Therefore, he can only rest assured that this matter can only be left to Suchun, the strongest magician of Fairy Tail Guild. And this mission is indeed not simple. It involves more than 24 dark guilds, and it is a medium to large dark guild alliance. It took Suchun 3 months to eliminate all these guilds from the continent. Well done. Chapter 20. Well done. Makarov snapped. The reason why a regular guild becomes a regular guild is because everything a regular guild does is in compliance with the law and rules. The Dark Guild is a group of people with no rules. They accept any task, such as assassinating anyone. There are many such tasks, and the rewards are also very high. Many regular guilds cannot withstand the temptation of money and will degenerate into dark guilds. And killing a magician's guild is simply unconscionable. If this matter is not handled well, the reputation of the local guild will be severely damaged. Maybe some people don't dare to join regular guilds, which will cause dark guilds to become even more rampant. Su-chun still didn't know how big an earthquake his actions had caused in the dark world. So many dark guilds had been liquidated, which had to put everyone in the other dark guilds in danger. Thank you for your hard work again this time, Makarov said to Su-chun. What's so hard about this? It's the same with other tasks. Makarov shook his head. How could it be the same? Suddenly, a child's voice said, Isn't my father back yet? Su-chun looked over and saw a 5 or 6-year-old child appearing in front of him. Romeo, Macao's son. Macao was always busy with work, which led to his wife running away, leaving him and Romeo behind. From then on, because Macao needed to take care of his children, the tasks he took on were all small tasks not far from here. Even if the task takes half a day, he will send Romeo to the guild first and ask the people in the guild to take care of him. So most people in the guild know Romeo. After seeing Romeo, Makarov said, Stop making trouble, Romeo. You are the child of a wizard. You should trust your father and wait at home for his return. But he clearly said he would go home in 3 days, but it's been a week and I still haven't seen him back. Macao went to work at Huckabee Mountain, which is not far from here. Go help me find him. I'm so worried about him. Advertisement, Makarov scolded. Stop making trouble. Your father is a magician. This guild does not need help from others to wipe the magician's butt. Go home and drink milk. Bad guy. Romeo jumped up and punched Makarov in the face, then turned around and ran out crying. So heartless. Lucy couldn't help but said when she saw this scene. Mira said, That being said, the president is actually very worried. What did Macao do? Su-chun asked. He went to Huckabee Mountain to conquer Walken. I don't know what prompted him to take over Walken's mission alone. Bang! Natsu looked at the task commission he had just taken off his hand, inserted it directly back into the commission column, turned around and walked out with his luggage. Nab, who always hovers in front of the commission column, said, Hey, Natsu, you broke the commission column. How? President, there's something wrong with that boy Natsu. That kid probably wants to save Macao, but he's still immature after all. That would only hurt Macao's pride. The corners of Makarov's lips raised slightly and he said, The path you want to take is up to you. Let him go. Su-chun frowned. He had completely forgotten this plot, but Natsu was there, and in the future, Macao was the only 2 veteran magicians left in the Fairy Tale Guild, so he was relieved a lot. In the evening, Su-chun returned to his apartment. System. Open my template. A transparent system template appeared in front of Su-chun. Dimensional template system. Host. Su-chun age. 19 advertisement. Has template. Ulquiorra Xifa. Zanpakuto. Blackwing demon. Fusion degree. 71.34%. Have skills. There are 2 ways to improve the degree of fusion. One is to use soul-eating skills to devour souls, and the other is to practice self-cultivation to become stronger. In the first 2 years, Su-chun's template integration has rapidly improved, and his strength has also increased very quickly. But when the fusion degree increased to 50%, Su-chun found that the fusion speed slowed down. In the past, it only took 1 ordinary soul to increase the fusion degree by 0.01%, but now it takes 10. The fusion speed is naturally 10 times slower. Fortunately, the soul of the magician can increase the degree of fusion. The more powerful the soul of the magician, the more the degree of fusion can be increased. Even so, no matter how diligent Su-chun was, killing more than 20 dark guilds in a row and practicing hard, he could only increase the integration level to over 70%. The plot has already begun. I don't know if it will be too late. The next evening, Natsu took the injured Macao back to the guild. Seeing that Macao was back alive, many people in the guild were relieved. Of course, teasing Macao was unavoidable, but more laughter filled the entire guild. In the next 3 days, Su-chun stayed in the guild during the day, chatting with Mira, strengthening their relationship, and taking care of the guild. Delegate board front. Lucy is looking for a job that suits her. Looking for a magic bracelet to unenchant a cursed cane. Hoping to use astrology to divine love. Banish the demon from the volcano? It turns out that there are all kinds of commissions. If there is anything you want to do, you can tell me, because the president is not here, Su Chen said, sitting where he would have been. Lucy was stunned when she heard Su Chen's words, and then realized that the president was not in the guild today. Huh, really? Where is the president? Chapter 21. Mira said. Because there is a regular meeting, he is not here for the time being. What Su Chen did this time was too big, and more than 20 Dark Guilds were destroyed. This is definitely a big earthquake in the Dark Guild. I don't know what kind of counterattack the Dark Guild will issue next. Therefore, local guild alliances need to be prepared in advance. If there is any trouble, other guilds will have time to provide support. Regular meeting? This is another unfamiliar word to Lucy. Mira explained. Guild leaders from various places gather together for meetings and make regular reports. Leaders, let me use the light pin. Give. Mira picked up the light pin and started writing in midair. You have just joined the guild, so it's no wonder you don't understand the structure of the Magic World Organization. The 10 most authoritative members of the Senate in the Wizarding World are related to the government and are responsible for maintaining all order in the Wizarding World. This disease will also judge the wizards who commit crimes. Below him is the guild president, who is responsible for conveying the decisions made at the council, coordinating the communication of opinions among the local guilds, and managing us. It can be said to be quite hard work. Cooperation between guilds is very important. If this is ignored, Natsu quietly walked behind Lucy to scare Lucy and said, "The dark guys are coming." Ahehehe. What are you afraid of? You're still he. Lucy covered her frightened little heart and said, "Ouch. Don't scare me." Happy complained. Coward Lucy, called Coward for short, don't give me random nicknames. Mira warned. However, dark guys do exist. Guilds that do not belong to this alliance are called dark guilds. You need to be careful when encountering those guys. Suddenly, the door of the guild was pushed open. Loki ran in panic and shouted, "It's not good. Erza is back." Advertisement what? Everyone in the guild changed their colors in vain, as if some terrible person had returned. Newcomer Lucy asked in confusion, "What happened? Who is back?" Soon, there was a heavy and oa sound. A figure carrying a huge monster's horn on his shoulder walked into the guild. Blood-red hair, beautiful face, silver armor. The whole person looked very heroic, beautiful and handsome. It is none other than Fairy Tail Guild's S-Class Mage and Fairy Queen, Erza. So beautiful. Lucy couldn't help but say when she saw Erza. Any man or woman who sees Erza will be conquered by Erza's beauty and temperament. I'm back. Will the president be here? You're back. The president has gone to hold a regular meeting. AI. Miss Erza, what is that oversized thing? Huh, this is it? It's the horn I used to defeat demons. The locals gave this to me as a decoration. I thought it was very beautiful, so I took it back as a souvenir. Is it in the way? No. It's nothing. Suppress the demon's horn? Amazing. At this time, Erza's momentum changed. Compared to this, you are just causing trouble. Even if the president forgives you, I won't forgive you. Kana, why are you drinking in such a posture? If Brigitte wants to dance, go dance outside. Wakaba, the cigarette ashes fell. Nab, you are still on the mission as usual. Is the board dangling in front of you? Get to work. Macau, sigh. Erza sighed deeply when she looked at Macau. It was this sigh that made Macau feel even more uncomfortable than being told. You should say something. Really, everyone is heartbroken. Where are Natsu and Gray? Advertisement Gray and Natsu immediately appeared in front of Erza, arm in arm. Hey, Erza, we got along very well today too. Hey, Lucy seemed to be frightened and complained. Natsu has become just like Happy. Mira smiled and explained, because both of them were beaten badly by Erza. Erza nodded with satisfaction after seeing it. Really? Good friends sometimes quarrel, but I just like to see you getting along in harmony. I've said many times, we are not good friends. Hey, Erza, on the other hand, didn't pay any attention to what the two people said. Where is Su-chan? Hey, Erza, long time no see. You have become even more beautiful. Su-chan came to Erza and said hello. Others always get into trouble and are easily scolded by Erza, but this rarely happens to Su-chan. Those who are weak can be dealt with a single strike. Those who are strong will indeed cause some damage, but most of them will be solved quickly. As for going out this time, Su Chun destroyed the Dark Guild in all hidden places. Now those places are now big holes, and all traces of their existence have been erased. It's been a long time. It's only been more than 3 months. How can it become more beautiful and dishonest? No way. I'm telling the truth, Su Chun exclaimed. In his heart, he really felt that Erza was more beautiful. Those things are not important. I came to you because I have something to ask you. I should have asked the president for instructions, but it's the same with you here. What? What's going on? This is the first time I see Erza inviting someone else. Erza invited Su Chun together? Is she going to destroy a city? People in the guild all started talking when they heard that Erza invited Su Chun to perform the mission together. Let's set off tomorrow and prepare. I'll tell you the details on the way. After Erza said that, she turned around and left without asking Su Chun whether he would answer or not. Su Chun was a little helpless. Erza always had her own way of doing things, but he would definitely not refuse Erza's invitation. Chapter 22. The next day, Su Chun arrived at the Magnolia Town train station and soon saw Erza appearing with a large cart of luggage. Sorry for the long wait. Su Chun couldn't help but smile bitterly after seeing it and said, the luggage you carry every time you go out is still so exaggerated. Although I have never gone on a mission with Erza, I have still seen the luggage that Erza carries every time she goes out, as if she is moving. Is it an exaggeration? I think it's normal. The train is leaving soon. Let's get on. Su Chun and Erza quickly got on the train. Neither of them noticed that 2 figures sneaked into the car behind them. Speaking of which, this is my first time doing a mission with you, Erza. When Su Chun first joined the guild, Erza was already an S-level mage in the Fairy Tail Guild. A year later, Su Chun became an S-class mage. It was rare for 2 S-class mages to go on a mission together. Erza still needs to be strong-willed and naturally won't ask for help, so this is the first time he and Erza have gone on a mission together. What? Don't you want to? How is that possible? Of course I do. I am willing to carry out missions with you for the rest of my life. Su Chun looked at Erza with burning eyes. Erza's face turned slightly red when she heard Su Chun's words and met Su Chun's gaze. She was very cute. Su Chun was stunned when he saw it, but Erza immediately returned to her usual calm expression. Okay, it's time to get to the point. Su Chun was a little curious when he heard what Erza said. He didn't know what made Erza, who usually didn't ask for help, ask him for help. The thing is like this. Erza began to describe the reason why she called herself. She met a group of people in the mage bar at Onabasai Station after her last job ended. This group of people wanted to unlock the seal of something called Larabai. At first, she just regarded this as an ordinary task, so she didn't take it to heart. It was only after I almost returned to the guild that I remembered the name Aragor mentioned by the group and felt something was wrong. Aragor? Su Chun felt a little familiar when he heard the name. Advertisement. The Ace of Eisenwald of the Magister's Guild. Aragor, the God of Death, Grim Reaper? Su Chun raised his eyebrows when he heard this title. He is now integrated with the Ulquiorra template, which is a creature that is opposed to the God of Death. The commissions he accepts are all assassination-type jobs, hence the name. After hearing this, Su Chun roughly understood that in the Magic Council, the regular Mage Guild was not allowed to accept assassination-type commissions, and there was only one person who could do such tasks. Dark Guild? Erza nodded and said, yes. Eisenwald was expelled from the Mage Guild Alliance 6 years ago, and is now the Dark Guild. Dark Guild. Su Chun touched his chin. Ever since he knew that soul devouring could increase the degree of fusion, he had taken the initiative to cause trouble for the Dark Guild. He had wiped out some of the most heinous Dark Guilds. There has been little interruption in the past 4 years, which is why his integration level has improved so quickly. This resulted in Su Chun having a low reputation on the road, but in the underworld, Su Chun was simply a god of murder. At this time, at the end of the car far behind, Lucy looked furtively in the direction of Su Chun and Erza. No, it's too far away here. I can't hear what they say, so I have to keep following them. Lucy, are you a stalker? Happy said beside Lucy. No. Lucy complained. If you 2 guys hadn't dragged me here, I wouldn't have come, but you seem interested. I'm not interested. I really don't know why you came up here when you're obviously motion sick. Lucy glanced at Natsu next to her. Huh. Natsu looked very uncomfortable. He was struggling with motion sickness and was about to fall into a coma. At this time, the train entered the Wumba train station and stopped. Su Chun and Erza got up and left. Advertisement, quick. The 2 of them got off the car. Let's follow them quickly. Lucy and Happy quickly got off the train and followed. I was too careless. If I had noticed the name Aragorn at that time, I could have sacrificed all of them to blood. Those guys want to get Larrabee's magic, and they must be planning to do something. I can't just sit back and watch. Suchin raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, Then the matter is very simple. Kill Eisenwald, right? Erza nodded. That's what she thought. It wasn't enough for her to destroy a dark mage guild by herself, but with Suchun, there would be no problem. Do you know where Eisenwald is? I don't know. We'll find out after we split up and investigate this place. Suchun nodded and said, Okay, but there is something that needs to be dealt with first, Suchun said, turning his head and looking behind him. Lucy and Happy were startled and immediately hid behind the wooden box, covering their ears with their hands, and whispered, Can't see me. Can't see me. Then he looked up and saw Suchin's face appeared in front of Lucy and Happy. Aha! Lucy and Happy hugged each other and screamed. Are you the new guy in the guild? Erza had an impression of Lucy, having met her once when she returned to the guild yesterday. Suchin asked, Lucy? Happy? Why are you following us so secretly? Lucy and Happy shook their heads quickly. No. It's not me. It's Natsu. Natsu? Lucy and Happy looked back and saw Natsu was there. No, it can't be. Natsu is missing. Chapter 23. On the train, Natsu was still struggling with motion sickness. Just now, Lucy and Happy ran out in a hurry. As soon as he opened his mouth, a feeling of vomiting appeared. Unable to hold it in, he hurriedly rushed into the toilet. After vomiting, Lucy and Happy had already disappeared, and the train started to move. He didn't even have time to get off, so he had no choice but to continue sitting. At this time, Kageyama came over and said, Little brother, is there anyone sitting here? After saying that, he didn't care whether Natsu agreed or not, and sat down on the seat opposite Natsu. Ouch! You look so uncomfortable. Are you okay? Fairy Tale, a formal guild. I'm so envious. Wumba railway station, that guy Natsu is so reckless and follows you here. That guy is prone to motion sickness. I'm going to give him a good beating when I catch him. That's it. Stop the train quickly. Oh? The train station manager looked confused. What's going on? Our companion fell on the train. I hope you will stop the train so that we can bring our companion back. The administrator refused. Please stop making trouble. It's impossible for me to stop the train for a passenger who missed getting off. Suchun saw the emergency brake behind the administrator. Suchun raised his eyebrows and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Ring. Suchun instantly appeared at the handbrake and then pulled it down. Ding, ding, ding. The sirens started to sound. The whole train station heard the sound. What happened? What happened? Good job, Suchun. We are going to chase Natsu. Please take your luggage to Chili Hotel, Erza said and handed the luggage handle to the still confused administrator. What a mess. Lucy complained that when she and Natsu formed a team, she discovered that Natsu liked to mess around, and now it seems like everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild will mess around. Advertisement Kageyama said to himself, Speaking of Fairy Tale, Mirajane is very famous. I occasionally see her in magazines. She is very beautiful. Why did she retire? She is still so young. Also, although I don't know the name, I heard that there is a new cute girl in your guild. Do you know her? Huh. Natsu didn't reply at all, trying his best to resist motion sickness. There are so many cute girls in the regular guild. I'm so envious. But our guild doesn't have any femininity at all. Give some of it to us. Just joking. I kick. Kageyama kicked Natsu in the face. Why are you ignoring me? You are discriminating against the Dark Guild. Huh. Natsu opened his eyes and patted Kageyama's feet off with his hand. Oh, I finally spoke. You are doing? Ha. I can't hear you clearly, Fairy Tale. Really? It's too eye-catching, isn't it? You're so arrogant just because you're a regular guild. You're really irritating. Yeah. Do you know what we call Fairy Tale? Fly. Hee. Swat the fly. Hey. Kageyama reached out and patted Natsu on the head. Natsu suddenly stood up and glared at Kageyama. Oh, do you want to fight? Whoa. Natsu roared loudly, and his hands ignited with flames. But then he felt motion sickness, and the flames in his hands extinguished instantly. Kageyama hugged his belly and laughed. Hee. What kind of magic is that? The so-called magic. That's how it's used. When Kageyama said this, the shadow under his feet formed a fist and punched Natsu on the chin. Ugh. Natsu fell down in the aisle. Hip-ha. But, damn it. At this time, The emergency brake light sounded, and the driver immediately stepped on the brakes after seeing it. Zitsidi. Woa. Advertisement, what's going on? Emergency stop? The inertia of an emergency stop leaves many people unsteady on their feet. Kageyama's backpack also fell on the train floor, and a three-eyed skull flute fell out of the backpack. Stop, huh? Natsu glanced at the three-eyed skull flute. Look, you saw it. Natsu stood up slowly. It's so noisy. You just moved a lot. This is a return gift. Natsu's fist ignited with flames, and he punched Kageyama in the face with an indomitable momentum. Oh! Kageyama screamed and rolled his body continuously on the ground, smashing the door connecting the two carriages. Fly punch. You brat. Dang dang dang. It has been confirmed that the emergency stop just now was due to wrong news. The train will depart immediately. We are very sorry for the inconvenience caused to all passengers. Natsu's expression changed after hearing this, and he quickly went to get his luggage. Run away. Don't even think about escaping. You actually attacked Eisenwald. I won't just let it go. Damn you, Fly. When Natsu heard this, he glared at Kageyama and said, I also remember your B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* detail. Next time, we will have a showdown outside. Ugh. By this time, the train had started to move. Drink! Natsu just broke the window and jumped out. But as soon as Natsu fell to the ground, the magic four-wheeler driven by Erza appeared in front of Natsu. Whoa! Natsu screamed in fright when he saw it. Erza turned quickly and avoided Natsu's body. Wow! The magic four-wheeler spun around several times and then stopped. Erza jumped directly in front of Natsu, slapped Natsu on the face and sent Natsu flying. You idiot! Ugh! Chapter 24. Why did you come here privately? Why don't you get off the car when you get there? Why do you worry me? Bang! Before Natsu could say anything, Erza hit him on the forehead. It hurts. Forget it this time. Just be fine. How can it be okay? I was pestered by a strange guy in the train. He seemed to be some kind of Eisenwald. On the way to chase Natsu, Erza told Lucy and Happy what she and Su-chan were going to do together this time. After knowing that Su-chan and Erza were going to destroy a dark guild, Lucy was very scared and complained about herself. Why come with me? Isn't it nice to stay in the guild honestly? You idiot. It's Eisenwald we're after. Erza slapped Natsu again. How could I know? Erza jumped onto the magic four-wheeler and put on the SE spark plug. Get in the car quickly. The guy should still be in the car. We should be able to catch up if we chase him now. What are the characteristics of that guy? It doesn't have any characteristics. It just has a skull-shaped flute and a skull with 3 eyes. Lucy seemed to have thought of something, and after muttering to herself, she said, that flute is Lullaby, the curse song, the magic of death. What? Kuruki Station, the wizards of the Eisenwald Guild led by the god of death, Aragorn, drove the entire train away. Passengers and drivers all get off the train. This train belongs to Eisenwald. I heard you were coming back on this train, and I couldn't wait any longer, Kageyama. Kageyama handed the curse song to Aragorn and said, I have broken the seal. This is it. Oh, is this the curse song? Then the last piece of the puzzle has been put together. Let's start. Battle plan on. Erza drove the magic four-wheeler forward, and Lucy also told several people what the curse song was. Advertisement: the collective curse was to kill the magic. After hearing this, several people's faces became serious. It would be too dangerous for a guy from the Dark Guild to get this magic. After a while, several people arrived at Kuruki Station. The army had surrounded the place and made a lot of noise. A man with a scythe broke in with a group of people. I know. Those guys are from the Dark Guild nearby. I left a business tool that is more important than my wife in the car. Lucy said, a little puzzled. Those people hijacked the train? What's the use of hijacking a train? It can't be sold for money. If the carriage or ship can understand that the hijacked train can only run on the rails, then it will definitely be stopped at the next train station. Now that the army has been dispatched, those guys will be caught sooner or later. Lucy now hopes that the army will arrest everyone in Eisenwald as soon as possible, so that she does not have to face the danger of several people against a guild. Hearing Lucy's words, Su-chan smiled and shook his head. In this magical world, the army is almost a joke, because the army is just ordinary people. They can deal with some weaker magicians, but they can't deal with the stronger ones. In the same way, the ancient knights of the Magic Council are similar. although they are all law enforcement forces composed of magicians. They feel like they are very powerful, but in fact they are all weaklings, and no magician with any ability is willing to join the Magic Council. If the Magic Council had not possessed the ultimate destructive weapon of magical elf power, it would have been destroyed countless times by the Dark Guild. Fly. He was on this train just now. He was such a random guy. Aragorn grinned, and two wind blades passed between Kageyama's ears. Ah! Kageyama screamed and knelt down to cover his ears. Maybe he noticed it. Kageyama gritted his teeth and said, even if that fly notices it, this plan won't stop, right? Of course, but I don't want to be hindered. Do you understand? Flies? There are forests where we can't let them fly around. Erza was driving fast in the city, and Natsu was already dizzy. Oh, push me down. He really regretted following him this time. Suddenly, smoke billows from the train station ahead. Over there? Every passenger, please leave as soon as possible. It is very dangerous here. Due to the train derailment accident that just occurred, the train cannot enter the station now. The station will be temporarily blocked until internal safety is ensured. There were people outside the station, and a few people finally squeezed in. Advertisement after entering the train station. I found many army soldiers lying on the road. Completely annihilated. Lucy was very surprised when she saw it. Su-chan said calmly, the opponent is an entire guild. In other words, they are all magicians. A platoon of troops is of no use at all. Happy, who was the first to explore the road, flew over and greeted, hurry, the platform is over here. Soon a few people arrived at the platform of Ozabana railway station. Everyone in Eisenwald is gathered here. Lucy was sweating constantly after seeing it. People. So many. Aragorn, the god of death, who was sitting at the top of the train car, saw a few people coming over and said, sure enough, Fairy Tale is here. I've been waiting for it for a long time. Erza said, you must be Aragorn. What is your purpose? I won't let you go if you don't answer obediently. Aragorn said with a smile. I am playing and I have no job, so I am very idle. Ha 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 ha. Everyone in Eisenwald laughed loudly. Aragorn's body flew up as soon as he stepped down. Don't you understand? There's something in this station. When he said this, Aragorn had already arrived at the loudspeaker. Erza's expression changed and she shouted in disbelief. Could it be that you want to play the curse song? What? Lucy's expression changed as much as Happy's. Ugh ha 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 ha. There are hundreds or thousands of people around the curse song station who are joining in the fun. No, if you raise the volume, the whole town will hear this melody of death. Are you planning a massacre? Aragorn opened his arms and said wildly, this is a crackdown. For those idiots who don't know that other people's rights have been taken away, but they still loudly advocate rights and save their own lives. This sin of living in this unfair world without realizing it will be punished by me, the god of death. Carry out the punishment called death. Lucy said, even if you do this, your rights will not be restored. Besides, you must have done something wrong in the first place. There is really no cure. It has come to this point. What I have wanted for a long time. Rights, but power. As long as you have power, you can erase everything in the past and control the future. Are you an idiot? Lucy was furious. Su-chan looked at Erza and said, Erza, how are you? You've almost finished all the questions you want to ask. If there are no questions, I will take action. Let's do it. Erza nodded towards Su-chan. Chapter 25. Ha ha, what did I hear? You still want to take action in the face of so many of us? Everyone in Eisenwald laughed arrogantly. It was really ridiculous that just a few people were dealing with the entire Dark Guild. Buzz. Su-chan's right index finger was pointed at everyone in the Eisenwald Guild, and the emerald green spiritual pressure ball on the tip of the index finger was continuously compressed and concentrated. False flash. Call out. A large emerald green beam shot towards everyone in Eisenwald. Boom. The emerald green flash cut off the train and opened a big hole in the train station. Wow. What is that? Explosion. Run. Run. Outside the train station, citizens who wanted to watch the excitement and refused to leave no matter how much the station administrator tried to persuade them saw the emerald green flash that penetrated the train station. They all screamed and ran away. Everyone in Eisenwald within the range of the light was affected. Whoa. Wah what? After the light disappeared, almost everyone in Eisenwald who saw Su-chan's attack were dumbfounded. Less than half of the people in the Eisenwald Guild were killed by Su-chan, with just one blow. How can this be? Almost at the same time, Erza and Natsu also rushed out. Change into black feather armor. Erza used the transformation magic to transform into black armor with a white cross and bat-like wings on her back. Advertisement, Black Feather Moon Flash. Erza flew through the Eisenwald crowd quickly and slashed at Eisenwald's people with her sword. Puffed, puffed. Whoa! Fire Dragon's Iron Fist? Natsu's fist ignited fire and struck an Eisenwald mage. Boom! Whoa! False bullet! False bullet! False bullet! Immediately afterwards, Suchin fired the dummy bullet as if he wanted no money. Wow! Eisenwald's people were constantly killed by Suchan. These people couldn't even last a round in front of Suchan. After these 4 years of training in the world of fairy tale, Suchan has a soft heart and a soft hand, which does not exist here. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to himself, and he must eliminate all evil. This is his style. How is it possible? Aragorn, the god of death, saw this scene in midair and couldn't believe it. Who were the people from fairy tale? Their strength was so terrifying. A fat guy from the Eisenwald guild hiding behind the crowd seemed to recognize Suchan and several others. Ah! He shouted with a look of horror. Karaka, what are you yelling about? Karaka said in disbelief. I know who they are. The guy with the dragon scale scarf and cherry red hair is the famous fire dragon of fairy tale. What? Fairy tale fire dragon is a mage who has recently become famous in the fairy tale guild. That red-haired woman is the most powerful woman in fairy tale, Erza, known as the Fairy Queen. This advertisement Fairy Queen Erza, who became famous earlier than Natsu's fire dragon, is also known as the strongest female mage in the fairy tale guild. These are two powerful magicians who are famous in fairy tale guild. Why are they here? Finally, Karaka pointed at Suchan with a despairing look on his face. And the guy who shot through the white clothes? Who is he? The fairy tale guild wears white clothes and has a light green long knife at its waist. Have you forgotten the legend spread among the dark guild? It's over. We're all done. After hearing Karaka's reminder, Eisenwald's people immediately looked at Suchan, matching the name in their minds, and their heartbeats seemed to have stopped. There is a legend among the dark guilds. There is a magician from the fairy tale guild who single-handedly destroyed many dark guilds. Especially not long ago, an alliance composed of more than 20 dark guilds was completely destroyed. There is no airtight wall in the world. The Dark Guild has the channels of the Dark Guild. So many people in the Dark Guild know who did all this. Suchan was also included in the list of Super S-level terrorists by the Dark Guild, and was also number 1 on the most wanted list. By Yaksha, Suchan. White means that Suchan always wears white clothes, and it also means that Suchan belongs to a regular guild and is on the white path. Yaksha describes Suchan's methods as cruel and ruthless as Shura Yaksha. How is this possible? Why would such a big shot appear here? All the remaining magicians in Eisenwald were frightened. Suchan was not well known among ordinary people, but in the Dark Guild, he was a natural disaster. He would die wherever he went. It's over. We're done. Aragorn's face suddenly changed at this time and became very ugly. He had also heard of the name White Yaksha Suchan. Although I don't know what his true strength is, seeing the destructive power Suchan showed just now, he is definitely not in vain. What's more, with the Fairy Queen and the Fire Dragon here, he has almost no chance of winning. Eisenwald's waste is almost useless. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have ambushed you here, but it's impossible for him to give up like this. He's definitely going to make some old guy pay. Aragorn turned around and ran away. Ring. Suchan's figure instantly appeared in front of Aragorn. Where do you want to go? Chapter 26. Get away. Aragorn immediately swung his scythe towards Suchan's neck. Ding! Suchan raised the little female fingers of his left hand and firmly blocked Aragorn's scythe. Now that Suchan's fusion with Ulquiorra has exceeded 70%, his steel skin defense is becoming more and more abnormal, and ordinary magic cannot break through the defense at all. Aragorn's face was full of disbelief after seeing it. No, this is impossible. Lucy was a little dumbfounded when she saw it. Although she had seen Suchan blocking bullets with his body before, it was still very shocking to see Suchan blocking Aragorn's scythe with her little female fingers. Moreover, can Suchan fly? Erza, Natsu, and Happy all knew about Suchan's invulnerability, but they still felt that Suchan seemed to be getting stronger again. Everyone in Eisenwald felt a little desperate. No, I don't believe it. Aragorn kept swinging the scythe at Suchan, but Su-chan easily blocked it with a little female finger. Is this the only level you have? At this level, you still dare to call yourself the god of death? Damn it, don't be too proud. Storm wave. Aragorn raised his hand and unleashed a tornado. Boom, boom, boom. Su-chan was hit in the front by the tornado, and a big hole was opened in the wall behind Su-chan. Ha ha ha. Let you underestimate me. Soon the smoke and dust of the storm dissipated, and Su-chan stood still in midair, unscathed, except for his hair being slightly messed up. Is this the only level? Su-chan said calmly without expression. This is the biggest insult in Aragorn's opinion. He is the trump card of the Dark Guild Eisenwald, and he has never been insulted like this before. Don't be too arrogant. You brat. Stormcoat. Aragorn's face became twisted because of anger. Advertisement. The storm wrapped around Aragorn's body and quickly rotated, forming an armor that seemed to be formed by the storm. This powerful storm was felt even below. The wind is so strong. It's like a typhoon, Lucy said in surprise. Su-chan raised his brows and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Oh, this looks interesting. Go to hell. Aragorn raised his hand and waved. Boo! A large number of wind blades were shot out from Aragorn's hands and attacked Su-chan. Su-chan stood still and didn't move. Aragorn smiled ferociously, as if he saw Su-chan being cut into pieces by the wind blade. Bang, bang, bang. The wind blades released by Aragorn were shattered when they landed on Su-chan. Lucy, Eisenwald, and everyone including Aragorn were all dumbfounded. Everyone in Eisenwald knows how powerful their guild's ace is. Looking at the wall behind Su-chan being cut open, you can see how powerful Aragorn's wind blade magic attack is. But even this didn't hurt Su-chan even a hair. Is this just like this? If this is just like this, then there is no need to continue. Hole. How dare you look down on me like this? I don't care if you are a white yiksha or a black yiksha. Anyone who hinders me will die. I will show you my strongest attack. Watch the trick. The wind-flying magic that can tear everything into pieces, Emerald Swift. Aragorn raised his index and middle fingers with both hands, and powerful magic energy gathered on the two fingers. The magic gathers like green leaves condensing between the fingers. Suffer death. You brat in white. Aragorn crossed his four fingers, forming a terrifying and sharp magic shock and rushed towards Su-chan. Be careful. Lucy couldn't help shouting as she felt this terrible attack. Advertisement. Su-chan stood there and raised his palm sideways. Boom, 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 boom. The wall of the train station behind Su-chan was suddenly shattered, leaving a huge hole. But Su-chan still stood there without moving. People in Aragorn and Eisenwald all felt an emotion called fear after seeing it. No, this is impossible. I don't believe that even my strongest attacks can't hurt you. I don't believe it. Su-chan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said, No, you still hurt me just a little bit. An almost invisible wound appeared on Su-chan's palm, and it healed completely without even bleeding. Okay, it's time to kill you. Damn it. Ring. Su-chan instantly appeared behind Aragorn and kicked towards Aragorn. Aragorn quickly turned around and used his weapon to resist. Bang! Call out. Aragorn's body fell to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Aragorn dragged a long hole in the ground. Huh, it's okay. You brat. There's no way you can break through the defense of my stormcoat. Ring. Su-chan had already appeared next to Aragorn and kicked Aragorn in the face. Boom, boom, boom. The ground exploded, and when the smoke dissipated, a huge crater appeared on the ground. Aragorn's nose was bruised and his face was swollen. His teeth were knocked out, his eyes turned white, and he passed out. Chapter 26. Get away. Aragorn immediately swung his scythe towards Su-chan's neck. Ding! Su-chan raised the little female fingers of his left hand and firmly blocked Aragorn's scythe. Now that Su-chan's fusion with Ulquiorra has exceeded 70%, his steel skin defense is becoming more and more abnormal, and ordinary magic cannot break through the defense at all. Aragorn's face was full of disbelief after seeing it. No, this is impossible. Lucy was a little dumbfounded when she saw it. Although she had seen Su-chan blocking bullets with his body before, it was still very shocking to see Su-chan blocking Aragorn's scythe with her little female fingers. Moreover, can Su-chan fly? Erza, Natsu, and Happy all knew about Su-chan's invulnerability, but they still felt that Su-chan seemed to be getting stronger again. Everyone in Eisenwald felt a little desperate. No, I don't believe it. Aragorn kept swinging the scythe at Su-chan, but Su-chan easily blocked it with a little female finger. Is this the only level you have? At this level, you still dare to call yourself the god of death? Damn it. Don't be too proud. Storm wave. Aragorn raised his hand and unleashed a tornado. Boom, boom, boom. Su-chan was hit in the front by the tornado, and a big hole was opened in the wall behind Su-chan. Ha ha. Let you underestimate me. Soon the smoke and dust of the storm dissipated, and Su-chan stood still in midair, unscathed, except for his hair being slightly messed up. Is this the only level? Su-chan said calmly without expression. This is the biggest insult in Aragorn's opinion. He is the trump card of the Dark Guild Eisenwald, and he has never been insulted like this before. Don't be too arrogant. You brat. Stormcoat. Aragorn's face became twisted because of anger. Advertisement. The storm wrapped around Aragorn's body and quickly rotated, forming an armor that seemed to be formed by the storm. This powerful storm was felt even below. The wind is so strong. It's like a typhoon, Lucy said in surprise. Su-chan raised his brows and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Oh, this looks interesting. Go to hell. Aragorn raised his hand and waved. Boo! A large number of wind blades were shot out from Aragorn's hands and attacked Su-chan. Su-chan stood still and didn't move. Aragorn smiled ferociously, as if he saw Su-chan being cut into pieces by the wind blade. Bang, bang, bang. The wind blades released by Aragorn were shattered when they landed on Su-chan. Lucy, Eisenwald, and everyone including Aragorn were all dumbfounded. Everyone in Eisenwald knows how powerful their guild's ace is. Looking at the wall behind Su-chan being cut open, you can see how powerful Aragorn's wind blade magic attack is. But even this didn't hurt Su-chan even a hair. Is this just like this? If this is just like this, then there is no need to continue. ****. How dare you look down on me like this? I don't care if you are a white yaksha or a black yaksha. Anyone who hinders me will die. I will show you my strongest attack. Watch the trick. The wind flying magic that can tear everything into pieces, Emerald Swift. Aragorn raised his index and middle fingers with both hands, and powerful magic energy gathered on the two fingers. The magic gathers like green leaves condensing between the fingers. Suffer death. You brat in white. Aragorn crossed his four fingers, forming a terrifying and sharp magic shock and rushed towards Su-chan. Be careful. Lucy couldn't help shouting as she felt this terrible attack. Advertisement. Su-chan stood there and raised his palm sideways. Boom, 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 boom. The wall of the train station behind Su-chan was suddenly shattered, leaving a huge hole. But Su-chan still stood there without moving. People in Aragorn and Eisenwald all felt an emotion called fear after seeing it. No, this is impossible. I don't believe that even my strongest attacks can't hurt you. I don't believe it. Su-chan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said, No, you still hurt me just a little bit. An almost invisible wound appeared on Su-chan's palm, and it healed completely without even bleeding. Okay, it's time to kill you. Damn it. Ring. Su-chan instantly appeared behind Aragorn and kicked towards Aragorn. Aragorn quickly turned around and used his weapon to resist. Bang! Call out. Aragorn's body fell to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Aragorn dragged a long hole in the ground. Huh, it's okay. You brat. There's no way you can break through the defense of my stormcoat. Ring. Su-chan had already appeared next to Aragorn and kicked Aragorn in the face. Boom, boom, boom. The ground exploded, and when the smoke dissipated, a huge crater appeared on the ground. Aragorn's nose was bruised and his face was swollen. His teeth were knocked out, his eyes turned white, and he passed out. Chapter 27. So awesome. Natsu was very excited when he saw Su-chan defeating Aragorn so neatly. Ever since Su-chan defeated Gildarts in the S-Class Wizard Assessment, Natsu has regarded Su-chan as his idol and goal. Over the years, I have been working hard to become stronger so that I can challenge Su-chan in the future. Erza looked at Su-chan and said, He has indeed become stronger again. Lucy was trembling with fear. It's so scary. Happy said to Lucy, Lucy, you're leaking so much juice. That's sweat. The Eisenwald Guild's trump card, Aragorn, was taken care of, and the remaining people stopped resisting and all surrendered. Suddenly, a hoarse and unpleasant voice sounded. Hee hee hee. What a bunch of useless trash. I really can't stand it anymore. I'll do it myself. What? Everyone was stunned when they heard the sound, and then looked in the direction of the sound, and saw green smoke emitting from the three-eyed skull flute that had fallen to the ground at some point. The flute has spoken. Happy, Soon the smoke formed, and a huge, three-eyed monster that looked like it was made of wood appeared in front of everyone. Boom, boom, boom. The ceiling of the train station was also punctured and many pieces fell down. Monster! Run quickly! Many citizens in the city screamed and ran away when they saw this huge monster. The huge, three-eyed monster said, "Let me swallow your souls." Everyone in Eisenwald was frightened. What is this? We didn't know there was such a thing. What's going on? Why is there a monster inside the flute? Karaka, who recognized Suchian and others in Eisenwald, said tremblingly, This is the devil in the Book of Zerif. It's over. We are all going to die now. Zerif? Is that Zerif? Lucy's eyes widened with disbelief on her face. She had read the story about the black mage Zerif in the book. Erza looked very ugly when she heard Zerif, which reminded her of her life when she was a child and was enslaved by the dark magic order who worshipped the black mage Zerif. Advertisement Natsu looked confused and asked, "Who is Zerif?" Lucy explained, "Zerif, the strongest, most ferocious and evil black mage in the history of the wizarding world, is said to have used magic to create living demons. Those demons are also known as the demons of the Book of Zerif. I'm so hungry, let me taste your souls." Natsu turned to look at Lucy and said, "What? Can souls be eaten too? Is it delicious?" Lucy complained, "How do I know? And don't look at me and drool. I originally wanted to let these guys blow the whistle, but I didn't expect that so many people can't beat just 3 people. Only I can do it myself. I will swallow all your souls." Not good. The curse song is coming. Ah! Natsu and Erza immediately rushed forward. False bullet. Suchin fired a blank bullet directly into the monster's big mouth, interrupting the monster's release of magic. Boom! Whoa! Damn it! You little devil! Erza changed into the heavenly wheel armor and slashed the monster's leg with her sword. Ugh! Fire dragon's hook! Natsu kicked the monster's other leg. Aha! Boom! The monster lost its balance and knelt on the ground. Damn it! Ring! Suchin instantly appeared in front of the monster's head as if teleporting. When the monster saw Suchin appear, he immediately shouted, "Go to hell!" The huge fist hit Suchan. Boom! Suchan raised his left hand and firmly caught the monster's fist. Really? The monster's eyes widened after seeing it, with a look of disbelief on his face. Advertisement Suchan slowly raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at the monster's head. Buzz! The emerald green spiritual pressure condensed into a small emerald green ball in front of the index finger. Oops. No, 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 no. False flash. Call out. Boom, boom, boom. Another large-scale emerald green flash shot out, piercing the train station again, and people outside saw another emerald green light emitting from the train station. After the light disappeared, the head of the huge monster that just appeared also disappeared. Bang! The monster's body slowly fell down. Did it? So awesome. Is this the magician from Fairy Tale? Everyone in Eisenwald looked at Suchan and others in shock. They thought they were going to die just now, but they didn't expect that they all survived. Are they the magicians from the Fairy Tale Guild that they are against? Their strength is too terrifying. Soul Eater. Suchin secretly turned on Soul Eater, and a black hole appeared in his palm, like a hole unique to the void. Ding! Absorb the demon soul from the Book of Zerif. Fusion degree increased by 1%. Current template fusion degree, 72.35%. Suchan was stunned when he heard this prompt. He just tried it out of habit after every battle. Unexpectedly, the fusion degree suddenly increased by 1%. This is equivalent to the souls of 1,000 ordinary people, and it would also take hundreds of people to convert it into a magician. Suddenly, a large number of footsteps sounded. Quick! Surround this place. Don't let anyone escape. When Suchan and others heard this voice, their expressions changed. No, it's the ancient knights of the Magic Council. Run! Suchan, Erza, and Natsu Happy ran away immediately after hearing the sound, leaving Lucy alone. Soon, the ancient knights came in and surrounded everyone. Seeing the ancient knights surrounding her, Lucy was dumbfounded. Dash. Chapter 28. Magic Council Era. Even removing one Eisenwald won't solve the underlying problem. There are countless dark guilds. Then it's time to formulate a strategy of annihilation. How to do it? We won't be able to bear it if someone uses Zerif's magic in the future. It's strange how such a powerful magic can be obtained so easily. Counselor OG held the three-eyed skull flute that had been resealed, but at this time the skull's head had been shattered and re-glued. It seems that the responsibility will be traced to the management, Cheekline said with a smile, thanks to the help of Fairy Tail, who is usually avoided this time. Michelo said, thank you? How much trouble they caused. Almost the entire Asabana train station was destroyed, and how much damage they caused. But what if they cause a massacre at Asabana railway station, or kill all the local guild presidents as those people planned? All the council members fell silent. After interrogation, they learned a shocking news. It turned out that Eisenwald wanted to use the curse song to curse all the local guild presidents to death. If something like this really happens, the status of all the Magic Council members will be in jeopardy, and more severe punishments may occur. Or the massacre at the Ashabana train station. Both were huge events. Everyone should put aside their prejudices and show how they are doing. Soon the council meeting ended and Cheekline returned to his office. After taking a look at the interrogation materials, he chuckled and said, White Yaksha Su-chun. Eisenwald's incident shocked the entire wizarding world. Advertisements, so many people at the Asabana train station witnessed this incident, and it was in the newspapers the day it happened. Then the Magic Council also came forward to praise Fairy Tail for its contribution, giving Fairy Tail some limelight again. Fairy Tail Guild, Su-chan, Erza, Natsu and Happy, you guys are going too far. You only left me alone. Lucy was venting her dissatisfaction to Su-chan and others. Su-chan and others all ran away. She was caught and taken back by the ancient knights of the Magic Council due to her slow reaction. It took 3 days to interrogate and collect evidence before she was released. Su-chan and others were a little embarrassed when they heard Lucy's words. The first general rule of the Fairy Tail Guild is that when the ancient knights come to arrest someone, run away if you can, and never get caught on the spot. If you are caught on the spot, no matter whether it is your fault or not, you have to take him back for interrogation. The short one may take half a day, and the long one may take a week. It is very troublesome. If you don't get caught, you can just write a confession later. Just like the documents the president got that day. They all forgot that Lucy, an inexperienced newbie, was there. Well, every time you suffer, you will gain wisdom. If you remember better this time, you will be able to run away next time. Su-chan persuaded Lucy. Lucy looked at Su-chan with resentful eyes. Was this what she was talking about? Mira smiled and said to Lucy, Lucy, you are in the limelight again this time. You wiped out the entire Eisenwald guild by yourself. I'd rather not have this limelight. The last time she and Natsu went on a mission, she was in the limelight because Natsu killed everyone even though she didn't do anything. As a result, she did nothing this time and was in the limelight again. When the reporter showed up, she was the only one caught, so Lucy reported it to the newspaper. Huh. Su-chan raised his eyebrows. Mira noticed that Su-chan's expression changed and couldn't help asking, what's wrong? Erza also felt it at this time. So sleepy. This is... Soon, almost everyone in the guild fell asleep. Advertisement, only Su-chan and President Makarov remained awake. Soon there were footsteps, and a man walked in with his face and body covered tightly with black cloth. Su-chan said to the visitor, It's been a long time since I saw you, and the way you appear has remained the same. Mistigan, there's actually no need to do it like this every time. If you have time, you can sit down and have a drink with everyone. Su-chan met Mistigan not long after he entered the guild, so his memory of Mistigan is still very deep. After all, Mistigan is also a time traveler, but he traveled through Fairy Tail's parallel world, and he traveled through Blue Star from another plane. I don't like to be seen, Mistigan said after a pause, and then came to the task commission board and accepted the task of cleaning up and conquering the volcano demon with a reward of 1 million J. He took this task and gave it to the president and said, I'm leaving first. Unlock the hypnotic magic, Makarov said while suppressing his sleepiness. Mistigan turned and walked out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After Mistigan disappeared, almost everyone in the guild woke up. This feeling, is it Mistigan? That be asterisk 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 D. This hypnotic magic is still as powerful as ever. Mistigan? Lucy was a little confused. Loki said, Fairy Tail Lee is one of the candidates for the strongest magician. Then Loki realized that he was actually talking to Lucy and was startled and quickly backed away. Gray said, for some reason, he didn't want people to see his face, so he made everyone fall asleep like this every time he came to get a task. So no one except the president and Su-chan has seen Mistigan. What? Isn't this too weird? Suddenly, a voice sounded from the second floor. Huh? I know it. Chapter 29. Many people looked up to the second floor and saw a man wearing leopard print clothes, with short blonde hair, a lightning mark on the right side of his face, and headphones on his ears. He looked like a bad boy holding a hand on his arm. Standing on the guardrail, he looked down at the people below with a leisurely expression. Laxus, are you there? You're actually here? Laxus, come down and fight me. Natsu stood on the table and shouted to Laxus on the second floor. Laxus looked at Natsu with a playful expression on his face and said, You are not even an S-class magician, so what qualifications do you have to compete with me? However, if you come up here, I will not compete with you. Can't. Wait for me. Natsu ran towards the stairs to the second floor angrily. Suddenly, Makarov's arm quickly extended, and his fist became larger and fell from the sky. Bang! Natsu was knocked to the floor with a bang. You can't go up there yet, you're not good enough. Laxus teased Natsu and said, Hey, you made the old man angry. Natsu looked unconvinced. Makarov glanced at Laxus. Laxus, you should stop. Have I done enough? If I had done enough, would the guild be as famous as it is today? On the other hand, the person next to you, who is the strongest in the fairy tale guild, seems to have made no contribution at all. No one outside has ever heard of it. Advertisement, the shelf life of your strongest product is too long, so it's time to give it away now. Now I am the strongest in fairy tale, Laxus said and looked at Su-chan provocatively, but Su-chan ignored him at all. Seeing that Su-chan ignored him, as if he didn't take him seriously, Laxus felt a little angry. Just wait. It won't be long before I personally snatch the title of fairy tale's strongest from your hands. Ha 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 ha. After speaking, Laxus laughed and entered the room on the second floor. President Makarov sighed helplessly after hearing this. After all these years, Laxus is still as competitive as a child who has not grown up. Makarov said to Su-chan, Su-chan, don't take it too seriously. Su-chan smiled and said to Makarov, Don't worry, old man, this isn't just once or twice. Just ignore it. Makarov nodded happily. Su-chan was younger than Laxus, but he was much more mature. It would be great if Laxus was half as mature as Su-chan. Laxus is just as shown in the anime, withdrawn, unsociable, and always has an unruly attitude. In the first year after joining the guild, Su-chan didn't even say a few words to Laxus. After Su-chan defeated the Guildarts 3 years ago, Su-chan became the strongest mage in the Fairy Tail Guild. From then on, Laxus regarded Su-chan as his biggest rival, and there was no communication. Occasionally, there would be some sarcastic provocations, but Su-chan ignored them. After all, Laxus was still the grandson of the old man. For the sake of the old man, I won't argue with Laxus. Lucy curiously asked Mira, What did the president mean when he said he couldn't go to the second floor? Advertisement, it's too early for you. The tasks on the commission board on the second floor are not as difficult as those on the first floor. They are all S-level tasks. A judgment master can save one's life during the mission. In contrast, the reward for the mission will be very high. Anyone who can perform S-level missions must be approved by the president. Now the qualified people include Su-chan and Erza, Laxus and Mystigan, a total of 6 people. 6 people? Su-chan, Erza, Mist, Laxus. Who are the other 2? One is Uncle Guildarts, who went on a mission 3 years ago and hasn't come back yet, and the other one is me, Miss Mira. Lucy was very surprised. She had no idea that Mira, who usually seemed to be a guild waiter, was actually an S-level mage of Fairy Tail Guild. Why did Miss Mira retire? She is still so young. Mira couldn't help showing a look of loneliness and pain on her face, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye and returned to her usual bright smile and said, Well, something happened. As if to change the subject, Mira warned Lucy, Don't aim for S-level missions. These are life-threatening jobs. No. Lucy waved her hands in fright. She had just experienced a life-threatening job. After seeing it with her own eyes, she would not do any S-level tasks. It was better to leave such dangerous tasks to dangerous people. Who did Laxus mean by the strongest magician in the Fairy Tail Guild just now? Mira smiled and said to Lucy, Have you not seen her before? It's Su-chan. Su-chan. Su-chan's strength is indeed as terrifying as that of a monster, but how can I put it? He doesn't seem to have the aura of the top master of the Fairy Tail Guild. Myra's eyes seemed to be lost in memories, and she said, That's because you haven't seen Su-chan show his full strength. Su-chan's full strength? Chapter 30. Oops. President, there is one missing letter of authorization on the second floor. Early the next morning, when Mira was checking the mission commission, She found that there was one missing S-class mission on the second floor. She hurriedly walked down from the second floor of Fairy Tail Guild and shouted. Everyone in the guild became quiet after hearing the news. S-level requests are not simple requests. Only S-level wizards in the guild can do them. Laxus sat on the chair on the second floor and said with a smile, "Last night I saw a cat tearing it away sneakily. By the way, the cat still had wings." Happy? So Natsu and Lucy are also involved? What are you thinking, those idiots? These idiots must have gone too far this time. They just went on an S-level mission casually? Laxus said, "This is a serious violation of our guild's rules. They will be kicked out of the guild when they come back. Right, old man? Then again, if you still want to do an S-level mission with the skills of a three-legged cat, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back, ha ha ha." Mira glared at Laxus and said, "Laxus, why didn't you stop them when you knew the consequences?" Laxus quibbled, "I only saw a gust of wind blowing, and a cat tore a piece of paper and ran away. How did I know it was Happy? How did I know that Natsu was going to go on an S-level mission? Which piece of paper is missing?" Makarov asked. He didn't want to get entangled in this matter anymore. He had to understand where Natsu had gone in order to quickly bring Natsu and the others back. The Cursed Island, Galuna Island, is it Devil's Island? Advertisement Makarov couldn't help but exclaimed when he heard Myra's words. Everyone in the guild was quiet. The name of Devil's Island was relatively famous among the magicians. After all, it is important for magicians to know where they can go and where they cannot go. Devil's Island is an island classified as dangerous. It is said that many demons live on the island. "Suchan, go bring those idiots back," Makarov said to Suchan. Now the only people in the guild who have the ability to bring Natsu and the others back are Suchan and Laxus. It was impossible to ask Laxus, a guy with a twisted personality, to bring Natsu and the others back, so he had to ask Suchan. Laxus felt angry when he heard that the old man didn't even mention his name, but directly called Suchan. He obviously trusted Suchan even more. From the moment Suchan joined the guild, the old man trusted Suchan more than he trusted his own grandson. "Old man, you once said that magicians who have caused troubles that they can't clean up are not worthy of being in our guild, right? Since Natsu and the others have caused troubles, they should just leave." Laxus looked at Maka Love, said aggressively. Makarov heard Laxus's words and immediately understood that Laxus still had a grudge against Ivan, Laxus's father, who he had kicked away. Suchan seemed to have not heard what Laxus said at all and said, "Old man, I'm leaving first." "Stop!" Laxus shouted angrily when he saw Suchan ignoring him. The guild became quiet. Both Suchan and Laxus were S-class magicians in the guild. Their status was higher than ordinary magicians like them. The main thing was that a fight between the two would be earth-shattering. Suchan looked back at Laxus and said coldly, "If you are dissatisfied, just say so. The life safety of your guild companions is not a reason or method for you to vent your dissatisfaction. You are so old, but you are still so childish, so you are not afraid of being laughed at by others. What did you say?" Laxus glared at Suchan, the golden arcs on his body crackling, as if he was about to take action at any time. "If you are not satisfied with me, or want to be the strongest in Fairy Tail Guild, then you can give it a try and I will let you understand why I am the strongest and you are not." After Suchan finished speaking, he ignored Laxus and turned to leave the guild. Advertisement, Suchan. Laxus roared loudly and clenched his fists. He really wanted to fight Suchan and take away Suchan's reputation as the strongest Fairy Tail Guild. But now that the old man is still here, it is almost impossible to start a real fight. The old man will definitely stop it. Sooner or later, I will personally take over the strongest guild. That belongs to me. After finishing speaking, Laxus turned around and entered the room on the second floor, took off an S-class commission, and left the guild. At this time, many people in the guild dared to take a breath. Wow, I'm scared to death. Same here. I thought the two of them were going to fight now. This is the first time I've seen Suchan so fierce. Maybe Laxus really made Suchan angry. President Makarov was a little helpless. Laxus's mind was too naive. He really didn't know why the kind-hearted Laxus became like this. Suchan had already packed his luggage and was getting ready to set off. He was a little angry at Laxus, but more importantly, he was angry at the audacity of Natsu and others. If Laxus hadn't gotten into trouble, he wouldn't have bothered to argue with Laxus. Suchan's principle has always been to never quarrel when things can be solved by hands. Squeak. Suchan opened the bedroom door and was about to leave. There was already a figure standing at the door. "Gray? What are you doing?" The person standing at the door was Gray, and Su-chun looked like he had packed his luggage and was ready to go. Seeing Su-chun, Gray smiled and said, "I'll go with you too." Chapter 31. After a while, Gray told Su-chun the reason why he appeared here. It turned out that the old man was a little worried when he saw Su-chun getting angry rarely, so he asked Gray to follow him. If Su-chun and Laxus got into a fight outside, someone could inform him so that he could stop it. Su-chun smiled bitterly, not expecting that the old man was actually worried about this. But since the old man would feel more at ease if Gray comes with him, then he should go with Gray. This is the second time he has partnered with Gray. The last time was 3 years ago during his S-Class promotion assessment. Harjan Town, a small town about 400 kilometers away from Magnolia Town. It is also the closest outlet to Magnolia Town. The Fairy Tail Guild must pass through this town before going out to sea to do missions. Su-chun has passed through this town countless times over the years. If you want to go to Galuna Island, this is also the most convenient place. Su-chun and Gray arrived near the pier. After a little inquiry, they found out that Natsu and Lucy had been here yesterday. One has cherry red hair, the other has blonde hair, plus a little blue cat. This combination is naturally very eye-catching. Moreover, these two people are still going to Alcatraz Island, and many ship bosses have impressions of this. Suddenly, an uncle who was punting the boat asked, "Are you two magicians from Fairy Tail too? Are you here to lift the curse of Devil's Island?" "Huh. Who are you, uncle?" "The two wizards from Fairy Tail who came yesterday were my ship to Galuna Island." Gray cursed in a low voice. "Those two idiots did go." "Uncle, we are also going to Galuna Island. Could you please give us a ride?" "Come up." "Thanks." Su-chun and Gray took a boat towards Galuna Island. After an unknown amount of time passed, the uncle who was punting the boat said, "The Galuna Island is ahead. I can't get any closer, otherwise I may be cursed. Just send it here, thank you very much." Advertisement. Gray made a magic pose with his hands. "Ice make floor." The water on the sea froze quickly, and the boat was directly connected to the shore of Galuna Island. Su-chun and Gray quickly slid towards the island, and soon arrived at Galuna Island. Unlike the horror known as Devil's Island, the scenery here is very good. We're finally here. Natsu and the others should be in the village on the island now. Well, let's go. After a while, Su-chun and Gray arrived in front of a village. The village was surrounded by many huge logs. The entrance door moved up and down, but the main door was closed at this time. The words, "No entry," are written on the door. Gray shouted, "Hey, is anyone there?" At this time, Natsu, Lucy, and Happy, who had just arrived in the village, all changed their expressions. This voice is Gray. Natsu and Gray have been old rivals in Fairy Tail for many years, so they are naturally very familiar with Gray's voice. "Why are you here, Gray?" "It must have been discovered that we secretly went on an S-level mission. Then what should we do? Do we have to give up the mission?" "No. No way. We finally managed to secretly do an S-level mission. I must succeed. Are those friends of yours outside? Then I'll ask someone to open the door." After listening to Natsu's words, Mocha, the mayor of Galuna Island, thought that there were friends of several people outside. "Stop." "Shoo." After a while, two figures appeared on the wall. "Who are you?" "We are the wizards of Fairy Tail. I would like to ask if a man and a woman are here with a blue kitten." Advertisement. "No? Then can you let us go in and take a look?" "No. We don't welcome outsiders here. Please leave." Gray glanced at Su-chun. The other person's tone was obviously wrong. After all, he had sent a commission to Fairy Tail. How could he just turn away someone like this? Su-chun said coldly, "Natsu, Lucy, I know you are inside. Open the door quickly, or I will take action." Natsu, Lucy, and Happy's expressions changed drastically when they heard Su-chun's words. They originally thought that Gray was the only one coming, but they didn't expect that Su-chun also came with him. "Do you want to open the door?" Natsu, Lucy, and Happy shook their heads wildly. "Are you kidding me? If Gray is fine alone, Su-chun and the others can't beat him at all. I'm counting 3, 2, 1. If you don't open the door, I'll take action." Su-chun's spiritual pressure condensed on his fist. 3. False bullet. Boom. The village gate was shattered. Whoa. Everyone in the village was shocked. Didn't they say 3, 2, 1? Why did they start as soon as they said 3? Su-chun stepped in and looked at Natsu and the others and said coldly, "Natsu, Lucy, and Happy, you are so brave. You actually dare to sneak over here to do an S-level mission?" Happy quickly flew behind Su-chun and cried, "Su-chun, it's none of my business. They forced me to do this." When Lucy heard Happy's words, She immediately complained, "Traitor! You unfaithful cat! You guys go back with me immediately and accept the punishment from the president." "I'm not going back," Natsu shouted immediately. "What did you say?" Chapter 32. Suchin's face suddenly darkened. He can allow his younger brothers and sisters to be ignorant, but he doesn't like not correcting their mistakes even after they are clearly wrong. "I will not go back. I must do an S-level mission." Ring. Suchin instantly appeared in front of Natsu and waved his arm. "Oh." Natsu flew straight away. Boom. Natsu smashed a house into pieces. Scare. Lucy and Happy were immediately frightened. All the villagers were so scared that they didn't dare to breathe. Gray covered his forehead speechlessly. Natsu, this idiot, has forgotten Suchin's character. How dare he talk to Suchin at this time? Talking back is not asking for a beating. "What did you say?" "Say it again." Natsu sat up from the broken house and said, "It's the same thing again. I won't go back with you." Ring. Suchin instantly appeared in front of Natsu again, raising his foot to kick Natsu sideways. Natsu quickly blocked it with his arms. But Suchin's kicks were so easy to resist. Natsu suddenly felt a powerful and unparalleled force coming towards him. He felt as if he had been hit by a train and flew out before he could react. This feeling was something Natsu had not seen for a long time. Boom. Advertisement: another house was smashed to pieces. "You went on an S-level mission without permission. Don't you know how big of a mistake you made?" "I know, but I still have to do it." False bullet. The red Ryatsu blank bullet landed on Natsu. Boom. Wow. Knowingly committing a crime will be punished with an additional penalty. Natsu stood up tremblingly. The old man said that only magicians who can complete S-level tasks are worthy of being promoted to S-level. If I succeed this time, the old man will recognize my strength. False bullet. Boom. Ugh. What the old man said is not for you, but for all those who have qualified for S-class magician promotion. If you want to become an S-class magician, just get the qualification for me. If you want to do S-class missions, just do it for me. Call me an S-class mage. In this case, I will never be able to do S-level missions. Suchin became even more angry when he heard Natsu's self-defeating words. Ring. Suchin appeared in front of Natsu, grabbed Natsu's scarf, and lifted Natsu's body up. "What are you talking about? Is this your attitude towards becoming an S-class mage? With the powerful Fire Dragon Slayer magic, have you lost confidence that you can become an S-class mage?" Suchin kept beating Natsu, and Natsu became bruised and swollen. Advertisement: suddenly, Happy came to Suchin's feet and pulled Suchin's trouser legs and cried, "No, don't fight. Suchin, don't fight. Natsu just wants to see Dragneel after becoming an S-class mage." Suchin's anger softened after hearing Happy's words, and he casually put Natsu still on the ground. Some of them said, "I don't know how many people in the guild are envious of the Fire Dragon Slayer magic that Dragneel taught you, but you don't even have the confidence to become an S-class mage. Do you think Dragneel would want to see this? Of you?" Natsu fell silent after hearing Suchin's words. "You are seeking death, and you are bringing Happy and Lucy here. Have you forgot about Lisana?" Natsu and Happy's pupils shrank suddenly when they heard Suchin's words, and then their faces turned pale, and Gray's expression also turned slightly gloomy. Only Lucy didn't know who Lisana Suchin was talking about and looked confused. However, looking at the current atmosphere, it was obviously not the time to ask who Lisana was. "It's not up to me to decide your punishment. We'll see what the old man decides when we return to the guild. You should be mentally prepared whether you should be kicked out of the guild or whatever." Kicked out of the guild? Lucy was a little scared. She had just joined the fairy tale guild that she had dreamed of. Was she going to be kicked out of the guild so soon? If she had known better, she wouldn't have been greedy for the door key reward. Suchin said he found a chair and sat down, looking at all the villagers and saying, "Tell me, what's going on with this mission?" Everyone was stunned when they heard Suchin's words. Gray said, "Suchin, didn't we take Natsu and the others back? Why are we starting the mission?" Although it was Natsu and the others who took the mission privately and escaped, this matter concerns Fairy Tail's reputation. We cannot let Fairy Tail's reputation be ruined in the hands of these idiots. And the only one here who is qualified to complete the S-level mission is me. Since everyone is here, I can only complete this mission. Natsu, the others, and the villagers of Galuna Island all had happy expressions on their faces when Suchin said this. "Say it. It will save me a while before I regret it." Yes. Let's stop talking nonsense and show you this. Everyone, Please take off the cloth. After the village chief said this, all the villagers who had covered themselves as if they were from a cult took off the cloth covering their bodies, revealing their bodies. I saw that part of each person's body turned into a demonic limb. What is this? Lucy and others were shocked. Chapter 33. This is why we came to you. All creatures on this island, even dogs and birds, are cursed like this. Besides Su Chun, Gray was the first to calm down and asked, what's the basis for saying this is a curse? Isn't it some kind of disease? The village chief continued, we have seen more than a dozen doctors, and they all said that there is no such disease, and that the reason why we are like this is related to the magic power of the moon. The magic of the moon? This island has been storing the light of the moon since ancient times, and the entire island was as radiant as the moon. However, a few years ago, the moonlight suddenly turned purple. Purple? Never seen that before. At this time, Happy shouted, the moon is out. Everyone looked up and saw that the dark clouds dispersed and a purple moon hung in the sky, which made people feel horrified. It's really purple. Suddenly, woo, wow, oh. The villagers on Galuna Island all screamed in pain, and their bodies underwent drastic changes. After a while, all the villagers turned into very scary-looking demons, and Lucy and Happy were frightened. Advertisement Su Chun himself was shocked. His strength was strong, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be afraid. When he saw so many demons appearing, he almost took action. I'm sorry for frightening you. When the purple moon appears, we will look so ugly. If this is not a curse, what else can it be? In the morning, everyone will change back to their original appearance, but some of them, whose souls have been devoured, will not be able to change back. The people whose hearts have been devoured have turned into demons. We can only kill them. As a last resort, I even killed my own son, the village chief said and took out a photo. Several people were shocked when they saw it, and their faces changed, because this person was the middle-aged uncle who brought a few people over in the boat. Su Chun frowned when he saw it. He was fused with the Ulquiorra template and could be said to be half empty. We are very clear about souls. The man punting the boat during the day was obviously alive, not a soul. That's why we entrusted powerful magicians to please save this island. If this continues, we will all be devoured by demons. There is only one way to help us uncover this curse, and that is to destroy this moon. Well, it was getting late, and Su Chun and others were arranged to rest in a room. They needed to plan carefully on how to break the curse. The more I look at this moon, the more frightened it becomes, Happy said while lying next to the window, looking at the purple moon hanging in the sky. The timid Lucy immediately said to Happy, Happy, close the window quickly. Have you forgotten what the village chief said? If we stay in the moonlight for too long, we will also become demons. Su Chun, what should we do with this task? Gray asked Su Chun. Advertisement Su Chun touched his chin. The scene in front of him was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. He knew the reason for the familiarity was that such a thing must have happened in the original plot of fairy tale. Strangeness is very simple. Watching it and experiencing it personally are completely different feelings. In addition, he has almost forgotten the plot. This feeling is like reading a wonderful novel when you were in high school and reading it again after graduating from college. You may occasionally be able to think of the last paragraph, but most of the feelings are actually very fresh. Moreover, the village chief said he killed his own son. Lucy and Gray both thought that the uncle who punted the boat was a ghost, but Su Chun knew that he was not at all. The best way to solve the current doubt is to go to the uncle who is punting the boat. He is the son of the village chief. If you ask, you will know what is going on. There is also this purple moon in the sky. The moon is definitely still the same moon. So the problem is not the moon, but the island. Oh. Natsu was beaten so hard by Su Chun that his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He couldn't speak clearly and could only squeak. What is he talking about? Gray asked. Happy translated and said, wouldn't it be nice to destroy the moon? How can we destroy the moon? Are you an idiot? Gray thought Natsu would have some good idea, but this was the result. No magician can do it. Happy continued to translate. He said that their commission was to destroy the moon. If they couldn't do it, wouldn't it damage Fairy Tail's reputation? Gray said unhappily, you don't know until now that you have damaged Fairy Tail's reputation. What did you do before? What he hates the most is guys like Natsu who act recklessly regardless of the consequences. Su Chun raised his eyebrows. Destroy the moon? He couldn't destroy the moon, but he could still destroy the island. Chapter 34. Destroying the moon is the victim's unilateral idea. I think there must be other ways to unlock this curse, Lucy thought. Suchin smiled when he heard Lucy's words. She was indeed the heroine in the fairy tale animation. Although she was young and had little experience, she was actually a very smart girl. Okay, let's all go to sleep. We'll find out when we go to the island tomorrow and look around. Let's go to the island tomorrow to see what we find. If it doesn't work, we can go to the punting uncle and ask what's going on. After Suchan gave the order, several other people were also sleepy and lay down to sleep. After a while, Lucy opened her eyes. One was a pervert, a monster, and a super perverted monster. This made it impossible for her to sleep. Early the next morning, Lucy called everyone up, and they walked together in the forest of Galuna Island. S-level, S-level, S-level. It's indeed an S-level mission. My whole body is excited. After a night's rest, Natsu, who was bruised and swollen by Suchun, has almost recovered. Now he is in high spirits, said as he walked. Hey. It's not like you're going on an S-level mission, you're just sneaking away. Gray was a little unhappy when he saw Natsu's cheerful look, so he poured cold water on Natsu. What's the matter? As long as I finish it. Suchin smiled when he heard this. He still knew the strength of Natsu and Gray. Although it is still inferior to the S-class magicians in the guild, it is not far behind, especially Natsu. If we take it seriously, his strength is still above Erza and Mira. With the strength of Natsu and Gray, it is actually enough for them to do ordinary S-class tasks. Suddenly, a noise appeared in the forest. What's coming? Immediately afterwards, a very large rat appeared in front of several people, still wearing a maid outfit. Several people were shocked. Mouse? Advertisement, so big. Then the big mouse puffed up its cheeks, as if it was about to spit something out. You guys hurry up and solve it. Lucy shouted anxiously after seeing it. Use my ice shield. Spray. The big mouse spit out a breath of stinky breath. Ahem. It stinks so much. Why does it stink so much? It stinks. Run away. Several people quickly covered their noses and ran away, while the big rat quickly chased after them. Crack, click, click. Many trees were broken by the big rats. Seeing that he was about to be overtaken, Gray pressed his hands on the ground. Ice make floor. The ground instantly condensed into a smooth ice surface. The big mouse stepped on it and immediately lost its balance and fell to the ice. Nice job, Natsu praised after seeing it. Lucy pointed to the front and shouted, Look, there is a building there. Let's go in quickly now. But when I turned around, I saw Natsu and Gray beating up the big rat. Hit it now. At this time, Suchun walked over from the side as if taking a leisurely stroll. Advertisement, Suchun. Where did you go just now? That's right. We were attacked by this big rat just now. Suchun smiled and waved his hand and said, Well, don't be so excited. Don't you want to experience what an S-level mission is? That will just let you know how dangerous an S-level mission is. Experience how dangerous S-class missions are. I think you just want to see us being chased by big rats. Natsu said angrily. When did you become so smart? Suchin looked at Natsu in surprise and said, Damn it. Lucy smiled helplessly. She could see that Suchun seemed to be very generous, but in fact he was also a bit petty. If he made him angry, he would come back with revenge. It would be better not to provoke Suchun in the future. Soon several people walked into the ruins. It was a huge ruin built on the mountain, but it was completely ruined now. Many pillars shattered and fell to the floor. The walls were also covered with cracks, and some trees on the ground also broke through the slates on the ground and grew. Look, there's a pattern like the moon here, Happy said, pointing to the moon pattern still on the wall. Isn't this island formerly known as Moon Island? Gray said. Suchun raised his eyebrows when he heard Gray's words, Moon Island, Devil's Island. It has been about 4 years since he traveled to this world. Although it is not known when this island was renamed from Moon Island to Devil's Island, it was definitely not in the past few years. Because the name of Devil's Island has spread, many magicians in the guild know about it, and all the ship bosses in Harjanport know about it, including the pirates. According to the villagers, they were turned into this state by the moon curse in recent months, so they asked Fairy Tail to issue a quest. So Devil's Island was not changed from Moon Island to Devil's Island because of the villagers' curse. There is another more important thing. Why is there such a group of ordinary villagers on Devil's Island, which is feared by all ship bosses and pirates? and the uncle who was considered dead by the villagers still managed to punt them here. Unless... Suchin thought about this and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. I see. Chapter 35. Gray noticed the smile on Suchin's lips and asked, Suchun, did you find anything? Suchin smiled and said, well, this curse can almost be solved. What? Several people were shocked when they heard Suchin's words. Counting last night and this morning, they had experienced the same things. They still have no clue, but Suchun has almost solved this curse. Is this the difference between S-class magicians and them? Damn it. Natsu stomped hard towards the ground. He had finally stolen the S-level mission and thought he could complete it before Suchun. They didn't know what the curse was yet, but Suchun was almost able to solve it. How could he not? Feeling suffocated, Lucy was shocked when she saw it and said, wait, don't step on it. This place doesn't look strong. Suddenly, there was a boom. The floor shattered, and a big hole appeared on the ground. Several people lost their balance and fell down. Whoa, you idiot. How do I know this floor is so weak? Boom. Hey, are you guys still alive? Suchin shouted from above to below. Are you still alive? Happy also shouted. Suchin and Happy were not around the three people when the floor broke, so Suchin and Happy were still on it when the three people fell. Bang! Natsu emerged from the rubble and asked, hey, is everyone okay? Gray said dissatisfied. Hole. Why do you act without considering the consequences every time? Why is there a big hole here? Lucy was a little confused. Secret cave. Now that we're down, let's go explore. Natsu said with excitement, forgetting his previous depression. Hey, stop messing around. Now that Suchun has found a way to solve the curse, we will go back after completing the task. Gray quickly warned Natsu. Advertisement. Natsu stayed where he was. What is this? Lucy and Gray also opened their eyes wide when they saw the scene in front of them. The huge monster was frozen. Dai Lionla. Gray shouted loudly with a look of horror and disbelief. At this time, Suchin grabbed Happy's two cat paws and slowly flew down from above. Impossible. How could Dai Lionla be here? Daily? Do you know this? Natsu looked at Gray and asked. Impossible. It can't be here. That's... Calm down, Gray. Suchun said to Gray. Happy asked, what on earth is this thing? Hearing Suchin's voice, Gray calmed down slightly and said, Dai Lionla, the devil who brings disaster. The demon that brings disaster? The demon from the Book of Zerif? Having just tasted the sweetness of the demon from the Book of Zerif a few days ago, Suchun still couldn't forget the demon from the Book of Zerif. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps. Sure, someone is coming. Hide first. Why? Do not talk nonsense. After several people hid, two people came over. One was slightly short and had a pair of thick eyebrows, and the other looked somewhat similar to a dog. There seemed to be a sound here just now. Oh, cracked stones? It looks like the ruins have aged and collapsed. But fortunately, the moon drop ritual will be a complete success. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with the collapse of the entire ruins. Advertisement at this time. Another girl with heavy makeup and dressed like a large doll came over and said, Toby, Yuka, let me tell you something sad. Sharia. Angelica doesn't know who was beaten. Toby complained. That's a mouse. It's not a mouse. Angelica is a hunter running in the darkness. This is love. Yuka frowned and said, are there any intruders? Now that they have seen Dai Lionla, we cannot let them go back alive. Let the intruder sleep peacefully forever. This is love. It's death. That means killing them. Let's go and kill all the intruders before Lord Zero discovers this. After a while, the three people left the underground cave. There are some strange guys here. Natsu frowned and said, they are not the villagers of this island. They taste different. Natsu's nose's sense of smell is more sensitive than that of a dog. If Natsu said that, then that must be the case. After Suchin saw these three people, the memory of these three people also slightly emerged, the Lamia scale trio. Although he did not appear many times, he was one of the few supporting actors who could appear repeatedly. Coupled with the frozen Dai Lion, the moon drop, and the conclusions he had drawn before, Suchun had roughly recalled this plot. What's going on? Let's go arrest these people. After torture, we will know what's going on. Natsu suggested. The time is not yet ripe. Let's wait and see. Lucy said safely. Why are you still waiting? Suchun has already solved the cause of the curse. If you wait any longer, this S-level task will be completed by Suchun. Maybe it is this thing that caused the cursed Yaxi. Break it. Don't touch it. Gray yelled and punched Natsu in the face. Ugh. Gray. You be asterisk 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 D. What are you doing? No. It's not. Sorry. Chapter 36. What's going on, Gray? Why do you know this monster? Lucy asked Gray. Gray hesitated for a moment, and then began to tell the reason why he knew this monster. It turns out that when Gray was a child, his hometown was destroyed by Lion, and Gray's family was also destroyed, leaving him alone. Later, in order to defeat Dai Lionla, he learned magic from his master Ulu, until one day he heard that Dai Lionla appeared again. He recklessly challenged Dai Lionla, but ended up killing his master. In order to save him, the master sacrificed his own life and used absolute freezing magic to seal Lion. Gray's expression was very painful when he said this, and everyone could understand Gray's mood after hearing this. If this happens to anyone, they will regret their reckless behavior for the rest of their lives. Maybe it was from that time on that Gray would usually think twice before acting when he encountered something. Happy asked, Gray, are you saying that this one was supposed to be in the northern continent, but why was it moved here? I don't know, but if someone wants to tarnish Ulu's reputation, I will never go around him. It's not easy to know this. Just chase those people just now, Natsu said, pointing to the path where a few people left. No, wait here. Wait. Several people were a little confused. Wait until the moon comes out, because I'm a little concerned about what those people said about the moon drops. Moon? It's still daytime. No, I'll die of idleness. Natsu immediately rejected the idea after hearing it. Suchun, does this affect the S-level mission? Gray ignored Natsu and asked Suchun. Suchun shook his head and said, No, I already have a clue about this task. Waiting won't make any difference. He already knew how to solve this task, so he was not in a hurry. It would be better to wait until night to solve it. Then wait. Lucy also sat down. Advertisement: the minority obeyed the majority, and no matter how unhappy Natsu was, he had to wait for the moon to rise. After a while, Natsu's snoring sounded. Time passed by unconsciously. Suddenly, a purple beam of light fell from the sky and landed on the frozen body of Lionla. It woke up several people. What is that? Purple light. Is it the light of the moon? Hey, I don't know if it's my imagination, but I feel like the ice on Dai Lionla's body is slowly melting. No. Impossible. Absolute ice will not. Gray paused at this point. He suddenly remembered that when he first came to the guild, he asked the president if there was any way to melt the absolute ice. The old man hesitated to speak. Is this the method, he said? Go up and have a look. Good. Several people quickly ran up the stairs, one floor after another, and finally reached the top of the ruins. Then I saw many people kneeling on the ground in a circle, chanting unknown mantras. The moonlight in the sky also gathered to form a pillar of light, which finally illuminated Lionella underground. They are collecting moonlight. Do they want to melt the ice on the monster and resurrect the monster? These bastards. How dare they do such a thing? Don't they know how terrifying Dai Lionla is? Gray wanted to rush out angrily. Wait a minute. Someone is here again. Lucy grabbed Gray, who was about to rush out. The people who came were the three guys who appeared earlier, plus two men wearing helmets and masks, one tall and one short. Advertisement: I'm sorry, Lord Zero. We found intruders near the ruins during the day, but we couldn't find them, Sharius said to the tall man wearing a horn helmet mask. Intruder? How are the preparations for Lionla's resurrection? The man known as the Zero Emperor asked in a cold voice. This voice. Gray's expression changed when he heard this voice. The short man wearing a mask like an aboriginal next to the Zero Emperor said, Hee hee. The moonlight has been collected very smoothly in the past 3 years. It is expected that the ice on Lion will be completely melted tonight. Emperor Ling Sama will be able to fulfill his dream. I wonder if Emperor Ling Sama is ready. Have you finally waited for this day? I have been preparing for this day for 10 years. I will not allow anyone to disturb me. There should be no one on this island except for the villages on the edge. Go and destroy that village for me. Yes. Stop your boring behavior. Leon. Gray couldn't help but rushed out, pressing his palms on the ground, and a large number of ice picks rose from the ground and rushed toward Emperor Zero. Zero Emperor also pressed one hand on the ground and released exactly the same magic as Gray. Bang! The two people's magic collided and canceled each other out, and all the ice cubes shattered. Same magic? Both parties were surprised when they saw the similar magic. Long time no see. Gray. Magisters of Fairy Tale? After all, Sharia and the others had been in the regular guild Lamia Scale. Lamia Scale was also a member of the local guild alliance, so they naturally recognized the coat of arms of the Fairy Tale Guild. Yuka said, Lord Emperor Zero, they should be the intruders, most likely the magicians invited by the village. Happy asked, Gray, do you know this guy named Zero Emperor? He is my senior brother, Leon. Gray said through gritted teeth as he watched Leon. Brother? Whether it was Natsu or Happy, this was the first time they heard that Gray had a senior brother. Because Gray never talked about his past with others, Suchin only knew about the existence of Gray's senior brother Leon because he had watched the Fairy Tale anime. I just remembered it when I saw the Lamia Scale trio. Lucy was a little confused. He is your senior brother. Why did he resurrect the monster that your master sacrificed his life to seal? Gray looked a little ugly and said, This is what I want to ask, Leon. What are you doing? Chapter 37. What to do? Didn't you see it? Leon said, looking at Gray calmly. Gray roared angrily. That's the Dai Lionla that you sacrificed her life to seal. You actually want to resurrect it? Leon slowly took off his helmet, revealing his true appearance, a young man with white hair. Have you lost your memory? Gray, you was killed by you. It's a shame that you can still live without shame. Gray's expression changed when he heard Leon's words. Leon continued, For the sake of my brothers, as long as you don't hinder me, I can let you leave safely, but if you want to prevent me from resurrecting Lion, then don't blame me for being rude. Suchin raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Anyone who heard being threatened like this would feel a little unhappy. I won't let you succeed, Gray said with a serious face. Leon's expression remained unchanged and he said, I guess you would say that, so don't blame me for being rude, just do it. Kill them all. Yes. Yuka, Toby, and Sharia responded, and then prepared to attack Suchan and others. Fire dragons roar. Before the three people could launch an attack, Natsu, who was already a little impatient, took the lead in attacking. The violent flames swept towards the three people. Leon's expression remained unchanged after seeing it, and he waved his hand to form an ice shield in front of him. Boom! The flames and ice shields all disappeared. Such violent flames? It looks like you are the fire dragon in Fairy Tale. Yuka looked at Natsu in surprise and said, Snort. Leon waved his hand, and a huge mace shot at several people. Boom! The huge mace suddenly shattered, and Suchin's figure appeared next to the broken mace. Advertisement. Leon narrowed his eyes and looked at Suchan and said, Who are you? Suchan has not yet replied. Zaruk, a short man wearing an indigenous mask standing next to Leon, said, Suchan, the strongest S-class mage of Fairy Tale Guild, known as whitebeard. After hearing Zaruk's words, Leon's expression did not change, but the expressions of Yuka, Toby, and Sharia changed drastically. How is it possible? Why would such a big shot appear here? You also know Yuka? Yuka said with a serious face, Yes. It is said that one person destroyed dozens of dark guilds and is a super powerful magician. Toby said, I have also heard that he is a guy who is like a natural disaster to the dark guild. Sharia has also heard of it, but has never seen it. Lord Emperor Zero, I didn't expect that Suchan would appear here. It seems that our plan to resurrect Dai Lionla has been completely ruined. Altair, who transformed into Zaruk, said, She came here to calculate the time for Dai Lionla to be resurrected, so that she could control Dai Lionla immediately when Dai Lionla was resurrected. She didn't expect that Suchan would appear here either early or late when Lion was about to be resurrected, so she had to stimulate Leon and let him deal with Suchan, delaying the time so that Lion could be resurrected. Sure enough, Leon looked at Suchin angrily after hearing Altair's words. Impossible. I will never let anyone hinder my plan. No matter who he is, he can't hinder me. Ice Make, Big Eagle. Leon waved his hand, and a large number of ice eagles were created and flew towards Suchan. Ice Make, Ice Shield. An ice shield opened in front of Suchan. Boom, boom, boom. The ice eagle hit the ice shield and was blocked by the ice shield. Leon, your opponent is me. Gray looked at Leon and said, Suchan, Natsu, leave this guy to me. I want to end things with him. Seeing Gray's expression, Suchan and Natsu also knew that it was impossible to stop Gray now. Advertisement. He'll leave it to you. Don't lose. Natsu said as he stepped forward and rushed towards Yuka and Toby. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist? Wave. Yuka raised his hand and used wave magic, blocking it in front of him. The flames on Natsu's fist disappeared without a trace. What? Natsu's magic has disappeared? Lucy said in disbelief with her eyes wide open. Don't underestimate us. We were once magicians of the famous guild Lamia scale. Suddenly, the ground beneath Natsu, Yuka's and others' feet cracked. Ugh. Several people screamed, and all fell down. Natsu. Happy and Lucy quickly moved forward after seeing it, but the broken ground returned to the way it was before the destruction in an instant, as if going back in time. What? Recovered? What's going on? Lucy asked in surprise after seeing it. Leon glanced at Altair and said, Zerit, did you do this? Oh ho ho ho. The lost magic, the Arc of Time, has shown itself ugly, Altair said with a strange smile. Lost magic? Altair explained. It is some magic that is too powerful and has terrible side effects, so it has been wiped out by history. By the way, the dragon-slaying magic of the fire dragon is also a type of lost magic. I have long heard of Lord Suchin's name as Whitebeard. I wonder if my magic can catch the eye of Lord Suchun. This was an invitation to fight with Suchun. She originally planned to let Leon deal with Suchun, but Gray jumped out and she had to do it herself. Of course, as the head of the Dark Guild Grimoire Heart 7 Kin of Purgatory, she also has strong combat power, so she naturally wants to test how strong this guy who is regarded as a natural disaster by the Dark Guild is. Suchin glanced at Altair and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, smiled and said, The Arc of Time. It turns out to be you. Chapter 38. Altair's expression changed, and his body couldn't help but tremble. She felt as if all her disguises had been seen through Suchin's glance just now. But it's impossible. I have never met Suchun. What did Suchin mean when he said it was you? Altair said in a stiff tone. Lord Suchun was joking. I don't know what Suchin meant. It seems that Lord Suchun and I have never met before. Suchin smiled and shook his head. He had forgotten her participation in this plot, but he still remembered the unique magic of Arc of Time. Altair, the daughter of Gray and Leon's master you, is also the leader of the 7 Kin of Purgatory of Grimoire Heart. When I was a child, I was tricked by Hades into learning the magic of Arc of Time, and then I followed Hades and committed many crimes in order to find the key to revive Zeref. I thought that if I found Zeref, I could go back to my childhood and change my current life, so I deceived many people, but I didn't know that I had been deceived all the time. Later, he repented and sacrificed all his future time during the demon fight to turn back the world's time for 1 minute, indirectly saving many people. Although she couldn't atone for the sins she had committed, her courage shocked people a lot. Well, that's the bad thing about fairy tale story. Many bad guys can't be completely bad, but they won't let the unknown future change their current thoughts. What does Master Suchun mean when he shakes his head? Does he look down on my magic? Suchun did not reply to Altair's words, but turned to Lucy and Happy and said, Lucy, Happy, it might be a bit dangerous for Natsu to deal with 3 of them by himself. You two go help Natsu. I see. Hey. Lucy and Happy immediately ran towards the stairs they came from. Then Suchun turned his attention to Altair, and Altair suddenly felt as if he was being targeted by some super dangerous monster. Altair immediately focused his attention. Ring. Advertisement. Suchin's figure disappeared instantly and appeared behind Altair. I have something to ask you. What? Hearing Suchin's voice behind him, Altair's face changed drastically. What kind of magic was this? He couldn't even detect it. In desperation, Altair instantly activated the Arc of Time magic. The ground beneath the 2 people's feet instantly aged and cracked, falling downwards. As soon as Altair landed, he jumped away, looked at Suchun who was not far away warily, and said, If Mr. Suchun has anything you want to ask, just ask him directly. There is no need to take the test so close. Suchun said to Altair, Okay, tell me, where is the Grimoire Heart? Altair's face changed suddenly when he heard Suchin's words. How did he know that he was a member of Grimoire Heart? Did the other party really recognize his identity? This is impossible. Lord Suchun is joking. Grimoire Heart is the strongest Dark Guild. How could I possibly know where it is? Don't you want to answer? It seems I can only force you to answer, Suchun said calmly and walked slowly towards Altair. Altair was furious. After all, she was the leader of the 7 Kin of Purgatory, and the strongest among the Grimoire Hearts besides the president and vice president. She naturally had her own arrogance. Then I'm going to try Master Suchin's methods. A crystal ball appeared in Altair's hand, and he shot it quickly towards Suchun. Suchin flicked it casually. Boom. The crystal ball sent by Altair shattered. But in an instant, the crystal ball returned to its original state. Attacking Su-chan from behind, Su-chan turned his head slightly to avoid Crystal's attack from behind. The crystal ball drew an arc in midair and attacked Su-chan from the side again. Bah! Su-chan raised his hand and grabbed the crystal ball. My magic can manipulate the time of objects, which means I can return the crystal to the time before it was destroyed. No matter how you destroy it, it will be useless. Naturally, I can also return it to the time before you caught it. Suddenly, the crystal ball in Su-chan's hand disappeared and appeared behind Su-chan's head again. Su-chan ducked sideways again. Advertisement immediately afterwards, crystal balls came from all directions of Su-chan's body. Su-chan either raised his feet or waved his hands, and his whole body seemed to be dancing with a rhythm. All the crystal balls that were close to Su-chan were bounced away, as if it was a gorgeous performance. Altair was shocked by Su-chan's operation. How could this be possible? Suddenly, Su-chan hit the crystal ball with a kick, and the crystal ball shot towards Altair. Altair had just lost consciousness and had no time to use magic to manipulate the crystal ball, so he had to quickly dodge. Bang! The helmet on his head was knocked off by the crystal ball. Boom! The crystal ball knocks a big hole out of the wall. That's all you can do. Altair covered his face with one hand, his face looking very ugly. She is the leader of the strongest dark guild Grimoire Heart, Seven Kin of Purgatory. She has endured inhuman pain and learned the magic of Arc of Time. How could she endure Su-chan's contempt? Don't underestimate me. The future flashes. Numerous crystal balls appeared around Su-chan's body, blocking all of Su-chan's escape routes. No matter how fast Su-chan moved, he could not avoid them. And no matter how powerful his skills were, he could not block them all. Go! Altair waved his hand, and all the crystal balls shot towards Su-chan. Boom, 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 boom. All the crystal balls hit Su-chan's body and exploded due to the powerful impact. Haha, this is the consequence of underestimating me. Suddenly, footsteps sounded in the smoke of the explosion. Su-chan walked out of it, his body unscathed, as if he had not been attacked. Altair's eyes widened and he said with disbelief, This is impossible. Chapter 39. Leon, stop. You should know very well how terrifying Leonlo is. We are no match for that monster. No, it's not us. It's you who are no match for Dai Leonla, not me. It seems that simple preaching can't stop you. Even if I use force, I will stop you. Icemake, great hammer soldier. A blue magic circle appeared above Leon's head, and a huge hammer made of ice fell from the sky and hit Leon. Leon pointed to the top of his head with one hand. Icemake Oozuru. A huge ice ape suddenly appeared behind Leon, blocking the huge ice hammer with both arms. Boom! Crack! The ice ape and the ice hammer shattered together. When will it be your junior brother's turn to lecture me, my senior brother? You still use your hands to activate magic as before. Gray said, This is what you taught us, isn't it? It's easy to lose balance when styling with one hand. I'm different. My abilities have long surpassed URU's. Stop being so self-righteous. To tell you the truth, have you ever hit me once? I'm not the same as before. Binky Anquin. Gray placed his hands on the ground, and a large number of ice spikes emerged from the ground. Boom! All the ice spikes shattered. Leon's voice came from the broken ice mist. It's the same. I'm your senior brother. I'm better than you. I can shape with one hand, but you can't. Nothing has changed. Although the paths we have chosen are different, time has changed. It's like being frozen in the past. Leon raised his palms upward as he said this. Boom! An ice dragon appeared from the ground and knocked Gray into the air. Ugh! Gray screamed and fell to the ground. Leon continued. That's why I have to melt the ice and clear the blocked road. Advertisement, URU is my goal. It is my dream to surpass URU. But this dream was taken away by you. I can no longer surpass URU, so there is only one way, and that is Dai Leonla, who even URU can't defeat. If I can defeat it, then I will surpass URU, and my dream will come true. After hearing what Leon said, Gray roared angrily. Just because of this stupid thing, you have to break the seal of Dai Lion. The expression on Leon's face became ferocious. What a stupid thing. You said my dream is a stupid thing? We haven't seen each other for 10 years, Gray. You have become even more arrogant. It's just because you want to challenge Dai Lion. I'm going to die. You actually said what I did was stupid. You have no right to call Ulu's name. You disappear. Disappear. I don't believe it. The glory of all gods. Altair roared angrily. More crystal balls appeared around Su-chun, and then each crystal ball emitted a magical light and shot towards Su-chun. Boom, boom, boom. Altair stared intently at the center of the explosion. Suddenly, a terrifying burst of soul pressure erupted in the center of the explosion. Bang! The smoke of the explosion was blown away by Su-chun's spiritual pressure, and Su-chun's figure appeared in front of Altair again. His body was still unscathed, and the surface of his body was covered with a layer of emerald green spiritual pressure. Su-chun raised his right index finger and pointed at Altair. Buzz! The emerald green spiritual pressure continued to condense, forming a small ball of spiritual pressure. False flash. Call out. Not good. Altair's expression changed, and he quickly evaded to the side. Boom! The emerald green flash penetrated the entire ruins and cut through the sky, allowing the entire island to see the emerald green flash. Because of its powerful destructive power, the entire ruins were shaking. What's wrong? Yuka and others didn't know what happened. Natsu and others knew that the person who could cause such a shock must have been Su-chun. Advertisement. After a while the light dissipated. Altair looked to the side in horror. The wall that was originally the ruins has now been penetrated with a huge hole. Not only this wall, but also the entire mountain behind has been penetrated. The terrifying destructive power made Altair suddenly feel a creepy feeling. If she had not escaped just now, she would have been seriously injured even if she had not died. She finally understood why Su-chun was called a natural disaster in the Dark Guild. Having such terrifying destructive power was indeed no different from a real natural disaster. She also understood that she was a little reckless. She didn't expect that Su-chun's strength was so terrifying. Tell me the location of the Grimoire Heart Guild. Su-chun said to Altair. Lord Su-chun is joking. How can I know the location of Grimoire Heart? Su-chun frowned and raised his right hand. False bullet. After the spiritual pressure is fixed, it is shot out quickly, and the false bullet is 20 times the speed of the false flash. So fast. Boom. Wow. Altair screamed. She did not expect Su-chun's attack to be so fast. She had no time to dodge and was hit head-on by a false bullet. I have no interest in playing charades with you. Altair, tell me the location of the Grimoire Heart. Altair's pupil shrank suddenly. Although she guessed that Su-chun might know her identity, she was still extremely shocked when Su-chun called out her name so clearly. Bang! Altair returned to her original appearance, a beautiful woman with long black hair wearing white clothes and a short skirt. How did you know it was me? Altair looked very ugly. Don't worry about it. Tell me the location of Grimoire Heart. Why do you want to know the location of the Grimoire Heart? Su-chun said. It's very simple. I want to destroy Grimoire Heart. The Grimoire Heart does no harm to Fairy Tail. The incident on Tenru Island attracted the black dragon Aizen because of the Grimoire Heart. As a result, many elites of Fairy Tail Guild disappeared for 7 years, only to reappear 7 years later. Su-chun didn't want to face the black dragon Aizen so soon. If he wanted to fight the black dragon Aizen, he would at least have to fully integrate Ulquiorra's template. 7 years of training is enough time to make yourself stronger. The best way to do this is to destroy the Grimoire Heart in advance. Chapter 40. What did you say? Altair was shocked by Su-chun's purpose. She could not imagine that there would be someone who wanted to destroy Grimoire Heart alone. Grimoire Heart was the strongest dark guild with many powerful magicians in it. There are also powerful monsters like President Hades and Vice President Blue Note. No matter how powerful the monster Su-chun is, it cannot be the opponent of Grimoire Heart's entire guild. She even wanted to tell Su-chun the location of the Grimoire Heart Guild at first, but then she rejected the idea. She has been joining the Grimoire Heart Guild for 10 years for a certain purpose. She is about to succeed, and there must be no accidents. I have no idea. Su-chun frowned. It seems you don't want to talk anymore. Su-chun was about to capture Altair, and then slowly press him. Suddenly, the stones on the ceiling cracked, as if they were aging. Boom! Broken stones fell in front of Su-chun, blocking him and Altair. Altair took a deep look, and the floor under Su-chun's feet broke for an instant, and then instantly returned to its original state, including the areas previously destroyed by the virtual flash. Altair's figure had disappeared. Although the fight with Su-chun was brief, she understood one thing, that is, she was no match for this monster based on her own strength, so she could only run away. Do you want to escape? How could a prey he was targeting escape so easily? Just when Su-chun was about to chase after him, a scream appeared. Wow! Bang! The ceiling not far away broke open again, and Gray fell not far away. He was already seriously injured. Su-chun had to stop chasing Ulquiorra. Soon, Leon also appeared. Humph. What the hell is that guy Zerat doing? He was fighting Gray just now when suddenly the ground collapsed, and both he and Gray fell down. Immediately afterwards, Leon spotted Su-chun's figure and suddenly understood. So that's it, that cunning guy failed, but I didn't expect anyone else. Advertisement. Su-chun ignored Leon and came to Gray's side. Su-chun. Gray felt very ashamed when he saw Su-chun. He took the initiative to deal with Leon, but ended up losing so ugly. This not only lost his face, but also the face of Fairy Tail. Okay, I also expected this result. Deep in your heart, you have a huge guilt for your master and your senior brother. How can you fight with your full strength in such a state? Su-chun looked at Gray and said, the same thing happened to him. Leon's expression changed when he heard Su-chun's words. It was obvious that Su-chun's words meant that he won because of Gray's shame. Do you also want to prevent me from resurrecting Dalai-Onla? Su-chun shook his head and said, it doesn't matter if you want to resurrect anyone. I don't care either. Then don't get in my way. Su-chun, you must not resurrect Dalai-Onla. Dalai-Onla is too powerful. Leon cannot be Dalai-Onla's opponent, and he is still immortal. More people and more families will die because of this. We'll be destroyed. Gray said anxiously when Su-chun said this. Su-chun ignored Gray but looked at Leon and said, for me, what I want to do is very simple. That is, you bullied Gray, and I am here to get the situation back. Leon is also an unexpected figure in the Fairy Tail Guild that Su-chun remembers deeply. He helped Fairy Tail a lot after the Tianro Island incident. It can be said that without the help of Leon and others, Fairy Tail would not have been able to exist for so long. Su-chun was still very grateful for this, even though none of this had happened yet. But this is not the reason why Su-chun can watch Leon hurt Gray without fighting back. As for Leon, he doesn't take anyone seriously now. He thinks that if he surpasses Ulu, he will be invincible. If Su-chun wants to find a place for Gray, then he will defeat Su-chun as well. Let's try it then. Ice Make, Big Eagle. Ice eagles were created and flew quickly towards Su-chun. Su-chun put his hands in his pockets and continued to walk towards Leon without changing his expression. Bang, bang, bang. The ice eagle fell on Su-chun and shattered into pieces. Advertisement integrated with more than 70% of the defense of Ulquiorra's steel skin. Elementary magic like Food Leon has no way of causing any harm to Su-chun. How can it be? Leon couldn't believe that the other party's body was made of iron. Ice Make, White Tiger. Leon waved his hand, and a huge ice-made tiger with stronger attack power appeared and ran to Su-chun's side, slapping Su-chun with his paw. Su-chun just raised his arm gently. Boom! Leon's expression changed slightly. The opponent blocked the attack of his ice-white tiger with just a casual lift. It was so powerful. Leon controlled the white tiger to bite Su-chun, but Su-chun stood still. Crack! All the teeth of the white tiger of ice were broken. Leon's pupil shrank suddenly, and the white tiger's attack power was unable to break through the opponent's defense. Su-chun casually struck the ice-white tiger on the head. Crack, click, click. Cracks appeared on the head of the white tiger of ice, and then quickly spread to the whole body, covering the whole body in the blink of an eye. Crack! The white tiger of ice completely shattered and turned into ice cubes scattered on the ground. This is impossible. Ice Make. A majestic ice dragon was created and struck towards Su-chun. Su-chun raised his right index finger and pointed it at the ice dragon. Buzz. The emerald green spiritual pressure condensed into a small ball. False flash. Chapter 41. Call Out. Emerald green flash covered the ice dragon. The huge ice dragon was vaporized by the flash in the blink of an eye, and Leon's body was also covered in the light of the flash. Wah-wah! Boom! After the light disappeared, a big hole was opened in the ruins again by Su-chun's virtual flash. Leon stood awkwardly not far away. His clothes were in tatters, and he looked very miserable, but most of them were skin injuries. Su-chun's purpose was just to teach Leon a lesson, so he held back when attacking. But compared to the physical injuries, the biggest impact on Leon was the mental impact. No, this is impossible. He had always thought that Uru was the strongest magician, and he had always aimed to surpass Uru since he was a child. In order to surpass Uru and realize his dream, or deep down in his heart, he desires to kill Dalai-Onla to avenge Uru. He spent 10 years to achieve this goal, and he firmly believed that his strength had surpassed Uru. But he never imagined that what he believed in, like his faith, could be so fragile and vulnerable. He was defeated without even taking a single move from the man in front of him, which undoubtedly had an unimaginable impact on Leon. Gray came to Leon and looked at Leon, who was in self-doubt, and said, You told me before he died that he would go to the country to the west, where there are many magicians more powerful than her, so I went there. Fairy tale. There is indeed a group of magicians with powerful magic there. I also find it very incredible. Su-chan is the most powerful among those powerful magicians. Stop dwelling on the past. Open your eyes and look around. You will have more goals, right? I don't have the qualifications to say that you are the one. Suddenly, ho 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 ho. Boom. A harsh sound resounded throughout the ruins, causing the entire ruins to shake violently. This sound. I can't forget it. Gray's whole body trembled when he heard this voice. It was the owner of this voice who destroyed his home and family, and the master died as a result. From then on, his fear of this voice took root in his heart. Advertisement Gray clenched his fists tightly. He could never resurrect Dai Lionla. There was only one way he could think of, which was to freeze absolutely. Dai Lionla. Upon hearing this voice, Leon also recovered from his trance. Soon, Su-chan and Gray arrived at the bottom. Natsu, Lucy, and Happy were already here, and 3 people fell not far away, namely Yuka, Toby, and Sharia. Altair just threw Natsu and Yuka to the bottom, and several people were fighting at the bottom. Later, Lucy and Happy came to help and defeated the 3 people together. Immediately afterwards, the ice on Dai Lionla's body began to melt. Natsu came to Su-chan and said, Gray, Su-chan, now the world has no choice but to take action. Defeat that devil. Ahem. You can't defeat it. It's mine. In order to surpass you, the only monster that you hasn't defeated. Now it's up to... Snapped. Gray slashed Leon's neck with his hand knife, and Leon, who was already injured, fell to the ground. That's enough, Leon. Leave it to me. I will seal Lionla for the sins I committed 10 years ago. Gray crossed his arms in front of him in an absolutely freezing spell-casting posture. Stop. Gray. Leon immediately knew what Gray wanted to do when he saw Gray's gesture. Do you know how long it took me to melt this ice cube? Don't waste your efforts. No matter what, I will melt the ice cube and challenge Dai Lion again. Gray said with persistent eyes. This is the only way to do it. This is the only way to stop it now. You idiot. Oh dash. Su-chan slapped Gray on the head, and Gray screamed and was immediately slapped away. Boom. The whole person was embedded in the stone wall, and Gray was a little confused. Natsu, Lucy, Happy, and Leon were also startled by Su-chan's actions. Su-chan cursed unhappily. He's just a demon from the Book of Zeref, and you are going to live and die. Don't you feel ashamed? I still feel ashamed. Don't talk about just a demon from the Book of Zeref. What if Zeref appears in front of me? I haven't fallen yet. When will it be your turn to live or die? Just get out of here. Advertisement roar. I don't know whether it was because Su-chan said it was just a demon from the Book of Zeref, or because he said bad things about Zeref, who created them and was worshipped as a god by them. Dai Lionla was angry. Powerful magical energy condensed in his mouth and shot towards Su-chan. Su-chan, be careful. Boom. A terrifyingly powerful explosion appeared. Wow. Natsu and others were blown away by the explosion. Su-chan, Gray exclaimed. Bang. An impact appeared from the center of the explosion, blowing away all the smoke and debris from the explosion. Su-chan's figure appeared in front of everyone, his body covered with a layer of emerald green spiritual pressure, powerful spiritual pressure, plus his own steel skin defense. Su-chan was unscathed by such a terrible explosion. Buzz. Su-chan raised his right index finger, and emerald green spiritual pressure gathered in front of it. False flash. Call out. An emerald green flash shot towards Dai Lionella. Boom, boom, boom. The light penetrated the ruins from the ground and shot into the sky. After a while, the light disappeared. At this moment, a huge hole appeared behind Dai Lionla, and the purple moon hanging in the sky could be seen from this big hole. What shocked everyone the most was not the big hole, but Dai Lionla. At this time, Dai Lionla's upper body had disappeared, leaving only his lower body standing in place. Chapter 42. Everyone who saw this scene under the ruins was dumbfounded. He was trying his best to fight this resurrected powerful monster, but as soon as Su-chan took action, the monster was instantly killed. Especially Leon, Gray, Natsu, Lucy and others have not seen the moment when Lionla shows off his power, but they have seen it. How can this be? Leon said that he melted the ice on Dai Lionla in order to prove that he was superior to Uru. In fact, deep down in his heart, he wanted to kill Dai Lionla to avenge his master Uru. Even if he clearly knew how powerful and terrifying Dai Lionla was. People will not stop fighting just because they are stronger or weaker, but they will fight desperately to protect their goals, no matter how strong their opponent is. Suddenly, crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the remaining half of Dai Lionla's body. That is, cracks quickly covered the remaining half of Dai Lionla's body. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining half of the body shattered like ice and fell to the ground. Is this? Lucy had a guess when she saw this scene. Suchin nodded and said, yes, Dai Lion is dead. Over the past 10 years, the ice formed by Ulu has gradually taken away its life. The blow just now was also his reflection, unwilling to accept his own death, and just vent out the last anger. Leon stared blankly at the broken Dai Lion with tears of remorse in his eyes. We're just witnessing this last moment. There will be no chance. I can never surpass Natsu said to Gray. Your master is so amazing. Gray thought about what his master said to him before he died, and she sealed the shadow in his heart, and he couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude. Thank you, master. The knot between Gray and Leon was all resolved by the death of Lionla. The two were brothers after all. Later, I also learned that those who followed Leon were actually people like Gray, whose families were ruined by Dai Lionla. Hearing that Leon was going to kill Dai Lionla, he volunteered to help Leon. Advertisement, everything has been explained clearly. Although the other party's method is not advisable, the other party also has the other party's justice, and it is not to destroy anything. Naturally, they have no reason to blame these people. Yeah. It's over. Like, Natsu and Happy cheered. Lucy also breathed a sigh of relief. At first, she thought she was going to die when she saw the big frozen monster unsealed. Fortunately, the monster was already dead. This way our S-level mission will be completed. Very good. We have another chance to go to the second floor. Lucy also joins Natsu and Happy's cheering team. Suchin poured cold water on him at the right time and said, Who said you have completed the S-level mission? Oh? Isn't the monster defeated? Suchan said with a smile. The mission is to lift the curse, but Dai Lionla has nothing to do with the curse. What? If you think about it for a moment, you will understand that if it was the curse caused by Lionla, the first ones to become demons would not be the village on the other side of the island, but people like Leon. Yes. Several people were stunned when they heard this. Also, you stole the mission. Even if you complete it by luck, you will not become an S-class magician. You will have to accept punishment when you go back. Forget it this time. If you dare to do it next time, I will definitely interrupt you. Legs. Suchan said to Natsu, Lucy and Happy in a serious tone. Like? Both of them were frightened. Suchin killed half of Dai Lion with one blow, which made Lucy and Happy understand how terrifying Suchin's strength was. It also reminded Natsu that Suchan was an S-class wizard 3 years ago. During the assessment, let's go back. This mission has been wasted for a long time. If we don't catch you back, the old man will start thinking wildly again. Suchin turned and left, followed by Natsu, Lucy, and Happy. When Gray stood up and was about to leave, he stopped and looked at Leon, which made Leon a little unhappy. Advertisement, what are you looking at? You should also find a guild to join. There will be companions and opponents there. You can get to know the wider world, and you will definitely find new goals. Your strength can also improve faster. One day you will realize your dream, senior brother. Leon's face turned slightly red when he heard Gray's slightly disgusting words. Sundra said, Nothing boring. Who do you think you are? Just a Gray. On the branches under the moon, Suchan and others also returned to the village. A group of demon-like villagers gathered around, startling several people, and Suchan was no exception. The level of strength has nothing to do with the level of courage. It's like going to a haunted house and knowing that the ghosts are human beings, but you'll still be scared to the point of screaming. What's more, Suchan knew that these guys were not humans, but demons. You are back. Master Mage. Have you found a way to lift the curse? Moon. Only by destroying the moon can the curse be lifted. The village chief of Karna village shouted loudly, and the villagers all pulled the village chief. After all, even if they had no experience, they all knew that destroying the moon was almost impossible, and no magician could do it. Lucy looked at Suchan and asked, Suchan, How can I lift the curse? Suchin smiled and said, It's very simple, just like what the village chief said, destroy the moon. Well, everyone was frightened when they heard Suchin's words, including the village chief who had been clamoring to destroy the moon. Natsu was the only one who said excitedly, I'm just going to destroy the moon. Right. Gray frowned and said, but no matter how powerful Suchun is, destroying the moon is still impossible. Well, just watch. Suchun lowered his feet, stood on the tower, and then slowly pulled out his Zanpakuto. Lucy and Happy were a little confused. Did Suchun want to split the moon with a knife? Gray and Natsu's expressions changed at this time. Their fists were clenched, with expressions of excitement on their faces, and they looked at Suchun with burning eyes. Suchin chanted Gue Ren in a low voice and said, Block it, Blackwing demon. Chapter 43. Buzz. The entire sky seemed to darken, and black raindrops fell from the sky. Everyone stared blankly at the sky. Black rain? Lucy looked at the things falling from the sky and said doubtfully, Bang! The raindrops hit Lucy's face. Although there was no cold feeling on her skin, it could not help but make people feel bitingly cold. She also discovered that this was not real rain. No, this is liquid magic? Soon, all the strange phenomena disappeared, and everyone discovered that the ground was still dry, and the ice showed no traces of black rain. Then he looked up at Suchin on the tower, and everyone couldn't help but shrink their pupils. I saw that Suchin's image had changed, and the knife in his hand disappeared. The clothes turned into a one-piece white robe, with a pair of huge bat wings covering the sky behind him, and a white helmet on his head. His eyes turned green, and there were green tears on his face. The whole person exuded terrifying power. People can't help but want to kneel down and worship him. Then, that is Suchun? Although Suchin's face didn't change, Lucy still had a hard time imagining that the guy who usually looked a bit lazy could have such a terrifying side. Suchin raised his feet and walked forward. Ripples appeared in the air, as if he were stepping on flat ground. That's right. That's Suchun, the strongest magician of Fairy Tale Guild. Suchun, Gray answered. Gray and Natsu are the few people in the guild who are lucky enough to have seen Suchin's form after return to the blade. At the same time, this is the second time they have seen Suchin's returned form 3 years ago. The first time Suchun returned to fight against the Guildarts was an unforgettable experience for Gray and Natsu. It was with that battle that Suchin established his title as the strongest mage in the Fairy Tale Guild. Since then, Suchun has never been seen returning to the sword. The reason is simple. Suchun has become stronger and stronger. No one in the guild except Guildarts can force Suchun to return to the sword. And Guildarts left the guild less than a week after completing the S-level assessment 3 years ago to take on a century-old mission and has not returned yet. Gray and Natsu once again saw the strongest magician in the Fairy Tale Guild. You can imagine their excitement. This is also the goal that Gray and Natsu have been striving for. Moonlight Sword. Advertisement. The spirits gathered in Suchin's hand, and a javelin-like weapon emitting light green light appeared in Suchin's hand. Suchun held the moonlight sword tightly in his right hand and assumed a throwing posture. Snapped. Suchun stepped forward with his left foot and threw the moonlight sword in his hand towards the purple moon in the sky. Call out. The light green light cut through the air and shot straight towards the moon. Crack, click, click. There are cracks in the purple moon. Is that a lie? Gray and Lucy were both dumbfounded when they saw it. The cracks on the moon continued to spread, even spreading to the surrounding sky. Boom! The sky shattered like a mirror, and the purple moon disappeared, replaced by a white moon hanging in the sky. This time, everyone could see clearly that the moon was still the same moon, but the sky seemed to be shrouded in a purple transparent crystal. Now the crystals are constantly breaking, and the sky is gradually returning to what it used to be. Suchun? What's going on? Lucy looked at Suchun in confusion and asked, Think about what the villagers and Leon said. If your guess is correct, it should be that Leon and the others condensed the moon drops every night 3 years ago. Over time, all the waste gas produced by the condensed moon drops flew into the sky and combined with some substances to form purple crystals. The moonlight shines through the purple crystals on the island, so the moon looks purple when viewed from the island. As long as the crystal is destroyed, the island will return to its original state. At this time, all the villagers' bodies lit up with crystal light. After a while, the light disappeared, and the villagers were still in the form of demons. But they have not returned to their original state. How come? Advertisement. Suchin smiled and shook his head and said, no, they have returned to their original appearance, because this is what they were. Oh? No. No, no. No way. Lucy thought of something and trembled with fear. They were originally demons, but their memories were confused because of the moondrops. They thought they were humans and that the demon form was the cause of the curse, so they asked the Magisters Guild for help. Demon? Natsu, Gray and Happy were also frightened. Gray carefully asked the demon, really, really? The demon also nodded a little confusedly. Well, that seems to be the case. Scare. Suddenly, a voice said, that's amazing. It's so kind of you to please, magicians, thank you. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw the uncle who had brought a few people to Galuna Island to punt the boat, but now in the form of a demon. Ghost. Lucy hugged Happy tightly and looked at the boatman uncle who appeared in horror. Bob. Bobo. The village chief trembled when he saw the visitor's excited tone. Huh. But, him? The other demon villagers were also confused. They remembered that they had killed him. Can you kill the devil by giving up your mind? It's terrible that everyone thinks they are human. I had to leave the island alone. After everything was explained, the village started a celebration. Although the appearance of the demons was a bit scary, everyone could feel that except for the difference in appearance, these demons and humans were actually living beings, and there was no difference. So several people also joined the celebration. At this time, Ulquiorra, who had escaped from the ruins, appeared on a big tree outside the village. There is also a crystal ball next to it. You have seen it all, Ulquiorra said as if talking to himself. A man's voice came from the crystal ball. It turns out that this is the true form of the Fairy Tale Guild's strongest magician, Shiroyasha. This is really unexpected. Instead of being called White Yaksha, Blackwing Demon seems to be more like this man. Chapter 44. Early the next morning, Suchan and others left Galuna Island and embarked on their way back to the guild. Suchan did not ask for the 7 million yuan reward. Because this task was taken privately by Natsu and Lucy, and because Suchan caused some damage to the village when he taught Natsu a lesson, and because of the difficulty of the task, Suchan waived the reward from the other party and only took what Lucy wanted. The golden key to one of the 12 zodiac signs you want. Natsu, Lucy, and Gray all lamented about this. After all, it was 7 million yuan. Lucy had not been paid since she joined the guild. It was already a financial crisis. If you don't pay, you will be kicked out by the landlord. Suchan ignored this and punished Natsu before punishing Lucy, so this was regarded as Lucy's punishment. By the way, Suchan, I remember that you guessed the truth of the curse before you met Leon and the others. How did you know it? On the way back, Lucy asked her question. Natsu, Gray, and Happy also looked at Suchan. Obviously, they all had the same puzzlement. Suchan gave his own explanation. It's very simple. The name of Devil's Island has been around for a long time. Even ship bosses and pirates avoid it. Obviously, the name Devil's Island is not groundless. There is an ordinary village on such a small island. No matter how you think about it, it feels wrong. Several people were a little surprised after hearing this. Why didn't they think of it at the beginning? Now that they think about it, it's really not right. Apart from the creatures in that village, there seems to be nothing else on the island that can be called demons, so I guess those villagers are the real demons. Are you just guessing that the villagers are all demons just because of this? Lucy felt that this was too lucky. What if she guessed wrong? Suchan spread his hands and said, anyway, I won't be missing anything. At worst, I can go back and ask the boatman. He will definitely know. Only then did a few people think of the boatman uncle. If the boatman uncle understood that all the villagers on the island were demons, maybe Natsu, Lucy, and Happy could really complete this S-class mission. With Lucy's wisdom, Natsu's strength, and Happy's flying, 2 people and 1 cat are definitely qualified to complete this task. Advertisement, it's a pity that they almost missed it, and the huge wave delayed them for a day. Otherwise, they might still have a chance. Okay, the mission is over. There is no point in thinking about it anymore. You should think about how to accept the punishment when you go back. Oh, almost forgot. Lucy covered her face and wailed. I joined the Fairy Tale Guild with great difficulty. I don't want to be kicked out just like this. Natsu patted Lucy on the shoulder optimistically and said, don't worry. The old man is so kind that he won't kick us out of the guild. Well, it's really impossible to drive out the guild, but it's a punishment. It must be that. It really makes people want to do something. Suchin's lips raised slightly. Sweat gradually covered Natsu's smiling face, and he turned around and wanted to run away. but Su-chun grabbed him and dragged Natsu towards the guild. Natsu wailed, "No, I don't want to accept that punishment again." When several people arrived at the guild, they all looked at the scene of the guild in front of them with wide eyes and disbelief. I saw that fairy tale guild was in tatters and was penetrated by huge iron pillars. Who did this? Natsu looked at the destroyed guild ferociously, tears streaming from his eyes. Boom! Su-chen's body exuded terrifying spiritual pressure, and his face was gloomy. Although Su-chan has only been in the guild for 4 years, he has already regarded the fairy tale guild as his home. His home was destroyed, and his anger skyrocketed. Advertisement: Su-chan. Natsu and others around Su-chun suddenly felt it was a little difficult to breathe. The pressure emanating from Su-chen's body was too terrifying. At this time, on the basement level of Fairy Tail Guild, everyone in Fairy Tail Guild also felt this terrifying pressure. Makarov's eyes widened, and he immediately said, "That brat Su-chan is back." "Su-chan, stop. Everyone is fine." Myra's voice sounded, and Su-chan calmed down slightly and put away all his spiritual pressure. "Mira? What on earth is going on? Who did this?" "It's a ghost. Although we are very reluctant, we were attacked by a sneak attack." "Ghost?" Su-chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Phantom is the abbreviation of Phantom Lord Guild. It is the same name as Fairy Tail in the Kingdom of Fiori. The presidents of both parties are among the top 10 magicians in the Ishgar continent, and both guilds have powerful magicians. Before Su-chan joined the Fairy Tail Guild, Ghost and Fairy Tail were at odds with each other. It seems that at a regular meeting of the local guild alliance 6 years ago, the President Makarov and the Ghost President Jose had a dispute and started fighting. As a result, Makarov defeated Jose. Since then, the Ghost have been at odds with Fairy Tail, and Jose has never been to a regular meeting of the local guild alliance. This is the first time that Fairy Tail Guild has been destroyed so blatantly. Su-chan doesn't care whether he makes enemies or not. Since he has taken action against the Fairy Tail Guild, he will make the Ghost pay the heaviest price. Chapter 45. Fairy Tail B10. Su-chan is back. Natsu and Gray are back too. See? The way the guild looks, damn it. Those bastards from Ghost actually attacked our guild. Next time we go and destroy their guild. Calm down. Your opponent is a ghost. At this time, everyone in the guild was filled with indignation. Not only Su-chan regarded the Fairy Tail Guild as his home, but also many people in the guild. For the development of the guild and for the honor of the guild, we have been working hard. The Fairy Tail Guild has grown from a small guild to one of the top guilds in the Kingdom of Fiori. This is inseparable from the efforts of everyone in the guild. Hey, welcome back. President Makarov sat on a wine barrel, holding a wine glass in one hand and saying hello with a hint of drunkenness on his face. "Master, now is not the time to drink." The impulsive Natsu immediately shouted to the president. "Oh, really? You went on an S-level mission without permission? Punishment. Accept the punishment now. Be mentally prepared. Now is not the time to worry about this." Makarov's arm quickly stretched out, and then he hit Natsu and Happy on the head, and then slapped Lucy on the butt. "President, this won't work," Mira said angrily. Natsu continued to roar. "Old man, do you know what the situation is now? The guild has been destroyed." President Makarov held his chin and said, "Calm down, it's not a big deal." "What? Ghost? Those idiots only have this ability. What's the point of being proud of destroying the guild when we're not around?" "Advertisement, no one is here?" Lucy asked. Mira explained. "It seemed like it was night during the sneak attack, and there was no one in the guild." Makarov waved his hand indifferently and said, "There is no need to be angry with opponents like this who can only attack sneakily. Just ignore them." Bang! Natsu slammed the table and roared, "How can we just let it go? I must beat them up." Makarov slapped Lucy's butt and said, "This matter ends here. We will work here until the repairs are done upstairs. There you are in the mood to work." "Why spank me?" Lucy said a little shyly. Mira put her hands on her hips and said angrily to Makarov, "President, I'm going to be angry." "Ah, wait. I can't hold it in anymore." Makarov hurried to the toilet. Natsu said with a reluctant expression, "Why can you be so calm, old man?" Mira said, "The president is also very unwilling, but the council prohibits armed fights between guilds. Didn't they do it first? It's not a matter of order. This is a law set by the Magic Council. If all guilds fight back because someone strikes first, it will be more difficult to manage. Moreover, the Magisters Guild used to be like mercenaries. and would even participate in wars in various countries, causing huge sacrifices. Therefore, the Magic Council established the law that guilds are not allowed to fight with each other to maintain the overall order of the magic world. Suchin didn't speak when Natsu and the old man were arguing, because he already knew very well what he was going to do. Suchin, are you willing to watch the guild be destroyed by those bastards from Ghost? Natsu asked Suchin. Many people in the guild also looked at Suchin, who was the strongest magician in the Fairy Tail Guild. Although Suchin is not very experienced in Fairy Tail Guild and is relatively young, he is still deeply trusted by many guild members. Advertisement, it can be said that as long as Suchin makes a move, with the fiery temper of Fairy Tail Guild members, at least 90% of them will follow Suchin to destroy the Phantom Lord Guild. Just do what the old man says. A large-scale battle will definitely cause damage, which is against the old man's wishes. Even if he says he wants to take revenge, the old man will definitely stop it. Everyone in the guild looked disappointed when they heard Suchin's words. Gray, when the president comes back later, you can report this mission to the president, and I will go back first. After saying this, Suchin turned around and left the guild. Looking at the broken guild, Suchin clenched his fists. No one can destroy their own guild without paying the price. No one. Kingdom of Fury Northeast Oak City, where the Phantom Lord, the Magister's Guild, is located. Haha. Absolutely awesome. The Fairy Tail Guild is now in a state of disrepair. A mere fairy tale dares to go against us ghosts. These guys are probably hiding in the basement and shivering. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, boom. The door of the Phantom Lord Guild exploded open. The magicians in the Phantom Lord Guild were all shocked. Looking towards the door, he saw a handsome young man wearing white clothes and white trousers with a long knife at his waist appearing at the door of the guild. Who are you? How dare you come to the Phantom Lord Guild to cause trouble? Suchin looked at everyone in the Phantom Lord Guild and said calmly, Fairy Tail Guild, Suchin? Chapter 46. Fairy Tail. Everyone in the Phantom Lord Guild was shocked. They were laughing at Fairy Tail just now, but they didn't expect Fairy Tail's people to come up to them. Seeing that Suchin was alone, everyone in the Phantom Lord Guild had a ferocious smile on their faces. The mere magician from Fairy Tail dared to destroy the gate of our Phantom Lord Guild. I'm so impatient. Do it. Kill him. A man rushed towards Suchin with a ferocious smile and punched Suchin in the face.
Snapped.
Suchin casually caught the man's fist and shook it gently. Crack, click, click. The bones of the man's fingers suddenly made a snapping sound.
Whoa!
The man screamed in pain, and the cruelty of Suchin's attack made many people in the Phantom Lord Guild uncontrollably tremble. Immediately, shame and anger arose. Someone even knocked on the door of such a large guild. Come on. Several people rushed towards Suchin with weapons in hand and slashed at Suchin. Suchin condensed spiritual pressure on his fist and fixed it. False bullet. Boom. Whoa. Many people screamed and were knocked away by the false bullets. Although the false bullets were much weaker than the false flashes, it also depended on who used them. Ulquiorra's spiritual pressure was also one of the best in the entire Hueco Mundo. Suchin, who has integrated most of Ulquiorra's strength, the power of the virtual bullet cannot be underestimated. Use magic. Many people gathered various magic bullets and shot them towards Suchin. Boom, boom, boom. The magic bullets exploded when they landed on Suchin. Haha. A mere man dares to break into our Phantom Lord. He should be killed now. Bang. The smoke from the explosion dispersed, and Suchin appeared on the spot unscathed. How can it be? Advertisement. Many people in the Phantom Lord Guild almost stared out of their eyes, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. They were still unscathed after being hit by so many magic attacks. Is this guy a monster? Ring. Suchin's figure flashed in an instant and appeared in the crowd of the Phantom Lord Guild, punching or kicking. Combining Ulquiorra's terrifying power and Steel Skin's defense, Suchin's ordinary fist and kick attacks also had terrifying destructive power. Even these magicians, whose physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary people, mostly end up with broken bones after encountering them. Wow. Suddenly, the entire Phantom Lord Guild screamed in agony. I remembered. Someone from the Phantom Lord Guild pointed at Suchin and shouted in horror. It's him. It's him. Who is he? He is the strongest magician in Fairy Tail Guild. White Yuksha, Suchin. After a while, except for Suchin, there was no one else standing in the entire Phantom Lord Guild. Iron Dragon Stick? Suddenly, An iron rod swept towards Su Chen's head from behind. Su Chen raised his arm. Bang! There was a sound like two iron objects colliding with each other, and Su Chen steadily blocked Gajeel's attack. Gajeel. Great. It's Gajeel here. Some Phantom Lord members who fell on the ground seemed to have seen a savior when they saw the figure behind Su Chen. Gajeel is the ace of the Phantom Lord Guild and the strongest magician in the Phantom Lord Guild. In the eyes of many Phantom Lord Guilds, he is naturally on the same level as Su Chen. Most of them think that their own Gajeel is stronger. Iron? You destroyed the Fairy Tail Guild? Su Chen looked at Gajeel with cold eyes. A ferocious smile appeared on Gajeel's face, and he said, "That's right. Ring." Almost as soon as Gajeel finished speaking, Su Chen appeared in front of Gajeel with a ring. He punched Gajeel. Gajeel's expression changed. He didn't expect Su Chen to be so fast, so he quickly raised his arms to defend himself. Bang! Advertisement, this power. Gajeel felt a sharp pain and unparalleled power appear in both arms, and Gajeel's body was sent flying. Ugh! Boom! The wall of the Phantom Lord Guild was shattered by Gajeel's body. Iron Dragon's roar. Gajeel puffed up his cheeks, took a deep breath, and spit out a silver-gray metal storm from his mouth, spinning crazily towards Su Chen, destroying everything in its path. Boom! The metal storm hit Su Chen's body. Su Chen waved his hand, and the metal storm dissipated. How can it be? Gajeel and the other magicians from the Phantom Lord Guild widened their eyes and exclaimed. They all knew how terrifying the destructive power of Gajeel's magic was, and this man actually blocked Gajeel's move without any injuries. Strange, monster. Other than monster, there are no words that can describe the man in front of me. That's all you can do. When the opponent released Iron Dragon's roar, Su Chen remembered who Gajeel was. After all, there were only a few dragon slayers in the fairy tale anime. I remember it seemed that after Phantom Lord was disbanded, Gajeel joined the Fairy Tail Guild, and later made a lot of contributions to the Fairy Tail Guild. But don't say that Gajeel hasn't joined the Fairy Tail Guild yet. Even if anyone in the Fairy Tail Guild dares to destroy the guild like that, he will definitely not let him go. Gajeel was angry when he heard Su Chen's words. He was the ace of the Phantom Lord Guild, and his status was the same as Su Chen, the ace of the Fairy Tail Guild, but he was so underestimated. Do not underestimate me. Iron Dragon Scales. Gajeel roared angrily, and the skin of his body turned the color of steel and seemed to be covered by pieces of dragon scales. Gajeel stepped forward and rushed towards Su Chen. He punched Su Chen. Su Chen also clenched his fist and struck Gajeel. Bang! The two men's fists collided. Boom! Chapter 47. The terrifying power impact caused the ground beneath the two people to shatter. Gajeel's eyes widened. He couldn't imagine a person blocking his attack with just the strength of his body without using magic. I have used Iron Dragon Scales myself. Immediately afterwards, Gajeel and Su Chen began to attack each other, neither dodging nor dodging. It felt like two iron blocks fighting each other. Crack! Su Chen was still fine, but the Iron Dragon Scales on Gajeel's body were cracked. How is it possible? Gajeel actually lost in defense? Su Chen looked at Gajeel and said, "If you can't do it, let Jose come out." Iron Dragon Sword. Gajeel roared angrily and his arm turned into a huge iron sword and stabbed towards Su Chen. Ding! Su Chen raised his palm to block Gajeel's Iron Dragon Sword. The Iron Dragon Sword did not even pierce Su Chen's palm. Su Chen grabbed the Iron Dragon Sword with his backhand and threw it to the ground behind him. Boom! Ugh! Gajeel screamed, and a big pit was created on the ground by Gajeel. Whoa! The rubble generated by the terrifying impact knocked many Phantom Lord Guild members away. Although the physical defense of Iron Dragon Scales is powerful, it is not infinite. It is like an iron block that will deform under a stronger impact, not to mention that Gajeel is just a layer of Iron Dragon Scales. Su Chen threw Gajeel to the ceiling. Boom! Boom! The ceiling was smashed by Gajeel. Damn it! Gajeel tried his best to steady his body, stepped hard on the ceiling of the third floor, leaned over and rushed towards Su Chen below. Go to hell. Ring. Su Chen's figure disappeared instantly and appeared next to Gajeel. He raised his foot and kicked Gajeel. Gajeel only had time to raise his arms. His body was kicked out by Su Chen and fell rapidly to the ground. Advertisement, boom boom boom. The walls and floor were shattered by Gajeel's body. When Gajeel struggled to stand up. False bullet. Boom. Wow. Su Chen's continuous blank bullets hit Gajeel. Ring. Su-chan appeared next to Gajeel. At this moment, Gajeel was seriously injured, but compared to the injury, the huge gap in strength between the two people caused him more damage. He has always looked down on Fairy Tail Guild, which is as famous as Phantom Lord. However, he was completely crushed by Fairy Tail's Su-chan. He tried his best and failed to cause any harm to Su-chan, but he was covered in bruises. Su-chan kicked Gajeel. Gajeel felt as if he had been hit by a speeding locomotive. Ugh! Gajeel screamed loudly and flew out. Boom! Gajeel crashed into the wall and fell onto the street. Suddenly, a tall figure quietly appeared behind Chu Yin. It was Arya, the head of the 4 elements of the Phantom Lord Guild. Arya of the Great Sky clasped her hands together and shouted loudly, "Airspace destruction! Buzz!" The magic of wind was activated, and the magic enveloped Su-chan. Arya of the Great Sky began to cry loudly. So sad! So sad! How could I be so sad? Is it because a great magician is about to disappear? Are you mourning yourself? Su-chan's voice sounded coldly. Arya's crying suddenly stopped. She looked at Su-chan with wide eyes and said in disbelief, "No, impossible. My magic has obviously hit you. Your magic should have been emptied by me. How come nothing happens to you?" Su-chan was a little surprised when he heard Arya's words. No wonder the other party was so surprised. Magic power is the vitality of a magician. If the magic power is lost too much, the magician will feel great pain and even be unable to move. It's just that he is not a magician, and he does not use magic power, but spiritual pressure. As long as his heart does not stop beating, spiritual pressure will continue to recover. Of course, Su-chan was not so kind as to explain to others why he was fine. Is this what Jose does? It's just like what the old man said. He is indeed a guy who only knows how to use despicable means. False bullet. Su-chan fired a false bullet at Arya in the sky. Wow. Advertisement Arya in the sky follows in Gajeel's footsteps. Boom. Arya smashed the wall and flew out. At this time, the Phantom Lord Guild was in tatters. Jose, get out of here. Su-chan shouted loudly. The other party came to look for trouble. He knew that Jose would definitely be watching nearby. Since the Phantom Lord Guild is destined to be destroyed, then destroy it by yourself. This is what Su-chan wants to do. Don't you dare to come out? Then let you watch your guild destroyed. False bullet. Boom. A big hole opened in the ceiling of the Phantom Lord Guild. Ring. Su-chan instantly appeared in the sky directly above the Phantom Lord Guild. The index finger of his right hand pointed to the Phantom Lord Guild below. Buzz. Emerald green spiritual pressure condensed in front of Su-chan's index finger. Not good. Run. Leave the guild quickly. Many people from the Phantom Lord Guild below changed their faces after seeing it, and they endured the pain and fled the guild. False flash. Call out. The emerald green flash flooded the entire Phantom Lord Guild. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying destructive impact brought by the virtual flash completely destroyed the Phantom Lord Guild. Woa! Aha! The ghost members who had just escaped from the Phantom Lord Guild screamed and were knocked away by the impact. After a while, the light gradually faded away. All members of the Phantom Lord Guild, including Gajeel, opened their eyes wide and were stunned by the sight before them. I saw that the Phantom Lord Guild had completely disappeared, and a huge hole appeared where the Phantom Lord Guild had been. The guild disappeared. Chapter 48. Cold sweat broke out from everyone's back. If they had run slower before, they would definitely die from the blow just now. Is this the strength of Fairy Tail Guild's strongest mage Su-chan? This strength is too terrifying. Suddenly, many people from the ancient knights of the Magic Council surrounded the place. No one is allowed to move. We are the ancient knights who forcibly supervise the troops under the Magic Council. Su-chan, someone reported you for attacking the Phantom Lord Guild. You violated the rule that magician guilds are not allowed to attack each other. You should be arrested immediately. Su-chan's expression did not change after seeing it. Such a big incident here would naturally attract the ancient knights stationed nearby. Naturally, there was no way to avoid so many witnesses, so he had already been mentally prepared. However, the total time it took for him to get here was not long. How could the ancient knights, who were usually so busy, arrive so quickly by such a coincidence? Jose, that's all you have. The image of a person gradually became clear, including purple clothes and shawl, a tall hat like a wizard, and a pair of small devil wings on the back. It is none other than Jose Porla, one of the top 10 magicians in the Holy Spirit, the president of the Phantom Lord. After Su Chen saw it, he sarcastically said, "Did he finally show up? One of the 10 magic guides of the Return of Saints. I even knocked on the door. He didn't even know where he was hiding. He only dared to appear in front of me with his missing body. No wonder your guild only dares to sneak attack our guild at night when no one is around. It turns out that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked." Jose, the president of the Phantom Lord Guild, didn't seem to be angry when he heard Su Chen's sarcasm, but said proudly, "I just used the easiest way to win. Victory? What you mean by victory is that I knocked on the door alone and the guild was destroyed. You brat." Jose's face turned a little ferocious. Any guild leader would definitely not be in a good mood if his guild was kicked in and destroyed. He was just pretending to be cool. Su Chen smiled and said, "This is what you really look like. You are despicable and ugly. Even the huge Phantom Lord Guild can't fight anyone. You dare to claim to be as famous as our fairy tale. I really don't know who gave you the courage. You brat, you're looking for death." After all, Jose was one of the top 10 wizards in the Holy Spirit. When had he ever been confronted by a junior like this, he wished he could kill Su Chen right now. "You can try. Advertisement, damn brat. I don't want to be acquainted with you, so I'd better let the Magic Council greet you." At this time, the people from the Ancient Knights also said, "Put the magic handcuffs on him." Several people from the Ancient Knights were about to put magic forbidden handcuffs on Su Chen. This is a piece of equipment specially used to imprison magicians. As long as the magicians are put on, they cannot use magic. It is similar to the sea stone handcuffs in the One Piece anime. Su Chen frowned when he saw the handcuffs. He felt like a prisoner wearing the handcuffs. He didn't like this feeling. I didn't like him when he was on Earth, but now that he has merged with the Ulquiorra template and has the power to easily destroy the entire Magic Council, I hate him even more. When will the strong bow to the weak? Get away. The people of the Ancient Knights all pointed their weapons at Su Chen, with serious expressions on their faces, as if they were ready to attack at any time. "Are you going to resist arrest? You don't need that kind of thing. I'll go to the Senate with you. Get him." The Ancient Knights planned to forcibly arrest Su Chen. Buzz. Su Chen's body exuded terrifying spiritual pressure. Boom. The surrounding members of the Ancient Knights felt a terrifying pressure oppressing their souls, and couldn't help but kneel on the ground, with fear on their faces and sweat oozing out. "I said you don't need that kind of thing. Do you understand?" After Su Chen finished speaking, he put away his spiritual pressure. The people of the Ancient Knights breathed a sigh of relief and no longer dared to be so arrogant. He really doesn't understand how these guys in the Magic Council can be so confident despite being so weak. Advertisement, it is clearly claimed to be the strongest force in the Ishgar continent, but it doesn't even have a capable magician. Soon, Su Chen followed the Ancient Knights to the Magic Council. Shortly after Su Chen left, Jose appeared here with the other 3 and 4 elements. Looking at the guild that had completely disappeared, Jose clenched his fists and said with an ugly face, "This damn brat. He's really bullying." Since he arranged for Garp to destroy the Fairy Tail Guild, he would naturally plot Fairy Tail's revenge. I just didn't expect Su Chen to be so powerful. Even his Phantom Lord's trump card, Garp, was no match. "President, do we want to continue with our plan?" Soul, one of the 4 elements, the Earth element, asked Jose. He had just witnessed Su Chen's combat power with his own eyes. Although he had heard about it, it was only after seeing it with his own eyes that he realized that Su Chen was even more terrifying than the rumors said. "Of course I have to continue. If I don't make Fairy Tail pay the price, and others think I'm afraid of him, Makarov, I will make Fairy Tail disappear completely from this world." Jose gritted his teeth and said, "The basement level of Fairy Tail Guild. Everyone from Fairy Tail gathered here, and the iron pillars on the upper floors of the guild were cleared and patched with templates. But people are still not allowed to enter because there is a possibility of collapse at any time. Therefore, tasks in the guild are still done on the underground level. However, because of the destruction of the guild, no one was in the mood to do the task, so they all gathered here." "Oh no!" Loki hurried in with a panic expression on his face and shouted loudly, "What's wrong?" Everyone in the guild looked at Loki. Loki breathlessly said, Su Chen was captured by the Magic Council." "What?" Chapter 49. Everyone in the Fairy Tail Guild suddenly burst into an uproar when they heard the news brought by Loki. What's wrong? Why was Su Chen arrested by the Magic Council? In the end, what happened? Makarov asked Loki with a serious face. "What is going on?" Loki held the newspaper and said, "Su Chen destroyed the Phantom Lord Guild by himself, and injured many members of the Phantom Lord. He was then captured by the people from the Magic Council who came over. What? Yesterday, they were still complaining in their hearts that Su Chun, the strongest magician of the Fairy Tail Guild, did nothing when the guild was destroyed. Unexpectedly, today they heard the news that Su Chun had destroyed the Phantom Lord Guild. Makarov took the newspaper from Loki's hand and saw a photo of a big hole in the newspaper where the Phantom Lord's Guild was originally. Seeing that the Phantom Lord Guild had turned into a big pit, everyone in the Fairy Tail Guild felt a strong sigh of relief in their hearts. Su Chun was indeed the same Su Chun, a man who would never do anything after suffering a loss. But then many people became a little worried. After all, Su Chun was caught in the Magic Council. Old man, it was obviously the Phantom Lord Guild who took action first. Why did they arrest Su Chun? This is so unfair, Natsu said to Makarov. Gray explained. Although we all know that the guild was destroyed by Phantom Lord, we have no evidence. That guy did it. What more evidence do you need? Natsu said loudly. But what's the use if we only know it? The ghosts won't admit it, and neither will the Magic Council. Then what should we do? Are we going to watch Su Chun being punished by the Magic Council? Advertisement suddenly, President Makarov said. Okay, I will find a solution for this matter. You don't have to worry too much. Magic Council era. The well-prepared Phantom Lord Guild used magic crystal to record how Su Chun made a big fuss in the Phantom Lord Guild, and finally destroyed and arrested the Phantom Lord Guild. Bang! How unreasonable! How unreasonable! Everyone, you have all seen it. This Su Chun is simply lawless. He blatantly refused to say anything about destroying another regular guild, and refused to cooperate in the face of the arrest by the Senate. Such a guy must be severely punished. If not severely punished, our Magic Council will be disgraced. Yes, the Fairy Tail Guild usually gets into trouble. This time we must not let you off easy. Councillor Reggie, the third seat of the council, said, I propose to imprison him immediately and dissolve the Fairy Tail Guild. I agree. Oge, who was in the second seat, also raised his hand in agreement. As Makarov's best friend, Councillor Yakima saw that Reggie and OG both proposed disbanding the Fairy Tail Guild, and immediately said, it's better not to unilaterally listen to the Phantom Lord Guild's complaint about this matter. According to me, the news we received was that the Phantom Lord Guild destroyed the Fairy Tail Guild first, so Su Chun chose to fight back. Congressman Yakima, what you said is wrong. Our Magic Council clearly stipulates that all guilds are not allowed to fight with each other. Not to mention that Fairy Tail has no clear evidence that it was done by someone from the Phantom Lord Guild. Even if it was, he can't privately attacking the Phantom Lord Guild. If all magician guilds are like this, how can our Magic Council manage these magician guilds? Commentator Reggie is right. Such a heinous incident can never be tolerated again. Even if Fairy Tail is not disbanded, Makarov, as the president of Fairy Tail, has not played a good leading role and must be detained. Fairy Tail has caused a lot of trouble for many Magic Council members over the years. Although the Eisenwald incident was solved not long ago, it is still hated by many council members. Counting the chairman of the Magic Council, there are a total of 10 Magic Council members in the Magic Council. The chairman of the Magic Council, Crawford did not express his position. Advertisement Cheekline and Altair also spoke for Fairy Tail before. But not long ago, I saw Su Chun showing off his power on Alcatraz Island, and now I also want to see what will happen if Su Chun and the Magic Council confront each other, or I want to see this scene, so I keep silence. Yakima is definitely on Fairy Tail's side. The remaining 6 magic commentators all clamored to sanction Fairy Tail and punish Su Chun severely. Many people's opinions are worth their weight in gold, but Yakima can't support a single tree. Therefore, before Su Chun is interrogated, many penalties against the Fairy Tail Guild are about to be implemented. Dong dong dong. The door of the conference room was knocked. Come in. A frog messenger came in and said, Dear council members, Fairy Tail Su Chun has been brought. The chairman of the jury, Crawford, said, then take it to the trial hall. Everyone, even if it is a punishment, it will not be convicted until the trial. Let's go to the trial first. Magic Council era Judgment Hall. Su Chun was brought to the trial seat. Chairman Crawford sat at the top, and the other 9 magic judges sat below. Su Chun also saw Altair, whom he met on Galuna Island not long ago. Altair knew that his identity had been exposed when Su Chun accurately called his name. Although I don't know how he was exposed, there is no point in hiding now. Su Chun, Phantom Lord Guild President Jose Porla sued you for attacking Phantom Lord Guild, attacking Phantom Lord members, and destroying Phantom Lord Guild buildings. Do you plead guilty? Suchin looked at all the magic reviewers and said with a smile, I don't admit guilt. Chapter 50. What did you say? Suchin. Now that we have all the witnesses and material evidence, the evidence is conclusive. It's useless for you to quibble. Although you attacked the Phantom Lord Guild this time, no one was killed. If you plead guilty, you can be dealt with lightly. If you continue not to plead guilty, the punishment will be doubled. Your guild will also be implicated. Suchin chuckled and said, You all asked me to plead guilty one by one. Why don't you ask me why I did this? No matter what the reason is, it is a rule of the magic world that guilds are not allowed to fight with each other. If you break the rules, you will be punished. When Suchin heard this, he shrugged and said, I see. Since you have said so, then it is up to you to decide. Okay. According to the relevant laws of the Magic Council, Suchin is sentenced to 7 years in prison. Execute immediately. Fairy Tail Guild Makarov's improper management caused many guild members to make mistakes, and he was sentenced to 1 month of confinement. Suchin raised his hand at this time. Suchin, is there anything else you want to say? Suchin asked, I would like to ask, the president and I were both punished. So what is the punishment for the Phantom Lord Guild? Why does Phantom still need to be punished? You have already injured many members of the Phantom Lord Guild and destroyed the Phantom Lord Guild. Our Fairy Tail Guild was also destroyed by ghosts. Counselor Reggie said, There is simply insufficient evidence in that matter to punish Ghost. Suchin's brows raised. His eyes became cold, and then he smiled and said, According to what you mean, as long as there is no evidence, you will not be punished, right? That's right. Representative Reggie was too lazy to argue. Then I'm fine. Soon Suchin was taken down. Then he was imprisoned in the cell underground of the Magic Council. In the evening, Suchin slowly opened his eyes, and a green light flashed across the darkness. Suchin pressed his palms on the ground, exploring the nerves. The positions of everyone in the Magic Council were presented in Suchin's mind in the form of flames. Advertisement, sure enough. Just like in the anime, I really don't know why these guys in the Magic Council are so ordinary yet so confident. During Suchin's investigation, there were only a few people in such a large Magic Council who could defeat him, not even anyone who could compete with Natsu Erza. It is still known as the strongest force in the Ishgar continent, but the result is only this extent. No wonder even the highest-ranking magic counselors were all killed in the later period. It is simply unreasonable for weak people to manage powerful ones. It is obvious that the development of the Magic Council has been deformed. Since you said you won't be punished without evidence, then don't blame me. The Zanpakuto Blackwing demon materialized in Suchin's hand. Suchin unsheathed the Blackwing demon's sword. He whispered the words of Gue Ren in his mouth. Block it, Blackwing demon. Buzz. A terrifying pressure appeared, awakening everyone in the Magic Council. Immediately afterwards, many people saw a huge, strange phenomenon appearing over the Magic Council. The entire sky seemed to be shrouded in darkness, and dense black raindrops fell from the sky. Black rain? Many guards felt the black rain hitting their faces, which was biting and cold. But when I touched it with my hand, I didn't find any trace of moisture. Soon, the vision disappeared, the sky returned to normal, and there were no traces of rain on the ground, as if nothing had happened at all. This sudden vision naturally caused a lot of discussion. Sudden. Boom. A flash of light green light flashed, and a building of the Magic Council exploded. What? Many people's faces suddenly changed after seeing this. What happened? Then another light green light flashed across. Boom. Another building of the Magic Council was destroyed. At this time, everyone also reacted. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Someone is attacking the Magic Council. Advertisement. Boom. Many people hurriedly ran out of the building, and as soon as they ran out, it exploded. Whoa! Whoosh! Along with the light green light, a building was destroyed. In the blink of an eye, half of the Magic Council building was destroyed. Only then did the attack stop. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Who is so bold as to attack the Magic Council? The attacker must be caught. Once caught, he must be sentenced to death. Many Magic Council members ran out of their sleep in a hurry and were almost killed. They couldn't help but jump when they saw the Magic Council being destroyed like this. When Altair and Kaikaran saw the familiar light, they immediately knew who did it. Suchin knew at a glance that he was not a law-abiding master, so how could he accept the punishment honestly? However, neither of them expected that Suchin's resistance would come so quickly and fiercely. One of the ancient knights said, That light seems to belong to fairy tale Su-chun. That's right. There's also that terrifying magic power just now. It's the same magic power that Su-chun released in Phantom Lord, but it's many times more powerful than it was at that time. That's right. I remembered it too. It's him. Several people from the ancient knights who went to arrest Su-chun recalled that the fear Su-chun brought to them when he released his spiritual pressure when they were about to attack Su-chun was indeed very similar to just now. What? This damn brat. How dare you do such a thing? Go and arrest Su-chun immediately. Yes. Many ancient knights quickly surrounded the cell where Su-chun was held. The prison where Su-chun was imprisoned was also blown open, and Su-chun was sitting quietly in the prison. Several magic reviewers appeared in front of Su-chun. When Su-chun saw this, he raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Hey, what kind of wind is this that has blown all the council members over? Su-chun, how dare you destroy the magic council? Don't talk nonsense if you don't have evidence. I've been staying here honestly. If you want to convict me, you need evidence. Chapter 51. How dare you deny it? That magic power just now was you. Su-chun shook the magic forbidden handcuffs on his wrists with an innocent face and said, I am wearing the magic forbidden handcuffs. Fellow reviewers, please do not arbitrarily accuse good people. It's useless for you to quibble. Evidence. Bring out the evidence. During the day, one of the commentators said that there would be no punishment without evidence. Several members of the council were all angry. If they had just suspected it, now they were sure that Su-chun was responsible for the destruction of the council. What I said is proof. You intended to murder the magic council members, destroyed many magic council buildings. Now you are sentenced to death. Death penalty. That's right, death penalty. Execute immediately. The smile on Su-chun's face slowly disappeared. He glanced at the magic reviewers lightly and said, Everyone, are you serious? Of course it's true. You guys, what are you waiting for? Kill him immediately. They were almost buried alive just now, so they were naturally very angry. Moreover, the culprit that caused all this was right in front of their eyes. Naturally, they wanted to cut Su-chun into pieces with 1,000 knives. All the ancient knights raised their magic wands and activated magic on Su-chun. Boom, 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 boom. The magic bullet landed on Su-chun's body and exploded continuously. After a while, the explosion ended and the smoke dispersed. How can it be? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief when they saw the scene in front of them. Su-chun, who was attacked by so many magic bullets, walked out of the prison unscathed. Su-chun looked at everyone in the magic council and chuckled. Well, although I didn't intend to accept the so-called punishment honestly, but this time it was you who took action first. If I take action again, I'm sure the old man won't blame me. Escape. The prisoner has escaped. Hurry. Assemble all the ancient knights to arrest. Hurry. Don't let him get away. Several magic reviewers were frightened. Ring. Advertisement. Su-chun's figure instantly appeared in mid-air. He stretched and said, The air outside is relatively fresh. Is it the magic council? Whether in his previous life or in this life, he had no good impression of the so-called magic council. He clamored to arrest this and that one, but he never saw a powerful dark guild that was really killed by the magic council. Especially these magic council members. Each of them seems to be worth 25,800 yuan, but in fact they have no ability at all. Of course, there are some who sincerely want to maintain the order of the magic world, but there are too few. For Su-chun, he had been bound by rules and regulations in his previous life, and he didn't want to live like that again in this life. He has his own principles in how he behaves and does things. He won't touch anyone who violates his bottom line, but he doesn't want guys like the magic council to interfere with him. If you want to do this, there is only one way, and that is to beat. If you don't give these old boys a good beating, you really think that your magic council is invincible. Found Su-chun. There. Attack. Whoosh dash. Magic bullets were shot towards Su-chun. Buzz. Su-chun's right index finger pointed downward, and the spiritual pressure in front of the index finger formed a small emerald green ball, which was then compressed and released instantly. False flash. Boom. The emerald green flash of light swept across the ground and buildings, annihilating those magic bullets. Boom, boom, boom. Whoa. All the people in the magic council were dumbfounded after seeing it. What a terrifying destructive power. Su-chun's left index finger pointed in another direction, which was the house in the trial hall. Buzz. The emerald green spiritual pressure gathered again. No. Get out of the way. Everyone in that direction began to run away. False flash. Call out. Boom boom boom. Advertisement, You. Everyone looked at Su-chun in horror. They had no idea that Su-chun had such destructive power. Is this guy really a human being? Su-chun looked at the several magic commentators who were surrounded. These were the ones who were clamoring the loudest just now. Yesterday's trial was also specifically aimed at him and Fairy Tail. Escort. Escort. I am a reviewer. Protect me. Reviewer Reggie shouted in horror when he saw Su-chun's eyes falling on him. Quick. Protect Counselor Reggie. Many people gathered in front of Counselor Reggie. Use magic shield. The person who seemed to be the captain of the ancient knights shouted. Buzz buzz. Magic shields appeared one after another, and then gathered together to form a larger magic shield. Although there are not many powerful people in the Magic Council, their use of magic is still very advanced, such as the ultimate destructive magic that shocks the entire Ishgar continent, magic elf power. However, that kind of thing is like a strategic weapon like a nuclear bomb. It will not be used just because there are a few gangs in a certain city. Even if it does appear, Su-chun may not be afraid. Ring. Su-chun appeared in front of the magic shield. The spiritual pressure condensed on his fist, and then he punched the magic shield. Crack, click, click, boom. The magic shield that gathered the magic power of more than a dozen people shattered. The ancient knights all screamed and were knocked away. Attack, attack, boom, boom, boom. Other members of the ancient knights used magic to attack Su-chun. The magic bullet fell on Su-chun. The powerful spiritual pressure and the defense of the steel skin allowed the magic of the members of the ancient knights to fall on Su-chun without even breaking the corners of his clothes. Weird. Monster. If Su-chun had terrifying destructive power, they could accept it, but Su-chun's abnormal defense power made these people of the ancient knights despair. Chapter 52. False bullet. Su-chun strolled towards Counselor Reggie and shook his hand. Boom. Counselor Reggie ran away in a hurry after seeing it. Quick. Stop him quickly. Stop him quickly. Counselor Reggie ran while grabbing the person next to him and throwing him at Su-chun. Su-chun fired blank bullets casually, as if a cat was playing with a mouse. Everyone who got close was knocked away. Help. Help. Help me. Bang. In his panic, Counselor Reggie accidentally stepped on a stone and fell to the ground. He crawled backwards on his hands and knees and said, No. Don't kill me. I am the most distinguished Magic Council member. If you dare to kill me, you Fairy Tail will be finished. You want to die. Su-chun's face darkened after hearing this. The most important thing to him in this life was his family members of the Fairy Tail Guild. Anyone who dares to threaten him with Fairy Tail will make these guys pay the heaviest price. False bullet. Boom. A false bullet hit Counselor Reggie. Ugh. Judge Reggie screamed loudly. Go and save Lord Reggie. Many people from the ancient knights rushed towards Su-chun. Get out of here. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. Su-chun's body exuded terrifying spiritual pressure, and everyone who rushed around was knocked away. Almost everyone was kneeling on the ground with fear on their faces. What a terrifying magic power. What kind of monster did we catch? How could there be such a terrifying monster? In terms of expression, Ryatsu and magic power are almost the same. Even in the perception of others, Ryatsu is magic power, but the essence of Ryatsu and magic power is completely different. Buzz. Su-chun pointed his right index finger at Counselor Reggie, and the emerald green spiritual pressure continued to condense. No. Don't kill me. Phew. A figure instantly appeared next to Counselor Reggie, then grabbed Counselor Reggie and disappeared immediately. Call out. Boom boom boom. A terrifying explosion occurred. After the explosion dissipated, everyone looked at Su-chun in horror, because the ground in front of Su-chun seemed to be swallowed up by something, and a huge pit appeared. Is there teleportation magic? After all, he has lived in this world for 4 years, and his knowledge of magic is no longer a novice. Magic is not just something you want to learn, such as Makarov's giant magic and Gildart's crushing magic. Learning magic also requires corresponding qualifications, and it depends on what magic your own magic matches. Space magic is a qualification possessed by very few talents. It has many forms of expression. For example, Erza's costume change is a type of space magic. The person who just appeared seemed familiar to Su-chun. Dorambolt appeared among the crowd of the ancient knights in the distance with Counselor Reggie. When Reggie saw that he was safe, he immediately returned to his true nature and shouted, "Where's Kaikarine? Isn't he one of the 10 holy magicians? Come and kill this guy quickly." Counselor Chikir asked for leave in the afternoon because he said he was not feeling well, said a frog messenger from the Senate. "Then bring him here quickly." Judge Ogre shouted. But I can't contact Counselor Cheekline at all now," the frog messenger said in embarrassment. "Damn it, that brat. He's so arrogant on weekdays. He's not here when you need him." Advertisement: don't think about Kaikarine. Think about how to kill this brat. Ring. Suchin's voice sounded from behind several commentators. "Oh, do you want to kill me?" Several people suddenly felt terrified. Damn it, they had all forgotten that this monster had teleportation skills. "Take me away quickly. Take me away from the Magic Council." Reggie immediately grabbed Dornbolt's hand and shouted, "No, take me away if you want." A tall commentator with 3 eyes also grabbed Dornbolt's arm and shouted, "Take me first. Take me first." 2 more commentators caught Dorambolt, and it was already too much for Dorambolt to carry 4 people. Suchin looked at several people sarcastically and said, "Is this the Magic Counselor? He even abandons others in order to survive. How ugly." "Suchin, don't go too far." Oge, the second seat of the Magic Council, scolded Suchin. "Excessive? I have been sentenced to death, and you still say that I am excessive?" "What?" This was the first time Ogre heard this. Suchin sneered and said, "Why do you convict me just because of you be *********D wizards? It's just a Magic Council, and it can be destroyed in just a few seconds. I don't know where you get the confidence. There is no need for such a black and white Magic Council to exist anymore." Suchin pointed his index finger at all the reviewers. He had murderous intentions when he heard that Reggie was going to attack Fairy Tail. They are just magic reviewers. If one group dies, there will be another batch. Buzz. Different from the color that Suchin usually used to flash. This time what appeared in front of his finger was a dark purple sphere with jagged light, and the space around Suchin's body was distorted. Wang Su's flash. The super powerful virtual flash that can only be used by the 10 blades is several times more powerful than the ordinary virtual flash. It will distort the local space of Hueco Mundo, so Aizen stipulates that it is not allowed to be used under the sky of Shuya Palace. Of course, he is not Ulquiorra and is not under Aizen's control, and this is not Shuya Palace. He can use it however he wants. Dorambolt originally planned to teleport away with the commentators, but was unable to activate magic due to the distortion of space, and his expression immediately changed. Just when Suchin was about to start, a short figure suddenly appeared in front of several commentators. "Stop it, you brat." Chapter 53. Old man. Suchin was stunned. The person in front of him was Makarov, the president of Fairy Tail Guild. At this time, Wang Su's flash in front of Suchin's fingers could no longer be suppressed. Suchin quickly swung to the side. "Call out." Wang Su's flash of light flew toward a building in the distance. Shwa! The deep purple Wang Su's flash spread rapidly. Boom! A horrific explosion occurred. Woa! After the explosion, everyone could not help but tremble after seeing it. I saw that the building had completely disappeared, as if it had never existed. The floor of the building has also been shaved into a smooth hemispherical shape. If they were hit by Suchin's move, then maybe their ashes would not be left behind. It was too scary. Is this guy really a human being? "Old man, why are you here? If I don't come back, you will destroy the Magic Council." After Makarov heard that Suchin had been arrested, he immediately rushed here. The matter this time was both big and small. Advertisement: the Phantom Lord Guild struck first, and only then did Suchin fight back. Although the ghosts looked a bit miserable, no one actually died. According to common sense, Suchin would only be imprisoned for about a week at most, and Ghost would also be punished similarly. However, he did not expect that the reviewers would use Fairy Tail to establish their authority. He knew something was going to happen after he heard from his friend Yakima the punishment of Suchin by the Magic Council. Although Suchin was usually amiable, he was an extremely proud person at heart. It's strange that this brat didn't get angry when the Magic Council did this, but he didn't expect Suchin to make such a big deal. Just now, the last building was annihilated, and now the entire council is now in ruins. Then you can't blame me. It's just these zombies who are causing trouble. Since they are causing trouble, then I will kill them. Bang! Makarov's arm lengthened and hit Suchin on the forehead. "You brat! How can you talk?" Suchin said with an expression of injustice and grievance. "Old man, They are going to sentence me to death, and they were the ones who attacked me first. If my defense hadn't been high, I wouldn't have been able to see you. What? Makarov's expression changed when he heard Suchin's words. Boom! The earth shattered. Makarov's body exuded golden, terrifying magic power, and his body became extremely huge. What are you going to do to my child? Makarov glared at several magic counselors. He could be scolded by the counselors for causing trouble as a guild member, but he would not let go of anyone who wanted to harm his children. The children in the guild belonged to Makarov. Reverse scale. All the people in the Magic Council felt this terrifying magic power, and their bodies could not help but tremble. Only then did several magic commentators remember that Makarov, who was usually scolded by them, was one of the top 10 magicians in the Ishgar continent and possessed extremely terrifying power. A super monster like Suchun is not enough. Add another monster, and the Magic Council may really be destroyed. Suddenly, a voice said, Xiao Ma, don't be impulsive. Isn't there nothing wrong with Suchin? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw an old man who was almost as short as Makarov appeared. Advertisement, Yakima Counselor. Yakima, Makarov's best friend since childhood, has also been maintaining Fairy Tail in the Magic Council these years. He also made great efforts in Suchin's matter this time, but it's a pity that he can't handle it alone. Pony. Both sides of this matter are at fault. The Magic Council has paid a heavy price and has vented its anger. This matter is over here. Let's forget it. Normally, these commentators would have jumped out a long time ago, but after what happened just now, they did not dare to say anything for fear of being targeted by the two monsters, Suchin and Makarov. Forget it? How can we just forget it? Do we have to wait until something happens to resist? Anyone who tries to harm my child deserves to die. Makarov's huge eyes stared at several Magic Council members, who were all silent. Okay, Xiaoma, how can these people from the Magic Council cause any harm to this boy Suchun? The Magic Council has been destroyed, and this boy Suchin's clothes are not even torn. Give me some face, forgive me. They will die, Yakima said helplessly. Although he had only met Suchin a few times and didn't know much about him, he knew guild arts. The strongest magician in Fairy Tail is not the strongest magician except for the president, but the strongest among all the magicians including the president Makarov. Once upon a time, Guildarts was the strongest, which meant that Guildart's strength was superior to Makarov, one of the 10 holy wizards. Suchin defeated Guildarts at a young age and became the strongest in the guild, so one can imagine his strength. Okay, for your sake, I won't pursue this matter, Makarov said, and his body slowly became smaller. But you must give me an explanation for this matter. Although Suchin is also at fault for this incident, the main reason is because the ghost took the lead in provoking it. This penalty is obviously unfair. Also, you only calculated Suchin's mistakes and did not consider Suchin's achievements at all. This makes me very doubtful about the fairness of the Magic Council. If you don't give me an explanation, I will explain it at the next Holy 10 meeting in the local regular meeting. Maybe it is really like what the brat Suchun said. It is time for the Magic Council to change a group of people. Makarov glanced at several Magic Counselors. The expressions of several magic commentators changed drastically. They were nominally the most powerful people in the Ishgar continent and could even reprimand the king of the kingdom of Fiori. However, while they enjoy supreme power, they must also be cautious in their words and deeds. Water can carry a boat or capsize it. If Makarov really does that, it won't be enough to change a group of people, but he will definitely replace several council members. Don't underestimate the power of a Holy 10 magician and the leader of a local alliance guild. Chapter 54. For those who have the highest power, such as the Magic Counselors, the more they enjoy power, the more they cannot live without it. Power is a poison that corrodes people's hearts. After all these years, there are only 1 or 2 commentators left who still retain their original aspirations. They can no longer live without power and must appease Makarov. Old man, you are just too kind. You just destroyed the Magic Council regardless of my wishes. It is convenient and saves trouble. Suchin looked at everyone in the Magic Council with a ferocious expression and said. Everyone looked at Suchin in horror, and then they remembered that there was such a big devil like Suchin. Forget it. Forget it. Don't be the same as them. Since ancient times, the strong have managed the weak. When will it be the weak's turn to manage the strong? The Magic Council is really too weak. The development of this world is abnormal. In the One Piece World Navy headquarters, it is best for the strong to take charge of the weak. These Magic Counselors are more like the kind of celestial dragons who manage the Navy headquarters, Neither fish nor fowl. Su Chen's words made several magic reviewers turn blue and white. Although they are weak, they still have some merit in maintaining order in the magic world. Maintaining order? It's just about managing the various guilds. The increasing number of dark guilds in recent years is not a reflection of the improper management of the Magic Council. Also, the dark guilds that have been eliminated by the Magic Council in the past few years have been solved by me alone. Really? Su Chen glanced at these people with disdain. Ahem. Yakima coughed twice with a slightly red face. He was also one of the magic reviewers, and Su Chen, a brat, also scolded him. But what Su Chen said is correct. In the past 4 years, the entire Magic Council has eliminated more dark guilds in quantity and quality than Su Chen alone. This has to be said to be a shameful achievement. Okay, brat. Makarov winked at Su Chen and told Su Chen that it was almost done. Yes, old man. Who is that? Yes, it's you. Send us back. Makarov pointed at Dorambolt and said. Dorambolt was startled. He didn't expect to face these two big monsters alone. He glanced at Congressman Yakima, and Yakima nodded. He glanced at the other people again and found that there was a hint of joy in their eyes that they had finally sent away these two gods of plague. Advertisement gritting his teeth. Dorambolt came to Su Chen and Makarov. Call out. Dorambolt used teleportation magic to take 2 people out of the Magic Council. Seeing Su Chen and Makarov leaving, several magic commentators started shouting loudly again. Yakima? You just made a private decision to shoot Su Chen, an important prisoner. Yes. What right do you have to do this? The heinous crime of fairy tale, destroying the Magic Council and threatening the Magic Council members is absolutely unforgivable. They must pay the price. Yakima sneered and said, How about I contact Xiao Ma again and ask Xiao Ma to send the person back? I believe Xiao Ma and Su Chen will not disagree. Several magic commentators immediately shuddered and did not dare to speak. Instead of shirking responsibility, it is better to give Makarov a satisfactory answer as soon as possible, otherwise no one will look good when the time comes. After Yakima finished speaking, he left here with his hands behind his back. At this time, there were 2 figures standing on the high ground in the distance, watching the whole battle between Su Chen and the Magic Council. It was Altair and Zeke who had never appeared. Lord Kaikarine, after seeing it with your own eyes, what do you think of Su Chen's strength? Altair looked at Kaikarine with a smile like a flower and said, I can only say that he is worthy of being called White Yuksha Su Chen by the Dark Guild as a natural disaster. Who do you think is stronger, him or you? Kaikarine raised his eyebrows after hearing this. The Magic Council is a bunch of rubbish. There are so many people who can't even force Su Chen to take another form. It has no reference significance at all. That guy's magic attack is indeed powerful, but do you think he can hit me? Altair naturally knows that Kaikarine's magic is very fast, and it is indeed difficult to hit at the speed of False Flash. Advertisement, but Su Chen's defense is also at monster level. A conceited smile appeared on Kaikarine's face. They are just trash fish from the Magic Council. How can they be compared with my magic? With his magic power, even the magic of the ancient knights of the Magic Council could not break through his defense. But he is indeed a strong opponent, as long as he doesn't hinder me. He saw speed, strength, attack power, defense power, magic power, and flying ability from Su Chen. This was a terrifying guy with powers very similar to his own. A fighting spirit also secretly arose in his heart. Well, Lord Cheekline is the youngest member of the 10 holy wizards in history. Let's go. My plan has not been completed yet. The Magic Council cannot be crossed. It will not be easy to find a few more useless Magic Council members elsewhere. Haha. Altair couldn't help but chuckle when he heard Cheekline's sarcasm towards the Magic Counselor. Zekline and Altair appeared in front of all the magic judges. Zikrian, Altair, where did you two go? As soon as the 2 people appeared, they became the targets of the anger of several magic commentators. Such a big thing happened in the Magic Council, and you weren't here. Do you know why you were chosen as a magic counselor? Cheekline said with a smile. Sorry, I just got the news, so I hurried back. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen. What about you, Altair? Why didn't you join the battle? I'm a woman. I always feel uncomfortable a few days a month, and I've asked for leave. Do you want me to fight Su Chen in this state? Several magic commentators kept blushing. Regardless of whether it was true or false, this woman really dared to say anything. Chapter 55. Cheekline said, Okay, now let's think about how to minimize the impact. When several other Magic Council members heard Chica Klein's words, they all knew that at this time, as Chica Klein said, the impact must be minimized. Otherwise, the majesty of the Magic Council will be completely destroyed. What are the casualties of the Magic Council? OG asked. Report. Elder Ogre. The number of injured people in the Magic Council, including several members, is 5,416. No one died. What? Everyone's expressions changed slightly. They didn't expect that no one died in such a terrible destruction. How could this be possible? They even thought about the worst outcome, even if they didn't want to lose the face of the Magic Council. At the cost of heavy casualties, Su Chun would be spurned by the entire magic world. As expected, Su Chun just wants to give you a warning and tell you to mind your own business. After all, strong people have their own dignity. Kaikarine and Altair knew that Su Chun had another stronger form. If he wanted to destroy the Magic Council, that form would be more suitable. His seemingly random venting did not kill anyone. He himself was ashamed of his precise control. No, this monster really shouldn't be underestimated. Several Magic Counselors looked even more ugly when they heard this. They were the highest-ranking Magic Counselors in the Ishgar continent, and yet they were threatened by a brat. If you have anything else, let's talk about it later, Altair said before using his magic. The Arc of Time. The light of magic covered the destroyed buildings. After a while, the damaged buildings began to recover one after another, returning to their appearance before the destruction. This is advertisement. Many people were very surprised when they saw this scene. It was their first time to see such magic. The lost magic, the Arc of Time? OG still recognized this magic after living for so many years. This is the magic of time. It can be said to be the rarest magic and the most difficult magic to learn, even more than space magic. Very rare. It's really surprising that Altair can learn such magic. After a while, the entire Magic Council returned to its original state, exactly as it was before Su Chun destroyed it, as if it had never been destroyed. Altair was sweating on her forehead and panting. Obviously, completely restoring a place as big as the Magic Council was no small undertaking and consumed a lot of her magic power. She has completely recovered. Is this the magic of time? It's amazing. Miss Altair's magic is so powerful. Many people in the Magic Council were surprised and also praised Altair. This ruined the plan to blame Altair for not even participating in the war. Several Magic Counselors felt as uncomfortable as eating flies when they saw these people praising Altair. Cheekline said with a smile, "Now let's discuss how to minimize the impact of this matter." Magnolia Fairy Tale Guild B1. The guilds on the ground were severely damaged, and due to the recent incidents, there was no chance for repairs. The atmosphere in the guild on the underground floor was also very solemn, because Su Chun was taken away by the Magic Council, and the matter was so serious that the old man had to come forward. Bang! Advertisement. Natsu knocked on the table hard. No, I can't bear it anymore. It was obviously those bastards from Ghost who made the move first. Why is Su Chun the only one to be punished? I'm going to the Magic Council to rescue Su Chun. Yes, this is so unfair. Let's go too. If the Magic Council doesn't let him go, we will rob the prison. Okay, the president has already gone to the Magic Council. Don't act rashly until you get the news, Erza said. The guild is in a leaderless state. Fortunately, Erza has returned from a mission, otherwise Fairy Tale's people's hearts will be even more unstable. I can't wait any longer. Then you have to wait for me. When Natsu and Erza were arguing, call out. Su Chun and Makarov appeared in the Fairy Tale Guild. There was also Dorambolt, who was as tired as a dead dog. He led two people to teleport continuously, taking several breaks in the middle and eating breakfast before returning to the guild. But for Dorambolt, this was a hellish trip. He had never tried to take two people from the Magic Council so far away to Magnolia Town. He was almost vomiting blood from exhaustion. During this period, he also heard the conversation between Su Chun and Makarov. The two of them were not shy about being members of the Magic Council. It turns out that Su Chun deliberately destroyed the Magic Council and wanted to teach those Magic Council members who targeted the Fairy Tale Guild a lesson. Makarov, who was usually scolded by the Magic Counselors for being such a **T, got really angry this time. The smug looks of the old man and the young man made Dorambolt furious, but he couldn't do anything about it. President Su Chun. Chapter 56. Everyone in the guild was surprised when Su Chun and Makarov suddenly appeared. We were just discussing how to break into the Magic Council to save people, but both the president and Su Chun came back. Yo, everyone, I'm back. Suchun, you be asterisk 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 D. You didn't take me with you when you went to fight ghosts. Natsu suddenly rushed in front of Suchun and said angrily and excitedly, well, don't be angry. I'll take you with me next time. Erza slapped Natsu away and stood in front of Suchun. Suchun was shocked when he saw it and quickly covered his face with his hands. After waiting for a while, I found that Erza didn't fight. I want to go with you next time. Suchun was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered that although Erza was usually very steady, she also had a fiery temper deep down. This time she was out on a mission. Otherwise, the first person to take action might not be Suchun who went to catch Natsu, but Erza. Good. Great. Suchun is back. What the hell is going on over there at the Magic Council? Everyone started asking Suchun about it, and Suchun told him what he had done in the Magic Council. This caused many people to yell and scream, saying that they were very satisfied. They usually wrote letters of apology, and Suchun finally vented their anger on their behalf. Of course, they also felt that the Magic Council deserved it. It was obviously the ghost who started the trouble, but they only punished them with fair tale. Isn't this obviously biased in favor of the ghost? When they knew that those Magic Counselors were going to sentence Suchun to death again, they all wanted to rush to fight with the Magic Council. As a magician, it is inevitable that he will cause some damage when fighting. Many of the fairy tale guilds are capable of fighting, which will naturally cause some problems. However, no matter how it is caused, it is the problem of the fairy tale magicians. Of course, there are some problems that are indeed caused by fairy tale members themselves, such as Gray stealing other people's underwear, but for the most part, fairy tale's merits outweigh its faults. President, how should we deal with the ghost issue? Erza asked President Makarov. After what happened in the Magic Council, Suchun's riot in the Magic Council may stop for a while. Advertisement, but Phantom Lord still has to solve it. Makarov thought for a while and then said, let's forget it this time. The ghost has also paid the price. If there is another time, don't be polite and fight back with all your strength. The development of a guild is not about simply being patient, it also requires venting. Just like playing a game, everyone likes to join a guild that no one dares to bully, rather than a guild that even dares to find someone to bully. It doesn't matter if it happens once or twice. If it happens too many times, people's hearts will disperse. This is actually the same as the Magisters Guild. This time the guild was destroyed, and Makarov chose to endure it for the safety of the guild members. What he cares about is not the order of the magic world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have burned all the documents sent by the Magic Council. All he cares about is the safety of the guild's children. The Phantom Lord Guild is not a small guild after all. It has always been the strongest magician guild in the Kingdom of Fiori, with the most branches and the most members. Fairy Tail has also caught up with the growth of Suchun, Erza, Laxus, Natsu, and others in recent years. Therefore, although Fairy Tail has a long history, it has only become famous in recent years. After all, when Makarov took over the Fairy Tail Guild, there were only a dozen people in the entire guild. It can be said that it grew from nothing to what it is now. Because of the activity of the new generation of magicians such as Suchun, Laxus, Erza, and Natsu, it has become almost the most famous magician guild in the Kingdom of Fiori. If the ghost still dares to provoke, he is determined to let the other party know what a magician of Fairy Tail is. Suddenly, boom, boom, boom. The underground floor of Fairy Tail Guild began to shake, and a lot of dust fell from the gaps in the ceiling. What happened? Earthquake? No way. I have lived in Magnolia Town for so many years, and I have never experienced an earthquake? No. Earthquakes are not of this frequency. At this time, Alzak, who had been watching outside, ran in. His expression changed drastically and shouted, "Everyone, look outside." Everyone rushed out of the guild and came to the back of the Fairy Tail Guild. Then I saw a super huge building walking towards Fairy Tail step by step across the wide river. Almost everyone in Fairy Tail couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief when they saw this. Advertisement, the Walking Guild, Ghost? What does Phantom Lord want to do? Do you want to start a war between guilds? Makarov walked out of the crowd, looked at the Phantom Lord Guild headquarters in front of him and said with a very ugly expression, "Jose, what on earth do you want to do?" Makarov? Jose was slightly surprised when he saw Makarov. According to the information he got, Makarov should have been sentenced to 1 month of confinement by the Magic Council. How could he be here? But it doesn't matter at this point. What are you doing? Don't you know after seeing it? Of course I want your guild to disappear completely. Magic Cluster Cannon, Jupiter. Ready? The middle door of the huge building opened, and a huge cannon popped out from the Phantom Lord Guild headquarters, aiming at Fairy Tail, and huge magic power gathered at the cannon's muzzle. Guild President Makarov's face changed drastically when he saw it. No, it's a magic cluster cannon. Get down. When President Makarov said these words, his body quickly began to grow in size, preparing to use his body to block this magical cannonball. That's a magic cluster cannon. That's okay. The guild will be blown up. Buzz. Almost when the magic power of the magic cluster cannon gathered, a dazzling deep purple light lit up in front of Su Chin's index finger, and a jagged purple ball appeared in front of Su Chin's index finger. Disappear. The eyesore Fairy Tail. Call out. Terrifying magic energy bullets were shot in the direction of Fairy Tail Guild. Wang Su's Flash. Chapter 57. Call out. The deep purple flash of light shot toward the magic energy bullet, and the two rays of light collided in the middle. The deep purple flash of Wang Su instantly swallowed up the energy bullet emitted by the magic cluster cannon, Jupiter, and the space was distorted. Boom! A horrific explosion occurred between the Fairy Tail Guild and the Phantom Lord Guild. Although Su Chin's Wang Su's flash is more powerful, it is like a plane and a bird colliding head-on at high speed. The bird will definitely die, and the plane may be damaged. What's more, the difference in power is not that big. If the two masses of energy collide, the only result is an explosion. The terrible impact spread from the center of the explosion to the surrounding areas. The river surged and the rocks shattered, forming an impact towards the surrounding areas. Whoa! The Fairy Tail wizards all lay on the ground and screamed uncontrollably. The Phantom Lord Guild was also affected by this terrifying explosion and shook violently. Ooh! Everyone in the Phantom Lord Guild headquarters couldn't help but scream. It took a while for the explosion to calm down. Such terrifying power. Is this the strength of Fairy Tail's strongest magician? He actually blocked the magic cluster cannon's attack from the front with magic. Fairy Tail has recruited some newcomers over the years. The newcomers learned from the old man that Su Chin was the strongest magician in Fairy Tail Guild, but they had not really seen Su Chin's strength. Today was also the first time they saw it, and they were all shocked. Suddenly, boom, boom. There was a sound of something collapsing, and everyone turned around to see the dilapidated Fairy Tail Guild that had been destroyed by Gajeel. It could no longer hold up under the impact just now and collapsed completely. How come? Advertisement, our Fairy Tail Guild, collapsed. Su Chin was stunned when he saw the collapsed Fairy Tail Guild in front of him. He has complicated feelings towards the Fairy Tail Guild. At the beginning of time travel, he just joined Fairy Tail and just regarded it as a residence. After that, he regarded this place as his home, and over time it became part of his spiritual sustenance. That's why he was so angry when he saw his guild being destroyed like that. But now this guild has collapsed. Many people in the guild, like Su Chin, have very deep feelings for Fairy Tail Guild, and they are also in great grief. Many even shed tears of pain. Suddenly, Makarov's voice sounded and said, "You brats, cheer up." Everyone in Fairy Tail Guild was shocked and looked at the old man. The guild is not this building, but the bond between everyone in our Fairy Tail Guild. As long as our bond is not severed, our fairy tale belief is not broken. As long as all of us are still here, the Fairy Tail Guild will always be here. Everyone in Fairy Tail gradually regained their clarity after hearing the words of President Makarov. The enemy who will destroy our guild is right in front of us now. Don't let Fairy Tail's momentum weaken. Oh. Makarov came to the broken guild and said softly, "You have worked hard these years to protect the children." The person who has the deepest affection for the guild is none other than President Makarov. The guild he established has been accompanied by many children growing up, with laughter and tears. Maybe it is already a little old, but it carries the persistence and dedication of many children of Fairy Tail. Belief. At this time, an annoying voice came from the headquarters of the Phantom Lord Guild opposite. Ha. The annoying Fairy Tail Guild has finally fallen. Hearing this voice, everyone in the Fairy Tail Guild turned and glared at the headquarters of the Phantom Lord Guild. Jose, what on earth do you want to do? Do you want to start a war between the two guilds? If you just want to take revenge for the destruction of the guild, get out of here right now. Otherwise, I won't recognize you and will kill you. Advertisement Makarov stood up with an angry look on his face. It was obvious that he had tried his best to suppress his anger. He would make his last effort to prevent a war from happening. Otherwise, the children in the guild might be injured or killed. Get out. How could I get out? Do you think I'm just here to destroy that broken guild? I personally came here to completely eliminate Fairy Tail. Let Fairy Tail disappear completely from this world. Why do you have to do this? Why? Because your Fairy Tail is too annoying. 6 years ago, you defeated me with your magic power and strength. Now your Fairy Tail Guild is always on the headlines of various newspapers. Even our city knows the names of magicians such as Fairy Queen and Fire Dragon Da. It's just a fairy tale. It's just a bunch of brats who like to jump up and down. Fairy Tail is as famous as my Phantom Lord. It's just a fairy tale. My Phantom Lord is the strongest mages guild. I want everyone to see clearly the huge gap between us. So Fairy Tail disappear for me. Disappear completely. After hearing what Jose said, Natsu immediately yelled angrily, I won't disappear. Yes, it won't disappear. If you want to disappear, you ghosts will also disappear. Fairy Tail will never disappear. The crowd at Fairy Tail was furious. Makarov stared forward and said, Jose, are you serious? The Magic Council will not sit idly by. Haha, Magic Council? Others don't know it, but you don't know it either, Brother Makarov. They are just a bunch of mediocre people. They can't even do anything about some small dark guilds. How can they take advantage of my Phantom Lord? The Ghost Soldiers attack. A large number of ghost-like ghost soldiers, formed by dark magic, rushed towards Fairy Tail. What is that? The army? That's Jose's magic, ghost soldiers. The ghost army created by Jose. Makarov exhaled slowly and said, I gave you one last chance, Jose. Huh. Brother Makarov, do you think it's still 6 years ago? I'm stronger than you now. Makarov was ready to take action. Suddenly, Su-chun put his hand on Makarov's arm and whispered, Old man, let me do it. Chapter 58. Su-chun. During this time, Su-chun had already sorted out his inner emotions. He always thought that he was a calm person. Even if he wanted to destroy the Phantom Lord Guild, he made the decision calmly. When traveling to the world of Fairy Tail, you will often see the entire world from a third perspective. But when the Fairy Tail Guild was completely destroyed, he realized that he was not as calm as he thought. Unknowingly, he is also infected by the atmosphere of this world. He can be impulsive, reckless, childish, mature, and make a big splash for something or someone. The shackles that were once tied tightly to him in the world are constantly being liberated, allowing him to return to his nature. That is to do whatever you want to do, laugh wildly when you are happy, and tears are also metals when you are in pain. No need for false flattery, no need for boring politeness. Now that you have traveled to the world of Fairy Tail and have powerful power, you can live a life full of arrogance. What he wants to do now is beat the Phantom Lord Guild in front of him to a pulp. Find out Jose, the president of Phantom Lord Guild. Beat him up and kill him. Be careful. The Yubing team is coming. Fight. Prepare to fight. Pay attention to cover. Pay attention to defense. The dark soldiers flying over in a steady stream put a lot of psychological pressure on many members of the Fairy Tail Guild. Erza noticed that President Makarov was talking to Su-chun and took over the command to direct the battle. Soon, the ghost soldiers surrounded everyone in the Fairy Tail Guild. The sky was filled with darkness. It was clearly daytime, but it felt as eerie as night. Coupled with the ghost soldiers who had a strong aura of death, many Fairy Tail Guild members could not help but tremble. Sudden buzz. Advertisement, a super terrifying emerald green spiritual pressure shot into the sky. Boom. After all the ghost soldiers encountered this terrifying spiritual pressure, they were all washed away. The sky that had been covered in darkness became clear again. This is... what? The ghost soldiers have all disappeared? Such terrifying magic power. It's amazing. Great. All the ghost soldiers have been killed. As expected of Su-chun. Many people looked at Su-chun. Natsu's eyes were hot and admiring. Even Erza and Mira were the same. Some people finally understood why Laxus and Erza were so powerful, but the title of Fairy Tail's strongest mage belonged to Su-chun. This move is similar to the move Aizen used to suppress the power of the Spirit King in the Thousand-Year Blood War. In terms of spiritual pressure alone, Aizen, who is fused with Benjayaku, is undoubtedly the strongest. Although Ulquiorra's spiritual pressure is not as good as Aizen's, it is still one of the best in the entire Hueco Mundo. Although Ulquiorra died before even entering the Thousand-Year Blood War chapter, and it seemed like she was just a mid-boss, her true strength was not calculated that way. Even in the Thousand-Year Blood War chapter, Ulquiorra was still the top powerhouse. What's more, Su-chun is integrated with the Ulquiorra template, which does not mean that he has no power at all. The existence of the template system is more about giving him an opportunity to become stronger, rather than determining that his strength can only be Ulquiorra's level. Jose's expression changed after seeing it. No, this is impossible. My Yubing team is actually here? Although he knew that Su Chun was very powerful, he was able to defeat Gajeel, the ace of his Phantom Lord Guild, and also blocked the magic cluster cannon, Jupiter. Advertisement, but he didn't pay much attention to it, because the gap between ordinary magicians and Saint Tin like him was still too big. He didn't expect that he still underestimated Su Chun. This kid actually had such powerful magic power. At the same time, he was also deeply jealous. How could you, Makarov, cultivate such a powerful young mage? He wants to destroy everything that doesn't belong to his guild. If I can't get it, no one else can get it either. I just killed my Phantom Army. The battle has just begun. The Phantom Lord's army. Crack, click, click. The door of the Phantom Lord Guild slowly opened, and many members of the Phantom Lord Guild rushed out, many of them with ferocious expressions on their faces. There are so many people. There is only one guild in Fairy Tail, the one behind everyone. The guild will also recruit people, mostly magicians from Magnolia Town and nearby cities, and those further away will come to them on their own initiative. Regardless of the level of strength, as long as there is no problem with his character, the guild will kill him. Guilds who are too young and homeless will also take care of them. The guild will never take the initiative to go to other cities to let others join the guild. In addition, the Mage Guild itself is an adventurer's guild. There is also mobility. Many people who want to live a stable life will retire from the guild when they get older and live a stable life. So even though the Fairy Tail Guild has developed rapidly in the past few years and attracted many young people to join, the total number of guild members is only over 100. The Phantom Lord is different. He often opens branches in other guilds and competes for the business of other guilds. There is no limit to the number of people he can accept, and he can accept anyone. If some despicable competition methods are used, it will be difficult for some guilds to survive and obtain new tasks, and they will have to disband the guild as a last resort. During the regular meetings of the local guild alliance, many presidents mentioned this issue and also reported it to the Magic Council. However, the Magic Council said that this is fair competition, and there is no legal provision that does not allow 2 or more people in a city. 2 or more magician guilds. Therefore, Phantom Lord has more and more branches. It is also because of this that Phantom Lord is known as the strongest magician guild in Fiori. Attack. Tell me to kill them all. Chapter 59. Kill. Everyone in the Phantom Lord Guild rushed towards Fairy Tail. Old man, leave Jose to me to handle it, Su Chun said to Makarov. It is certain that the old man's strength can defeat Jose, but because the old man's body is too old, it can no longer bear its own huge magic power, especially the old man's heart. Su Chun was one of the few people in the guild who knew that the old man had a heart problem. If he could not let the old man participate in the battle, Su Chun would not let the old man participate. Okay, I'll leave it to you, Jose. Makarov nodded. Jose was one of the 10 holy wizards. Normally, he would have to deal with it personally. But Su Chun is not an ordinary magician. He was able to defeat the Guildarts 3 years ago. Makarov doesn't know how strong he is now, but he knows that Su Chun's strength has become even more terrifying. Su Chun stepped forward and flew towards the Phantom Lord Guild headquarters with his body close to the water. Kill him! Many people in the Phantom Lord Guild raised their weapons and attacked Su Chun. Bang! Woa! Yoo! All the weapons that fell on Su Chun were broken, and these people screamed and were knocked away by Su Chun. Fire dragons roar. A storm of fire came out of Natsu's mouth and swept towards everyone in the Phantom Lord Guild. Ice Make Lancer. Gray released a large number of ice javelins with both hands and shot them at the Phantom Lord's crowd. Woa! Heavenly Wheel, Sword of Cycle. Erza finished changing into the Heavenly Wheel armor, wearing gorgeous steel armor on her body, and shot steel swords at the Phantom Lord Guild members. Erza is an S-class mage. She has been diligent in completing quests since she joined the guild. In addition to basic living expenses, most of the money earned from quests is used to buy various armors and weapons and equipment. This is also Erza's biggest hobby. Advertisement. Many people fell again. As expected of the Fairy Queen Erza, she is so powerful. The fate of attracting thunder. Crack! Kana threw the card, and several bolts of lightning fell on the crowd of Phantom Lord Guild. Aha! Beast's wrist. Elfman's arm turned into a shape similar to a mace, and he kept waving it. Get away! Get away! A man is going to defeat the ghost. Open it. Gate of Aquarius. Aquarius. Lucy took out a zodiac key and inserted it into the water. Ding! A golden magic circle appeared on the water, followed by a mermaid holding a water bottle. Mermaid. Many people in the fairy tale guild saw Lucy's magic for the first time. Mermaids are legendary creatures, so they naturally attracted the attention of many people. When Aquarius saw many people looking at him, he immediately shouted at everyone with a ferocious look on his face. "What are you looking at? I've never seen a beautiful woman." Wow. Everyone was so frightened that they took a step back and whispered, "Are mermaids so fierce? Aquarius, kill those people." Aquarius looked at Lucy with a disdainful expression. The expression on Lucy's face was a bit unsettling. She, a celestial spirit mage, was despised by the celestial spirit she summoned. Oh. Aquarius still raised the bottle in his hand and poured out a large amount of water, forming a huge wave and hitting the Phantom Lord Guild. Whoa! The people in the Phantom Lord Guild were so frightened when they saw the huge wave that they couldn't help but scream. Boom! Advertisement. Okay, stinky girl, I have to go on a date. You are not allowed to call me for the past month. After Aquarius finished speaking, his body disappeared and returned to the celestial spirit world. Many magicians in the Phantom Lord Guild were attacked head-on as soon as they stepped out. Is this the magician of fairy tale? This is completely different from what the president said. They are too strong. Are they all monsters? Many magicians in the Phantom Lord Guild were confused. Most of Jose's memories of fairy tale are still from 6 years ago. In 6 years, a new batch of magicians from fairy tale have emerged. It is the new generation represented by Su-chan. This is the absolute main force of the fairy tale guild. It is completely different from the former fairy tale guild. In addition, Jose subjectively looked down on fairy tale, and even the Phantom Lord Guild was infected, thinking that fairy tale was just a garbage guild. Now after seeing it with their own eyes, they realized that all their past perceptions of fairy tale were wrong. Fairy tale is very strong, especially these young magicians. All of them are very powerful. Many people in the fairy tale guild were in great spirits when they saw the performance of the main members of the guild. Although the Phantom Lord Guild has many members, their fairy tale has more powerful magicians. Suddenly, everyone in the fairy tale guild was full of momentum. Come on. Destroy Ghosts Guild too. Oh. Everyone in the fairy tale guild is now in a state of anger. They were simmering with anger when Gajeel destroyed their guild. Now, the other party dares to come and completely destroy the guild. Then they will dismantle the Phantom Lord's guild. Jose, the president of the Phantom Lord Guild, stood on top of the Phantom Lord Guild headquarters and had a panoramic view of all the battles. When he saw his proud Phantom Lord Guild army being repelled by fairy tale just a few people, his face became ugly and twisted, and he was so gloomy that he seemed to be dripping with ink. He was envious, jealous, and hated. Why could there be so many talented magicians in just one fairy tale? He felt more and more that fairy tale must not be allowed to grow anymore. The guild must be destroyed, and everyone in fairy tale must die. Chapter 60. When will the next magic cluster cannon, Jupiter, be ready? 10 minutes left. As soon as you are ready, launch it at fairy tale's people. But there are still our people down there. Do you want me to say it a second time? Yes. 10 minutes, then wait another 10 minutes. He will make this annoying fairy tale disappear forever before his eyes. Happy. Let's destroy that magic cluster cannon. Natsu felt very unhappy when he saw the magic cluster cannon that destroyed the guild and had the urge to destroy it. Hey! Happy spread his wings and took Natsu quickly towards the Phantom Lord Guild's magic cluster cannon. Everyone else in fairy tale also attacked Phantom Lord. At this time, Su-chan had entered the Phantom Lord Guild headquarters. Su-chan walked inside the Phantom Lord Guild, as if he was just hanging out. In front of Su-chan were many Phantom Lord members, looking at Su-chan with fear. They were all magicians transferred from Phantom Lord Guild branches across the country. This was the first time they saw Su-chan, but the strength Su-chan showed just now was enough to scare them. Every time Su-chan took a step forward, everyone in the Phantom Lord Guild took several steps back. It seemed that someone finally couldn't bear it any longer and launched an attack on Su-chan. Ah! A magic sword slashed at Su-chan's neck. Su-chan raised a finger. Ding! Advertisement crack, click, click. There was nothing wrong with Su-chan's fingers, but this man's magic sword broke along the place where it collided with Su-chan's fingers. Strange monster. Su-chan looked at these people, and then struck casually. False bullet. Boom. Whoa. Everyone in front of him was knocked away by Su Chin's false bullets. Although these guys followed Jose's orders to attack Fairy Tail, they must be punished if they attack Fairy Tail. Go away. If you don't want to. Run. Run. This guy is a monster. We can't win. The corner of Su Chin's mouth twitched. Before he could finish his words, the guys in front of him ran away. Is this the so-called Phantom Lord, the strongest magician guild? It's really ridiculous. Su Chun could see that these people had no so-called loyalty to Phantom Lord at all. They only joined Phantom Lord for the reputation and benefit of the so-called strongest guild. Just like when we were playing games in the past, people would always jump to the highest-ranked guild. In fact, it was all for fame and profit. When this stronger guild surpasses them, those people will jump to other guilds without hesitation, but that is just a game. Individuals have their own pursuits, and people go to high places and water flows to low places. It's just that such a guild seems to be strong, but in fact it is very fragile. It has no cohesion and centripetal force, and has no soul. It is tied together blindly by interests, and in the end it is a piece of loose sand. When your life is threatened, you will collapse at the touch of a button like this. Su Chun continued to move forward, and after a while, Su Chun came to a large hall. This was a very spacious hall, which was the headquarters of the Phantom Lord Guild. Advertisement: the hall was empty at this time, and no one was there. Come out, Su Chun said calmly. The sound echoed in the empty hall. The ground to Su Chin's left suddenly began to squirm and bulge, and soon a man wearing a brown suit and a monocle, who looked a little greasy, appeared. Hello, I am Soul, one of the 4 elements of the Phantom Lord Guild. Please call me Gentleman Soul. From the drainage outlet on Su Chin's right, a group of water gushes out from the drainage outlet, and then gradually forms a figure with blue curly hair, blue pupils, wearing a blue coat, and a tall blue hat. A girl appears wearing wellies and a sunny day doll hanging around her neck. Juvia is the rain girl, one of the 4 elements. A man came out from behind the pillar behind Su Chun, dressed like a warrior. I am one of the 4 elements of the Phantom Lord Guild, Totemaru of Fire. A whirlwind appeared in front of Su Chun, and a tall man wearing blue clothes appeared in front of him. Su Chun raised his eyebrows when he saw this person. It's you? You really dare to appear in front of me? My name is Arya. I am the strongest of the 4 elements. I was injured by you just because I was too careless before. Now I will go all out and we, the 4 ghost elements, will bury you together. You can rest in peace, Arya said and slowly took off the white cloth covering her eyes, and her body suddenly emitted powerful magic. He had sneak attacked Su Chen before, thinking that he was sure, so he did not take off his eye cloth. As a result, the attack was ineffective, and he was knocked away by Su Chen. This was regarded as a great shame in Arya's heart. He is the leader of the 4 elements of Phantom Lord, and he has never suffered the humiliation of being killed instantly. The 4 elements of ghosts? In this world, Su Chen is, after all, a mage in the guild, and Ghost is known as the strongest mage in the kingdom of Fiori. In addition to being at odds with Fairy Tail, he naturally heard about the 4 elements of ghosts in the guild, but he didn't care. He knew who the girl was when he saw Juvia. Juvia? The girl who will join Fairy Tail in the future and loves Gray so much. Su Chen has no impression of the other 3. Then I'll deal with you first, and then deal with Jose. Chapter 61. No. It's not you who will deal with us, but we who will deal with you. Do it. Arya, the leader of the 4 elements, said loudly. Airspace Jew. The unusually huge palm pushed toward Su Chen. Strong shocks fell on Su Chen. Boom. Su Chen swayed slightly and neutralized the impact. Water restraint. At the same time, Juvia took the lead and a water balloon appeared and sealed Su Chen inside. No matter how the person trapped inside swims, they will remain motionless in the middle, and the person himself will have difficulty using magic due to imbalance and lack of oxygen, and will eventually suffocate and pass out. After Juvia just finished doing it. Blue flame. Another one of the 4 elements of Ghost, Totemaru of Fire releases blue flames to surround the water ball. Instead of boiling the water ball, the flames froze the huge water ball, and Su Chen was also frozen inside. Watch me crush him with one blow. Sonata of Plaster. A large amount of sand formed a huge fist and struck towards the frozen Su Chen. Boom. Although you defeated Gajeel, the strongest ace in our Phantom Lord Guild, 2 of the 4 ghost elements combined are stronger than Gajeel, and the 4 of us are even more. Soul said this proudly. Paused. The broken ice mist slowly disappeared, and Su-chan appeared in front of the 4 people. His body was intact, and he didn't suffer any injuries at all. The 4 elements of ghosts? Is this the only level? Su-chan looked at several people and said calmly, "Ring." Su-chan's figure disappeared instantly and appeared behind Soul, with his feet raised high. "Be careful. Soul. He's behind you." Fire Totemaru warned Soul. Soul turned around instinctively and saw a foot stepping towards his face. Advertisement, no. Boom. Soul's entire body and head sank into the floor, leaving only his head outside. His eyes turned white and he passed out. The current cuts through. Juvia fired water blades one after another at Su-chan. Bang, bang, bang. The water blade fell on Su-chan's body and was all broken into pieces. Su-chan's clothes were torn in several gaps. What? Juvia's attack? Juvia's eyes widened in disbelief. Su-chan raised his right index finger and pointed it at Juvia. Buzz. Emerald green spiritual pressure condensed into a small ball of energy in front of the finger. 7 colors of flame. When Totemaru of Fire saw Su-chan about to attack Juvia, he immediately released his most powerful magic. Flames of 7 colors emitted from Totemaru's hands and swept towards Su-chan. Su-chan turned his finger and pointed at Totemaru of Fire. False flash. Call out. The emerald green light swallowed up the 7-colored flames of Fire Totemaru in an instant, and then rushed towards Fire Totemaru. Wah-wah! Boom, boom, boom. The light penetrated the walls of the Phantom Lord Guild and opened a huge hole in the Phantom Lord Guild headquarters. The emerald green light was naturally seen by everyone fighting outside. It's Su-chan. Although everyone in Fairy Tail has never seen what would happen if Su-chan fought with all his strength. But they had already seen Myra's challenge, as well as Erza and Natsu's challenge. Advertisement. This move is called Virtual Flash. It is Su-chan's extremely powerful destructive magic, and its power is terrifying. Of course, forgetting about the terrifying power, the key point is that Su-chan releases the Virtual Flash as easily as drinking water. This is the abnormality of their certification of Su-chan's strength. Bang! A figure fell into the water. Who is it? Soon this figure appeared, and everyone in the Phantom Lord Guild was shocked when they saw it. It turns out, it's Mr. Totemaru, the 4 elements of fire. How is it possible? Mr. Totemaru was defeated. The members of the Phantom Lord Guild saw that Totemaru, one of the 4 elements of fire, was defeated, and their morale dropped drastically. Fairy Tail's morale was greatly boosted. Unexpectedly, in just such a short time, one of the Phantom Lord's 4 elements was defeated. What they don't know is that 2 of the 4 elements have now been defeated. Arya of the Big Sky appeared silently not far behind Su-chan. Death Sky 0, activate. The wind surrounded Su-chan, forming a space that gnawed everything. Arya of the Big Sky shouted crazily, "This airspace magic will take away all lives. Enjoy the pain of death." White Yasha Su-chan. Su-chan was silent and slowly raised his right index finger to point at Arya in the sky. Buzz. The emerald green spiritual pressure condensed in front of the index finger again, forming a small emerald green spiritual pressure ball that was continuously compressed. Do you think your magic can attack me? My Sky of Death 0 can even eat magic. No one can escape from the magic of my Sky of Death 0. Vacuum bombs that could shatter everything were fired at Su-chan. Virtual Flash. Su-chan said lightly, "Call out." A wide range of emerald green light swallowed up those vacuum bombs and kept rushing towards Arya in the sky. No. No. This is impossible. My airspace magic actually works. Wah-wah. Chapter 62. Natsu flew in front of the barrel to destroy the muzzle, but a figure stood above the muzzle early. Are you? Natsu felt a special feeling when he saw this person. Gajeel Lee Kaijan showed a terrifying smile and said, "Yo, we finally meet, the Fire Dragon." 2 days have passed since Su-chan destroyed the Phantom Lord Guild, and Gajeel's injuries have almost recovered. However, being crushed by Su-chan had a great impact on Gajeel's proud character. He changed from wanton and arrogant to taciturn. For the first time, he knew that there was a terrifying monster like Su-chan among his peers. The president of the Phantom Lord Guild has always instilled in him that Fairy Tail's magicians are all vulnerable trash, but who would have thought that he himself would turn into vulnerable trash when facing Fairy Tail Guild's Su-chan? Natsu didn't know, but Happy recognized who this person was. Natsu, be careful. He is the ace of the Phantom Lord Guild, the Iron Dragon Slayer, Gajeel, known as the Iron Dragon Da. After hearing Happy's words, Natsu glared at Gajeel and said, "Are you the one who destroyed our fairy tale guild?" "Yes, it's me." "Uh-huh." Natsu's figure quickly appeared in front of Gajeel and punched Gajeel in the face. Gajeel was stunned, not expecting Natsu to attack him so recklessly and quickly. Bang! Gajeel received a solid punch in the face. Well, boom! Gajeel's body smashed the outer wall of the Phantom Lord Guild and flew into the Phantom Lord Guild. "Get up. You destroyed our fairy tale guild. Don't expect it to end so easily." Natsu walked in along the open gap and shouted at Gajeel. Gajeel seemed to be awakened by this punch and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This was the second heaviest fist he had ever encountered besides Su Chin's fist that was as heavy as a locomotive. Gajeel had a ferocious smile on his face and said, "Don't be so proud." Gajeel stepped forward and rushed towards Natsu. "Iron Dragon Stick." Advertisement. Gajeel's arm turned into a thick iron rod and struck Natsu. Natsu lowered his head to dodge, rushed towards Gajeel, and punched Gajeel in the face. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist? Bang! Natsu's fist hit Gajeel's face again. Wah-wah! But this time it was Natsu who screamed loudly. "Natsu?" Happy shouted worriedly when he saw Natsu screaming. At the same time, we also saw the changes in Gajeel's body. Gajeel's body had turned gray iron color, and his body was covered with iron scales. I couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Those are Iron Dragon scales?" "Oomph. The steel scales can eliminate all attacks. Your fist is too light compared to that monster's fist." Gajeel's steel claws grabbed at Natsu. Natsu's expression changed when he saw it, and he quickly jumped away. Boom! The stone slab was shattered by Gajeel. After Natsu stabilized his body, he immediately inhaled and gathered strength, his cheeks bulging. Fire Dragons! Gajeel also inhaled to gather strength, his cheeks puffed up, just like Natsu. Iron Dragons! That guy is so naive to use this trick. Happy exclaimed in fright. Roar! The gray iron storm and the orange-red flame storm collided together. Two different dragon-slaying magics merged and collided with each other. Boom, boom, boom. A horrific explosion occurred. Advertisement. After a while, the explosion calmed down and the walls around the two men were destroyed. Judging from the impact of the explosion, Natsu's roar had the upper hand, because the impact of the roar was mainly in the direction of Gajeel, opening a huge hole in the wall behind Gajeel. Clatter, crash, crash. The broken stones made a sound as they fell. Then footsteps sounded in the dust. Although they all have dragon physiques, we were quite surprised before. Fire Dragon. Even if your flames can engulf the opponent, it has no effect on my steel. On the contrary, my iron blade can make you covered with wounds. Gajeel walked out of the explosion, seemingly uninjured because his whole body was covered in iron scales. But Natsu, who had the upper hand with his roar, had many iron pieces pierced into his skin and suffered some injuries. How could? Happy started to worry about Natsu. Huh. Natsu raised his head and stared at Gajeel. His body burned with blazing flames, and the iron pieces pierced his skin quickly melted away. Bang! The scales on Gajeel's forehead broke open and blood flowed down. Don't underestimate my fire. Fire Dragon's fire can destroy everything. If you don't give it your all, you'll be burned to ashes. Iron Dragon Gajeel. That's interesting. There's no need for two roads in the sky. Just disappear for me. Fire Dragon Natsu. Sudden, there was a loud noise of boom. The entire Phantom Lord Guild was shaken. A beam of emerald green light shot out from the Phantom Lord Guild, and a person fell out of the Phantom Lord Guild. Gajeel immediately recognized that person as Totemaru, one of the 4 elements of the Phantom Lord Guild. Of course, what is even more profound is the emerald green light, which is the monster's signature skill. That monster. Chapter 63. A trace of deep fear flashed in Gajeel's eyes. The battle with Su Chun was the most memorable battle in his history. Even when facing Jose, the president of their Phantom Lord Guild's 10 great magicians, he didn't feel that desperate. The speed, strength, attack power, magic power, and even the defense power that he was most proud of were far inferior to the opponent, which was a huge blow to Gajeel. So just now the president, Jose, sent the 4 elements to deal with the monster. Sudden. Boom. Another beam of emerald green flashing light broke through the Phantom Lord Guild headquarters. What happened again? At the same time, a slightly burly figure flew out from the Phantom Lord Guild, drew a perfect parabola in midair, and fell into the water. After a while, the man floated on the water, his eyes rolled white, and he passed out with a look of horror still on his face. It's The Aria of the Great Sky, the head of the four elements. How is that possible? First Totemaru of Fire, and now even Aria of Sky has been defeated? The four elements of the two Phantom Lord guilds were defeated, the morale of the ghosts dropped again, and the morale of Fairy Tail increased again. Great. Both ghosts and four elements have been defeated. As expected of Suchan, a mere ghost dares to attack our guild. We will let them never come back. Oh. Gajeel's eyes changed. Only two of the four elements he saw had been defeated, and the remaining two were definitely in danger. Advertisement. Suchan glanced at the only Juvia who was left. There was an expression of fear on Juvia's face, as if she was facing a powerful enemy. She couldn't help but be afraid. Even if there was a difference in the strength of the four elements of the ghost, it was not that big. The four of them besieged Suchan together without injuring each other at all, and she was the only one left with the four elements, and it was impossible for her to be Suchan's opponent, but it was impossible for her to give up resistance. Suchan turned and left. Juvia was a little confused. She couldn't understand why Suchan didn't do anything to her. Why? The Phantom Lord Guild is not a good place. You are not suitable to stay here. Leave as soon as possible. After Suchan finished speaking, he ignored Juvia and walked towards the stairs. Now that he recognized Juvia, and that she was only a 17-year-old girl, and not a treacherous villain, Suchan would naturally not take action. As for whether she would be disbanded in Phantom Lord as in the plot joining Fairy Tail, after that was not something he considered. Juvia opened her mouth, but still didn't call Suchan to stop. The other party was already showing mercy, so what could she do if she stopped him? A showdown with the opponent? She's not that conceited. So what's the point of letting the other party beat her to the same level as the other three elements of the four elements? After all, it was their Phantom Lord who took the initiative to attack Fairy Tail. At this time, in the control room of the Phantom Lord Guild headquarters, Jose, the president of the Phantom Lord Guild, looked increasingly gloomy. Impossible. The four elements were all wiped out by that brat from Fairy Tail? Just a brat from Fairy Tail? This is impossible. Jose yelled angrily. If Gajeel was included in this, all five of his Ghosts' S-class magicians were defeated by a kid from Fairy Tail. This is a great shame for Jose. Doesn't it mean that he is not as good as Makarov in cultivating talents? Advertisement. This may be a mistake? Yes. The four elements are so powerful. There's no way we can lose together. Everyone else in the control room was also trembling with fear. On the one hand, they heard the news that the four elements were defeated by Suchan. On the other hand, they felt the president's rage and were afraid that they would be killed accidentally by the angry Jose. They're all trash. Looks like I'm the only one who's on the field. Wait, Makarov, I will let you see with your own eyes how your guild and your children were tortured to death by me. Fairy Tail Guild President Makarov was fighting with Phantom Lord's people outside. But Makarov only used giant magic to attack those people and did not take action seriously. Otherwise, with the power of the 10 holy magic guides, even if his ghosts doubled the number of members, they would not be Makarov's opponent. This is what he can be sure of, having personally fought Makarov 6 years ago. In short, Makarov didn't end up personally, he just let the members of the two guilds fight each other. He originally planned that Makarov would be the first to take action when he was cornered, but he would take action again. Unexpectedly, he would be the one who was cornered. In this case, he will kill Suchan first, and then Makarov. Suchan followed the stairs to the hall on the 3rd floor of the Phantom Lord Guild. Suddenly, bang, bang. The sound of someone clapping echoed in the empty hall. Then I heard Jose's voice saying, as expected of White Yasha Suchan, I never thought that the four elements of my guild could be defeated. That Makarov's rubbish Fairy Tail guild actually has a magician as powerful as you. What a pity if I don't kill you. Chapter 64. As Jose's voice sounded, Jose's figure also appeared in the shadows across the hall. At this time, Jose's body exuded an extremely evil aura, which made people feel creepy. If it were an ordinary magician, he would probably vomit just by facing Jose, and he might not even be able to muster the will to fight. Jose Porla. Buzz. Suchan raised his right index finger and pointed it at Jose. Emerald green spiritual pressure condensed in front of his index finger, forming a small emerald ball. Don't you want to say something? At least leave a last word. This will also show my kindness. When Jose said this, a large amount of dark energy condensed in his hand, forming a purple energy ball. Death Storm. False Flash. Purple magic energy bullets and emerald green light met between Suchan and Jose. Both sides do not want to let each other devour each other. The sky outside had undergone tremendous changes due to the collision between the two people, and dark clouds were constantly rotating and gathering. When the energy from both sides gathers together to form a huge energy bomb that cannot be suppressed. Boom! A terrifying explosion appeared between the two people, and purple and emerald green light spread to the surroundings. The impact of the explosion shattered everything around it, and spread to the surroundings with the Phantom Lord Guild headquarters as the center. Advertisement Woa. What is this? Both the members of the Phantom Lord Guild and the Fairy Tail Guild were all frightened by the impact. It's Su-chan. Su-chan and Jose are facing each other. I wonder who can win? Of course it's Su-chan. Su-chan's strength is so abnormal. He can definitely win. But Jose is one of the 10 great magicians. Many people in Fairy Tail Guild fell silent when they heard this. Although the accuracy of the Holy 10 Magicians is not high, they are the 10 most powerful magicians in the Ishgar continent as officially rated by the Magic Council. Su-chan is the strongest magician in the Fairy Tail Guild, but whether he can fight against the top 10 magicians is still open to question. Mira smiled and said to the worried Fairy Tail members, "Don't worry, Su-chan is the strongest. Although the guild has suffered major hardships this time, maybe you will have the opportunity to see us, the strongest of the Fairy Tail Guild." The true strength of a magician. Judging from Mira's tone, it seemed that Mira was full of confidence in Su-chan's ability to defeat Jose, the top 10 magicians of the Holy 10. Can we see him again? Elfman's eyes lit up when his sister Mira said this. He was also lucky enough to see Su-chan's posture after his death in the S-level promotion exam 3 years ago. It was at that time that he completely worshipped Su-chan as his idol. Since then, he has never seen Su-chan's posture after returning to the sword. The reason is simple, because no one can force Su-chan to use the posture of returning to the sword. Advertisement, I haven't seen him for a long time. Kana also said. Although her father Gildarts was defeated by Su-chan 3 years ago, Kana was very grateful to Su-chan in her heart. Because before that, her father was the strongest mage in the Fairy Tail Guild and was so unattainable. Perhaps because he is his biological father, Gildarts appears taller in Kana's eyes. She usually doesn't even have the courage to approach him and talk to him. But after Gildarts was defeated by Su-chan, she realized that her father might be a very, very powerful magician, but he was not invincible and could be defeated, which made her feel that the distance between the two people had become much closer, no longer so unattainable. Is Su-chan's true strength? Erza thought about something and couldn't help but smile bitterly. From the very beginning of challenging Su-chan, Erza never forced Su-chan to show his attitude after returning to the sword. Especially after hearing from Mira that Su-chan defeated Gildarts in the S-class mage promotion test, she regretted not going along. Later, she forcefully forced Su-chan to die by acting coquettishly, but before she even launched the attack, everything was already over. Then she worked hard to become stronger and continued to challenge Su-chan. As a result, Su-chan's strength improved even more rapidly. Now that Su-chan stood still and let her chop him, she had no confidence that she could hurt Su-chan. After a while, the explosion calmed down. The Phantom Lord Guild Hall was in dilapidated condition, and although the entire guild was not completely destroyed, it was impossible to repair it. Su-chan and Jose also appeared. Both of them were almost unscathed, but their clothes were damaged. Su-chan blocked the explosion with the strong defense of his steel skin, while Jose blocked it with his huge magic defense. The defense is good. No wonder he can defeat Gajeel and has 4 elements, which makes him even more valuable to kill. Seeing that Su-chan was not injured, Jose said with a crooked sneer, That's all you can do? It's so disappointing." Su-chan looked at Jose and shook his head lightly. Jose's rich dark magic power turned his eyes black and glared at Su-chan, saying, "You brat, what did you say?" "I said you were weak." Chapter 65. Damn you brat. Die. Jose roared and released a black-purple beam of light in his hand, attacking Su-chan. Ring. Su-chan's figure flashed and appeared behind Jose in the blink of an eye. Almost as soon as Su-chan appeared, the black-purple beam of light next to Jose rushed towards Su-chan. "You brat. Who do you think I am? Someone who can be defeated with such little tricks." Bah. Su-chan flicked his palm, knocking the black-purple beam of light aside, and stepped back. The black and purple beam of light next to Jose rushed towards Su-chan. Su-chan kept dodging, using his arms to change the direction of the beam or smash it. "If you have some ability, what about this?" Jose waved his arm. Boom, boom, boom. A large dark red explosion wave appeared at Su Chen's feet and around him, submerging Su Chen's figure. Call out. Su Chen's figure appeared not far behind Jose. He raised his foot and kicked towards Jose. Call out. Jose's figure disappeared in an instant and appeared behind Su Chen, with a ferocious smile on his face, and the black and purple magic power condensed in his palms struck at Su Chen. Su Chen squatted down slightly to avoid Jose's blow. At the same time, he raised his foot and kicked back. Jose quickly blocked it with his arms. Bang! Jose's body was pushed back. Even with the powerful 903 magic power for defense, he still had the upper hand against Su Chen's power. Oomph! Jose snorted coldly. Ghost arrow. A purple-black magic circle appeared in front of Jose. A large number of black arrows appeared from the magic circle and shot towards Su Chen. Ring. Su Chen appeared above Jose. Advertisement. The index finger of his right hand pointed down at Jose. Buzz. Emerald green spiritual pressure gathered in front of the index finger, and a small ball appeared. After rapid compression, it released a wide range of emerald green flash. False flash. Daxu and Daxu's superiors can only use the ray-like flash of highly concentrated spiritual pressure, which possesses astonishing destructive power. Boom, boom, boom. Emerald green light penetrated the entire Phantom Lord Guild headquarters. All 6 legs of Phantom Lord's Guild shattered, and the entire guild fell towards the water, with a large amount of seawater rushing towards the surroundings. Woa! Run quickly! Run! Almost everyone in the Phantom Lord Guild was running away in fear. The battle between Holy Tin and Holy Tin could destroy the entire city, and many magicians could not even bear the aftermath. Although Su Chen does not have the title of the top 10 holy wizards, he has already possessed power that surpasses the top 10 holy wizards. The battle between members of Fairy Tail and Phantom Lord was also dragged to the shore under Makarov's intentional command, so it was not affected. Many people in the Phantom Lord Guild were also shocked after seeing it. Phantom Lord Guild is broken. Compared with the small guild of Fairy Tail, the Phantom Lord Guild is simply incomparable in terms of advanced level and building scale. No matter how strong the guild is, it has just suffered a lot of damage due to the head-on collision between Su Chen's false flash and Jose's magic, plus the 2 false flashes from Su Chen's previous battle with the 4 elements. As well as this false flash from top to bottom, the Phantom Lord Guild could no longer bear it and split from it into 2 halves. The morale of everyone in Phantom Lord's Guild has dropped sharply. The 4 elements have been defeated, the guild has been destroyed, and Fairy Tail has been attacked by many powerful magicians. Although the Phantom Lord Guild still has the upper hand in numbers, its hearts have begun to wander. Are you venting because I destroyed your guild? That's really childish. Is it childish? Maybe, but I don't think there's anything wrong with being childish. I feel very happy when I smash your guild, Su Chen said with the corner of his mouth raised slightly. Jose's face darkened. The Phantom Lord Guild headquarters was also his pride. Although he didn't care as much as those at Fairy Tail, he would naturally be very unhappy if it was destroyed like this. And now it's time to decide the outcome. If he continues to fight this brat like this, his magic power will be consumed a lot, and he still has to retain his magic power to deal with Makarov. Childish kid, you need setbacks to grow. I will kindly teach you the last lesson in life, so that you can learn what maturity is, and the price is your life. Boom! Jose's body emitted terrifying dark magic and soared into the sky. Advertisement. The sky is also changing colors. Dark clouds are gathering. Accompanied by lightning and thunder, the stone slabs under Jose's feet were all broken into pieces. The gravity around him was reversed by magic, and many broken stones were suspended. At this time, everyone outside was frightened by this magic power. What a terrifying magic power. What does this feel like?
Ugh.
What evil magic. Jose. Makarov narrowed his eyes. He was deeply impressed by Jose's magic power. 6 years ago, Jose showed very high magic power and potential, and at a young age he was named one of the 10 holy wizards. Therefore, he is also quite arrogant and has an arrogant attitude. If he continues like that, he may go astray. In order to make Jose understand that there are people outside the world, he and Jose fought at the regular meeting of the local guild alliance, and he defeated Jose. The Phantom Lord Guild also began to be at odds with the Fairy Tail Guild. 6 years have passed, but I didn't expect that Jose's magic power has reached this level. At this time, Natsu and Gajeel were still fighting fiercely in the Phantom Lord Guild. Both sides continued to attack each other, and both suffered serious injuries. After feeling the powerful magic power of Jose, Gajeel said with a cruel smile to Natsu, "Your fairy tale guild is the strongest. President Jose has already taken action personally. No matter how powerful he is, he cannot be the opponent of President Jose. If my husband doesn't take action, he will be dead." Natsu raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "You are the ones. You have no idea how powerful Suchin is." At this time, Jose laughed crazily and said, "You brat! Did you see it? This is my magic power. This despairing magic. Do you still dare to say that you are my opponent? Tremble, fear, despair. After I kill you, I will kill the rest of Fairy Tail. Finally, I will kill that annoying Makarov and send all of you Fairy Tail to reunite in hell." Suchin's expression didn't change when he heard Jose's words. "Trembling, fear, and despair? Then I will give you true despair," Suchin said as he slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist with his right hand. He chanted the words of Gue Ran in a low voice. "Block it, Blackwing Demon." Chapter 66. Buzz Dash. The sky, which was already covered with clouds, suddenly became dark. Coming, Mira, Erza, Natsu, Gray, Elfman, Kana, and Lucy, who had just seen Suchin return to the sword not long ago, thought at the same time. Immediately afterwards, black raindrops fell from the sky. What happened? Why is it so dark? Almost everyone couldn't help but raise their heads and look at the sky. Blah blah blah. The black raindrops hit everyone's face, and the raindrops were cold and biting. Black rain? But when I reached out and touched it, I found that my face didn't feel wet due to the rain. Both my face and my clothes were still dry. Did it? No, this is not real rain. This is the magic of liquefaction. Then many people felt a surge of magic. What does this feel like? If Jose's magic makes them feel evil, powerful, and terrifying, Suchin's magic power makes them feel lonely, deep, and desperate. Facing Jose was like facing a powerful and terrifying monster, and facing Suchin was like facing the sea, with almost no resistance. Gajeel felt this terrifying power, and his hair suddenly stood up, with a look of disbelief on his face. Soon, the empty vision disappeared. Then, who was that guy? Looking up to the sky, he saw a figure appearing in midair in the ruins of the Phantom Lord Guild headquarters. Gajeel's vertical pupils shrank like a dragon. Advertisement. The Suchin in the sky had changed a lot from the Suchin he had seen before. The first and most eye-catching thing is that there is a pair of huge black bat wings on Suchin's back that can cover the sky. Wearing a white jumpsuit, his skin has turned pale white. He wears a two-horned helmet on his head. His hair is slightly longer, and there are tears under his eyes. Of course, appearance is one thing, and the other is the feeling Suchin brings to Gajeel. If Suchin brought danger to Gajeel before, he can also compete with it. Although he had been fighting with Suchin for so long, he was defeated in a crushing manner. In fact, he was not seriously injured. Otherwise, he would not be here today to fight with Natsu. But now Suchin only has one feeling for him. Run as far as you can. Don't try to fight. If you go there, you will die. You will definitely die. This is the true strongest form of Fairy Tail Guild. Natsu looked at the figure in the sky with admiration. Jose's face was slightly ugly, but he soon returned to his original state. Although Suchin's changes were not small, he did not think that Sukong, the brat, was all the opponent of his own, the 10 great demonic body of the Holy Spirit. It's become a lot more fancy. Can you accept magic? Even if you accept the gods, I can't protect you. So, disappear for me. Death Storm. Jose condensed a large amount of dark energy in his hands, and with full firepower, the energy compressed by Jose this time was obviously much stronger than before. A purple-black beam shockwave shot towards Suchin in midair. Boom dash. Jose's death storm hit Suchin's body. Whoa! The terrifying impact spread to the shore, and many people couldn't help but scream. Because of the distance, many people couldn't see clearly what was happening at the Phantom Lord Guild, but everyone knew that this magic was from Jose, so the one who was attacked must be Suchin. However, Natsu and Gajeel, who were closer, saw that although Jose's death storm hit Suchin, a layer of emerald green energy appeared around Suchin's body, blocking all the impact from Jose. Ha 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 ha. Die. 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 A mere magician from Fairy Tail actually wants to fight with me, one of the top 10 magicians of the Holy 10. It's really a startling move. I want Makarov to see how his most proud subordinate was tortured to death by me. I want him to regret. I want him to despair. I want him to die in endless loneliness and regret. Suddenly, a voice came out from the shock wave of the purple-black beam and said faintly, "You? Is this the only level?" "What?" Jose's face changed when he heard this voice. The magic in his hand also stopped. Advertisement bang. The purple-black energy in the sky dissipated, and Su Qian stood intact in the sky. No. How is this possible? Because Jose's magic power was fully opened, his eyes were filled with darkness and his pupils suddenly shrank. He knew how powerful the magic he had released, and even Makarov would never be able to block it without getting hurt. But the young man in front of him blocked it without any injuries. Impossible. I don't believe it. Several black and purple beams of light were emitted from Jose's body, attacking Su Qian continuously. Boom, boom, boom. When it is about to hit Su Qian, a light green and transparent spiritual pressure shield that looks like mist will appear around Su Qian's body. Zero when Jose's beam hit it. It all shattered like an egg hitting a rock. Are you the only one of the top 10 magicians of the Holy Spirit? It's really disappointing, Su Qian said, looking down at Jose. The world of fairy tale is different from the world of death, but in terms of combat power, the two sides are actually about the same. Su Qian fused Ulquiorra's template, and his power increased rapidly by devouring souls to increase the degree of fusion. But it's not like he hasn't experienced fierce battles. After all, this is a magical world with all kinds of powerful monsters and magicians. But later on, as his strength improved, he rarely experienced that kind of battle. Although Su Qian used to be a person who never even got into a fight, it was only after he came to this world that he understood his true nature. He was a person who loved fighting. Although the main reason for dealing with Jose this time was that the other party destroyed the Fairy Tale Guild and wanted to kill everyone in Fairy Tale, the other reason was that he wanted to fight the Heavenly Wizard of Ishgar continent. Damn you, brat. What did you say? Su Qian looked at Jose and said calmly, "Don't waver, get ready, tense up, and don't relax for a moment." Jose raised his eyebrows and shouted to Su Qian arrogantly, "You brat, who do you think you were talking to?" Su Qian ignored Jose and continued, "Because it may be over in an instant." Chapter 67. Buzz. A moonlight sword that looked like a javelin suddenly formed in Su Qian's hand. Swish. Su Qian appeared in front of Jose and swung the moonlight sword towards Jose. Jose's pupil shrank suddenly. So fast. Boom. A terrifying explosion occurred, and the already shattered Phantom Lord Guild headquarters exploded again. Ugh! Jose screamed loudly and covered the wound on his left arm with his right hand. His face was extremely ugly. He was almost killed just now. This damn brat just exploded so fast that he couldn't even react. Fortunately, his magic power has been at full blast since just now. He instinctively avoided and added the magic power explosion, and he survived at the cost of hurting his left arm. Down. Did you escape? As expected, 260 is one of the 10 great magic guides. When Su Qian said this, he didn't know when he was holding something that looked like a medal in his hand. The main body of the medal is mainly blue, with dense dots and a silver cross carved in the middle. It is the badge issued by the Magic Council to the top 10 magicians. When? Jose's face became more and more gloomy. He didn't realize when his Holy 10 badge fell into Su Qian's hands. Damn you, brat. Give me my stuff. Jose roared loudly, and the dark magic condensed around him, forming two huge dark monsters. Crack! Su Qian held his hand, then slowly opened it, and the Holy 10 magic badges turned into debris and scattered on the ground. Damn! 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 You deserve to die. Jose waved his hand. Two huge dark monsters rushed towards Su Qian, and Chen Zhong waved his moonlight sword. Shwa! The two dark monsters were cut off by Su Qian's moonlight sword and dispersed. Dark spiral. Boom, boom, boom. The spiral darkness devoured everything around it. Advertisement whoosh. Su Qian used the ring to appear in midair again, dodging Jose's attack just now. Your strength is only this. There is no point in continuing to fight. It's time to end the battle, Su Qian said, and pointed the index finger of his left hand at Jose. The black virtual flash that can only be used by the 10 blades after the return of the blade condensed in front of Su Qian's index finger. On the edge of the black is a dark green light, and a black energy ball is constantly gathering. Jose has become crazy under Su Qian's continuous blows. It's indeed time to end, but it's not me, but you. Originally, I planned to save some magic power to deal with Makarov, but you really made me angry, so be honored. I will bury you with the same power as one of the 10 holy magicians. Disappear completely. Jose's hands were also condensed with terrifying magic power, and all the dark magic power in his body poured into his hands, forming a purple-black energy ball. Death Storm. Black Void Flash. Call out. Call out. The two people sent out shockwaves almost at the same time. Black flashes and purple-black energy bombs collided in midair, and the ground shook violently like an earthquake. The terrifying force impact shattered everything around the two people, and the huge impact even formed a huge wave on the sea. Walla Arawarea. Almost everyone couldn't help but scream. The black flash gradually moved towards Jose. No. Impossible. I am one of the 10 holy magicians. There is no way I am worse than a brat. Jose shouted angrily, but no matter how much he increased his strength, he could not stop the black flash from advancing. In the end, he could only watch the black flash swallow him up. Boom, boom, boom. Black light covered the entire Phantom Lord Guild, and a terrifying explosion appeared. Makarov shouted, "Everyone hide behind me." His body instantly became huge and stood in front of everyone. Wah-ha-wah. Advertisement. After a while, the impact of the explosion calmed down again. There were traces of the terrifying water rushing around. Many trees were swaying, and everyone was in a panic. How's it going? Who's winning? Everyone looked towards the direction of the Phantom Lord Guild headquarters. Zero. After a while, a black dot appeared, and then flew towards everyone quickly. It's Su-chan. Su-chan won. Su-chan defeated the 10 great magicians. Great. We won. Oh. We killed the ghost. Everyone at Fairy Tail cheered. Is that the true form of Su-chan, the strongest wizard in Fairy Tail Guild? This was the first time for many people in the Fairy Tail Guild to see Su-chan in this posture. Although Su-chan was almost recognized as the strongest mage in the guild, the strength he displayed on weekdays was somewhat inconsistent with the strongest. But now everyone understands why Su-chan is called the strongest magician of Fairy Tail Guild. When Su-chan arrived at the shore, he threw Jose on the ground. Ugh. Jose was seriously injured by Su-chan's black flash just now, but the huge magic defense of the 10 holy magic wizards still allowed him to survive. President Jose. Some Phantom Lord people looked in disbelief when they saw that Jose had been defeated. President Jose is one of the 10 holy wizards. Even if he lost, he should have lost at the hands of Makarov, who is also one of the 10 holy wizards. He actually lost to such a young wizard from Fairy Tail. Why is this 1.4 happening? Everyone in the Phantom Lord suddenly lost their will to fight. Their president, one of the 10 holy wizards, was defeated. What was the point of continuing to resist? And the most important thing was that they couldn't resist at all. Jose. Everyone in Fairy Tail Guild saw their eyes full of anger when they saw Jose. It was because of this guy that the Fairy Tail Guild was destroyed, and Fairy Tail launched a war against them. He was the culprit that caused all of this. Although everyone wanted to kill Jose directly, they would not really do it when facing Jose, who was having difficulty even moving at this time. The Fairy Tail people slowly separated, and the President Makarov came over and looked at Jose, who fell on the ground with a dull look. Jose struggled hard and said, Makarov, are you here to laugh at me? Chapter 68. Makarov watched as Jose tightened his fist and then slowly loosened it. His eyes changed from hatred and regret to sighs. Why did you become like this? You are very powerful. You have such powerful magic power at such a young age, and you can be included in the top 10 magicians. If you can use your magic power correctly to set an example for the younger generations, you will definitely promote the magic world. Development of. Jose was stunned when he heard Makarov's words, and then became even more angry. Why? You asked me why. Phantom Lord has always been the strongest guild, with the strongest magic, the strongest talents, and the most money in this country. But Fairy Tail has grown rapidly in the past few years, and the reputation of Erza, Laxus, Mystigan, and Kilworth has even spread to our town. Fire Dragon's rumors are spreading across the country, and White Yuksha Su-chan, although he doesn't declare it openly, is known as a natural disaster in the dark magic world of Ishgar continent. I don't know, since 20, Fairy Tail and Phantom Lord have become the two major guilds representing this structure. How can I be convinced? It's obviously a rubbish guild. It's obviously a terribly weak guild. Everyone in Fairy Tail was very angry when they heard what Jose said. Fairy Tail Guild is the best guild in their minds, and no one is allowed to insult Fairy Tail. Shut up. Fairy Tail is not a garbage guild. Makarov raised his hand to stop everyone at Fairy Tail from continuing to scold him. Did you start this war because of this jealousy? Jealous? Don't get me wrong. I want to draw a clear line between good and bad. What really made me want to destroy Fairy Tail was an extremely small thing. Then the daughter of one of the few bourgeois in this country is actually in Fairy Tail? How far do you want to expand before you give up? Everyone in Fairy Tail was a little confused when they heard this. Only Lucy's expression changed slightly. What are you talking about? Makarov asked with a frown. Advertisement. Are you still pretending not to know? Lucy Heartfilia, the daughter of the Heartfilia family, is in your Fairy Tail guild. Lucy? Many people in Fairy Tail looked at Lucy in surprise. They never thought that Lucy was the daughter of a wealthy family. The job of a wizard is, at best, a happy life of freedom and adventure. At worst, it is like a wage earner who is busy with life on the verge of danger every day. I have never heard of princes, nobles, and wealthy people becoming guild wizards. Lucy waved her hands hurriedly and said, Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide my identity. I didn't expect that my identity would bring trouble to the guild, but I ran away from home. I really like Fairy Tail, and I want to become Fairy Tail's wizard, right? Erza smiled and patted Lucy on the shoulder and said, Lucy, there is no need to explain. We have all seen with our own eyes what kind of person you are during this period. You are a member of Fairy Tail, and there will be no change because of your identity. We all know Lucy, Levy said, holding Lucy's hand. Levy is a good friend Lucy made during the time she joined the guild. The two are close in age and have common topics. Yes, Lucy is Lucy. But the eldest lady from a rich family sounds very powerful, and I suddenly felt that it was too offensive in the past. Ha ha ha. Everyone in the guild laughed. Suchin said to Lucy, Lucy, this incident has nothing to do with you. Everything is just him trying to find an excuse to attack Fairy Tail because of his jealousy. When other people in the guild heard Suchin's words, they immediately recalled what Jose said. That's right. Our guild is good at attracting young ladies from rich families to join us. Our guild has become stronger, and we are like you, Phantom Lord. What is the relationship? Not allowing other guilds to surpass you, Phantom Lord? Why? Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Lucy was moved to tears. Since her mother's death, her father has been very indifferent to her. Compared with her cold home, Fairy Tail's big family is warmer. At this time, an unusually discordant voice sounded and said, I can't stand it. I can't stand it. It's obviously a rubbish guild. There are so many rubbish in the guild. Why? My Phantom Lord is clearly stronger. Advertisement. The Fairy Tail Guild is actually somewhat polarized. The guild's requirements for recruiting people are very low or no requirements at all. After all, there were many people like Mira, Elfman, and Lisana who did not know magic when they joined the guild. They all learned magic after joining the Fairy Tail Guild. When Lucy joined the guild, there was never any magic test or strength assessment. The strong ones are like level 5 magicians such as Suchin, Gildarts, Laxus, etc., while the weak ones are like second-hand ones who only use magic swords to fight. However, after these people join Fairy Tail and find suitable magic, their strength will also improve. About 2/3 of the entire guild 423 are ordinary magicians in any guild. Makarov glared at Jose and said, The guild is what it is today. This is all due to the children. They have done a good job and have the courage to fight for the guild in the face of danger. Each of them is the pride of Fairy Tail. It's not the rubbish you say. Old man, president. Many people in the guild were very moved when they heard the old man's words. The guild of a guy who doesn't even understand this can't possibly become the strongest. Don't come near Fairy Tail again. If it happens again, you will disappear completely. After saying that, Makarov turned and left. Jose's face twisted. Suddenly, Jose used teleportation to disappear. When he reappeared, he was not far away, with his fingers on Levy's neck. Levy, damn it. Why don't you let go of Levy? Jose looked at Makarov with a sneer and said, Makarov, you hypocritical guy, didn't you say that they are all your pride? Then are you willing to die for these garbage? Call out. A light green light flashed across, and before Jose could react, his palm was pierced. Chapter 69. Well? Immediately afterwards, Jose screamed and was carried away by the moonlight sword. He flew quickly on the water and did not stop until he was several thousand meters away. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted in the distance, and after a while, it gradually subsided. Levy, are you okay? Levi, are you injured anywhere? Sarusik and Droy immediately came to Levi to inquire about his welfare. Is everything okay? Levi still hasn't responded yet. Suddenly he was caught threatening the president, and it ended instantly. The same was true for everyone else. Brother Suchun, thank you. Whibby quickly thanked Suchun. Suchun touched Levi's head and said, it was my mistake that allowed him to succeed. If I had known, I would have killed him first. If you do evil by God, you can still forgive it, but if you do it by yourself, you will not live. Makarov said coldly. He gave Jose a chance, but Jose actually went so far as to threaten him with the life of a little girl. This kind of person is not worthy of even one of the Holy 10 great magicians, let alone one of them. At this time, the ruins of the Phantom Lord Guild are at hand. Whoosh, whoosh. Natsu and Gajiel climbed out of the broken ruins. The two had been fighting before, but then they stopped because of the fight between Suchan and Jose. The two of them were also affected by the confrontation between Suchan and Jose. Fortunately, Suchan had nearly split the Phantom Lord Guild headquarters in two, and they were not at the center of the battle. But even then, the two of them still couldn't bear the impact. Thanks to the Ghost Guild, although the two of them suffered some injuries, their lives were not in any danger. Fire Dragon, come on, let's continue the showdown. Gajiel looked at Natsu and said, Advertisement. Natsu shook his head and said, forget it. You must have been injured before. Suchun should have beaten you. I can't win against you like this. Ah. Do you think you can win? Trash. I lost to that monster, but I will never lose to you. Gajiel was not happy when he heard this. He could lose to the monster Suchun, but he could not lose to Natsu. If he still had a sense of victory before, after Suchun died, he understood that he should not think about revenge for a short time. That guy is a complete super monster, and it is best not for him, an ordinary person, to compete. And it was a Dragon Slayer fight with Natsu. He didn't want to admit that he was inferior to Natsu. Wouldn't that mean that his Dragon Slayer magic clothes were like a fire dragon? Of course I can win. But it doesn't matter whether I win or not now. Your president Jose has already lost. Gajiel's initial motivation to have a showdown with Natsu was instantly discouraged. That's right. The president was killed by that monster. So what's the point of fighting the fire dragon anymore? Besides, he doesn't even have the strength to stand now. This is just the aftermath of the monster's battle. Gajiel, where did you learn your dragon-slaying magic? Natsu asked Gajiel. Gajiel responded with silence. Hey, this is my first time meeting someone who uses the same magic. It doesn't matter if you tell me, Gajiel said impatiently. It's so annoying. Our guild has been defeated. Can't you just let me be sad for a while? Anyway, I'm dead. I'll have time to be sad later. You'd better tell me now. Gajiel knew that what he said was unpleasant, but for the first time, he felt that someone spoke harsher than him. To avoid being annoyed by Natsu, he said, Metallicana. The one who taught me magic was Metallicana, the steel dragon. Natsu's eyes lit up. Sure enough, I also learned from dragons. Huh, are you too? Gajiel was a little surprised, because dragons are legendary creatures that have disappeared. He told others that no one else believed that dragons really existed. Where is that guy? I don't know. One day he suddenly disappeared from my eyes without saying anything. Natsu was startled and asked quickly, Hey, that couldn't be July 7th 7 years ago, right? How do you know? Gajiel was also surprised. Advertisement. Natsu explained. Because the fire dragon Dragneel who taught me magic also disappeared on that day, on July 7th, 777. The two dragons disappeared together? Why are they all 7? Do you know? Anyway, I don't care. If you have any news about Dragneel, please tell me. Why should I tell you? Aren't we all dragon slayers? Gajiel gritted his teeth and said, Next time you let me see you, I will definitely kill you. Wash your neck and wait. What a dangerous guy. He still wants to make friends with you after the two sides are even. Who wants to be friends with you? Not long after, the ancient knights of the Magic Council came to the door. Dorambolt, who sent Suchan and Makarov back when the Phantom Lord came to attack, saw it. He immediately used teleportation magic to notify the Magic Council branch stationed not far from Magnolia Town. The ancient knights of the Magic Council branch immediately came over. Although it was already in time, they still rushed to bring both sides of the battle to the Magic Council branch for investigation after the battle. Suchan also went together. As long as the Magic Council didn't go too far, Suchan could still accept some punishments. Of course, if someone frames him, don't blame him for making a big fuss. He, Su-chun, can eat anything, the kings, but he can't suffer losses. The investigation went smoothly. With the testimony of both parties and the testimony of Dorambolt, a member of the Magic Council, everyone at Fairy Tail was quickly released. However, this incident became too big. The next day, the war between the two major magician guilds in the Kingdom of Fiori and the defeat of the Phantom Lord Guild spread throughout the country, including other countries in the Ishgar continent. After all, the 10 Holy Magic Islands do not refer to one country, but there are 10 Holy 10 Magic Islands in the entire Ishgar continent. Each of the 10 Holy Magicians is very important and is one of the most precious assets of every country. In this war between Phantom Lord Guild and Fairy Tail Guild, a Holy 10 died, which naturally attracted the attention of many people. Su-chun, the strongest magician in Fairy Tail, suddenly became famous throughout the Ishgar continent. Chapter 70. Magic Council Branch, Ho-ho-ho. Ho-ho-ho. The entire court hall echoed with Makarov's rhythmic snoring. Many of the jurors were furious when they saw it. Mr. Makarov? Yes. Makarov woke up with a start. The trial is going on now. Did you fall asleep just now? Makarov scratched his head in embarrassment and said with erratic eyes, how could such a thing happen? Ho-ho-ho. Then the final result of Fairy Tail's trial will now be announced. Big a week has passed since the battle between Phantom Lord and Fairy Tail ended. The Fairy Tail Guild also quickly began to rebuild in an orderly manner. Because the guild's funds and the Senate suspended Fairy Tail's mission, almost everyone in the guild worked together to build the house. Although almost all of them were laymen, with the help of magic, the progress was not slow. Everyone, starting from today, the work delegation will be reopened. Although it is a temporary information desk, we have to work actively. 650 Mira stood at the temporary information desk and shouted to everyone with a bright smile. Ouch! Ouch! There's a job! There's a job! Many people in Fairy Tail rushed to the task board to look for tasks like animal smelling food. What are you doing? I usually look very laid back while drinking, Lucy complained. Ha ha ha. Lucy, hurry up and pick a job. Natsu and Happy came to Lucy and said, do you want to continue? Lucy had a headache after hearing Natsu and Happy's words. She had teamed up with Natsu several times, and the mission reward sounded pretty good. Advertisement one time was 2 million yuan, and the other time was 7 million yuan, but in the end she made nothing, not even a key to the Zodiac. But she is in a financial crisis now. If she doesn't pay, she will really be kicked out by her landlord. With 70,000 yuan a month, there is no place to find such a good house. Let's go. Let's go. Natsu pushed Lucy to go to the commission board to pick up the task. Suddenly, a table flew over and knocked Natsu to the ground. Lucy was startled. Then I heard Erza yelling in an angry voice. Try saying that again. Erza? Almost everyone in the guild looked at Erza. They had never seen Erza so angry with anyone. Laxus said to Erza, let's make it clear now. Our guild doesn't need weak people. VR. I was embarrassed to go out on the street after being looked down upon by the ghost. Happy looked at Laxus in surprise and said, Laxus is back? Gray said unhappily, this be asterisk 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 asterisk. D started to act arrogant as soon as he came back. Fairy Tail was underestimated by a mere ghost because it had too many weak people. I really don't know how those weak people had the nerve to join Fairy Tail. Suddenly, Su-chin's voice sounded behind Laxus and said, that's enough, Laxus. Laxus turned his head and looked behind him. When he saw Su-chun, he raised the corner of his mouth slightly and joked, hey, isn't this the great hero Su-chun who saved our Fairy Tail Guild? You have become famous recently. You defeated a rubbish saint. So you dare to teach me how to do things? Laxus said, glaring at Su-chun. Su-chin's brows raised. I don't like to teach others to do things, but I can teach you how to be a good person. What did you say? Laxus stood up angrily and glared at Su-chun. Su-chun continued, don't just talk about the weak and the weak. Everyone in the guild is a companion. No one is born to be ridiculed by you. Can you bully others because you are strong? Look down on you because you are a bit powerful. Companions who are weaker than me. Does that mean that people who are better than you can look down on you and make fun of you every day? Crack, crack, crack. A large number of golden thunder and lightning appeared on Laxus. Better than me? Do you want to say that that person is you? Laxus said, staring at Su-chun. Advertisement, almost everyone in the guild remained silent. Laxus and Su-chun, both of whom were level 5 wizards of the Fairy Tail Guild, would be extremely serious if they really fought. Erza was ready to start a fight. The guild had just been rebuilt and was not finished yet. If two people were to fight here, the guild would not be able to bear it. Suddenly, a voice sounded. I am the envoy sent by the Magic Council. Is Mr. Su-chun here? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a frog messenger coming over with several people from the Magic Council. I am. Su-chun was a little confused. What else did the Magic Council want to do with him? He just made a big fuss in the Magic Council a week ago. If I compensated myself, he would definitely not admit B. I am here to declare the will of the Magic Council on behalf of all the members of the Magic Council, the frog messenger said, taking out a scroll, flicking it open and started reading. The magician of Fairy Tail Guild, Su-chun, has outstanding achievements and strong strength. The Magic Council has always agreed to award one of the 2 currently vacant seats to Mr. Su-chun, the title of the 10 Holy Wizards. Su-chun was stunned when he heard it. Not only Su-chun was stunned, but everyone in Fairy Tail Guild around him was stunned. Immediately afterwards, the Fairy Tail Guild exploded. What? Su-chun has become one of the top 10 magicians? Real or fake? What's true and false? Are all the envoys of the Magic Council here? Wow. That's the Holy 10. Holy gone. Only 10 magicians in the entire Ishgar continent can be awarded the title of the Holy 10 Magicians. That almost represents the 10 strongest people in the Ishgar continent. The president is also one of them. So that means there are 2 Holy 10 Magicians in our Fairy Tail Guild? Yes. In other words, our Fairy Tail is the strongest magician guild in the Kingdom of Fiori. Wherever we are in the Kingdom of Fiori, even if we look at the entire continent of Ishgar, we are the only ones at Fairy Tail who have 2 of the 10 Holy Magicians. Chapter 71. Almost everyone in Fairy Tail cheered when they heard the news, except Laxus. Laxus looked very ugly at this time. He didn't expect that Su-chun would be awarded the title of the top 10 magicians. Although he didn't care much about this, he didn't want Su-chun to have what he didn't have. Laxus didn't want to see Su-chun's annoying face anymore, so he turned around and left. When he inherited the guild, he would kick out all the weak ones and those who resisted him. Mr. Su-chun, this is a badge only owned by the top 10 Holy Wizards. Please accept it. A member of the Magic Council appeared carrying a tray covered with red cloth, which contained the badges of the top 10 magicians. He just smashed one not long ago, but he didn't expect that he also had one. Thanks. Although I don't care much about this thing, it is better than nothing. This is what I should do. The things have been delivered, so I will leave. Soon, the frog messenger led the people away, and everyone from Fairy Tail gathered over. This is the badge of the 10 Holy Wizards. Amazing! To celebrate Su-chun becoming the new Holy 10 Magicians, let's hold a celebration party. Su-chun waved his hand and said, No problem. I will pay for all the expenses of the celebration. This is the first happy thing since the guild was destroyed. It just makes everyone change their mood and become happy. Su-chun can still afford this money. He is really short of money. Yamato will do a super strategy. Although he is not diligent in doing tasks, it can't stop him from being well rewarded for doing tasks. If he does an S-level mission, many magicians can't earn it in a year. What's more, there are SS-level missions and 10-year missions. Su-chun has done both of these 2 missions. Su-chun has not gone to the Centenary mission because it is very troublesome. Advertisement Guildarts also challenged him after he defeated him and made him completely free from worries. In fact, Guildarts wanted to challenge the Centennial Quest 10 years ago, but the guild was still too weak at that time. The old man is getting older, and if something happens to him, the Fairy Tail Guild may even disappear. Guildarts was defeated, and perhaps the happiest person was Guildarts himself. Su-chun also spends less on weekdays, unlike Erza who spends almost all her money on buying various magic armors, and Laxus who smokes cigars and drinks high-end wines, all of which are high-end purchases. So Su-chun is very rich. Oh. Everyone cheered, as if they had forgotten the unpleasantness just now. Lucy complained. What about the work you just shouted about? Ha ha ha. Mira laughed when she heard Lucy's complaint. Just now everyone was clamoring to go to work, but now they are going to have a celebration party, but this is Fairy Tail. 6666666 Makarov and Yakima were sitting on the edge of the wall of the Magic Council branch. Makarov said, The Phantom Lord Guild was disbanded and Jose was removed from the Holy 10. This is all expected, but Fairy Tail was found not guilty, and Su-chun became the new Holy 10. I didn't expect this, Yakima explained. The fact that Jose was defeated by Su-chun has spread in the Ishgar continent. It is impossible to suppress it. In order to maintain the fairness and authority of the Magic Council, Su-chan became the new saint. 10 can be regarded as going with the flow. In addition, Fairy Tail is not guilty of betrayal this time, which can be regarded as giving you an explanation. Well, I thought these guys would be stubborn. Yakima smiled and said, the older you get, the less courageous you become. Even Makarov, who was once fearless, is now enduring humiliation and hardship for the sake of the guild. The same goes for the magic counselors. If this incident is revealed, someone among the counselors will definitely be responsible for it. And everyone doesn't want to be in charge, so they have to give Fairy Tail a little sweetness. Advertisement. The most important thing is that Su-chin's power scares the guys in the Magic Council. The times of magic have changed. Now powerful magicians are emerging one after another, but the Magic Council is still standing still. I really don't know what the future will be like. Zero, please give me flowers. These old guys who are nearly 100 years old can best understand the changes in the entire world. Magic elements are becoming more and more abundant, and the strength of magicians is becoming more and more powerful. Once, the Magic Council relied on its large number of people and the power of magic elves to be powerful. Ishgar continent. Nowadays, the power of individuals cannot be compensated by numbers, and the Magic Council has fallen behind. The best example is the Magic Council, which is known as the strongest magic force in the Ishgar continent. There is nothing that can be done against Su-chan. Even if the opponent is ruthless, the Magic Council can be destroyed by Su-chan alone. Well, forget it, let others worry about the future. We are already old, Xiaoma. You should retire as soon as possible, otherwise you will not be able to bear it. 00. In the evening, the Fairy Tail open-air celebration ended late at night. Makarov was sitting on the rafter, drinking a small beer, and he was very happy. His child also won the top 10 wizards of the Holy Saints. It was like seeing his child pass the college entrance examination and ranked first in the country. Looking at the scene of the town of Magnolia in the distance, I recalled what Yakima said today in my mind. Retire? The guild has also taken on a new look, and the president will also need to be replaced. Laxus, that guy has serious psychological problems. Guildarts? No, he won't show up once a year. Mystigan. This guy is not good at communication at all. Erza is still relatively young. Su-chan? Su-chan is also young, relatively stable, strong enough, and has enough prestige to become the new Holy 10. Although I can be impulsive occasionally, I am a young man after all, so I am the most suitable candidate for the president. Makarov couldn't help but recall the first time he met the brat Su-chan. At that time, that brat was not a master who was willing to suffer losses. He beat up the army and the ancient knights of magicians. As soon as he arrived, he was ambushed by that kid before he even opened his mouth. From that moment on, he could tell that Su-chan was very powerful. I didn't expect that in just 4 years, this brat would have grown to this point. Time is not forgiving. Find an opportunity to ask this brat what he wants. Chapter 72. System. Open my template. A transparent template that only Su-chan could see appeared in front of Su-chan. Dimensional template system. Host. Su-chan. Has template. Ulquiorra Xifa. Zanpakudo. Blackwing demon. Fusion degree. 75.35%. Possess skills. Void flash. A killing technique used by Daxu and above. It concentrates its spiritual pressure to a high degree and then releases it instantly, forming a flash of great destructive power. False bullet. Fix your own spiritual pressure and then hit the enemy. The power is not as powerful as false flash, but the speed is 20 times that of false flash. Sound turn. High-speed footwork of destruction. Steel skin. Arrancar's body is covered by armor-like skin that cannot be penetrated by swords. Jiekong. By tearing apart space, the 067 plane can move freely between the real world and Hueco Mundo. Super speed regeneration. Except for the internal organs and brain, other parts of the body can be regenerated in a very short time after being destroyed. Detection nerve. Feel the spiritual pressure of everyone around you, including the enemy, to know the strength and location of the opponent. The object being detected will be displayed in the form of burning flames in the mind of the Arrancar. Wang Su's flash. A super powerful virtual flash that can only be used by 10 blades. Soul Eater. The fundamental ability of the void. The driving force of evolution. Returning blade. One section of returning to the edge. Second stage return blade. The reason why the degree of integration suddenly increased by 3% is simple. After the battle between Phantom Lord and Fairy Tail, Su-chan came to the place where Jose died that night and used the soul-eating skill to devour Jose's soul. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the soul of the 10 holy wizards. In proportion, it is equivalent to the captain of the 13th team of the Siriidii Godii in the Shinigami world. There were 10 such masters in the Ishgar continent, and Su-chan had the urge to kill all the saints except the old man for a moment. But of course it was only for that moment. Advertisement, however, this is indeed a shortcut to improve his strength. With his current strength, none of these top 10 magicians should be his opponent. But if he really does that, all the life he expects will be shattered. This is roughly what the so-called falling into darkness means. What does the question mark at the end mean? After the fusion degree increased to 75%, 3 question marks appeared under the second stage of the return blade. Su-chan had been looking at it for several days and still couldn't figure out what these 3 question marks were about. Could it be that there are still 3 levels of return? While he was in Fairy Tail, he had forgotten a lot of the plot of Fairy Tail, let alone the events in the Bleach anime. Ulquiorra is not the protagonist, not even a supporting character, and her real appearance is only in the Arrancar arc. It is also very mysterious, and everyone speculates that it is the top Vastad level Daxu in Hueco Mundo, or even a natural Arrancar. He has no interest in the ranking of the 10 blades, and he doesn't even know that Ulquiorra has the second stage return to the blade. As for whether there is a stronger posture, it is not shown again in the anime. The guild is still under construction in an orderly manner, and most of the main body has been completed, so it does not require too many guild members. After all, the magician's job is to complete the task commission, not to build a house. Workaholic Erza went to work on the task the day after the celebration. Lucy, why are you listless? Mira asked at the counter, looking at Lucy lying on the table. No money, ugh. Why do you, a young lady, have no money? Mira said with a smile. After the war with the ghost ended, everyone in the guild knew that Lucy was the daughter of a Chable family. No, I didn't take a penny from the family, Lucy said angrily when she heard Myra's teasing. Then you and Natsu are going on a very high-paying mission, aren't you? Natsu did some sabotage again, and half of his reward was wasted. Really? He can't do anything else besides sabotage? Mira was silent for a moment, thought about it, and then shook her head. Natsu, Gray and Su-chan were happily playing billiards there. Really? I'm so annoyed. They are so happy. And when did Natsu and Gray have such a good relationship? She remembered that when she first joined the guild, Natsu and Gray had a fierce fight. Mira smiled and explained. The relationship between Natsu and Gray is already very good. Suddenly, several well-dressed girls swarmed in front of Mira, and Lucy was almost pushed over. Zero, is Loki here? Advertisement, Loki? Mira was a little confused. Loki has gone too far. Who are you? Who are you? Where is Loki? Lucy asked doubtfully. What's going on? Happy explained. It's the girls in our city. They all seem to call themselves Rocky's girlfriends. Haha. Lucy smiled half-heartedly. When she first joined the guild, she thought she was meeting Loki when she saw Loki. Not only is Loki handsome, but he has also appeared as the leading actor in many movies. He is very popular with girls, and is among the top male wizards most liked by girls all year round. As a result, she realized Loki's playboy nature on the first day, and her fantasies were shattered. Moreover, Loki always avoided her intentionally or unintentionally, making her a little uncomfortable. Last night he suddenly said he wanted to break up with me. Although I am very reluctant to do so, I am too. Me too. Me too. Why are you saying this suddenly? Could it be that someone you really like appears? Who is it? In this guild? Mira said helplessly. I don't know either. After confirming that Mira didn't know, the girls dispersed. Su-chan naturally noticed this scene. Loki joined the Fairy Tail Guild about half a year later than him. Su-chan knew immediately that Loki was not a human being, and his sense of existence was very similar to that of Hollow. Then he recalled Loki's identity, the celestial spirit of Leo in the zodiac. After all, it was only about half a year back in time, so I can still remember many of the characters in Fairy Tail. Isn't it almost time now? Gray. Stop playing now and go to Loki's house to have a look, Su-chan said to Gray. Don't worry. Maybe he just came back at night to avoid it. The person in the guild who has the best relationship with Loki is Gray. Go and have a look. I'm a little worried. Well, okay. Gray heard Su-chan say this and immediately went to Loki's house to take a look. Chapter 73. Sure enough, not long after, Gray ran into the guild out of breath, holding an envelope in his hand. No, not good. Loki. Loki has left Fairy Tail. What? The expressions of all Fairy Tail guild members changed. Loki's strength is also the main force in the second tier of Fairy Tail, and his popularity in the guild is also very good. What happened? Gray took out the envelope and said, "This is a letter written by Loki." Suchin opened the letter and wrote a few words of thanks on it, and then said that he was leaving Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail also has people who leave the guild every year and live another life, but they never leave without saying goodbye, so something must have happened. Erza said loudly. Everyone spread out in search. We must find Loki. This be asterisk 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 D dares to leave without saying goodbye. After we catch him, we must bring him back and give him a good beating. Yes. Everyone in the guild spread out to look for Loki. Lucy, come with me. Suchan said to Lucy. Me? Lucy was a little dumbfounded. Lucy and Suchan were very familiar with each other. It was Suchan, Natsu and Happy who rescued her from the traffickers. Later, Lucy teamed up with Natsu to do the mission. The reason why she didn't team up with Suchan was also very simple. Suchan was too strong, and her going would only be a disservice. However, I also did a lot of missions with Suchan, including the forest and the Evil Factory Island. She didn't expect that Suchan would ask her for help. This was the first time. Lucy quickly followed. Suchan, what do you want from me? I'm not very good at finding people. Lucy asked in confusion after following Suchan. Suchan said, I'm not asking you to find someone, but to find Celestial Spirit. Celestial Spirit? Lucy was a little confused. If she wasn't looking for Loki, how could she let herself look for Celestial Spirit? Suddenly, Lucy was stunned. Her expression changed, and she looked at Suchan in disbelief as if she had thought of something. Suchan nodded and said, Yes, Loki is a celestial spirit. Well? How could it be? Loki is actually the celestial spirit. Then who is the holder of Loki? And Lucy stopped talking as she spoke. She always felt a strange and familiar feeling from Loki, but she never considered the fact that Loki was a celestial spirit. Now think about it carefully, isn't it? The feeling Loki gave her was so similar to those of celestial spirit. As a celestial spirit mage, she didn't realize that she was too incompetent as a celestial spirit mage. Advertisement. So I can only leave it to you to find Loki. I see. In the evening, in front of a remote waterfall outside Magnolia Town, Loki stood here, with a person's tombstone placed here, looking at the tombstone in silence. At this time, the sound of footsteps sounded, and Loki was startled and looked back. Bang! A fist appeared in front of him and punched Loki in the face. Ugh! Loki cried out in pain and fell to the ground, his face swollen. You idiot! How dare you leave without saying goodbye? Well, calm down. If you want to beat me, it's not too late to beat me after hearing the reason. Loki looked up and was shocked to see Suchan and Lucy appearing here. Suchan. Lucy. Lucy said to Loki, Everyone is looking for you. This is Karen's tomb, right? Celestial Spirit Wizard Karen, your owner. Celestial Spirit Loki. No. His true identity is Leo of Leo. Loki smiled bitterly when he heard Lucy's words and said, After all, you discovered it. Lucy also smiled bitterly and shook her head and said, I didn't discover it. It was Suchan who told me. I am still a celestial spirit mage in vain, but I didn't discover your identity. Sure enough, I still can't hide it from you, Loki said, looking at Suchan. Lucy continued, Originally, when Oyo dies, the contract with the celestial spirit will be automatically terminated. Before the next holder appears, the celestial spirit will be forcibly returned to the celestial spirit world. Karen is dead. The contract between you should have been terminated, but you are still in the human world. There should be some reason why you cannot return to the celestial spirit world. Loki lowered his head and remained silent, with a slightly helpless expression on his face, apparently acquiescing to what Lucy said. Just as humans cannot survive in the world of celestial spirit cannot survive in the human world. In the human world, the life of celestial spirit will be deprived of it bit by bit, and eventually it will die. This is also the reason why you left Fairy Tail Guild, right? How long have you been in this world? Loki replied, I have been in the human world for 3 years. 3 years? Lucy was shocked. He stared wide-eyed and said, 1 year is incredible. 3 years? How is this possible? Well, I've reached my limit now. I can't even test my strength anymore. Lucy said anxiously, Maybe I can help you. Tell me the reason why you can't go back. I'll open the door for you. Loki said calmly, I don't need help. Advertisement. What nonsense are you talking about? If you continue like this, you will really die. The reason why I can't go back is simple, because I broke the taboo between the holder and the celestial spirit. As a result, I was permanently exiled from the celestial spirit world. Permanent exile? This is my crime. I accept the punishment of death. I am a traitor to the world of celestial spirit. I killed the owner, Karen. The celestial spirit that kills the owner cannot return to the world of celestial spirit. I can only slow down in the human world. Disappear slowly. Lucy couldn't believe it after hearing this. You killed Karen? Your holder? This happened 3 years ago. Loki began to describe what happened between himself and the previous holder. The previous holder, Karen, was a female wizard of Blue Pegasus. She had a somewhat Y personality and a very bad character. She treated her celestial spirit like the items are the same, ranging from shouting and drinking to being beaten and scolded in severe cases. Finally, one time, when Karen wanted Ares, the celestial spirit, to stay in the human world for 7 days, Loki forced the door to open and replaced the Ares celestial spirit, and asked Karen to terminate the contract between him and Ares and her. For the celestial spirit wizards, every celestial spirit of the zodiac is very precious. Karen naturally refused. She could make a lot of money with the two of them, and then Karen wanted to close the door and send Loki back. But Loki is the strongest celestial spirit of the zodiac. Karen has no way to force the door to close, and Karen's strength cannot double the door. So as long as Loki is in the human world, Lien has no way to use other celestial spirits. The two of them were at a stalemate for 10,453 days, 30 days, and 3 months. After so long, he planned to forgive Karen, and next time Ares was bullied again, he would help her again. As a result, after returning to the city, he found out that Karen was dead and had died because of being forced to go to work. From that day on, he could never return to the world of celestial spirit. Suddenly, Ji fell to the ground. Loki. Suchun and Lucy were both startled and quickly went to support Loki. Is it time? Loki's hand began to become transparent. Lucy shouted anxiously, Isn't this weird? It's not you who killed Karen. This was an accident. Open the Leo gate. Let Loki return to the celestial spirit world. But no doors opened. Loki smiled and said, Stop it. Don't struggle for me anymore. I am really lucky. I met everyone in the fairy tale guild before I died. The days in fairy tale are my happiest and most unforgettable memories. This way I will die with no regrets. Suchun looked at Loki and said, There is no regret in dying. Are you willing to disappear like this? Do you regret leaving your guild companions? Is this really what you really think in your heart? Loki's eyes filled with tears and shouted, What if I don't give in? What if I regret it? I'm going to die. There is no way at all. Who told you there was no way? Suchun said with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Loki and Lucy were both stunned. Pa. Suchun snapped his fingers with his right hand. Let's go. Let's go to the celestial spirit world for a walk. Chapter 74. Wow, what? Rocky and Lucy were a little confused when they heard Suchun's words. Suddenly, buzz. The space shook, and Loki and Lucy saw the space slowly being torn apart. After a while, a black cavity was formed, and it was so dark inside that it was unknown where it led. Suchun stepped in. You guys come in too. Suchun. This is... Rocky and Lucy were both shocked and didn't know how Suchun did this. This is a magic of mine that can forcibly tear apart space and move across borders. Come in quickly. Lucy helped Loki enter the black cavity. Whoa. The black cavity closed, and the surroundings were dark. It was impossible to see what was around. The timid Lucy suddenly felt very scary. Suchun. Where's this place? Well, this is the gap in space. It is the passage between the human world and the celestial spirit world. Follow me and don't fall. If you fall, you may be lost in the gap of space forever. What? Falling? Lucy was startled and looked down, only to realize that she was standing on something like a green energy plate. Suchun, what's down here? Lucy asked Suchun with her body trembling. Suchun said, I don't know what is below. Just think of it as an endless abyss. Nothing. Endless abyss. Lucy's legs were weak. Okay, let's go quickly. The spirit plate under our feet can't last too long. Suchun said and stepped forward, while the green spiritual pressure under his feet condensed to form a road made of spirit particles. Wow, Slow down. Suchin, wait for me. Lucy helped Loki and quickly followed. After a while, Suchin stopped. Advertisement, hey, why did you stop? Because it's already here. Pa. Suchin snapped his fingers. The space was torn open again like strips of cloth, and light shone in. Loki suddenly felt a familiar aura, and couldn't help but widen his eyes and said in shock, This familiar and long-lost feeling. This is the celestial spirit world. The three people entered the celestial spirit world, and the black cavity was instantly closed. Loki immediately felt that his vitality was continuously recovering. Is this the celestial spirit world? It's so beautiful. Lucy couldn't help but exclaimed as her eyes lit up at the scenery of the celestial spirit world. Suchin also nodded. The world of celestial spirit is indeed beautiful, as if it was a scene in a phone call story. It looks like a starry sky here, with small planets suspended everywhere. The sizes of the planets vary, many are only as big as a house, and some are as big as towns. There are various palaces on these planets, which look beautiful. Suddenly, a deafening sound sounded. Who? How dare you break into the celestial spirit world? Then a group of starlight appeared and flew towards this side quickly. Soon a giant old man wearing armor, a cloak, a horn helmet, and a huge white beard appeared. Star, Celestial Spirit King. Loki said in shock when he saw this giant old man. Is the king the most powerful celestial spirit? Lucy was a little surprised. Although she was a celestial spirit mage, she had never known that there was a celestial spirit king. Leo? How dare you bring humans into the celestial spirit world without permission? Suchin looked at the celestial spirit king and said, No, it was not Loki who brought me here, but I brought Loki here, don't make any mistake. Loki immediately said, No, I brought them here without authorization. I will accept any punishment. Please let them go. Leo, we signed a contract with humans not to harm the holder of the key. Although you did not directly kill the holder, you indirectly killed her, so I refuse you to return to the celestial spirit world. Wait, isn't this ridiculous? Lucy wanted to argue with the celestial spirit king. Advertisement Celestial Spirit King said, This rule cannot be changed. At this time, Suchin said, So you are the celestial spirit king who caused Loki to suffer for 3 years. I don't know if the rules can be changed, but I know that the rules are meant to be broken. Loki was indeed at fault in this matter, but his mistake does not lead to death. All the responsibilities are the fault of the woman who sought death herself. What's wrong with Loki thinking about his companions? You have made my companions suffer for 3 years, and I will let you taste this pain. Lucy and Rocky were shocked when they heard Suchin's words. Is Suchin going to fight with the Celestial Spirit King? The corners of Celestial Spirit King's mouth curled up slightly after hearing Suchin's words. It's interesting. I didn't expect that a human would actually fight me for Celestial Spirit. Well, let me see what you, a human who can invade the world of Celestial Spirit, are capable of. Suchin said to Lucy and Rocky, Lucy, stay away from Rocky. I want to teach this stubborn old guy a lesson. Well, Suchin, be more careful. You must change your ways and teach this old man with a white beard a lesson. Lucy said to Suchin. Wait. Suchin, he is the Celestial Spirit King. Loki wanted to dissuade Suchin. Fight the Celestial Spirit King. Ring. Suchin appeared in midair. The Celestial Spirit King raised his brows. It was so strange and fast, as if the space had shifted, making it difficult for people to notice. The Celestial Spirit King slowly pulled out the big sword from behind. Human, Chin, I am the Celestial Spirit King, and I represent the rules of the Celestial Spirit world. Human beings are not allowed to trespass in the Celestial Spirit world. Intruders will be killed. No mercy. I will not show mercy. Suchin slowly pulled out his Zanpakuto and smiled lightly and said, It sounds grand, as if you Celestial Spirit entered the human world and who agreed to it. The expression on Celestial Spirit King's face froze when he heard what Suchin said to him. Although it was the same thing, the nature was completely different. Okay, if your strength is recognized by me, I can forgive you for trespassing into Celestial Spirit. No need. I may have sinned deeply, but no one can judge me. Not even you are the Celestial Spirit King. Buzz. Suchin's left index finger pointed at the Celestial Spirit King. The emerald green spiritual pressure was concentrated and compressed in front of the index finger, forming a small emerald green ball. When the compression reached the limit, it was suddenly released. False flash. Chapter 75. Call Out Dash. Emerald green ray-like light shot straight at the Celestial Spirit King. The Celestial Spirit King's expression changed, and he discovered that this human magician was not that simple. He quickly picked up the big sword and blocked it in front of himself. Boom! The Celestial Spirit King was pushed back a certain distance by Su Chen's virtual flash. Ring. Su Chen appeared behind the Celestial Spirit King, and his Zanpakuto slashed towards the Celestial Spirit King. The Celestial Spirit King quickly turned around and used his sword to block. Boom! What a powerful force! Celestial Spirit King was a little surprised. He didn't expect a human to have such power. It was simply unbelievable. Immediately afterwards, Su Chen used his Zanpakuto to continuously fight with the Celestial Spirit King. The two figures, one large and one small, kept colliding, causing the stars in the Celestial Spirit world to shake. Su Chen held the knife against the Celestial Spirit King with one hand, and the emerald green light lit up again on the index finger of the other hand. Not good. Celestial Spirit King said with a change of expression, stepped his foot, and retreated quickly. False flash. Ugh. The Celestial Spirit King's body was pushed back, and he didn't seem to be injured. Doesn't this level of false flash have much effect? 297? The Celestial Spirit King is indeed the Celestial Spirit King. Su Chen praised. He has a slight impression of the Celestial Spirit King in the anime, and he is very powerful. Human, your strength is impressive enough, but it's not enough to defeat me just by relying on it. Well, it is indeed a bit troublesome, but it is really exciting to be able to fight with a strong person like you. Su Chen's face showed excitement. The Celestial Spirit King was speechless. He didn't expect to meet a fighting maniac human. For such a guy, he had to use his strength to defeat him. Su Chen slowly raised the Zanpakuto in his hand. He chanted the words of Guilin. Block it, Blackwing Demon. What dash? Advertisement. The darkness opened up, and the star-studded sky was suddenly covered in darkness. Dark green raindrops fell from the sky. This is liquefied magic. Celestial Spirit King felt the black raindrops falling from the sky. Even though Lucy and Rocky had just seen this vision not long ago, they felt that Su Chen was unfathomable every time they saw it. Soon, the vision disappeared, and Su Chen's return form appeared in front of everyone, unintentionally exuding frightening magic power. What a powerful human being! Celestial Spirit King sighed, and at the same time he became cautious. Shwa! A moonlight sword emitting light green light appeared in Su Chen's hand. Su Chen held the moonlight sword with his backhand, raised it, stepped on it, and threw it in one go. By the time the Celestial Spirit King reacted, his shoulder had been pierced, and his body was constantly flying backwards due to the huge impact. The Celestial Spirit King landed on the ground, with his feet on the ground, but was still driven backwards by this terrifying force. Choke! The Celestial Spirit King inserted the sword into the ground, held the handle of the sword with both hands, and finally stopped his body. At this time, a huge crack was opened on the ground by the sword flower of the Celestial Spirit King. The Celestial Spirit King stood up again and looked at Su Chen with a serious face. He now felt the fatal danger from this human being. What a speed! Celestial Spirit King raised the big sword in his hand and stared at Su Chen closely. He didn't even see how Su Chen's attack was launched just now. The speed was too fast. If the attack just now hit his own, my head may be broken. Shwa! Su Chen had another moonlight sword in his hand. The Celestial Spirit King's eyes widened, and he saw clearly. He used all his strength to control his body and quickly dodged the moonlight sword. Puffed! As soon as the Celestial Spirit King dodged, he found himself hit by another moonlight sword on his shoulder. Walla Arawarea! The Celestial Spirit King's giant sword penetrated the ground, and his body continued to retreat. Boom! The body was mounted on a huge magic crystal. The magic crystal was smashed into pieces, and the Celestial Spirit King also stopped. Advertisement. Boom dash! A terrifying explosion appeared behind the Celestial Spirit King, and the Celestial Spirit King quickly turned his head to look. I saw a small, uninhabited planet in the distance being hit by Su Chen's moonlight sword and exploded. The exploding fragments fell in all directions, as if the end of the world was coming. The Celestial Spirit King's heart trembled when he saw it. It was such a terrifying explosion. If he was in the center of the explosion, even if he was not dead, he would be seriously injured. He couldn't sit still and wait for death. His eyes could barely keep up with Su Chen's throwing speed, but it might take a few shots to really adapt. 2 consecutive moonlight swords only shot through his body without hitting his vitals. He was already lucky. A few more shots, and he might really die. The body of the Celestial Spirit King exudes powerful magic, and the stars in the sky fall down and condense on the giant sword, as if possessed by the power of the stars. After seeing this, Su-chan pointed the index finger of his left hand at the Celestial Spirit King. Buzz. The black light continued to condense and soon formed a small black ball with dark green edges. Meteor Blade. The Celestial Spirit King shouted, and then slashed at Su-chan with the giant sword in his hand. The slash formed by the huge blue energy rushed towards Su-chan, and a huge crack was opened on the ground along the way. Black Flash. Call out the powerful virtual flash shot that can only be used when the 10 blades return to blade state, seems to be able to swallow everything in front of it. The blue energy slash collided with the black virtual flash, and the two sides were incompatible with each other. Boom, 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 boom. A terrifying explosion occurred, and the impact of the explosion destroyed everything around it. The planet beneath my feet was shaking violently. Whoa! Ah! Both Loki and Lucy couldn't help but scream. Suddenly, the two people's feet were empty, and their bodies fell down. Then the two of them discovered that there was a pit underneath them. A terrifying impact passed from above, and the ground seemed to have been peeled off several layers of skin. Princess. A cute girl wearing a maid outfit with pink hair and chains on her wrists appeared. Lucy looked at the girl who appeared in surprise and said, "Virgo, why are you here?" Chapter 76. This cute girl is the celestial spirit Virgo of the zodiac sign Virgo, who is very good at digging holes and making complaints. Is this what I want to ask? This is the world of celestial spirit. Why does the princess appear here? It was Su-chan who took Loki, Leo, and I back to the celestial spirit world. I appeared here because I sensed someone invading the celestial spirit world and that the princess holds our key. It's not just me. Only then did Lucy see that behind her, Sagittarius and Sagittarius, Aquarius and Aquarius, Kesha and Cancer, and Taurus all appeared here. Moshi. Sagittarius raised his hand and saluted to greet Lucy. Shrimp. Cancer. Kesha picked up the scissors and said her own catchphrase. Lucy, you still have such a good figure. Taurus looked at Lucy with eyes coloring and said, Stinky girl, why did you come to the celestial spirit world? How audacious. Aquarius said dissatisfied. I brought Loki here. Loki was about to die, so I had to bring him here. All the zodiac signs couldn't help but fell silent. Aquarius' face darkened slightly, and he said in a low tone, Lucy, this matter was decided by the Celestial Spirit King, and it is also the rule of Celestial Spirit, and we cannot change it. Several people are all zodiac signs, and Loki is the head of the zodiac. Naturally, they are all old friends. If it was really Loki who killed Karen, no matter what kind of bad temper Karen had, these celestial spirits, maybe everyone will despise it. But that's not what happened. It was just that the woman beat and scolded Celestial Spirit and went to seek death herself, but there was nothing that could be done about it. If this matter had been brought to Aquarius, he would have tortured that woman dozens of times. You don't have to be embarrassed. Su-chan is fighting the old man with a beard, and he can definitely win. Aquarius looked at Su-chan's back and said solemnly, that human is indeed as powerful as a monster. He can actually enter the celestial spirit world. If we hadn't known that he was a member of Lucy's guild, maybe we would have taken action together. After a while, the explosion slowly dispersed. A huge crater and a deep canyon appeared on this planet. The canyon was created by the Celestial Spirit King, and the big pit was created by the collision between the Celestial Spirit King's slash and Su-chan's Black Void Flash. Advertisement. Su-chan stepped forward, flapped his wings behind his back, and rushed towards the Celestial Spirit King. The moonlight sword in his hand struck at the Celestial Spirit King. The Celestial Spirit King raised his sword with both hands to resist. Boom dash! The ground beneath the Celestial Spirit King's feet exploded, showing how terrifying the power of Su-chan's ordinary flatta was. The Celestial Spirit King's eyes gradually adapted to Su-chan's attack at this time. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't expect that the opponent's strength had become so much stronger just by transforming. It was just a flat slash, and it was a bit difficult for him to deal with it now. Fortunately, he was able to dodge the dangerous move just now. Boom! Su-chan and the Celestial Spirit King collided again, and their bodies flew away. Human, you are indeed very powerful, and there is nothing I can do to you. But this is the celestial spirit world, and all the stars in the sky will become my strength. It is impossible for you to defeat me. Really? Suchin's momentum calmed down. The Celestial Spirit King breathed a sigh of relief. He could indeed borrow the power of the stars in the sky, but it was also very difficult to defeat this young human. The opponent's speed made him somewhat helpless. His speed is also extremely fast, but it seems to be a little behind compared to his opponent. Moreover, the power of the stars is the power that builds the celestial spirit world. Borrowing the power of the stars of the celestial spirit world will cause damage to the celestial spirit world. He will not borrow the power of the stars excessively unless it is absolutely necessary. But I want to try, Suchan said decisively. What? Celestial Spirit King's eyes widened in disbelief. It's not easy to meet such a powerful opponent. How can I be worthy of myself if I don't have a good fight? And I can finally fight with all my strength. Suchan was a little excited. He had never used the second stage return blade since he had fused 50% of Ulquiorra's power. The reason is very simple. All the enemies have been defeated in his normal state, or the first stage return of the blade. Naturally, there is no chance to use the second stage return of the blade. Advertisement 0. Please ask for flowers. Lucy and Rocky were shocked when they heard Suchin's words, and Suchin hadn't used all his strength yet. In his normal posture, Suchan is a monster-level strongman, capable of fighting against the top 10 magicians. And in the return blade state, it can easily kill the strong men at the level of the top 10 magicians. Now I hear that Suchan seems to be able to transform. This is too scary. Boom! Suchin's terrifying dark green spiritual pressure rose from his feet, and the entire celestial spirit world was shaking violently, as if it was about to collapse. Stop, stop! Celestial Spirit King shouted quickly. Huh? Suchin stopped and looked at the Celestial Spirit King in confusion. I surrender. No need to fight anymore. Celestial Spirit King raised his hand and said. The other celestial spirits were all confused when they heard what the Celestial Spirit King said. Their king gave up and was defeated by a human. How could it be possible? That was the Celestial Spirit King, the strongest celestial spirit. Can't you use the power of the stars? Why don't you continue fighting? The Celestial Spirit King smiled bitterly and said, I can indeed use the power of the stars, but the power of the stars is the foundation for building the celestial spirit world. If I use too much, it will cause irreversible damage to the celestial spirit world. Plus fighting you, the entire celestial spirit world may not be able to bear it, and the damage has already been great. The Celestial Spirit King helplessly looked at the planet that was almost cracking under his feet and the planet that had exploded before. I'm sorry, how about we fight in the gaps in the space? We can fight however we want there. The Celestial Spirit King looked at Suchan speechlessly. Is this human being a fighting maniac? Why is he looking at me with excitement? I am already an old man, and the gap to space is indeed huge, but there I can't borrow the power of the stars. If I go there, I will only be praised by you in vain. Although the celestial spirit is not afraid of death and can be resurrected in the celestial spirit world after death, the pain is not a lot. My body was still hurting just now. I really don't know how to respect the old and care for the young. Xiaoguishi. Chapter 76. This cute girl is the celestial spirit Virgo of the zodiac sign Virgo, who is very good at digging holes and making complaints. Is this what I want to ask? This is the world of celestial spirit. Why does the princess appear here? It was Suchan who took Loki, Leo, and I back to the celestial spirit world. I appeared here because I sensed someone invading the celestial spirit world and that the princess holds our key. It's not just me. Only then did Lucy see that behind her, Sagittarius and Sagittarius, Aquarius and Aquarius, Kesha and Cancer, and Taurus all appeared here. Moshi. Sagittarius raised his hand and saluted to greet Lucy. Shrimp. Cancer Kesha picked up the scissors and said her own catchphrase. Lucy, you still have such a good figure. Taurus looked at Lucy with eyes coloring and said, Stinky girl, why did you come to the celestial spirit world? How audacious. Aquarius said dissatisfied. I brought Loki here. Loki was about to die, so I had to bring him here. All the zodiac signs couldn't help but fell silent. Aquarius' face darkened slightly, and he said in a low tone, Lucy, this matter was decided by the Celestial Spirit King, and it is also the rule of Celestial Spirit, and we cannot change it. Several people are all zodiac signs, and Loki is the head of the zodiac. Naturally, they are all old friends. If it was really Loki who killed Karen, no matter what kind of bad temper Karen had, these celestial spirits, maybe everyone will despise it. But that's not what happened. It was just that the woman beat and scolded celestial spirit and went to seek death herself, but there was nothing that could be done about it. If this matter had been brought to Aquarius, he would have tortured that woman dozens of times. You don't have to be embarrassed. Su-chan is fighting the old man with a beard, and he can definitely win. Aquarius looked at Su-chen's back and said solemnly, that human is indeed as powerful as a monster. He can actually enter the celestial spirit world. If we hadn't known that he was a member of Lucy's guild, maybe we would have taken action together. After a while, the explosion slowly dispersed. A huge crater and a deep canyon appeared on this planet. The canyon was created by the Celestial Spirit King, and the big pit was created by the collision between the Celestial Spirit Kings, Slash, and Su-chen's Black Void Flash. Advertisement. Su-chen stepped forward, flapped his wings behind his back, and rushed towards the Celestial Spirit King. The moonlight sword in his hand struck at the Celestial Spirit King. The Celestial Spirit King raised his sword with both hands to resist. Boom dash! The ground beneath the Celestial Spirit King's feet exploded, showing how terrifying the power of Su-chen's ordinary flata was. The Celestial Spirit King's eyes gradually adapted to Su-chen's attack at this time. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't expect that the opponent's strength had become so much stronger just by transforming. It was just a flat slash, and it was a bit difficult for him to deal with it now. Fortunately, he was able to dodge the dangerous move just now. Boom! Su-chen and the Celestial Spirit King collided again, and their bodies flew away. Human, you are indeed very powerful, and there is nothing I can do to you. But this is the celestial spirit world, and all the stars in the sky will become my strength. It is impossible for you to defeat me. Really? Su-chen's momentum calmed down. The Celestial Spirit King breathed a sigh of relief. He could indeed borrow the power of the stars in the sky, but it was also very difficult to defeat this young human. The opponent's speed made him somewhat helpless. His speed is also extremely fast, but it seems to be a little behind compared to his opponent. Moreover, the power of the stars is the power that builds the celestial spirit world. Borrowing the power of the stars of the celestial spirit world will cause damage to the celestial spirit world. He will not borrow the power of the stars excessively unless it is absolutely necessary. But I want to try, Su-chan said decisively. What? Celestial Spirit King's eyes widened in disbelief. It's not easy to meet such a powerful opponent. How can I be worthy of myself if I don't have a good fight? And I can finally fight with all my strength. Su-chan was a little excited. He had never used the second stage return blade since he had fused 50% of Ulquiorra's power. The reason is very simple. All the enemies have been defeated in his normal state, or the first stage return of the blade. Naturally, there is no chance to use the second stage return of the blade. Advertisement 0. Please ask for flowers. Lucy and Rocky were shocked when they heard Su-chen's words, and Su-chen hadn't used all his strength yet. In his normal posture, Su-chen is a monster-level strongman, capable of fighting against the top 10 magicians. And in the return blade state, it can easily kill the strong men at the level of the top 10 magicians. Now I hear that Su-chen seems to be able to transform. This is too scary. Boom! Su-chen's terrifying dark green spiritual pressure rose from his feet, and the entire celestial spirit world was shaking violently, as if it was about to collapse. Stop, stop! Celestial Spirit King shouted quickly. Huh? Su-chen stopped and looked at the Celestial Spirit King in confusion. I surrender. No need to fight anymore. Celestial Spirit King raised his hand and said. The other celestial spirits were all confused when they heard what the Celestial Spirit King said. Their king gave up and was defeated by a human. How could it be possible? That was the Celestial Spirit King, the strongest celestial spirit. Can't you use the power of the stars? Why don't you continue fighting? The Celestial Spirit King smiled bitterly and said, I can indeed use the power of the stars, but the power of the stars is the foundation for building the celestial spirit world. If I use too much, it will cause irreversible damage to the celestial spirit world. Plus fighting you, the entire celestial spirit world may not be able to bear it, and the damage has already been great. The Celestial Spirit King helplessly looked at the planet that was almost cracking under his feet and the planet that had exploded before. I'm sorry, how about we fight in the gaps in the space? We can fight however we want there. The Celestial Spirit King looked at Su-chen speechlessly. Is this human being a fighting maniac? Why is he looking at me with excitement? I am already an old man, and the gap to space is indeed huge, but there I can't borrow the power of the stars. If I go there, I will only be praised by you in vain. Although the celestial spirit is not afraid of death and can be resurrected in the celestial spirit world after death, the pain is not a lot. My body was still hurting just now. I really don't know how to respect the old and care for the young. Xiaoguishi. Chapter 77. Well, that's not necessary. I'm old and not suitable for doing these strenuous exercises anymore. The celestial spirit king hesitated and said, I'm scared. Celestial spirit Virgo complained sharply and rudely. Nonsense. I am the celestial spirit king. How can I be a coward? I am only trying to protect all the lives in the celestial spirit world. I have risked my life to fight. I am not afraid of such a powerful enemy. How can I be a coward? I'm scared. The several zodiac signs who came here, including Lucy and Loki, all complained in their hearts. Ahem. I actually thought about it carefully during the battle. The mistake may indeed be the rules. Leo was punished for his companions. In view of this beautiful bond, I will handle this matter specially. Leo, you can return to the celestial spirit world. Great. Lucy cheered when she heard 800 in the celestial spirit king's words. Suchin also had a slight smile on his face. The tears in Loki's eyes couldn't stop flowing out. Although you have been exiled for 3 years, you have met very good and powerful companions. Loki said excitedly, yes. Fairy Tale Guild is the best. In this case, the little girl next to you is also a celestial spirit mage. You should risk your life to protect her. This way you can also have a chance to meet your guild companions. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. At the same time, a golden key fell into Lucy's hand. Celestial Spirit King shook his head and said, if you want to thank, just thank the 2 companions around you. Also, don't invade the celestial spirit world at will. I have decided that humans are not allowed to invade the celestial spirit world. This is to protect the celestial spirit in the celestial spirit world and to protect humans. The time flow rate between the celestial spirit world and the human world is different. Likewise, if you accidentally stay for too long, you may already be in a different place. Suchun and Lucy's expressions changed. There was such a thing. They had been here for almost 20 minutes. They didn't know how long it had been in the human world. It would be bad if it took too long. Shwa. The magic circle lit up at the feet of Suchun and Lucy. As a thank you gift for bringing Leo back, I will also give you a ride. Grandpa with a beard. It turns out you are a good person too. The celestial spirit king smiled when he heard Lucy's words. Loki quickly wiped away his tears and said, Lucy, I will go to the guild soon after I recover, so that everyone in the guild should not worry about me. At the same time, I also want to say sorry to everyone on my behalf for making them worry. Advertisement, I see. Suchun, thank you. Loki looked at Suchun. The 2 had a good relationship in the guild. We are all companions of the guild, so thank you. Isn't it right to help our companions when they are in trouble? Suchun said to Loki. Yeah. Loki held back tears and nodded. At this time, the light of the teleportation array lit up. Whoa. Suchun and Lucy disappeared in the celestial spirit world. In the human world, where Suchun and Lucy had just left, a magic circle lit up in the air. Suchun and Lucy appeared. Before they had time to look at their surroundings, their bodies suddenly lost balance and fell downwards. Suchun and Lucy immediately knew that they had been tricked by the bearded old man Celestial Spirit King. Give me back what I said about you being a good person. Lucy yelled as she fell down. Because it was a sudden imbalance, Suchun couldn't react. Plop, plop. Suchun and Lucy both fell into the water and made perfect splashes. After a while, Suchun and Lucy, who was shivering from the cold, went ashore. The water under the waterfall was freezing cold. Suchun was okay. The steel skin's defense was also very strong in terms of cold resistance, but after choking on a few mouthfuls of water, he would definitely feel unhappy if he turned into a drowned rat. Lucy sneezed several times. Fortunately, it's summer now, and it's not too cold even if it's night. The 2 people quickly rushed back to the guild and explained Loki's situation to everyone before they realized that a whole day had passed. Suchun did a rough calculation and found that the ratio of time is about 1 to 100. If he really stayed in the celestial spirit world for 1 year, 100 years would have passed here. Suchun suddenly felt a bit of toothache. Not everyone he knew would be dead by then. He originally planned to take the opportunity to find trouble with the celestial spirit king to avenge the drowning. Now that I think about it, I might as well forget it and just treat him as someone who respects the elderly and loves the young. 3 days later, Loki appeared in the guild. Celestial spirit? Natsu and Happy looked at Loki in surprise. Loki scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Well, that's right, that's it." Advertisement, Gray said. "I didn't notice it at all. Su-chun, how did you find out? You should know that I can detect magic. Loki is different from human magicians in my detection." "That's it." Gray nodded. He had seen Su-chin's detection magic and could accurately detect the location of the monster leader during the level 5 magician assessment. "That's wrong. But you are neither a cow nor a horse." Natsu asked Loki. "Isn't the Virgo that Natsu knows also looks like a human?" "No, that guy can also turn into a gorilla." Luo-jitsan smiled and said, "That's true." Lucy said, "Loki is the celestial spirit of Leo." "Lion?" Happy asked Loki. "A lion will be a cat when he grows up, right?" "Well, that's right." "That's not right." "Wow, that's cool." Happy's eyes lit up. Gray asked, "What are your plans for the future? Will you stay in the guild?" Loki smiled and said, "I am Lucy's property now. From now on, I will be responsible for turning into a handsome white horse house and making a grand appearance when Lucy is in danger. Therefore, I cannot stay in the guild as a minister for a long time. However, once I am a member of Fairy Tail, I will always be a member of Fairy Tail. This will never change. When the guild needs me, I will arrive as soon as possible." Several people smiled when they heard Loki's words. "This is the magician of Fairy Tail. I'm so envious. I want celestial spirit too." Natsu said lazily. "What kind of celestial spirit?" "Of course it's a dragon. Now that I've learned dragon-slaying magic, it would be a shame not to fight a real one." Lucy said with a helpless expression. "Celestial spirit is not meant to fight you." "You're right. The celestial spirit is used for romance." Now that he has become Lucy's celestial spirit, Loki no longer needs to avoid Lucy, and he says to Lucy with his true nature restored. Lucy took out the Leo key with a look of disgust and said, "You'd better go back to me." "Wait a moment. Here you go." Loki took out a few hospitality coupons. Chapter 78. What is this? Lucy took it and asked, "I can't stay in the human world for a long time now. This is a voucher for the resort hotel where I originally planned to invite my girlfriend. I have received a lot of care from everyone. I give this to you. Go and have fun." "Ocean. Oh. I have never stayed in such a luxurious hotel." "Wow." Several people cheered as they looked at the hospitality coupons in their hands. The hospitality coupons for resorts are not ordinary expensive. Except for some level 5 magicians in the guild who can afford it, only Loki, a star guy, can do this. Luxury. I also gave one to Erza just now, as an apology for the original offense. "I wish you have a good time." Bang! Loki said and disappeared. "Why are you two dawdling around? Do you want to be my slave?" Erza, wearing a short skirt and pulling the luggage of 10 large cars, came over and said to several people, "It's so fast." Several people also quickly went home to pack their things, and then set off together. Akane Beach. This is a very famous resort with its pleasant climate and beautiful scenery, which attracts a large number of tourists every year. On the beach, people were coming and going. The men were all wearing swimming trunks, showing off their well-developed muscles, and the girls were wearing sexy swimsuits, showing off their proud figures. Su-chun. Look. Who is this person so clear and transparent? Wow. Really? Gray couldn't help but exclaimed as he looked down. "Gray, please wear swimming trunks." Happy complained about Gray, who had disappeared from his swimming trunks at some point. Su-chin also jumped into the water. Sure enough, the water was crystal clear. Soon everyone started to play happily, swimming, rowing, beach volleyball, smashing watermelons, building sandcastles, whatever they wanted. Enjoy the joy of vacation wantonly. Forget about work, forget about pain, forget about worries, forget about sorrow, leaving only the joy and happiness at this time. When it was almost sunset, everyone left the beach and returned to the resort hotel. Erza lay on the deck chair on the balcony and blew in the sea breeze. After drinking a glass of wine, she closed her eyes and rested. She fell asleep unknowingly, and the painful memories surfaced, causing Erza to wake up suddenly, her body covered in cold sweat. He took a closer look at his hands and found that there were no slave chains. What a dream! I actually recalled things from my childhood. Suddenly, the door to the room was opened and Lucy shouted, "Erza, I heard there is an underground casino. Let's go and see it together." "I don't really like gambling or anything like that. The boys have already gone down. I can't do anything with you," Erza said and changed into a backless dress. "Let's go." Advertisement at this time. Suchan and others were already playing their own games in the casino. Natsu was playing roulette. Because the ball fell from a different place than where he placed his bet, he stood on the gaming table and argued with the dealer. Happy also echoing on the side. Gray was playing the slot machine and laughing at Natsu. Boy, you have to behave like a gentleman in an adult playground, you know? Natsu and Happy turned to look in the direction of the sound and couldn't help but exclaimed. Fong 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 zheng. This person seems to be made of squares. He is wearing a black suit, a white scarf, a black round hat on his head, small sunglasses on his eyes, and a cigar in his mouth. He looks a bit like someone from Shanghai, Suwunxiang, but the degree of handsomeness is very different. Boy, let me tell you something. There are only two ways for a man to go. When this strange man said this, he stepped down a little, then squatted on the swivel chair and quickly spun around. Either be a mature man and live elegantly. Call out. This man used his inertia to rush to Natsu, took out a pistol from his arms, and put it in Natsu's mouth. Either you stop and die, you understand? Whoa, it's a gun. Run. Many customers and dealers screamed and ran away when they saw this scene. What are you going to do? Gray had just laughed at Natsu, but after seeing this scene, his expression changed and he immediately stood up and shouted at the square man, and then he was about to take action. Whoa. A big man stood in front of Gray. You must be Natsu Doraniger and Gray Fullbuster. Who are you? Where is Erza? At this time, Erza was making a killing in the stud area. 5 royal flushes made everyone stunned, and everyone around them couldn't help but watch. That's amazing, Erza. Lucy hugged Erza's shoulders and shouted excitedly. Haha, I'm just lucky today, Erza said with a confident smile. There were more and more chips in front of Erza, and the dealer in charge of dealing the cards was sweating. It was obvious that Erza had lost a lot with this way of winning. At this time, a young man with yellow hair backed away from the croupier and said, It's time to change the dealer and deal the cards. Now, no matter what opponent I am, I will never lose. That's right, the new croupier said in a playful tone. So, do you want to play some special games? This time you don't need chips to gamble. Saying this, he dealt 5 cards to Erza. There is a letter on each card, which together means death. Erza couldn't help but look up at the dealer who was dealing the cards. How about gambling with your life? Sister Erza. Advertisement. Erza saw this man's pupils shrinking suddenly, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Stop. Long time no see, sister. Huh. Lucy was a little confused when she heard Huang Mao's name and Erza's reaction. You are safe. Erza looked relieved. Is everything okay? Xiao Huang Mao heard that the expression on Erza's face was a little gloomy, making Erza couldn't help but become nervous again. At this time, the entire casino suddenly went dark. Why is it so dark? What happens? Soon, the light returned again, and the casino that was almost full just now suddenly became empty. Where are the people? They are all in the cards. Lucy saw a lot of cards on the ground, and each card contained a person. Unbelievable. I can also use magic now, Zio said to Erza. What the hell are you? Suddenly, meow. Ah. What is this? A rope suddenly appeared and entangled Lucy. Meow. Are you full of energy? A girl who looked like a kitten tied Lucy with a rope. Miliana? Erza immediately recognized who this girl was. See you soon, little Elu. What are you doing? Lucy is my companion. Xiao Huangmao looked at Erza and said, Companions? Weren't we also companions before? Before my sister betrayed us. Erza suddenly felt cold all over and couldn't help but hug her arms. Stop bullying Erza like that. Hugh. Mature men need to learn to control their emotions, understand? A bunch of mosaics appeared, and then gradually came together. It was the square man that Natsu and the others saw just now. This voice, is it Wally? Do you know how to do magic? A magic circle lit up on the ground, and a big man appeared and said, There's nothing surprising. As long as you catch Ju Xiao, anyone can use magic, right, Erza? Simon? Lucy was tied up by the rope and fell to the ground. She asked, Erza, who are these people? What's going on with sister? Not a blood brother, but a former companion. Companion? How is that possible? Hasn't Erza been at Fairy Tale since she was a child? It was what happened before that. Why are you here? Let Lucy go. We are here to take you back, to the Tower of Heaven. Suddenly, the space vibrated. Lucy's eyes lit up. This feeling. It's Suchan. Then I heard Suchin's slightly lazy voice saying, Really? It's rare to go on vacation. and there are still people who come to disturb me. If you want to find trouble, can't you wait until our vacation is over? Ruin my good mood. Chapter 79. The space in the casino slowly tore open, and a black man appeared in front of everyone. Then a man wearing white clothes, with a light blue long knife on his waist, and a slightly lazy look on his eyebrows appeared in front of everyone. It was Su-chan. Su-chan was also gambling just now, and he was at a table not far from Erza and the others. But the difference between Su-chan and Erza was that Su-chan kept losing and finally got a handful of big cards. When he was about to kill everyone, the lights suddenly went dark. Then he was locked in a space of cards. Su-chan was naturally upset. Why did he come to find trouble when he was finally about to win? Su-chan acted like he was going out to teach that person a lesson on the spot, but when he heard Xiao Huangmao calling Sister Erza, he was slightly stunned and chose not to take action for the time being. Later, these people appeared, and after the conversation, Su-chan had a slight impression of them. It was Erza's companion when she was captured by the Magic Order and used as a slave. It seemed to have appeared in the anime, but Su-chan had long forgotten the details. As someone who likes Erza, Su-chan naturally remembers everything that happened to Erza. While watching the anime, he thought that if he traveled to Fairy Tail, he must kill the guy who hurt Erza as soon as possible. But after truly becoming Erza's companion and thinking about Erza, he knew that asking regardless would be exposing his companion's scars. Many things can only be solved at the right time. What he should do most is to continuously improve his strength and wait for that time to come. Who are you? Xiao Huangmao looked at Su-chan and shouted, and the other three people also stared at Su-chan. Su-chan, hurry. Hurry up and save me. When Lucy saw Su-chan, she immediately seemed to have seen a savior and shouted loudly. What are you doing? Erza, Su-chan said with a sigh, looking at Erza who was trapped in entanglement and fear, but Lucy was being tied up by them. Erza looked at Su-chan. It was the first time Su-chan saw Erza's eyes like this. She was weak and helpless. She couldn't bear to hurt her. She just wanted to hold her in her arms and protect her. It was completely different from Erza in normal times. Su-chan couldn't help but be stunned. Suddenly, a gunshot sounded like bang. What? Gun? Lucy and Erza were both surprised. How could there be a gunshot? Quickly looking in the direction of the gunfire, he saw a square arm appearing in the air behind Su-chan, holding a pistol, and the muzzle of the gun was pointed at Su-chan's head. Wally said with some pride. Let me tell you something, boy. When a mature man faces the enemy, he should talk less and not be distracted. The victory or defeat of a master is often just a matter of seconds. Why haven't you fallen yet? Wally was stunned when he realized that Su-chan didn't scream or fall down when he said so many words. Su-chan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said, Has anyone told you not to point a gun at other people's heads casually? Advertisement. Anyone who is familiar with Su-chan must know that Su-chan is already angry. Although guns are not a threat to Su-chan now, guns can easily kill people on Blue Star. The expressions of Zio and others all changed. Who would have thought that someone would be fine after being hit in the head by a bullet? Stop it! Erza shouted urgently. When several people heard Erza's words, their faces turned ugly. They actually cared so much about their current companions, and they would definitely kill this guy. Bang, bang, bang. Wally fired several shots at Su-chan's head. Since one bullet didn't work, he fired a few more shots, only to find that Su-chan was still standing there. What? Meow. How is this possible? The gun is ineffective. Lucy was not surprised by this. When she was first on the trafficker's boat, the traffickers attacked Su-chan with a gun, but Su-chan was unharmed. She even thought that Su-chan's skin was made of steel, and even took the initiative to touch it. She found that Su-chan's skin felt almost like a normal person. It was not hard, but it had super terrifying defense power. You shot me a few more times. Are you ready to pay the price? Kitten restraint. Miliana threw a black rope at Su-chan and quickly wrapped it around Su-chan's body. Caught. Meow. I don't know why Meow is not afraid of bullets, but no one can use magic when bound by my magic rope. Can't you use magic? Then it's better if you don't use magic, Su-chan said, grabbing the rope with both hands, and then pulling it to both sides, as if breaking a noodle, easily pulling off Miliana's magic rope. Broken. How come? Wally quickly pointed the gun at Lucy, ready to shoot, but his fingers immediately stopped, with a look of horror in his eyes and cold sweat on his forehead. Because he didn't know when the gun was pointed at his temple, he didn't dare to pull the trigger. You should shoot. To him, a devil-like voice rang in his ears, and he couldn't help but shudder and did not dare to move. It turned out that Su Chun appeared behind Wally with a ring, then grabbed Wally's wrist and pointed it at his temple. Su Chun, don't kill him, Erza shouted anxiously. Let go of Wally. Miliana rushed over. Advertisement. Su Chun flicked Wally towards Miliana with a casual flick. Whoa! Ugh. The two people collided and flew out. Boom. The gaming table was smashed into pieces with a sound. How dare you hurt Wally and Miliana? Go to hell. Xiao Huang Maoxiu shouted at Su Chun with an angry face, and then threw a large number of cards, zhaos, at Su Chun. Miscellaneous fish, Su Chun said coldly. False bullet. Su Chun casually struck the cards, and the spiritual pressure bombs knocked down those cards and continued to attack Shito. What? A tall and burly figure stood in front of Zio. Boom. Woa. The two people crashed into the gambling table in the middle, smashing the huge gambling table into pieces. Buzz. Su Chun pointed his index finger at Shio and Simon, and emerald green spiritual pressure condensed in front of his index finger. Su Chun. No. Erza rushed out and stood in front of Zio and Simon. Erza said with a pleading tone and eyes, Su Chun, don't kill them. Please. Little Elu. Erza? Sister Erza? Miliana, Wally and Zio were stunned for a moment. Chapter 80. The same goes for Lucy. In her eyes, Erza was always the self-proclaimed handsome, confident, and powerful female knight. She never expected that she would have such a fragile side. Gray rubbed his neck, and it suddenly darkened. His neck was struck by a knife, and he fell into a coma. He only woke up at this time. By the way, Natsu. Natsu. Gray suddenly remembered Natsu, and quickly looked in Natsu's direction. Boom. A ball of flames spurted out, destroying all the decorative signs on it. It hurts me so much. Natsu jumped up. Natsu. Pfft. Would a normal person put a bullet into Hibito's mouth? Huh. It hurts, okay. You might even be seriously injured. Natsu opened his mouth and shouted. Gray was relieved to see that Natsu was still alive. He was indeed one of the strongest guys in the guild and could survive even with a bullet in his mouth. Then Gray suddenly thought of what the other party said and his face changed. Erza. That's square B asterisk 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 D. I can't forgive you. Natsu ran in one direction, and Goulet immediately followed him. Natsu's nose was sharper than that of a wild beast. Soon, Natsu and Gray ran to the stud area. Gray saw Erza in front of him protecting the big guy who was attacking him. Su Chun was stunned by the sight of Erza dodging in front of him. Natsu, Gray. Lucy couldn't help shouting when she saw Natsu and Gray. You're still alive? Wally was also shocked when he saw Natsu, who had just shot him in the mouth. What the hell is going on? Natsu and Gray looked confused at the situation in front of them. Su Chun looked at Erza and canceled the virtual flash. Erza, please give us an explanation. Su Chun said and untied the rope that bound Lucy. Natsu saw the square man and immediately rushed forward, grabbed Wally's clothes and shook him. UQB asterisk 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 D. Where's Happy? Where did you hide Happy? Wally quickly released Happy. Although his fight with Su Chun didn't even count as a return, the magic that the few people were proud of had all been used against Su Kong. Advertisement. The body can resist bullets. The speed is so fast that they can't see it, and the rope of Miliana can be easily broken without using magic. The strength is also very terrifying. It is simply a humanoid monster. Happy. Happy. Wake up. UB asterisk 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 D. What did you do to Happy? No. Nothing. It's just a sleep bomb. You'll wake up soon. Gray asked Erza. Erza, what's going on? Erza hesitated, and Lucy said, they seem to be Erza's former companions, and now they are coming to take Erza back. Natsu also dropped Wally after hearing Lucy's words. Former companions? What do you mean? Go back? Where to go? Erza belongs to Fairy Tail, so she won't go back with you. Erza asked Zio. Zio, you just said Tower of Heaven. Has it already been built? Yes. It took us a full 8 years to finally build it. The same 8 years that you left, sister. Is it still completed? What is Tower of Heaven? Erza. Erza hesitated, but started to tell her story. More than 10 years ago, she was kidnapped from her peaceful village by the Dark Magic Order and used as a slave to build the Tower of Heaven. Then he got acquainted with Zio, Jalal and others, planned to escape and was caught, and finally Erza's magic source awakened. In order to freely choose to resist and fight, he finally successfully defeated the Dark Magic Order. But everything changed when Erza rescued Jalal. The once kind-hearted Jalal, Kaj, became extremely evil. Jalal drove Erza away, and then planned to rebuild the Tower of Heaven and threatened Erza not to tell anyone. Otherwise, he would destroy everyone here. If Erza gets close to him, he will kill someone, and he also said that he would start with Zio. He wanted Erza to live forever bearing the guilt of betraying her companions. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "You are lying." Advertisement, everyone looked in the direction of the sound. The person who spoke was Zio. At this time, Zio looked crazy. "Stop." Zio looked at Erza with a ferocious expression and said, "Are you trying to win the sympathy of your companions with those lies? Stop joking. That's not the case at all. 8 years ago, sister, you planted a bomb on our ship and then left alone, didn't you? If Jalal hadn't noticed my sister's betrayal, we would have all been killed on the spot. Jalal told us that this is what happens to people who don't learn magic the right way. Sister is addicted to the power of magic and cannot extricate herself. She wants to throw away all memories related to us in the past." Gray looked at Zio calmly and said calmly, "Did Jalal tell you?" Lucy said, "Do you know the Erza who can do that kind of thing?" Sweat broke out on Zio's forehead. "You? What do you know? You obviously know nothing about us. It's Jalal's words that keep me alive today. So, it took us 8 whole years to complete this tower. All for Jalal. And to this day you tell me this is all a lie?" Natsu looked at Zio and said, "We know nothing about you, but we know our companions better and trust our companions." Zio looked at the firm eyes of several people and felt even more flustered. Doesn't this mean that he didn't believe Erza? He obviously didn't know anything at all. "Miliana, Wally, Simon, the same goes for you. Tell them quickly, they were all deceived by their sister." Miliana and Wally were also in a state of confusion at this time. They believed in Jalal like Zio at first, but now they didn't know who to believe after hearing Erza's explanation. At this time, Simon stood up and said, "I believe Erza." "Simon?" Zio and the 3 of them were a little surprised. "You guy." Gray gritted his teeth. His neck still hurt a little. "What are you doing, Simon?" Zio scolded Simon. Simon said, "Hugh, you actually already know the answer deep down in your heart. It's just that you don't want to believe it." Chapter 81. Damn it. Who is real? Who should I believe? Simon continued. "Now that you are also learning magic, do you still believe that your temperament changed drastically because you did not learn magic correctly? The reason for great changes in temperament is only the person himself, and magic is only a reflection of the heart. Actually, it's very simple to decide who to believe. Now that you have met Erza, you will know who to believe if it is Erza who has changed or Jalal who has changed." After listening to Simon's words, Zio seemed to have lost all strength and knelt on the ground. He could feel that although Erza's appearance had changed a lot after not seeing her for 8 years, he could feel that Erza was still the same Erza. Although he can see Jalal occasionally, Jalal has completely transformed into another Jalal. He already has a somewhat unfamiliar Jalal. Erza squatted in front of Xiao Huang Maoxiu and said, "It must be very difficult for you to accept all this now, but what I want to tell you is that in the past 8 years, I have never forgotten you. I can't do anything for you. I'm too weak. I'm sorry. Little Elu." Erza, Miliana, and Wally both felt very ashamed when they looked at Erza. "Sister, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. To me, the happiest thing is that you are safe and sound." Lucy asked curiously, "You think Erza is a traitor? Why did you take Erza back?" "To resurrect Zeruf." "What?" "Tower of Heaven, also known as the System, can resurrect one person at the expense of another person's life. This time I brought Erza back with the purpose of using Erza as a sacrifice to resurrect Zeruf." Hole. "How dare you do this?" Natsu was very angry after hearing this. Lucy stopped Natsu and said, "Don't blame them. They were also deceived by Jalal, and the culprit is Jalal. Yes. You can never get around that D Jalal. He made Erza bear the pain for so many years." Gray remembered that when Erza first came to the guild, she would secretly wipe her tears by herself. It turned out to be for this reason. Advertisement, Jalal? Yes, it's Jalal. Damn it. You actually lied to me for so long. And you hurt my sister. This is absolutely unforgivable. I'm going to kill Jalal. Zio said as if she had found some outlet for her emotions. After saying that, he was about to turn around and leave, but Simon stood in front of Zio. Get out of the way. Simon, I'm definitely going to kill Jalal. You. I know you hate Jalal, and so do we, but Jalal's strength is unfathomable. There is only one person who can compete with Jalal here, and that is the newly promoted Holy Tin Great Magician, Whitebeard Suchun. Simon said, and looked at Suchun. He had not taken the initiative to attack Suchun before, but the strength Suchun showed easily defeated Wally, Zio, and Miliana. If Erza hadn't blocked them just now, he and Shio would probably have been killed by Suchun. He had only felt that overwhelming power from Jalal so far. Coupled with so many powerful magicians, we can definitely defeat Jalal. 10 holy wizards? Miliana, Wally, and Zio didn't know what this title meant. Suchun also stood up at this time and came to Erza. Erza, you make the decision. Natsu, Gray, and Lucy all looked at Erza. They were companions. As long as Erza asked, they would help without hesitation. This is the knot in Erza's heart. If Erza doesn't choose to face it, it will be useless even if he really kills Jalal. Jalal, if it only hurts me, I can bear it, but I can't bear to make Zio and the others suffer so much. It's time to make a break. Suchun and Natsu all had smiles on their faces when they heard Erza's words. This is the Erza they are familiar with. On the sea, a sailboat sailed slowly towards the Tower of Heaven. The people on board were Suchun, 5 people from the Erza Fairy Tale Guild, and 4 people from Shio. Originally, Erza meant that Shio and the others, who had finally escaped from the Tower of Heaven, should stay away from the Tower of Heaven completely, asking for flowers. But few people were unwilling, and there were many companions in the Tower of Heaven who had resisted the dark magic order together. Advertisement now, they are all still kept in the dark by Jalal. They understand the structure of Tower of Heaven better, and they are the best ones if they want to save people. Especially Zio's magic can trap people into cards, which can just happen to trap everyone. Take it away. Moreover, he can also pretend to capture Erza and others, allowing a few people to sneak into the Tower of Heaven secretly. Because it was indeed very reasonable, and Erza couldn't refute it. To take everyone away safely in front of so many enemies, it seemed that only Zio's magic could do it. Magic Council era, the R system still exists? How is this possible? Zero Magic Counselor OG banged his fist on the conference table and shouted in disbelief. They had just received news from the investigation team that someone had secretly built a system and immediately summoned all the Magic Counselors for a meeting. 8 years ago, Dark Magic's magic cult invested a lot of money in trying to rebuild the system. Are they those 7 towers? They were destroyed by the council and should be gone now. There is also an 8th tower, just off the coast of Kalrum. Isn't it already built? Unfortunately, the investigation team will not joke about this. Tower of Heaven in the main hall at the top of the tower. A young man with a mark on his face sat with his legs crossed on a throne-like chair in the middle of the main hall. At this time, a long-haired man mopping the floor came in and said, Sir Jalal, we just received the news that Erza was successfully captured, and are rushing here now. Was the capture successful? It seems that several of them have indeed betrayed. Jalal, are you saying they betrayed? Of course, if they just face Erza, it is possible to bring Erza back, but that man is also with Erza now, and it is absolutely impossible to catch Erza. Who is that man? Jalal raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, You must have heard that he is Whitebeard Suchun. It's him. And... Chapter 82. Saw the tower. So big, so tall. Is this the Tower of Heaven? Looking from a distance on the boat, a huge tower appeared in front of everyone. The area of the tower base almost occupied the entire island. It's really completed. Erza's body felt a little cold when she saw this tower. This is where her nightmare of the same year began. Don't worry. This tower will be destroyed soon, Suchun said beside Erza. After a while, Zio and the others took Erza to the gate of the Tower of Heaven. I got Erza. Open the door. Yes. The door was slowly opened, and Zio and the others walked in with Erza. Bang! After several people entered the Tower of Heaven, 790, suddenly closed. Then disgusting mouths appeared all over the walls and ceiling. Welcome to the Tower of Heaven. Jalal? Simon's expression changed when he heard Jalal's voice, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Wally and Miliana trembled slightly, and they were both a little afraid of Jalal. Zio clenched her fists tightly, resisting the urge to kill Jalal. What are these mouths? So disgusting. At this time, Simon held several cards in his hand, and the cards were Suchun, Natsu, and others. This was the most perfect infiltration plan after discussion by several people. It used Zio's card magic to imprison several people in the card. Then Simon went to see Jalal and unlocked the magic at the same time. Several people then launched a siege on Jalal, catching Jalal off guard so that Jalal would not have time to attack the people in the tower. Although Su Chun is quite uncomfortable with this approach, because whatever he wants to do, he always crushes him head-on, never in a sneaky way. Advertisement, but since this was the most suitable method, Su Chun agreed. After all, it would be more troublesome to save people or something. Simon explained. This is Jalal's intention to make his voice heard from every corner of the tower. Every corner of the tower is filled with these mouths. Lucy couldn't help but tremble after imagining it. I am Jalal, the ruler of this tower. The chess pieces on both sides have arrived. Let's start the paradise game. Okay, let's undo the magic. Have we been discovered? Su Chen's voice said. Discovered? How could it happen? Simon couldn't believe it. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and said, perhaps, he knew from the very beginning that you couldn't bring Erza back. The rules are very simple. I want to use Erza as a sacrifice to resurrect Zeruf. In other words, if the gate to paradise opens, I will win. If you can stop this, you win. However, this is not very fun. So I will send 3 main warriors and dozens of soldiers to fight. If you can't pass the level of the 3 of them, you won't be able to reach me. In order to prevent someone from deliberately destroying the Tower of Heaven, or taking a shortcut and flying directly up, I had to add a small restriction. Whoosh! A magic screen appeared on the wall in front of several people. On the screen are a group of people imprisoned in cages. Who are these people? It's the people who have worked with us to build the Tower of Heaven for 8 years. Simon and others' expressions changed. They have supported each other for the past 8 years. Although their relationship is not as close as the others, these are all companions who overthrew the Dark Magic Order and established the Tower of Heaven together. The reason why they came here is to kill Jalal on the one hand, and to rescue these people who have been deceived by Jalal on the other hand. If one person breaks the rules, I will kill one. If 2 people break the rules, I will kill them all. Jalal. Advertisement Zio suppressed his anger and shouted loudly. At this time, there was no need to doubt anything. There was no doubt that it was not Erza who deceived them, but Jalal, who deceived them for a full 8 years. This tower was once their pride, but now it seems that this tower is their greatest shame. Finally, I would like to add a special note. It is very likely that the Council will use the satellite magic circle to attack this place. It is the ultimate destructive magic that can wipe everything out, the magical elf power. The specific time left for the attack is unknown. When the magical elf power falls on our heads, none of us can survive, which means there is no winner and the game is over. 0-1 Everyone was shocked when they heard the news about the magical elf power. This is the ultimate weapon of the Magic Council, and it shocked the entire continent of Ishgar. It is said that one blow can destroy a country. Let's enjoy it. Lucy was so frightened that her body trembled. What on earth is that guy named Jalal thinking? When his own life is not guaranteed? Next, what other games are you playing? Erza was also the same. Magic elf power? Council? No. Impossible. That's... Suddenly, Erza's body was trapped in the card. Erza! Hugh! What are you doing? Simon shouted to Hugh anxiously. I won't let anyone lay a finger on my sister. I will defeat Jalal. Zio said and ran out. Erza slapped the invisible wall and shouted, Hey, Hugh! Let me out quickly. No. You can't do this alone. Simon shouted at Zio. That be ******** D. Unlock the magic for us. I'm going to defeat Jalal too. Natsu was also slapping the card. 0.1 squeezing his face against the card. Pa. Su Chun snapped his fingers. Hey. The space began to vibrate, and then cracks appeared in the space, and then it was pulled apart like rags. Su Kong, Natsu, Gray, and Lucy all walked out of it. What is this? Natsu, Gray, and Happy all saw Su Chen's skill for the first time. What is this skill? So handsome. Natsu asked with eyes shining. Su Chen smiled and said, Unleashing the sky can break through all spaces. If there is a location in another world, you can even travel to another world. Unlocking this level of space magic is not worth mentioning. 11. He initially entered the world of Celestial Spirit through Lucy's Celestial Spirit. So awesome. Chapter 83. It's up to us to deal with Jalal and those so-called warriors. You can evacuate the other people in this tower. After that, you can leave the Tower of Heaven. Su Chun said to the 3 Simons. Hugh there. Erza is in his hands, and there are hostages in Jalal. He needs his magic. After the hostages are rescued, he will take them away with him. That be asterisk 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 asterisk. D actually wants to use Erza as a sacrifice. I will definitely kill him. Natsu shouted and ran out. Love. Happy quickly followed Natsu. Gray saw Natsu running away impulsively again and slapped his forehead and said, "That stupid idiot. This is the enemy's base camp. How can you run around?" "I'm going to chase Natsu," Gray said and ran out. "Wait a minute. Don't spread out. You have to concentrate all your combat power to defeat Jalal." Simon saw Natsu and Gray running away. It was obvious that only when they were gathered together could they exert a strong combat power, but now they were spread out. Wouldn't it be a waste of time? Opportunities to defeat enemies one by one. Suchin smiled and said, "Okay, don't worry too much, Jalal. I will take care of it." He could see what Natsu and Gray meant. They also wanted to prove themselves, or to become stronger. If you follow yourself, you might not be able to catch any of the enemies, and all of them will be solved by yourself. This is also the main reason why Su Kong has been doing the tasks by himself until now. "Your Excellency Su Chun, I am familiar with the road leading to the upper level. Please let me lead the way," Simon said to Su Chun. Su Chun thought for a while, and it was true that the tower was still very big. If he didn't have that condition, he would rush directly to the top of the tower. If there were only bad guys like Jalal in this tower, he might destroy the tower directly from a distance. "Wally Miliana, it's up to you to evacuate those people in the tower." "I know, Meow. Don't worry, leave it to us." "Your Excellency Su Chun, let's leave quickly." Advertisement Simon quickly led the way, and Su Chun and Lucy followed. Natsu and Gray ran too fast, so Lucy could only follow Su Chun. Simon had an anxious expression on his face. "What's wrong with you? You seem very anxious," Simon said with a serious face. "Hugh is definitely no match for Jalal, and Erza cannot be allowed to fight Jalal." Lucy said, "Why?" "Don't underestimate Erza. Erza is very powerful." Simon shook his head and said, "It's not a matter of being strong or not, but Erza is probably still thinking about saving Jalal. Jalal is a cunning man, and he will definitely take advantage of Erza's feelings for him. Please save Erza." Suchin patted Simon on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I won't let anyone hurt Erza, not even God." In the main hall at the top of the Tower of Heaven. "Okay, the actors have arrived. It's time for you three to join the battle, Three-Feathered Crow," Jalal said to the three subordinates in front of him. Vidaldas Eagle, a man with long hair and wearing heavy metal style, said, "I didn't expect to have the opportunity to face the man who was called a natural disaster in the Dark Guild. This is really not good." "Vidaldas, are you scared?" Ikaruga, the captain of the Three-Feathered Crows, glanced at Vidaldas. On the contrary, I'm so high. I just want to do this kind of dangerous job." Ikaruga covered his mouth with his sleeves and chuckled. "I have heard about the man in the Dark Guild known as the Natural Disaster a long time ago. He is firmly ranked first on the Dark Guild's bounty list. I really want to knowing how powerful he is. Lord Jalal has to treat him with caution. Jalal actually uses hostages to restrict the other party's movements, which is so strange." Jalal raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "He is indeed powerful, but for me, I just need a little time." Magic Council era mini-counselors are still arguing over what to do with the Tower of Heaven, but most agree to send troops there immediately to destroy the enemy. Suddenly, Chikline said, "Incompetent people. Sending troops is completely a countermeasure for incompetent people like you. That thing is very dangerous, very dangerous. You haven't understood the situation yet." Advertisement, now there is only one way to completely destroy the Tower of Heaven, which is to use the satellite magic array to emit magical elf power. "What? You said using time and space to destroy magic. Are you not crazy? The scope of the damage caused by this magic is unpredictable. Maybe a whole country will be razed to the ground. The magical elf power is our ultimate trump card. It is a magic more dangerous than the system. However, the magical elf power can launch an attack on any target on the ground. Only the magical elf power can destroy that huge building." Chikline shouted. "I agree," Altair said, raising his hand. "There are 9 judges in total. Chapter 947 can be launched with 3 more votes in favor. There is no time to waste time. We must not let the system start." All the other commentators were lost in thought, weighing the pros and cons of this time. No matter what they thought, there was no need to risk the magic elf power. OG asked Chikline. Chikline, you should know how dangerous the magical elf power is. Although the system is also very dangerous, it mostly just disrupts the rules of life and death. We have enough time to solve it. Chikline took a deep breath and said, I didn't plan to say it originally, but now it's no longer possible to hide it. I know who their system is going to resurrect. Who is it? Zeref, the most vicious black mage who ever lived. How come? Simon and Su-chan continued to move upwards. It was indeed much smoother with a guide. All the enemies that appeared along the way were killed by Su-chan in seconds. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out from the front. Swish, lala, swish lala, swish lala, swish lala. Several people looked forward and saw a woman wearing a kimono and holding a long knife blocking their path. The little girl's name is Ikaruga. Please give me some advice, Master Su-chan. Chapter 84. Chapter 84. Magic Council Headquarters Era, target locked. Spatial coordinates are being adjusted. Due to the influence of wavelength in mountainous areas, spatial coordinate adjustment encounters difficulties. Adjust the height a little more. Magic filling rate 60%. The magical elf power completes attribute fusion. There are still 27 minutes until the magic elf power is launched. In the magic elf power emission hall at the headquarters of the Magic Council, many magicians use magic crystals and the operation of a series of magic instruments to continuously transmit their own magic power and integrate the magic power of different attributes. The destructive power caused by the same magic power using a single magic attribute is about 10 times less than the destructive power caused by the fusion of 2 attributes. Compared with the fusion of 3 magic attributes, the destructive power is 100 times less. In the same way, the fusion of 4 magic attributes is 1,000 times, 5 kinds is 10,000 times, and 6 kinds are 100,000 times. The more magic attributes are fused, the more terrifying the destructive power will be. Of course, the more difficult it will be to fuse. If you accidentally destroy it, it will not be the enemy, but yourself. So all the magicians knew a long time ago that fusion magic is very powerful and its destructive power can be incredibly high, but the only one who can truly realize this technology is the Magic Council. It is also because of this that the Magic Council is known as the overlord of the Ishgar continent. The highest attributes of the Magic Council's magical elf power fusion are 7, which is 100 times the magic attack of the same kind of magic. To describe it, this magic may be able to destroy a small villa. It seems very ordinary, let alone destroying a small villa. Many people can destroy a mountain without much trouble. But if this magical power were to be used to destroy 1 million small villas, it would be comparable to a large city in terms of housing prices, no, but in terms of area. Of course, I have yet to see many cities where everyone can afford to live in a villa. Ogre, who sits in the second seat of the Magic Council, looked at the gradually merging magical elf power below with a serious and heavy expression. I didn't expect that such a thing would happen at this time when the speaker is in poor health. Advertisement Reggie said, there is no way around it. During the speaker's absence, the power to maintain order in the magic world is in the hands of a few of us. Don't worry so much, OG. If you haven't launched a magical attack on other countries through normal procedures, it applies to Section 4 of Article 27 of the National Security Act. Ogre's body trembled and he said, I'm not worried about legal issues. What we want to cast in that country is a demon, devil, that refers to Zeref. In order to defeat the devil, we can only pray that the one who is thrown down is an angel. This moment has finally arrived, Lord Zeke. Your wish for the past 8 years is finally coming true. Ulquiorra walked to Zekalane's side and said, this is all thanks to Fairy Tale Su-chan. It was he who made the old diehards in the Senate understand that the power of the individual can actually override the collective. Ulquiorra chuckled and said, haha, it is indeed true. When deciding whether to invest in the magical elf power, many commentators were only slightly shaken even when Zekline threw out the legendary black mage Zeref. Later, Chikline said that if Zeref is resurrected, the threat will be even greater than that of Su-chan. If the magic elf cannot launch it, why not wait for Zeref to hit the door before launching it? Except for Yakima, all the other commentators were shaken. The incident had just happened some time ago, and Su-chan had posed a real fatal threat to them. Since then, the Magic Council's defense has been improved by several levels. Even so, they don't have much sense of security. They know that if Su-chan wants to force his way through, the Magic Council cannot stop him. Then everyone except Yakima voted in favor of casting the magic elf power. Aren't you scared? Ulquiorra. Not at all. I believe in Master Zeke at all times. That's true. Your life will not be in danger. Yes. I'm really a little scared. If the plan fails, I will die. If I lose the battle with that person, I will die. I believe Lord Zeke will definitely win. Do you really believe that I will win? Zeke turned to look at Altair. Of course. Altair looked directly at Chi Klein, as if there was confirmation in his eyes. Advertisement. She hoped that Jalal could win, but even if Jalal lost, Su-chan would definitely die in the face of the magical elf. Ever since she fought with Su-chan on Galuna Island, Altair has had a psychological shadow on Su-chan. She didn't dare to appear in front of Su-chan. Even on the day of Su-chin's trial, her presence was just in memory. This guy must be killed. She had a hunch that if she didn't kill this man would become the biggest obstacle to her realizing her dreams and wishes. I'm leaving first. That guy may arrive at any time, so I'll leave this place to you. Please rest assured, Lord Zeke, Altair said. His body slowly changed, and in the blink of an eye he looked like Zeke. Immediately afterwards, a figure separated from Altair's body and formed the appearance of Altair, which was Altair's missing body. After seeing it, Kaikarine's figure slowly disappeared. 666666 She is Ikaruga, one of the 3 feathered crows who assassinated the Skull and Bones Guild. Simon couldn't help but tremble when he saw the woman in front of him. Assassination Guild? Is that possible? Lucy was a little confused after hearing this. Suchin explained. The Assassination Guild is a type of dark guild, and it is just a guild organization that specializes in assassinations. Lucy was startled and quickly hid behind Suchan. Suchin, do you know about the Skull and Bone Society? Suchan spread his hands and said, I'm not familiar with the Dark Guild. Although he had destroyed many dark guilds, he didn't pay much attention to it. Sometimes it was a task given to him by the president, and sometimes he would destroy other guilds if he was provoked. Ikaruga covered her mouth and chuckled and said, It seems that our skeletons are not in the eyes of Master Su-chan of White Yuksha, but Master Su-chan is the most famous in our assassination guild. You are number 1 on the bounty list of all assassination guilds. The reward amount is a full 2 billion. Chapter 85. 2 billion J. Lucy was extremely shocked when she heard Ikaruga's words. Even if her family is the Heartfilia family, one of the few tycoons in the kingdom of Fiori, 2 billion is not a small amount. What's more, for her, a little magician who can barely afford the rent of 70,000 yuan a month, this part-time job is an astronomical figure. If she had 2 billion, wouldn't she be able to rent it for as many years as she wanted, without having to worry about rent anymore? If Suchin knew that Lucy would think so about how to spend the 2 billion, he wouldn't know how to feel sad for Lucy, a silly girl. Lucy has also been driven crazy by the rent recently. Even though the magician's bounty mission is so high, one mission with Natsu is actually enough for 2 months' rent. But she has no money in her hands. She is obviously the daughter and sole heir of a Chable family, but she is very poor. Simon was also shocked. Although many people in Tower of Heaven had no concept of money, he still knew what 2 billion represented. Suchin was a little surprised when he heard it and said, Is it already 2 billion? I remember it was only a little over 1 billion some time ago. It's only thanks to your crazy destruction of 23 dark guilds in 3 months that your bounty has grown to this extent. Destroy 23 dark guilds in 3 months? Lucy and Simon both looked at Suchin in shock. Although they knew that Suchin was very powerful, 483 did not expect to have such a terrifying record. No wonder the Dark Guild called Suchin a natural disaster. Compared with man-made disasters, what Suchin did was indeed as terrible as a natural disaster to the Dark Guild. So are you here to kill me to collect the reward? Haha, Master Suchin was joking, but the little girl really wants to give it a try. It will kill people. The world is like the moon in a mirror. Life is as gorgeous as summer flowers, and death is as quiet and beautiful as autumn leaves. Instead of growing old inactively, it is better to bloom for a moment and remain silent. Suchin curled his lips and said, You are the only one who can describe the assassination in such a poetic way. Since you want to die, then I will help you. Ring. Suchin instantly appeared behind Ikaruga and instantly pulled out his Zanpakuto and struck at Ikaruga. Cad, ding. Suchin's knife hit Ikaruga's long knife. Ikaruga unsheathed his sword at some point and blocked Suchin's attack. Boom! The stone slab beneath Ikaruga's feet cracked. Advertisement Ikaruga's expression changed slightly. Although she kept up with Suchin's speed, she still underestimated Suchin's power. Wu Yu Lu, sword flash. Ikaruga quickly stepped back and then launched an extremely fast slash at Suchin. Su-chan raised his Zanpakuto. Boom! Ikaruga's slash was blocked by Su-chan. Su-chan made a fist with his other hand. False bullet. The virtual bullets fired from the solidified spiritual pressure hit Ikaruga. Wuyue flow multiple sword flashes. Ikaruga launched multiple slashes, smashing the virtual bullets into pieces. Boom! The dummy bomb exploded, shattering the passage in front of the two people and setting off a puff of smoke. When Su-chan and Ikaruga were fighting, Zayo, who ran away first, also encountered an enemy. There was a noise from Beth, and a man with long hair walked towards Beth while biting his hair and bouncing around. Hi. Yeah dash. Hi. Yeah dash. The concert in hell begins. Who are you? Don't block my way. Get out of here. The Assassination Guild Skull and Bones. Hey. Skull. That's a cool name. One of the three-feathered crows. I am Vidaldas Eagle. Three-feathered crow? I've never heard of it. I'm not interested in listening to your nonsense. Zayo threw a card at Vidaldas Eagle. Erza's expression changed when she heard that Three-Feathered Crow was very famous in the Assassination Guild. Even Erza from the regular guild had heard that it is equivalent to the third-level magician of the Dark Guild's Assassination Skull and Bones Guild. You. Let me go. You are no match for him. Erza said, slapping the cards. Yes. You kid. You can't be my opponent. Advertisement wah. Vidaldas Eagle was directly locked into the card. Gah. Vidaldas Eagle showed a confused expression. Zayo proudly said to Erza, Don't worry, Sister Erza, I have become very powerful in the past 8 years. Even if it is Jalal, I can kill him. I will kill Jalal with my own hands to avenge myself, everyone and my sister. Hi. Yeah dash. Hi. Yeah dash. Unexpectedly, I also capsized in the gutter. Hi. Yeah. Hi. Yeah. Zayo looked at Vidaldas Eagle among the cards and said, I don't have time to waste with you. Then prepare to continue running to the top of the Tower of Heaven where Jalal is. It's decided. You are today's nightmare. Rock and roll nightmare. Hi. Yeah dash. Suddenly, Zayo felt a strange voice appear in his mind. Oh. Is this sound? Zayo felt a special sound coming into his head, which made him feel very painful. Xiong. What's wrong with you? Erza shouted worriedly when she saw Zayo's appearance. No. Stop. Don't come in. Ah. Stop. Soon, Zayo's appearance changed. He originally looked like a delinquent boy with yellow hair, but now he became even more delinquent. He was dressed in heavy metal-style clothing, with weird lines on his face, and his eyes became crazy, sticking out his tongue and shouting wildly, Hell! 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 Let you experience the most terrifying and brutal hell. Bang! The card magic was released, and Erza and Vidaldas came out of the card. Shio? How did you become like this? Erza's expression changed when she saw Zayo's change. Then he yelled at Vidaluta's. What did you do to Zayo? The corners of Vidaluta's lips raised slightly and he said, It's nothing. It's just that people who have become captives of nightmares will only obey my orders. Is it a voice? Erza quickly guessed the key. Hee, you are indeed the Fairy Queen Erza. You have discovered the key so quickly. What should you do now? Thinking about the love and death of your brother and sister is exciting. Erza looked at Vidaluta's calmly and said, Although you used magic to control Zayo, it is thanks to this that I came out of the card space. To thank you, I will kill you with my own hands. Chapter 86. Compared to Su-chan and Erza, who were led by people familiar with the road, Natsu and Gray had very bad luck running around and encountered many attacks from magicians. It took a lot of effort to defeat these people. Then he saw a monster with an owl-headed man's body blocking Natsu's path. The righteous warrior Shao is here. Oh, it's a bird. The birds are talking to us about justice or something. Happy and Natsu both had surprised expressions on their faces. I'm here to assassinate the Skull and Bones Guild. Owl, Fire Dragon, one of the three-feathered crows, your bad reputation has spread to our guild. The righteous warriors will destroy evil today. The Assassination Guild still dares to say that he is righteous? Happy complained. Huh. Natsu's body and hands were ignited with flames. He stared at Shao with an ugly expression and said, The guild is a place where everyone's dreams and beliefs gather. It is not for you to do such dirty things. It makes me very unhappy that there is a job like assassination. It also makes me very unhappy that there is such a client. It's really annoying to do such a thing in the name of the guild, because you make me feel bad, so I'm going to beat you up. Feel free to come over here, you stinky bird. 666666, Matsut Yuksha Flash Sky. A huge slash rubbed the walls on both sides of the passage, appeared from the other side of the smoke, broke through the smoke, and slashed towards Su-chun. Although the slashing speed was extremely fast, it could be easily avoided by someone like Su-chun, who was known for his speed. But Su-chun's ability to avoid it does not mean that Lucy and Simon can avoid it. If two people were hit by this slash, they would most likely be seriously injured or even die. If he intercepted it with his Zanpakuto, the cutoff attack would probably injure two people. It only took Su-chun 0.001 seconds to figure this out. He immediately stood on the spot, raised his left hand, and opened his palm. Boom! A huge slash hit Su-chun's palm. Su-chun's fingers clasped this slash, and the ground under Su-chun's feet exploded. Advertisement call. Su-chun squeezed hard, and the huge slash turned into magic resistance and disappeared. There was a trace of blood in Su-chun's palm. It's not bad. It actually hurt me a little bit. Su-chun looked at the extra blood mark in his palm and praised Ikaruga, almost finishing his words. It is a hollow skill, and it is also the ability that Ulquiorra still retains after transforming into an Arrancar. Super speed regeneration is activated, and the blood marks are healed in an instant. Lucy and Simon were stunned when they saw that Ikaruga's powerful attack only scratched the surface of Su-chun's palm. Monster! The two people shouted in their hearts. As for why they didn't shout out, the reason was that they were afraid of being hated by the monster if they shouted out. Ikaruga, who was slashing, was also confused at this time. His opponent was a legendary figure in the Dark Guild, so he would not hold back his attack. I also thought about countless possibilities, but I never thought that Su-chun would attack him empty-handed. Of course, what I didn't expect was that the opponent only suffered a little injury after receiving his attack with nothing. No, using the word injury to describe that level is simply an insult to injury. Ikaruga's originally relaxed expression suddenly became extremely serious. She understood one thing. Sure enough, being famous is not as good as meeting, and meeting is even better than being famous. There is no false person under the reputation. Fairy Tale Guild, White Yasha, Su-chun is a complete monster. Su-chun pointed the index finger of her left hand at Ikaruga. Ikaruga immediately felt a terrifying danger appearing, which made her hair tremble. Buzz. Emerald green spiritual pressure condensed in front of the index finger, forming a small emerald green ball. Ikaruga immediately sheathed the knife and held the handle in his hand. Why wheelie you, Garadayan? The Ikaruga sword was burning with flames, and it sent a terrifyingly powerful flame slash at Su-chun. False flash. Call out a flash of emerald green rays covered the entire passage with turtle doves. Boom, boom, boom. The flame slash collided with the virtual flash, causing a terrible explosion. The flame slash continuously cut away the false flash of light. Zero request flowers. Zero advertisement, however. As the explosions continued to appear, the power of the flame slash continued to be consumed, and the successors were devoured by the virtual flash due to their powerlessness. A faint flash of light fell on Ikaruga. Whoa-aha! Ikaruga screamed in pain. Boom! The beam broke through the wall of the Tower of Heaven and finally slowly shrank and dissipated. Whoosh! After the light dissipated, some gravel fell from the top of the passage, and the turtle dove appeared miserably in front of Su-chun and the three of them. Before, she was as elegant as a kabukicho oiran. Now he looks like a beggar. His clothes are in tatters. I can't believe that you are so powerful. The legend is indeed well-deserved. Zero. Your swordsmanship is also good. Ikaruga stood firm again, holding the knife in both hands and looking at Su-chun. Are you going to continue fighting? Su-chun raised his eyebrows. After all, this is the task assigned to me by Master Jalal. People will eventually die. Death in the hands of a master will make life more bright and gorgeous, right? Ikaruga smiled at Su-chun. Then it's as you wish. Su-chun held the hilt of the Zanpakuto Blackwing demon in his hand. Ikaruga stepped forward, and his body seemed to turn into a shadow, rushing towards Su-chun. Su-chun also turned into a white figure and rushed over. Boom! There was a sound of weapons colliding with each other, and two figures passed each other. Tear! There was a blood mark on Su-chun's arm. A satisfied smile appeared on Turtle Dove's face. A stream of blood burst out from Ikaruga's body, and he slowly fell to the ground. What a powerful man! It's a pity that there is no winner in this battle. In 15 minutes, That light of justice falling from the sky will ruin everything. Su-chun put the Zanpakuto into its sheath and said calmly, "Who told you that the magic spirit power must be unsolvable?" Ikaruga's eyes widened when he heard Su-chun's words, with an expression of disbelief and unimaginability on his face, and the breath of life slowly disappeared. Chapter 87. Lucy quickly came to her senses, but Simon was still shocked. After all, Lucy has experienced strong winds and waves, starting from the invulnerability shown by Su-chun at Harjan Port. Then she won the victory and received the powerful destructive magic of Aragorn, the god of death. Without being hurt, the Devil's Island shot through the moon, and the Guild War crushed the Holy Tin. Her impression of Su-chun was refreshed again and again. Unknowingly, she had experienced many thrilling moments with Su-chun. Compared with the time of the Holy Tin Great Magicians, the scale this time was much smaller. Su-chun didn't even change his transformation, but she remembered that Su-chun after the transformation was the real Su-chun. It is much stronger under normal conditions. Simon doesn't have Lucy's experience, and Madara's strength has exceeded his imagination. Su-chun can no longer be described as powerful, monster, pervert, and usually he feels that his vocabulary 280 is very rich. But now it is difficult for him to find an adjective to describe this man. Perhaps natural disaster is more appropriate. He also knows why Jalal, who is so powerful and has such an arrogant personality, must use hostages to restrain Su-chun cautiously. If there was no such restriction, their Tower of Heaven, which took 8 years to build, would most likely be destroyed by Su-chun overnight. Is this the strength of the 10 great magicians? Let's go, Su-chun said softly. Huh. Oh. Simon then reacted. In the main hall at the top of Tower of Heaven, Jalal was sitting alone on a chair, and he already felt that his subordinate turtle dove had been killed. Push the piece representing the turtle dove onto the chessboard. Have you lost a Ikaruga? But it can be regarded as buying some time. Let me come and meet you in person next. At this time, on the chessboard, in addition to the chess piece representing Ikaruga, 2 other chess pieces also fell, one of which was Natsu. Not long ago, Natsu had consumed a lot of magic power fighting many people, and his attack power was a bit weak. But in the battle with the owl, Natsu still had the absolute upper hand. However, although Natsu had the upper hand, the owl was very resistant to beating. For a moment, Natsu couldn't take down the owl. What a tough guy. The fire dragon is indeed evil. A righteous warrior will never succumb to evil. Justice will definitely defeat evil. Go. Missile. Oh. The 2 rocket launchers carried on Xiao Zhao's back flew towards Natsu rapidly. Natsu quickly lowered his head to avoid it after seeing it. Unexpectedly, under Zhao's control, the rocket launcher turned around and attacked Natsu again, and Natsu dodged again. Whoa. Advertisement: the rocket launcher flew over Natsu's head and then stretched out a pair of claws. It grabbed Natsu's shoulders and spun Natsu in midair. Ugh. Natsu immediately entered the tool stun mode. Oh, I know your weakness, fire dragon, Xiao said with his arms crossed, and looking at Natsu, who was getting more and more dizzy. Happy's face changed drastically. No, that's a means of transportation. Natsu has the worst idea about means of transportation. Accurately strike at the moment when your opponent is weakest. This is hunting. Although the owl looks silly, he is obviously very smart. Click. The rocket thruster dropped Natsu. Now. Xiao ran towards the fallen Natsu. His mouth gradually became wider, and he took Natsu into his mouth. Natsu was also a little confused. His legs struggled immediately, but he had very little strength due to motion sickness just now. Xiao stuffed Natsu into his mouth bit by bit. What are you doing? You. Happy saw Natsu and was surprised and shouted at the owl in anger. Huh. Xiao exhaled with satisfaction. I can digest the magic of prey. Happy's white wings spread out on his back, and he rushed towards the owl angrily. Give Natsu back to me. When Xiao saw it, he punched Happy. Fire. Oh. As if it was Natsu's magic, fire erupted from the owl's fist. Fire. Happy was burned black by the flames and fell from the air. Pop. It was different from what he imagined falling on the hard stone slab. Happy slowly opened his eyes. Gray. It was Gray who reached out to catch Happy. Happy, what are you doing here? Where is Natsu? Happy burst into tears when he heard Gray's words and cried, Natsu. Natsu was eaten by that guy. Gray, please save Natsu. What? This rash idiot. Xiao rubbed his belly. Digestion has already started. In 10 minutes, Fire Dragon's body will completely melt. By then, all his magic will be mine. Zero advertisement, 10 minutes? That's enough. Ice make Lancer. Gray used ice modeling magic with both hands and shot ice guns at the owl. Fire Dragon's roar. Flames shot out from the owl's mouth. Gray was stunned for a moment when he saw this magic. All the ice spears were melted and the flames fell on Gray's body. Wawa-ah-warea. Oh. Under the flames, ice magic has no effect. UB ******** D. Gray. Happy shouted worriedly. Stop struggling. Since you are Fire Dragon's companion, you must know the power of this flame. Suddenly, click. The flames were all frozen by Gray's water. What? Gray said. Of course I know how powerful Natsu's flames are, but even Natsu's flames can't make me succumb. What's more, your fake flames are far inferior to Natsu's flames. Oh. What a magical power. I will capture you too. Become my prey. The owl quickly rushed towards Gray with a step of his feet, and his mouth became bigger and bigger. Be careful, Gray. Happy immediately warned after seeing this scene. Gray was stunned for a moment after seeing it, and then half of his body was bitten. Xiao tried hard to stuff Gray into his mouth. Gray released the Ice Demon 5.1 spell in the owl's mouth. It's so cold. Gray condensed magic power on his arms. I don't have time to waste here with you. I didn't come here to fight with a B********** D like you. Get out of my way. Trash. I'm Ice Blade, 7 continuous dances. Continuous ice blade attacks fell on Xiao. Oh! Owl screamed in pain. After the last blow, he was hit hard in the abdomen and vomited out Natsu in his stomach. He fell to the ground and passed out. Did the owl fall too? Jalal pushed the chess piece representing the owl over. At this time, footsteps sounded in the hall. Jalal looked in the direction of the sound, smiled and said, I guess that the first person to come here was indeed you, Erza. Chapter 88. Hugh was the first to run out, knew the road well, and ran very fast because of his anger. Su-chan and others set off after arranging relevant tasks, and they were just walking, so it was not fast. Zio and Erza were the first to encounter their enemy, Vidaldas Eagle. Vidaldas Eagle was accidentally trapped in Zio's card, and he had no choice but to use Beth's voice to control Zio. Asking Zio to use magic to release him from the card space, Erza was also released. Vitalutas wanted to control Xian and Erza, siblings, to kill each other. What he wanted to see was that Erza loved and protected her younger brother and couldn't bear to do anything. Song could be hurt by her younger brother in pain and helplessness. Let Erza understand what hell is. Close siblings hurt each other. Nothing makes him feel more happy and exciting than this. It's a pity that he doesn't know Erza at all. After Erza changed her clothes, she cut him and Zio down in an instant without any hesitation. When Vitalutas fell to the ground at 20, everyone was completely confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The script and rhythm are simply wrong. In the end, Erza took a stab at him and was completely killed. There was no need for any mercy at all for a guy like this who assassinated the guild. Although Zio was injured, it was not too serious. He was just temporarily unable to move and watched Erza go to Jalal to fight for his life. Jalal! Erza roared angrily, then changed her clothes and rushed towards Jalal, slashing at Jalal with the sword in her hand. Jalal stepped back and said with a smile, Don't be so impulsive. Wouldn't it be better to catch up on old times after not seeing each other for a long time? I have nothing to say to you. Everything you have done to Zio and others in the past 8 years, and everything you have done to me, I will put an end to it today. Heavenly Wheel, Sword of Circulation. A large number of steel swords shot towards Jalal. Meteor. Jalal's body emitted a pale golden light, and then he moved quickly to avoid Erza's attack, came in front of Erza, and struck Erza with his fist. What? Erza was startled and quickly defended herself. Bang. Click. 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 Advertisement. Wah wah. Erza's heavenly wheel armor was shattered by Jalal, and Erza's body flew away. Boom. 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 It smashed several stone pillars in succession and finally fell to the ground. Jalal flew in midair and looked down at Erza and said, Erza, have you forgotten 8 years ago? You were no match for me 8 years ago, and you are no match for me 8 years later. It was I who gave you 8 years of freedom. How does this freedom feel? Change Black Feather Kai. Erza endured the pain and put on the Black Feather Kai that could fly briefly, and quickly headed towards Jalal. Do you want to catch up with my meteor with this half-assed flying ability of magic armor? Jalal's figure kept flying around Erza's body, and Erza couldn't attack Jalal with her sword. Whoa! Jalal appeared behind Erza and waved his finger. Magic attacks like golden star points flew towards Erza at high speed. Boom, boom, boom. Whoa-aha! Erza fell to the ground, and Erza struggled to get up. Jalal raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at Erza teasingly and said, "Stop struggling, Erza. Your strength is no match for me. Killing you is easy for me. My target is not you at all. You are just a bait. If you want to fully resurrect Zeref, you will naturally need a more powerful sacrifice. Bait? Your target is Su-chan." Erza immediately figured it out. Have you ever thought of it? How sad and insignificant. This is your fate. Huh. Suddenly, tap, tap, tap. A rhythmic footsteps sounded in the main hall. Advertisement, are you coming? The corners of Jalal's mouth raised slightly. Then he turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. Soon, the two of them saw a handsome man wearing white clothes and white trousers, walking towards them step by step with his hands in his trouser pockets. You were beaten so badly, Erza. Su-chan said to Erza with a smile. The smile on his face was very bright. However, if you have been with Su-chan for a long time, people who are familiar with Su-chan will definitely know that Su-chan is really angry. Su-chan. Erza was one of the people who was familiar with Su-chan. Although your unauthorized action this time made me very angry, who made you Erza? I can only forgive you. Hey, is it really good to reminisce about the past like this? The magical elf power has been reduced in less than 10 minutes. Seeing that Su-chan was only talking to Erza and ignoring him, Jalal couldn't help but interrupt loudly. Erza's expression changed when she heard Jalal's words. Then she remembered that there was also the magical elf power. Her face changed and she said anxiously, Su-chan, take everyone away quickly. The magical elf power is about to fall. How about you? I'm here to hold him back. Even if 927 dies together, I will definitely eliminate him completely. Su-chan scratched Erza's nose with his finger and said with a smile, You idiot, how could I leave while you are here? He just knew this and asked people to arrest you. But Erza still wanted to persuade Su-chan to leave. Su-chan stood up slowly and said, Don't worry, I will destroy your nightmare. It doesn't take 10 minutes to deal with him. Moreover, it's just magic elf power, so it's not as easy to deal with as you imagined. So difficult. After Su-chan finished speaking, he looked at Jalal. Jalal, one of the people who left a deep impression on him, had been deceived by Ulquiorra since he was a child. He made Erza bear the pain for 8 years and deceived everyone to build the Tower of Heaven. He is a typical guy who is a pitiful person who must be hateful. Although he was cleared in the later period, Su-chan just couldn't like him and opposed Erza and a member of the Jalal party army. Now that I have traveled to the world of fairy tale, I find Jalal even more disgusting. And in Su-chan's heart, not many things can be solved by just being lied to. Those who hurt Erza should all die. Chapter 89. White Yuksha Su-chan. We finally meet. Jalal looked at Su-chan and said, with a confident and calm smile on his face. Su-chan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said in a sarcastic tone, Finally? Not really. Didn't I just meet him at the headquarters of the Magic Council not long ago? What? Erza and Jalal's expressions changed slightly. Magic Council? Su-chan, are you talking about Kaikarine? Isn't he Jalal's twin brother? Erza looked at Su-chan in confusion and said. Su-chan shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, Really, you seem so smart on weekdays. How can you be so easily deceived? Can't you even detect such a lame lie from your twin brother? You mean? Erza looked in disbelief. She had met Kaikarine and even attacked him that time. But the other party said it was Jalal's twin brother, because there is indeed a big difference in temperament between the two, made Erza believe Jalal's lies. As for why he knew that the Magic Council would throw magic elf power here, because this was what he planned. Erza shouted in shock. How is that possible? Isn't he looking for death? It's not asking for death, but it is indeed a big gamble. He established the system, but the magic power required to activate the system is an astronomical figure, and it may not be possible to gather all the magicians from the entire continent. But there is a way, and that is to convert the magical elf power into 10,000. Erza's pupil shrank suddenly. She had been shocked by Jalal's operation. She had also investigated over the years and knew that the system requires powerful magic power to drive, but she never thought that it would use magical elf power. That was the magical elf power that could destroy a country. If it really failed, everyone would definitely die. She couldn't imagine that Jalal was so crazy. Suddenly, ba-bang bang. There was a sound of applause. Jalal looked at Su Chun with an expression of admiration and said, as expected of the man who was personally named by Lord Zirif to be resurrected as a vessel, he was able to guess all my plans. Resurrection Zirif? What a pitiful and sad guy. Su Chun looked at Jalal with mixed emotions in his eyes. Jalal felt very uncomfortable after seeing it. He was very familiar with that look. He often looked at those people who built the Tower of Heaven for him, who were living their own lives but didn't know it. Looks like this were similar to his. What do you mean? Advertisement, Su Chun said calmly. It's not interesting. It's almost time. We have to deal with the magical elf power in a while. It's time to get rid of you. Huh. What did you think you were going to say? There are less than 7 minutes left before the magic elf power is launched. Do you think you can kill me in such a short time? Jella looked at Su Chun with a sinister smile. Said, 7 minutes is enough to deal with you. Then come on. I also want to learn your skills. Ring. Su Chun instantly appeared behind Jalal, slashing Jalal's neck with the Zanpakuto in his hand. Meteor. Jalal's body glowed with a pale golden light, and he quickly lowered his head to avoid Su Chun's attack, then raised his foot and kicked Su Chun in the face. Su Chun raised the palm of his left hand to block Jalal's kick. Boom! The powerful force pushed Su Chun back, and the floor under Su Chun's feet was shattered. Don't underestimate me, Chin Su. Jalal's body turned into a meteor and drew an arc in midair, attacking Su Chun from the side. Su Chun raised his hand to resist. Boom! When Su Chun wanted to attack, Jalal quickly retreated and attacked from other directions. I am also one of the top 10 magicians, and I am ranked above you. My speed is even faster than you. Do you think you can defeat me just by relying on this state? You should use another stance of yours. Speed? That's as you wish. Although you may not lose with this stance, it is very difficult to win in a short time. The opponent is very fast, powerful, and can fly. Only with stronger power and speed can you defeat him in a short time. Block it, Blackwing Demon. Advertisement, Su Chun chanted the Gualian language in a low voice. Boom! Su Chun's body erupted with terrifying dark green spiritual pressure, shooting straight into the sky. The sky suddenly turned dark and green raindrops fell from the sky. Everyone in the fairy tale guild felt this chilling magic power, which was as terrifying as the quiet, dead sea. They had only felt it in Su Chun. Miliana felt the magic power and immediately became furious like a kitten when encountering danger. She curled up her body and buried her head in it. This magic power? Is it Mr. Su Chun? Simon looked shocked and disbelieving. Although he had collected a lot of information over the years, his real knowledge was only in the Tower of Heaven. He had never thought that there were humans with such terrifying magic power in this world. Lucy nodded and said with a hint of pride in her eyes, This is the strongest magician in our fairy tale guild, Su Chun. Such strong magic. Zio's body kept trembling. He had just started out in the Tower of Heaven. He thought he could run amok with his magic, but as soon as he left the house, he was attacked by Su Chun. He was crushed in his hands, and now he knew what a terrifying monster Su Chun, Wang Liao, was. Just now on the way, they met Zio and knew that Erza had gone to find Jalal alone. So Su Chun immediately went there and asked them to rescue the hostages, and then go to the top of the tower to join the county. The vision slowly disappeared, and Su Chun's image had changed. His clothes turned into a white robe, and a pair of black bat wings appeared behind his back. Jalal clenched his fists after seeing it, and his eyes showed fighting spirit. Buzz. Su Chun had a moonlight sword emitting light green light in his hand. Su Chun looked at Jalal and said calmly, Don't waver. Get ready. Tense up. Don't relax for a moment. What did you say? Whoosh. Su Chun instantly appeared in front of Jalal and swung the moonlight sword towards Jalal's body. Chapter 90. Jalal's pupil shrank suddenly. This was not the teleportation-like step just now. This was real speed, and only someone like him who was good at speed-type magic could barely see clearly. Meteor! Jalal shouted loudly. The pale golden light on his body became more brilliant, and his speed became faster. He turned into a meteor and tried to avoid Su Chun's attack at high speed. But Su Chun followed closely in front of Jalal's body, and he did not shake Su Chun away at all. How can it be? Jalal's expression changed drastically. Tear. Jalal's clothes were torn, and the moonlight sword struck Jalal's body. Wah-ha-wah. Jalal screamed, and his body was knocked away by Su Chun. Boom, 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 boom. Jalal's body broke several pillars in succession. Buzz. Su Chun aimed his left index finger at Jalal. The black spiritual pressure continued to condense, and in a blink of an eye, a small black energy ball with dark green edges was formed. Black void flash. Dash. The black flash rushed toward Jalal. After seeing it, Jalal endured the pain and activated Meteor. His body was covered with golden light and moved quickly, barely avoiding Su Chin's black flash. Boom boom boom. Tower of Heaven 443 was destroyed by Su Chin's black void flash. Everything in front of him was destroyed. Black light shot out from the Tower of Heaven, and the black light was dark green, making the night starry sky dyed with black light. After a while, the black flash slowly disappeared. My Tower of Heaven. You damn guy. Jalal saw that the Tower of Heaven, which he spent 8 years of hard work to build, was destroyed, and became very angry, even ignoring the injuries on his body. Now that you know my plan, you should understand that whether the Tower of Heaven can successfully absorb the magic spirit power is the only way for us to survive the attack of the magic spirit power. Advertisement, the only one? That's your one and only. False bullet. Su Chun casually fired a false bullet, which hit the other wall. Boom. A large hole was cut into the wall. Jalal's face became hideous and ugly. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Jalal turned into a meteor and rushed towards Su Chun. Su Chun stood there and slashed at Jalal with the moonlight sword in his hand. Jalal stopped suddenly when he was about to hit Su Chun and quickly turned behind Su Chun. Die to me. Jalal's fist hit Su Chin's head. Ring. Su Chin's figure disappeared in front of Jalal. Jalal's expression changed, and then he remembered that Su Chun had a move similar to teleportation. Whoosh. Jalal quickly rushed towards the ceiling. Boom. A big hole was opened in the ceiling, and Jalal flew into the air. Whoa. Su Chun appeared on the rooftop of the Tower of Heaven. Looking at Jalal in midair, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised and he said in praise, "What a wise judgment, asterisk, asterisk hole." Jalal naturally understood Su Chin's meaning. The other party was not praising him, but was simply mocking his behavior of escaping just now. Jalal rushed towards Su Chun. Su Chun stepped on his feet and looked at Jalal as he rushed towards him. A golden figure and a black and white figure kept colliding in the sky, both at such a fast speed that one's eyes could hardly keep up with the speed of the two people. Boom! The two people collided in the air and then separated. Jalal pointed his index and middle fingers together to the sky and shouted loudly, "Accept the sanction of the 7 stars." Advertisement, the golden Big Dipper seemed to appear in the sky and linked together. Then a prayer magic light beam was fired from the Big Dipper towards Su Chun. Su Chun originally wanted to dodge, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Erza being within the range of the attack. He immediately understood why the other party valued the Tower of Heaven so much and dared to use this destructive magic to attack him without fear of hiding. Open. Sure enough, as Simon said, his character is indeed despicable. Su Chin's body exuded powerful dark green spiritual pressure. Boom 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 boom. 7 powerful magic light beams fell on Su Chin's body and caused a terrible explosion. Ha 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 ha. This is your weakness. If you care too much about Erza who has limited mobility, you will definitely use your body to resist it. This is a magic that can match the destructive power of meteorites. No matter how strong your defense is, you will definitely be here. Seriously injured in one blow. Jalal. You are so despicable. Erza heard Jalal's words and shouted angrily at Jalal. This is your greatest role, Erza. If it weren't for you, it would be really difficult to face this guy. Erza looked at Jalal with hateful eyes and clenched her fists. Suddenly, Su Chin's voice rang out in the smoke of the explosion. Say it as if it will be easier for you now. Bang! The wings behind Su Chin flapped, and all the dust from the explosion was blown away. Su Chun stood in the center of the explosion, his body unscathed. No, this is impossible. Jalal looked in disbelief when he saw that Su Chun was unharmed under his attack. Erza felt relieved after seeing that Su Chun was not injured, and then thought that Su Chin's speed, defense, and attack power were greatly improved in this state. Normally, with Su Chin's defense power, his full attack would only cause a slight wound to Su Chun. But in this state, Su Chun couldn't even break through his defense with his own attacks. It's time to deal with you once and for all. He was too lazy to continue like this, or Jalal's attack on Erza had completely angered him. Hearing Su Chin's words, Jalal shouted with a ferocious expression. Huh? Completely kill me? Our strength and speed are evenly matched. I'm better than you in terms of being ruthless. If I wanted to, I could kill everyone in the tower and leave, not to mention. There are your so-called companions in the tower to hold you back. How can you beat me? What are you going to do to win against me? Suchin whispered. Second stage returned to Blade. Boom, the entire Tower of Heaven began to shake violently. Chapter 91. What? Earthquake? In the end, what happened? This magic? It's Suchin. Several people quickly rushed to the top of the Paradise Tower. Suchin's feet emitted more terrifying dark green spiritual pressure, and the appearance of his body also changed. The clothes on the upper body gradually disappeared, leaving black liquid in the eyes. The whites of the eyes turned green, and the pupils turned into pupils similar to those when the mask was blurred. The abdomen, legs, arms, and back are all covered with black feathers, and the lower body of the robe formed something like 2 tail feathers. The wings were fully opened, revealing bat-like claws. The horns on the helmet also lengthened upwards and became pointed, and a long tail that could be freely controlled grew out from behind. Suchin's hands and feet also turned into monster-like claws. The people who rushed to the rooftop were all shocked when they saw Suchin's posture and the terrifying power he exuded. Then that's Suchin. Lucy's eyes widened in disbelief, and this was even more true for Simon and others. They had never even seen a piece of Suchin's return to the blade. Facing Suchin in this form, they couldn't afford any resistance at all. All the senses in their body were sending out extremely dangerous signals, telling them to run away, and get as far away from this monster as possible. Natsu, Gray, and Erza were shocked, extremely shocked. It turned out that the previous one was not Suchin's strongest form. Jalal's face was slightly ugly, and he felt that Suchin was stronger. The power he showed in that previous state was already comparable to his own. Well, this was Jalal's own feeling. Now the other party is obviously stronger, probably better than him, which he cannot bear. In less than 2 minutes, the magical elf power would be launched. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to sustain it for even 2 minutes in the opponent's hands. Meteor! Jalal roared, bursting out all his magic power, and his body glowed with dazzling golden light. Then he rushed towards Suchin, and Suchin stepped on him. Boom! The floor beneath his feet suddenly exploded, and Suchin's body turned into a black shadow and rushed towards Jalal in the air. Die to me! Jalal shouted loudly, and suddenly he was stunned. Suchin in front of him disappeared without knowing when. Advertisement. Then he felt a hand holding the right side of his head. The body was pushed out by a terrifying force and crashed towards the Tower of Heaven. Boom, 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 boom. Jalal screamed loudly, and his body continuously smashed into the walls layer by layer. From the top of the Tower of Heaven in midair, he crashed diagonally into the Tower of Heaven. The floors of the Tower of Heaven were shattered layer by layer, until the entire Tower of Heaven was penetrated. It came out from the bottom level on the other side of the tower. Just when Jalal had just come out, Suchin had already possessed him and rushed here, and grabbed the other side of Jalal's head. He pressed Jalal on the Tower of Heaven, then flapped his wings and rushed upward quickly. Boom, 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 boom. Jalal let out a painful scream and rubbed his face against the wall, plowing a ravine into the wall. Then Suchin let go, and Jalal's body kept flying towards the sky like inertia. How could it be possible? I can't lose. Jalal's body emitted a golden light and forcibly stabilized his body. Suchin was a little surprised. He was really strong, and he didn't lose consciousness even after being hit by such a degree. I want to build a free country. In pain and fear, Zeref whispered to me, asking me if I wanted to be truly free. Yes, only I can sense Zeref. I am the chosen one. I want to build a truly free country with Zeref. Jalal danced his fingers in the air, forming a huge magic circle in the blink of an eye. After seeing this, Erza widened her eyes and shouted in disbelief. Purgatory is broken? Do you want to destroy the tower too? Purgatory broken? Is it the forbidden magic that combines the 4 attributes of earth, fire, feng shui? Lucy's eyes widened after hearing Erza's words. The reason why this magic is classified as a forbidden magic is simple, because it is too destructive. Jalal said with a ferocious expression, the tower has been almost destroyed. Now it cannot withstand the power of the magic elves. It will be built again in 8 years. No, it will only take 5 years next time. Zeref is waiting for me. Zero, please give me flowers. Buzz. Suchin pointed his index finger at Zeref in the air, and the black spiritual pressure continued to condense, forming a small ball. Advertisement, you all disappear for me. Purgatory broken. Black void flash. A terrifyingly powerful dark shock wave was emitted from the magic circle and shot toward the Tower of Heaven. The black flash behind the two-stage returning blade in front of Su Chin's index finger was also launched towards the purgatory shatter. Boom, 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 boom. Two terrifying forces collided in midair, and magic and virtual flash collided continuously, producing terrifying explosions. Woa. Zero. The Tower of Heaven was shaking violently, as if it might collapse at any time, and Lucy and others all screamed. Soon, the black flash of light gradually gained the upper hand. No, this is impossible. There is no way I can lose. Boom, the two energies exploded completely in the air, and the impact caused many walls of the Tower of Heaven to shatter, but it still managed to hold on without collapsing. Bang! Jalal rushed out of the explosion area, but Su Chin blocked Jalal in advance. Jalal was startled and punched Su Chin, but Su Chin didn't move at all. Su Chin's tail hit Jalal's body. Wow! Jalal hit the top of the tallest Tower of Heaven. Su Chin's continuous attacks had already seriously injured Jalal. Su Chin's figure also slowly landed on the top of the highest Tower of Heaven. The tail was wrapped around Jalal's neck like a rope, and he lifted Jalal in front of him. Jalal's consciousness was a little unclear, but he still said persistently, I cannot lose. I am the one chosen by my husband. I want to resurrect Zirif. Su Chin's claw-like index finger of his right hand pointed at the center of Jalal's chest. Let me tell you a secret. Zirif has never died. So who is the person talking to you? Jalal's pupils shrank suddenly, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Heishu flashes down. Chapter 92. A black flash shines on the top of the tallest Tower of Heaven. After the black light continued to shrink, it slowly disappeared. Jalal's eyes had stopped, and a uniform hole appeared on Jalal's chest. It seems like a real void. Soul Eater. Su Chin activated the soul eating skill. Ding. Successfully absorbed a purple-level soul. The fusion degree is increased by 5%. Current template fusion degree, 80.35%. Su Chin's eyes lit up, and he felt that his body strength was rapidly increasing again, by 5%. This was the highest level of integration that Su Chin had ever seen so far, and it was so high that Su Chin was also very surprised. But there was no time to think about why at this time. Su Chin threw Jalal out with a flick of his tail. Su Chin fell in front of several people. Because the change in appearance was so big that 460 was too big, several people were a little afraid to recognize it. Su Chin, let's leave quickly. Yes, the magical elf power is coming soon. Suddenly, a huge magic circle appeared in the sky. Magic elf power. It's over. Almost everyone's expressions changed when they saw this scene, and now it was too late even if they wanted to escape. I can't blame everyone for being desperate. The magical elf power is the ultimate weapon of the Magic Council, and its power can destroy a country. Although it sounds a bit exaggerated, it cannot be wrong, because there are also big and small countries. The big one dominates a continent, and the small one is just a town. But its power is comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. The explosion can easily destroy the entire island, and the impact of the explosion is also very wide. Don't think that magic is good. Magic is actually similar to radioactive elements. Being too powerful will put a terrible burden on the body of the magician. For example, Laxus and Altair have magical powers that exceed specifications when they are young. If they cannot adapt, they may die. If the magic element is too strong, ordinary people will not be able to bear it and will die. Don't worry, I have a way for everyone to escape from here. Advertisement. Su Chin was serious about not taking the magical elf power seriously. On the one hand, the magical elf power required a long time to prepare, which was enough for Su Chin to escape. Just use Zio's magic to put everyone into the card, and then let Happy or himself fly away with all his strength. Another method is also very simple, using Su's unique skill to clear the air, a skill that is rarely used in daily life. Jiekong is not about teleportation. After opening the black cavity, there is only one way to go to another place, and that is to run. Fortunately, in the original world, there was a ground inside, just like an inner world. But when crossing the world, what is needed is to consume spiritual pressure to build a support point. Run. What a primitive method. Isn't it better to take a train or a carriage? It's useful only when traveling across the world, but it's useless at other times. No, that's not the case. At least the mysterious space magic was almost abolished in front of Su Chen. It seems that it is a relatively practical skill for Su Chen, but it is rarely used.
Snapped.
Su Chen snapped his fingers, and the space began to slowly tear open a crack. They had already seen this move. Come in quickly. Several people ran in quickly, and then the black cavity slowly closed. Su Chen, what are you doing? Erza suddenly realized that Su Chen had not gone in, and couldn't help but shouted anxiously. After hearing Erza's words, they realized that Su Chen had not come in, and their expressions changed drastically. Su Chen, come in quickly. The magical elf power is about to fall. Su Chen shook his head and said with a smile, Don't worry, I'll be fine. Just keep running along this road, and you'll get to the exit in no time. At this time, there was only a crack left in the black cavity. Su Chen. The black cavity was completely closed. The space returned to its previous appearance, and Su Chen was the only one left in the entire Tower of Heaven. Su Chen raised his head and looked at the magic circle in the sky and said to himself, Come on, just let me know if the magical elf power is so unattainable. Jalao's incident reminded Su Chen of Grimoire Heart. The last time Altair ran away, he lost the chance to get rid of Grimoire Heart in advance, so the incident on Tianling Island is likely to happen again. Su Chen didn't know how powerful the black dragon Acunololia was, but he wanted to know the extent of the magical elf power. At the same time, this was Su Chen's last way to deal with the magical elf power. Su Chen's hands and fingers faced each other. The spirit condensed in his palms, and then he quickly pulled it to both sides. Advertisement, Thunder Spear. A spear-like spirit weapon emitting emerald green light was suspended in front of Su Chen. At this time, the satellite magic array in the sky has been gradually completed. The preparations for the final launch of the magical elf power are complete. Satellite magic circle unfolds. Pray, pray. Almost everyone in the Magic Council was praying solemnly. Pray to the divine light. Release the magic spirit power. In the night sky where stars shine, it seems like a small sun appears above the satellite magic array. The light illuminated the entire island and the surrounding sea. Magic Council Era Report. Extraordinarily powerful magic appears on the Tower of Heaven. All the commentators looked towards the screen display, and what appeared on the screen was Tower of Heaven. At this time, a little emerald green light appeared on the top of the Tower of Heaven. Even the magical elf power shining like the sun could not make this emerald green succumb. Suddenly, an emerald green thunder spear pierced the space from the Tower of Heaven and shot toward the little sun in the sky like a moth flying into a flame. Someone in 4.3 dares to attack the magical elf power. The ignorant are truly fearless. All the council members thought it was ridiculous when they saw this scene. What is the magical elf power? It is the ultimate weapon of the Magic Council. Even a country cannot resist the magical elf power, let alone one person's attack. In the eyes of everyone in the Magic Council, magical elf power is invincible magic. No matter how powerful the magic is, it will be vaporized and disappear if it comes close to the magic spirit. Just as they thought, the emerald green thunder spear fell on the guide spirit and disappeared. Sure enough, this is the last resistance of the ignorant beast. Suddenly, the little sun of the magic elf's power instantly expanded and glowed with emerald green light. Boom dash. Chapter 93. The space shook for a while, and then the space slowly tore open, forming a black cavity. Natsu and several others ran out of the black cave. This is the coast of Kalram offshore. The Tower of Heaven is just barely visible from this shoreline. But when they first came out, they saw emerald green light covering the entire Tower of Heaven. Boom! A horrific explosion occurred, flooding the entire Tower of Heaven. The impact of the terrifying explosion caused the sea to surge and set off huge waves. Soon, the impact was in front of them. Walla Arawarea. Even though they were dozens of kilometers away from the island of Tower of Heaven, they still felt a terrifying impact. However, compared to the center of the explosion, the impact here is so small that it can be ignored. After a while, the impact disappeared and the waves gradually decreased. Everyone looked towards the Tower of Heaven. Everyone was stunned, because the entire island, including the Tower of Heaven, had disappeared. No. 20. No way. Lucy looked moved and covered her mouth. The expressions on everyone else's faces were similar, especially Erza's, whose heart was filled with regret and pain, because this incident was mainly caused by her. Happy said, No, it won't happen. Su Chen is so powerful, he will be fine. Su Chen. Suddenly, a voice said. I'm here. Why are you shouting so loudly? Everyone was stunned when they heard this familiar voice. They quickly turned around and saw their very familiar figure standing there, as if nothing happened. Advertisement, Su-chan. Natsu and others were suddenly pleasantly surprised. A figure with long red hair quickly ran over and pounced on Su-chan. It was Erza. Great. I'm so glad you're okay. Erza cried loudly with tears streaming down her face. Su-chan was stunned for a moment, then touched Erza's head with his hand and said, Sorry for making you worry. Others also laughed after seeing it. Although the strong Erza felt very reliable, the Erza who could cry was more reassuring. It took a while for Erza to calm down. Her face was red, and she didn't dare to look into the eyes of the people around her. This was the first time she vented her emotions in front of so many people. Su-chan, why don't you come in with us? You have to go alone. Why don't you just come in with us? It will make us worry. Lucy said to Su-chan in a complaining tone. Happy said, Yes. We just saw that the Tower of Heaven and the island were all destroyed by the magical elves. We were worried to death and thought you were dead. Su-chan blinked. Huh? What are you talking about? Didn't the magical elves destroy the Tower of Heaven? What are you talking about? We just saw the Tower of Heaven being destroyed with our own eyes. Su-chan was a little stunned, smiled and said, So it's that one. The Tower of Heaven and that island were destroyed by me. Oh? Meow. Everyone tilted their heads and looked at Su-chan in confusion, with expressions on their faces like, Su-chan, what are you talking about? Why don't we understand anything? Su-chan continued. The magical elf power did not destroy the Tower of Heaven, but it was Erza's sad place, so I destroyed all the towers and islands. As a result, as soon as I destroyed that island, you came over. Sudden. Gray was the first to react and said loudly, Why do I always feel like something is wrong with the explosion just now? Time. It's time. It took us a long time to get here. The satellite magic circle of the magical elf power has just been completed. It absolutely cannot take such a long time to explode. The others only reacted after hearing Gray's words. They had been shocked by the terrifying explosion before and had not thought about anything else in their minds. Only now did they realize that there was a huge flaw in the explosion. That explosion was not caused by the magic spirit power. Who else could it be? Advertisement. Immediately, everyone looked at Su-chan. Their eyes widened with disbelief. The terrifying attack just now was actually made by Su-chan. Weird. Monster. Magic Council era. Everyone in the Magic Council looked at what was happening on the screen in disbelief. Before the magical elf power could be delivered, it was sniped, and a horrific explosion occurred in the air. Although the power of the explosion was terrifying, the explosion did not fall on the target it wanted to attack, and most of the impact was actually blocked by the inexplicable attack. When the explosion subsided, the entire Magic Council exploded while the Tower of Heaven was still standing on the island. No. This is impossible. This is impossible. Fake. It's all fake. It's impossible for anyone to be able to block the magic spirit power. There must be something wrong with the magic image. 060. Both the Magic Council members and other members of the Magic Council are denying the fact that the magic elf power has been blocked. The reason is very simple. The magical elf power is the ultimate weapon for the Magic Council to dominate the Ishgar continent. Both regular guilds and dark guilds are afraid of the Magic Council. This feeling is like the impact of nuclear weapons on a country. Although nuclear weapons may not be used, as long as they possess nuclear weapons, no country dares to use it unscrupulously. For example, in the past life, a small country was extremely arrogant, but after being dropped a nuclear bomb, it immediately chose to surrender unconditionally. You know how terrifying the deterrent power of nuclear weapons is. As the only force with nuclear weapons, the Magic Council naturally has a transcendent status, deterring various continental countries internally and deterring other continental forces externally. So no matter how much Su-chan hates the Magic Council, he has to admit that it is because of the existence of the Magic Council that the continent of Ishgar can enjoy such peace. Now suddenly someone tells you that this ultimate weapon cannot be used, and it is blocked by someone. It feels like a nuclear weapon has no effect. How could the magic reviewers not panic? What on earth was that attack? Chapter 94. It would be fine if that thing was a particularly powerful magic item, but if it was just someone's magic, that means the appearance of a guy who is above divine authority. Crack. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the hall where the magical elf power was emitted. What happened? The building is aging rapidly? OG said in surprise. This is the arc of time, Altair. Altair can use the magic of the Arc of Time. All the Magic Council members know that the last time Su Chun destroyed the Magic Council, it was Altair who repaired it. No, it's going to collapse. Run away. Woa! Altair, what are you doing? Yakima looked at Altair and shouted loudly. Chi? No, Jalal failed. Then it's time for me to leave. Things at Tower of Heaven come to an end. Su Chan and others returned to the resort hotel to continue their unfinished vacation. Playing happily every day, Erza smiled more and more as she untied her knot. When the vacation coupon time expired, Su Chan and others also set off to return to the guild. Erza's former companions all chose to leave. Simon wanted to find his only relative, his sister, and the other three wanted to get to know this vast world. Although Erza wanted them to join Fairy Tail together, but what was the difference between doing that and Jalal? So she sent a few people away with her blessings. Magnolia Town Fairy Tail Guild, this is... Wow, it's so big. Advertisement, oh, is it finished yet? New Fairy Tail Guild. Su Chan and others were a little surprised when they looked at the guild in front of them. The new guild has been built. It is at least twice the size of the previous guild, and it also looks more gorgeous and beautiful. It's a bit hard to recognize that the small and broken guild that I once had has turned into this. Yo, I'm back. Are you shocked? This is our new guild. When the people in the guild saw Su Chun and others coming back, they all said hello. Everyone in the guild knew that several people were going on vacation. Kana saw Su Chun and others' eyes lit up and said, Are you back? Come inside quickly. Several people quickly entered the guild. Oh, wow. So beautiful. Something feels wrong. Natsu felt strange seeing this new guild. The guild has become bigger and more spacious. The Fairy Tail Guild used to be a bit small compared to the members of the Fairy Tail Guild. Hi. Welcome to Fairy Tail. The waitress said hello in a cute uniform and said, Well, it's a little revealing, but the taste is really good. So cute. Kana introduced. The new guild is more than that. There is a swimming pool in the back and a playground underground. The biggest change is the second floor. Now anyone can go up. Of course, to do S-level missions, you must be accompanied by a level 5 mage. At this time, the President Makarov came over and said, You are back, you brats? President. Makarov introduced the girl next to him and said, The new member Juvia is very cute. Hey, it's you. Suchin said when he saw Juvia. Yes, please take care of me, Mr. Suchun. Juvia said. Suchun, do you know this girl? Advertisement. Suchin nodded and said, Well, she was originally one of the 4 elements of the Phantom Lord Guild. 4 elements? Several people were shocked when they heard this. The war with Phantom Lord had just ended. The Phantom Lord's 4 elements are also very famous, equivalent to the S-class magician of the Fairy Tail Guild. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you before, Juvia said with a bow. Several people saw Juvia being so polite, and the Phantom Lord Guild attacked Fairy Tail. In fact, most of the blame was on Jose. No one else in the guild except Su Chun had been attacked by the 4 elements. Of course, when the 4 elements attacked Su Chun, it was better to say that Su Chun attacked the 4 elements. In addition, Fairy Tail won the war completely, so the hostility of Su Chun in the play does not count. There is also a new member to introduce. Why don't you say hello quickly? Makarov shouted in one direction. Asterisk, who else? The man stood up slowly and turned around. Natsu had an expression of disbelief on his face when he saw it. Gajeel? Why is this guy here? Hey. Happy rushed to the Phantom Lord Guild with Natsu and saw Natsu and Jilu fighting with his own eyes. Gajeel? Is that the Iron Dragon Gajeel who destroyed the guild? Lucy was a little surprised. President, what the hell is going on? Gray asked. Erza also said with a serious face, Guildmaster, Juvia is another matter. This guy is the main culprit who destroyed the guild, right? Although the former guild was old and small, it was the most precious memory of their generation. So they were full of hostility towards Gajeel, the culprit who destroyed the guild. Makarov said, Okay. He was also prevented from taking action because of Jose's order. As the saying goes, yesterday's enemy is today's friend. Wang's good. You brat, you should say something. Makarov said angrily when he saw Su Chun acting like it had nothing to do with him. Although the Fairy Tail Guild did not have such a clear distribution of superiors and subordinates. But as an S-class mage in the guild, Su Chun is still the strongest mage. What Su Chun said is actually very powerful in the guild, especially for the younger generation. Although Su Chun was a little bit upset about Gajeel's destruction of the guild, he also knew that it was just a problem with the ideas that Jose instilled in him. In fact, I also taught this guy a lesson and got out all the anger he needed. The other party's boss was also killed by him and turned into his own experience points. It would be too pretentious to be so fussy about it. The old man was speechless, and he couldn't pretend to be deaf and dumb. Now that I have joined the guild, let's forget about the past. Chapter 95. Are you kidding me? How could I just let it go? I don't want to work with such a guy. Natsu came to Gajiel and glared at Gajiel and said angrily. Gajiel looked at Natsu and said, "Don't worry, I have no intention of getting familiar with you. I just wanted to find a job. I didn't expect to work in the most popular guild. It's annoying just thinking about it. What did you say?" Natsu was furious. Juvia whispered, "Well, Gajiel-kun is actually very lonely." Makarov said, "It is also the responsibility of the older generation to lead young people who have gone astray back to the right path. He is a guy with good nature, I think. I didn't say that you did something wrong, old man. The Fairy Tale Guild has grown in size, and the ghosts have also been disbanded. The guild needs to introduce some new blood to make it stronger. Moreover, with me here, no one can cause trouble for the guild." Su-chun, he said with a smile. Not to mention that he roughly knew the nature of Gajiel and Juvia, but even if he didn't, he had absolute confidence in protecting the guild. "Huh, brat. You seem to have become stronger again?" After Makarov came to Su-chun, he had an inexplicable premonition in his heart. Su-chun was also a little surprised. Jiang was still very old, and the old man's eyes were not hidden, and he could actually see 463. However, Su-chun immediately understood that it should be due to his sudden increase in strength. He was still a little out of control, and his aura made him the old man noticed it. "It has grown a little, but you are a young man. Isn't it normal for your strength to grow faster?" Makarov said with some toothache. "This little monster's strength will grow faster, so it's not like a little monster like you." Suddenly, someone in the guild released dark magic, making the guild darker. What is this for?" "It's a performance requirement." The curtains slowly opened on the stage in the center of the guild, and a spotlight hit the stage. Mira was sitting there holding her guitar. "Mira? I've been waiting for a long time, Mira-chan." "Little Mira. Mira Jane." Many people in the guild cheered when they saw it. Soon, as the music started to play, Mira also began to sing. The beautiful singing voice was melodious in the guild, and people couldn't help but be attracted in. Advertisement. Su-chun also closed his eyes and enjoyed it, and let the old Mira sing? "That is absolutely impossible. Not even him. Why should I sing for you?" Calf. But since that incident 2 years ago, Mira's life has changed. She sings, dances, and is a cover model. In fact, even if Mira doesn't work as a wizard at Fairy Tale, she can easily debut as a female star. I don't know. How many entertainment companies want to sign Mira? She could get a lot of money, but Mira was willing to become a behind-the-scenes worker like a waiter for Fairy Tale Guild, or because of her deep feelings for Fairy Tale Guild, and sacrificed a lot for Fairy Tale. Every time she comes back from outside, Mira will smile and say welcome back to those who come back. Mira's smile makes all guild members feel the warmth of home. Mira. Sounds amazing. Awesome. Gajiel snorted softly from his nose. He was not interested in this, or that was just his personality. When he was in the Phantom Lord Guild, he mostly kept to himself, and only Juvia had a good relationship with him. There seems to be no concept of companions in the Phantom Lord Guild. If someone is unlucky, they will only laugh at them with malice. There was harmony in the guild, and he suddenly saw that everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild had such a harmonious relationship. He felt very awkward in his heart, and there was also a trace of envy in his heart. This complicated feeling gave him the idea of playing a prank. He raised his foot and stepped hard on Fire Dragon's foot sitting next to him. "It hurts." Natsu immediately jumped up and stood on the table and shouted at Gajiel. "Why did you be deliberately guess my feet?" Gajiel pretended to look like he wasn't himself and didn't know anything. Suddenly, whoosh, 2 cups were smashed into Natsu and Gajiel's faces. "It's so noisy." Mira is still singing. "Ugh, gah." Natsu exploded and overturned the table and yelled, "Who smashed the cup over?" Soon, many people started fighting and the guild was in chaos. Mira took a look and said, "It seems that now is not the time to sing ballads. Let's rock out together." Mira transformed into a rock-style costume. Several people also performed on stage, and the guild became very lively. Advertisement. I saw that the guild was in a mess again. Makarov was trembling all over. "Why? Why can't we endure these naughty kids for one more day? A reporter is coming to interview tomorrow. Makarov cried with tears running down his face. Interview? Lucy heard some terrible news. Stop it now. Idiots. Hurry up and pack it up. The old man started to grow into a giant again and personally clean up all the brats in the guild. Well, this is also the daily routine of the fairy tale guild. Suchin also felt that the guild was too flashy after he came back, including swimming pools, playgrounds, small shops, and outdoor cafes, none of which were of use to fairy tale. For the fairy tale guild, as long as they have food and drinks, that's all. The next day, the reporter went to the guild to interview. This is also a means of publicity for the Magisters Guild. The more famous the guild is, the more confident many people will leave their tasks to the trustworthy Magisters Guild. Some small tasks are sent from Magnolia Town and several surrounding towns, because the rewards are there, and you can't pay hundreds of yuan for travel expenses just because of the reward of a few hundred yuan. Therefore, no matter how famous the Fairy Tale Guild is, as long as it does not form any branches, it will not hurt some local guilds, and it will attract more difficult and rewarding tasks. The old man wanted to take this opportunity to change many people's bad impression of Fairy Tale, so he prepared so many things to show to the outside world what a harmonious and friendly guild Fairy Tale is. As a result, this interview was a mess. Fairy Tale's reputation has indeed become more famous, but it still has the same bad reputation as before. In a bar in a certain village. Ahahaha. Look at this. Shinji Fairy Tale. I really don't understand how these guys got so big. There is a swimming pool in the guild. What do you think? Look, this guy looks so weak. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind several people, and several people looked back. After recognizing the person, a look of horror appeared on his face, and then he ran away rolling and crawling. This guy is Laxus. Why are you in a tavern in such a small village? I'm offended. Chapter 96. Although Fairy Tale has gained a lot of notoriety, but several level 5 magicians in Fairy Tale are quite famous, and the strong are the strong. Even though Natsu's title of Fire Dragon is infamous, you can see what happened when many girls in Harjin Town heard that the Fire Dragon was coming. Laxus glanced at the Fairy Tale interview magazine on the ground. The slogan on the outside cover was, "The only guild in the continent with double Saint 10 Fairy Tale." This exclusive interview weekly is very popular because Fairy Tale itself is very topical. Recently, it defeated the Phantom Lord Guild, and Su Chun won the title of the top 10 magicians. Fairy Tale was so popular that the entire Ishgar continent knew about Fairy Tale. Laxus glanced at the interview above. There is a limit to being stupid, so hide your head. 17 Suddenly, a voice from the side rang out and said, "Eely about a famous celebrity. He scares people into running away just by staring at him. It's so touching. Are you the grandson of Leader Makarov, or something? What should you be called? Are you taking advantage of my father? That's too bad." Laxus looked at the speaker. He was a man with an afro and looked somewhat similar to an orangutan. Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible. People in the bar couldn't help but look over. The bar owner said tremblingly, "Zate, don't cause trouble." Bar owners are most afraid of something happening in their bar, which could affect their business at least, or destroy the bar at worst. What kind of trouble can you get into with a guild like this, Dallas? Zat? Never heard of it, Laxus said, crossing his arms. That's. We are just doing some work silently and secretly, but we are not as good as those guys who are embarrassed in magazines. Crack. Golden thunder and lightning appeared on Laxus. If you really want to die, how about I help you? Get outside. Aha. You are the only one who goes outside. A shock wave appeared, knocking Laxus away. A large hole opens in the wall of the bar, and Laxus falls onto the street. Huh. Advertisement. When the people inside saw the fight, they all screamed and ran away. Ahahaha. You are so weak, Fairy Tale. Why don't you just go hunting fairies tomorrow? Suddenly, a golden light lit up on the ground beneath him. Boom! A bolt of lightning appeared from the ground, knocking Zate into the air. Whoa. From the ground? Bang! Zate fell to the floor. His whole body burned black by the electricity. Zat him! That Dreximonchi Zat was killed so easily? Is that a lie? Who is that man? Many people among them were very shocked when they saw this scene. Zat was very famous in this generation. He was the leader of a certain dark guild, and could be said to be the unbeatable one in nearby villages. As a result, they were killed by such a strange foreign man with one blow. How could this not shock them? Boring as hell. The expression on Laxus's face became extremely ferocious. Since when did my guild become so underestimated, old man? What do you mean you called me here? I have to go to work. In a remote park in Magnolia Town, Gajiel looked at the figure in front of him and said. The figure in front turned around, and it was Laxus, the level 5 mage of the Fairy Tail Guild. Laxus looked at Gajiel with suppressed anger and said, Work? It's a shame you can say it, you little brat who destroyed the Fairy Tail Guild. Laxus waved his hand down. Click! A golden thunderbolt fell from the sky and landed on Gajiel. Advertisement, you woo. Boom! The ground was hit by this powerful thunder and lightning, creating a big crater. In order to stop causing trouble, the old man took you in as a companion? That's why you are looked down upon. Damn it. It's all because of you. Asking for flowers. Laxus flicked his hand, and a golden thunderball hit Gajiel. Walla Awarea. Laxus did not let Gajiel go, and quickly rushed forward, punching and kicking Gajiel. It's all because of you. We were looked down upon. Why don't we die to apologize? Anyone who dares to resist Fairy Tail will never survive. Bang! Gajiel fell far away. Aren't you going to fight back? Do you think I'll be merciful if you don't fight back? I'm different from the other cowardly guys at Fairy Tail. The magic power on Laxus surged, and thunder and lightning clouds gathered above Gajiel's head. Gajiel's face suddenly changed when he felt Laxus' magic power. Zero, he knew that there were several powerful S-class magicians in the Fairy Tail Guild. At first, because of Jose's constant indoctrination, he thought that the S-class magicians in Fairy Tail were not as powerful as the 4 elements in Phantom Lord. It wasn't until he met Su Chun that he realized that all his previous ideas were wrong. Su Chun was so powerful that he was no longer human. In the Fairy Tail Guild, the Fire Dragon, who was not even an S-class mage, was on par with him. Only then did he realize how powerful Fairy Tail was. He wanted to know why the members of the Fairy Tail Guild were so powerful, and after the disbandment of Ghost, no guild dared to accept him, and he had no job. At this time, Makarov suddenly invited him to join the guild to prevent him from going astray. So I took advantage of the opportunity and joined Fairy Tail. Although Fairy Tail was noisy and he was a little uncomfortable with it, deep down, he didn't hate it. He met Laxus today, and after taking several attacks from Laxus, he realized that besides Su Chun, there were other monsters in the Fairy Tail Guild. Things that resound across the sky call for the roar of thunder and lightning. Suddenly, a voice sounded in front of Gajiel and said, That's enough. Gajiel looked up and saw a pair of white clothes, looking very chic and handsome, appearing in front of him according to the content. It was also the nightmare that had the most profound impression on him in this period of time. Fairy Tail's most powerful magician, Su Chingong. Chapter 97. After seeing Su Chun, the corners of Laxus' mouth raised slightly, with no intention of stopping. He continued to recite the spell, and at the same time increased the magic output. Falling from the sky and turning everything into ashes, Buzz Su Chun pointed his index finger upward, and a small ball of emerald green spiritual pressure appeared above his index finger. Thunder and raging waves. A huge thunderball appeared, fell from the sky, and fell towards Chen. False flash. Call out, E. Emerald green flash covered the golden thunderball. The light shot straight into the sky, pushing the golden thunderball into the sky. Boom! Thunderballs exploded in the sky like fireworks. Laxus, what are you doing? I said stop, are you deaf? Su Chun said calmly, looking at Laxus, 550. Can't you see what I'm doing? I'm just cleaning up the trash. Or are you allowed to hit people, but not me? As for asking me to stop, I don't remember when I need to obey your orders. I have been in Fairy Tail Guild since I was born. Latecomers like you, don't take yourself too seriously, Su Chun. Are you a brat? Su Chun raised his eyebrows slightly and said that he had been in the guild for a longer time. It was like saying that he had more seniority. When did he start talking about it in the Goblin Guild? Qualified. What did you say? Laxus was furious. He had been called immature by his grandfather before, and he hated this sentence the most. When I beat up Gajiel, he was a member of the Phantom Lord who destroyed the guild. Before that, he was a member of the Fairy Tail Guild. Now that he has joined the Fairy Tail Guild, his past should not be held accountable. Before he really committed the unforgivable sin against Fairy Tail, he was a member of the Fairy Tail Guild and our companion. I will not allow anyone to attack him for no reason for any reason. Gajiel was shocked when he heard Su Chun's words and looked at Su Chun blankly. In his previous guild, there was no such thing as protecting his companions. If you are defeated, it means you are a waste and will be laughed at by everyone in the guild. Others would laugh at him, and he would laugh at him, because in his understanding, weak people are trash, and trash should be laughed at. Even when Laxus beat him, he didn't feel much resentment. This is Fairy Tail's rule. Do you want to break the rule? Laxus glared at Su-chun, clenched his fists, then turned and left. Su-chun frowned. He wouldn't be surprised if Laxus took action. He turned around and left without saying anything. Su-chun had a slightly bad premonition. At this time, Laxus turned and walked away with a ferocious expression on his face. Extremely boring. Fairy Tail, this is not the kind of guild I want. My patience has reached its limit, so I will take over Fairy Tail. Advertisement northwest of Hilo Submarket, Dark Guild Corpse Soul, ah wow. The door of the soul of the corpse was broken open, and 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, walked in. They were Laxus's personal guards and 3 people from the Thunder Gods. How dare you make fun of us? You guys. The people in the soul of the corpse man also reacted and attacked the 3 people. They actually broke into the guild? These bastards. Don't even think about getting out alive. Whoosh. Several people turned into stones and stopped in place. Damn it. Kill them. 5 dolls that seemed to be the size of teacups with human faces were flying in the air, constantly shooting magic rays. What is this? Boom, boom, boom. Ah. The people in the soul of the corpse screamed incessantly. That's it, Bikoslo. Fried said. All the members of the Corpse Soul Guild had fallen down at this time. Bikoslo said, "Ah? Is this the end of the game?" Exclamation point. It's over. It's over. Advertisement the doll flying next to Piccolo repeated Piccolo's words. Fried said, "Such a weak person can actually form a guild." Fried, it's just because we are too weak that we can't form a regular guild. It's not fun. My babies haven't had enough fun yet. Regarding this, I have news for you, Zero Evergreen said. Is it about Laxus? Are we finally going to take action? Bikoslo said excitedly. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. And my babies too. I haven't been back for a long time, Fairy Tail. The 3 people turned and left. Laxus got the news and said with a ferocious smile on his face, the Thunder Gods are coming back. Finally, at this moment, the Fairy Tail cannibalism is about to begin. Old man, your time is over. Fairy Tail Guild Underground. As soon as Su-chun arrived at Fairy Tail Guild in the morning, he was called away alone by the guild leader. This is a very hidden staircase heading underground. Su-chun walked down with the old man. I didn't expect there is such a place below the guild. Why did you ask me to come here, old man? Well, you don't need to ask so many questions. It will be here soon. You will understand after seeing it. Soon, a door appeared at the end of the stairs. Makarov's fingers danced, and the magic circle that sealed the door was opened. What comes into view is an empty hall, in which stands a huge magic crystal. Sealed in the magic crystal is a girl with no clothes and golden hair. This is 3.6. This is our guild's top secret, Lumen Starlight, also known as the Fairy's Heart. Su-chun immediately recalled relevant memories in his mind. The Goblin's Heart was created by the 2nd-generation president using the body of Mavis, the 1st-generation president. It is called infinite magic. In the terminology of plugins, it is infinite blue. Ordinary magicians mainly consume magic power when using magic. The more powerful the magic, the greater the magic power consumed. When the magic power consumption is relatively large, the magician may not even be able to move and will be slaughtered by others. No matter how powerful the magician is, he may not even be able to defeat an ordinary person. So one can imagine how attractive unlimited magic power is to magicians. Why do you want to show it to me? Old man. Because you will become the next generation president of Fairy Tail, Su-chan. Enjoying the audiobooks? Support me on Patreon so I can keep doing this. Link in the description. Now, let's move on to the next chapter. Chapter 98. Su-chun was confused when he heard Makarov's words. President? The old man said that I am the next generation president? No, this span is a bit too big, right? He traveled to Fairy Tail, but why did he become the president of Fairy Tail? For the position of president, Su-chun has never considered it, has no idea at all, and even involves Su-chun's blind spots in knowledge. Because when Fairy Tail ended, the old man was still the president of Fairy Tail. The old man suddenly told him that he was about to become the president of Fairy Tail. How could he not be confused? Wait a minute, old man. Why do I want to be the president? What about Uncle Gildarts? Uncle Gildarts is the most suitable. There are other S-class magicians. Each of them has been at Fairy Tale longer than me, right? And the old man is still fine, so it would be most appropriate for you to continue to be the president. Suddenly encountering this situation, Su-chan was inexplicably panicked and spoke without thinking carefully. Makarov shook his head and said, I am 88 years old. Su-chan said anxiously, you are only 88 years old, which is not old. With your body, you can live for at least 20 years, no, 30 years. You don't need to do anything personally. If there are any enemies, I can kill them all. You just need to stay in the guild every day. If those guys from the Magic Council still dare to scold you, I will destroy the Magic Council again. If any guild provokes Fairy Tale, I will destroy their guild. By the way, you are very lustful. I will find any beauties you like. Even if you want to be the king, I will. Bang! Su-chen's head was hit by Makarov's palm. Makarov's face turned red and he said, You brat, what are you talking about again? He is lustful, but how could it be your turn to say, lousy, you don't want to lose face? Old man, as long as you continue to be the president, I can satisfy you with anything. Advertisement Makarov felt warm in his heart when he saw Su-chen's pleading tone. The first time he met this brat, he was fearless and launched a sneak attack on him. Then he was caught by himself and gave him a severe lesson. The brat still looked unconvinced. For years passed in the blink of an eye, and he watched Su-chen transform from a brat to a handsome young man, becoming much more mature and stable. In terms of strength, I don't have much help to this brat. The brat is a little monster in his own right. He has seen many powerful people in the years he has been alive. Prosperous. But compared with Su-chen, those magicians all pale in comparison. When Su-chen was 16, he was shocked when he defeated Gildarts. Even though Gildarts already looks like an uncle, you must know that Gildarts was also the most powerful wizard in the contemporary era. No one knows how strong this little monster is now. Only the little monster himself knows. But when he saw Su-chen fighting with Jose, he understood that Chun was a magician from Ishgar mainland. He could feel Su-chen's reluctance to let go of him, and it was sincere. He had never seen such a childish side of Su-chen, and how could he be willing to leave these children alone? It has been 88 years since I was born in the Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov sighed and said, Oh, even if I don't retire now, I will definitely retire in the future. Then it's not too late to retire when you can no longer move. You brat, you can't let me enjoy 2 years of happiness.
Cannot.
You brat, by the way, why don't you ask what this is? Normal people would be very concerned about this, right? Makarov said, pointing to the huge magic crystal. Advertisement, you just interrupted me and forgot. What is this, a real goblin? Or is the body of the goddess sealed? Su-chen, who had already recalled what it was, deliberately talked nonsense. Bang! You brat, you can't be more serious. This is the body of the first President Mavis. His alias, Lumen Xinghue, is also known as the Fairy Heart, which is the top secret of our Fairy Tale Guild. Then Makarov began to talk about the origin of the Fairy Heart and the power of the Fairy Heart. After finishing speaking, Makarov was surprised to find that Su-chen was very calm. You brat, don't you feel anything special? Is this infinite magic power? Makarov looked at Su-chen and asked, What does infinite magic power mean to a magician? This brat can't possibly be unclear. Su-chen thought for a moment and said, Well, the main magic power is always too much to be used up, so I don't know what it would be like to have insufficient magic power. As long as Su-chen uses attacks like Virtual Flash to consume spiritual pressure, his heart will continuously gush out spiritual pressure. Under normal circumstances, if you send out a false flash with all your strength, the spiritual pressure consumed may be replenished in a few breaths. If you watch Bleach anime carefully, you will find that there may be cases of insufficient spiritual pressure on the Bleach side, but they are rare. As for the Arrancar, it was almost not seen that the Arrancar was killed because of insufficient spiritual pressure, but because of lack of strength. Therefore, the gimmick of infinite magic power of Fairy Heart has very little appeal to Su-chen, not to mention that he is not a real magician yet, so the appeal will be reduced to another level. Can we still chat happily, this perverted brat? In short, this is a secret that only past guild presidents can know. You cannot shirk the position of Fairy Tale president. When Su-chen heard this, he praised him. He knew the old man's character very well, and he would definitely not be able to shirk it as the next president. But I don't feel comfortable letting a brat like you become the president now. I will continue to be the president. This time, in order to prevent any accidents, I didn't pass on this secret. There won't be any surprises. Okay, after this harvest festival is over, I will announce to the guild that you are the successor to the president of the Fairy Tale Guild. No refutation is allowed. This is also for the Fairy Tale Guild. When Makarov saw Su-chan and wanted to speak, he quickly used words blocked Su-chen's mouth. Chapter 99. Magnolia Town. Because the Harvest Festival is about to begin, Magnolia Town is all decorated, and the festive atmosphere is very strong. There were people coming and going on the streets, and many tourists came here from out of town because they heard that Fairy Tale would hold a magical parade. Although 1/10 of the people on the Ishgar continent have magic power in their bodies, the proportion is very high. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are in the high demonic plane. But having magic power does not mean that you can use magic. At least half of the people with magic power in this world have never been exposed to magic. Therefore, there are actually many people who are fascinated by magic. The magic parade can enjoy the wonderful magic performances of many magicians, which is naturally very attractive to many people. Even Disney on Earth can attract so many people to watch, but the magic parade is much more powerful than that, so it is naturally very attractive to tourists. Fairy Tale Guild, citizens of Magnolia, and friends from nearby towns. What? Friends who came from the land of the dead to watch this game? Please go back to the cemetery after the game. On the stage of Fairy Tale Guild, Max, who was wearing a suit and tie, stood on the stage with a microphone and hosted a weird show that made many people present laugh out loud. I've kept you waiting for so long. The lovely fairies are about to present us a beautiful feast. The Miss Fairy Tale contest starts now. This time, I, the Sand Wizard Max Allure, will be the host. Max is very young, only 17 years old, but he is also a magician with good potential in the guild. He has a very good personality, good eloquence, and can liven up the atmosphere, so he is most suitable to be the host. Contestant number 1. An exotic beauty with a different dimension. Kana Alberona. Many of the animals below began to applaud and cheer. In the Fairy Tale Guild where there are many beauties, although Kana is not particularly outstanding, there is no doubt that she is a great beauty. Next is the Magic Talent Show. Kana swung out a bunch of cards, and the cards surrounded Kana's body, constantly rotating around Kana. Wow! Kana is invisible in the card. Bang! The cards all scattered and fell to the ground. Kana appeared in front of everyone wearing a sexy swimsuit. Oh. The group of animals below howled when they saw this scene. Advertisement, 500,000. No, I'll just accept the drink money. The winner of Miss Fairy's championship will receive a bonus of 500,000. Not bad. Makarov praised calmly while sitting in the audience, but the nosebleeds that kept spilling shocked everyone around him. Su-chan also nodded. Although Kana drinks so frequently, she still has a good figure. Although she is not old, her charm makes people feel like a junior. Well, she has just entered university. The younger brother. Contestant number 2. Although she is a new member, her strength is S level. A woman as clear as the drizzle. Juvia locks her. Juvia used her magic to turn her body into water, and Juvia appeared in a swimsuit. Wow! The body has turned into water. Amazing! Perfect for a swimsuit show. Master Gray, are you watching? There was another burst of cheers below. Juvia herself had a good personality, was a beautiful girl, and was very strong. Although she was once a member of the Phantom Lord Guild, almost everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild quickly accepted her. And destiny is sometimes quite strange. Although Juvia didn't face off against Gray when Phantom Lord attacked Fairy Tale, she still fell in love with Gray at first sight. Now he is pursuing Gray like crazy, and the whole guild knows about it. Contestant number 3. The guild's signature girl. Her beauty makes the whole continent intoxicated. She is Mira Jane. Oh. Mira just appeared on the stage, and all the animals cheered. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Champion candidate. It's a real person. Cuter than in the magazine. Mira is the cover girl, and she is so beautiful that she is very popular. What I'm good at is transformation magic. So let's perform transformation. Only the head is happy. Bang. Myra's head turned into happy. Advertisement, hey dash. Everyone was confused after seeing it. Only the head is Gajeel. Puffed. Gajeel burst into tears after seeing it, and the others were even more devastated after seeing it. Contestant number 4. A mage with the reputation of being the strongest, with both strength and beauty, * Queen of Fairies, Erza, Scarlet. Appeared. Erza. Very cool. That's the strongest woman in Fairy Tale. Erza is also very beautiful. Unlike Myra's cute beauty, Erza has a handsome beauty and is also very popular. Let you see my treasured costume changes. Light appeared around Erza's body, and Erza's body could be vaguely seen in the haze. The costume change was quickly completed, and Erza appeared on the stage in a gothic lowly style, which shocked many people, especially the members of Fairy Tail. Then came Levi, number 6, who performed word magic, Biska, number 6, who performed shooting, and finally Lucy, number 7. I heard that the winner can get a bonus of 500,000 yuan, which is equivalent to 7 months of rent. Now she is worried about the rent, so this event is a timely help, but she didn't expect that her opponents were so strong, Li Zhao, which made Lucy a little bit lose confidence. I'm going to do a cheerleading dance with Celestial Spirit. Suddenly, a voice came from behind and said, contestant number 8 is booked. Wait a minute, I haven't started the talent show yet. Evergreen came out from the backstage and said, the fairy is talking about me, the beauty is talking about me, yes, everything is talking about me, the winner is decided, and the champion is me, Evergreen. Okay, the boring game is over. Evergreen, when did you come back? Lucy said angrily, don't make trouble. This is related to my livelihood. Evergreen took off his glasses and said, little girl, what did you say? Lucy, don't look into that guy's eyes. Gray immediately warned loudly, but it was too late. Lucy instantly turned into a stone statue and stood there. Chapter 100. Then, what's going on? Stone? Talent show? Max shouted loudly, danger! Citizens, get out of here! Ring. Su-chun used the ring to rush towards the stage. The stage was instantly filled with a green magical barrier. Boom! Su-chun bumped into the magic barrier, and the barrier shook slightly, but was not broken. Although Su-chun's steel skin defense was good, Su-chun's own strength advantage was not obvious, and he showed more powerful power. It's the spiritual pressure. Spell? Could it be? The spells need to be arranged in advance, and the spells are also very complicated. To describe it, it is like being a programmer in magic. It is very obscure and difficult to understand. Few people delve into this kind of magic. The Fairy Tail Guild says that there is only one person who is the best at magic. What are you doing, Evergreen? Are you trying to ruin the festival? Makarov shouted at Evergreen. A festival must have sideshows, right? Evergreen lit the curtain, and soon the scene behind the curtain was revealed, and all the participating girls on the stage were turned into stone statues. What? Everyone in the lounge turned to stone? 120 sister. Even Erza. Bastards. Restore them to their original state immediately. Makarov said angrily. Suddenly, click. A golden thunderbolt fell on the stage. Then Laxus and 2 other members of the Thunder Gods appeared on the stage. Hey, everyone from Fairy Tail. The festival has officially begun. Laxus stood on the stage and said to everyone in the Fairy Tail Guild, Laxus, Freed and Piccolo, all the Thunder Gods are here. Come and play, old man. Makarov scolded. Stop being ridiculous. We still have a magical parade to prepare, and we will restore everyone to their original state immediately. The magic parade is at night. I wonder how many people will survive. Advertisement sudden. Click. A bolt of lightning dropped from the ceiling and struck Lucy. Stop. When the lightning was about to fall on Lucy's head, it turned and hit the wooden board of the stage next to it. Boom. The wooden board was broken. If this attack landed on the stone statue, it would obviously be able to shatter it. These women are here to be hostages. If you break the rules, I will break them one by one. As I said, this is a sideshow. Makarov glared at Laxus with an ugly face and said, there are priorities in playing games. You have to think about it, Laxus. Of course, I'm serious. Freed said, who is the strongest player in Fairy Tail? We will find out today. Let's play together. Baikisi Luo also said, come and play. Come and play. Su-chun looked at Laxus and said coldly, Laxus, before I get angry, remove everyone's petrification magic. I just think this time is just a joke. If you want to beat me, I will accompany you. Threatening to use women as hostages. What a man. Laxus' lips curled up when he heard Su-chun's words. He actually didn't particularly care about this big melee. The only one he really regarded as his opponent was Su-chun, but he just liked to fight against Su-chun. Su-chun, although a showdown with you is the fastest, how can we convince everyone? Moreover, this is not just a competition. This is a knockout match of survival of the fittest. I want to see the entire guild. How much garbage is there in the world? Laxus, Makarov shouted angrily after hearing Laxus's words. The guild is full of companions, and calling companions trash is too much. Laxus said, the rules are very simple. The one left to the end is the winner. Contail melee. Boom. Natsu punched him off the table. Natsu said with a smile on his face, isn't this great? It's simple and easy to understand, and it got me fired up. Natsu, I'm on it. Natsu yelled and rushed towards Laxus. Crack. Natsu just rushed in front of Laxus. A golden thunderbolt fell on Natsu. Advertisement. Natsu was so shocked that he screamed and fainted on the ground. Evergreen said, if you want to change these girls back to their original state, come and try to defeat us. The stipulated time is 3 hours. If we are not defeated within the stipulated time, these girls will turn into sand. What? Really? You don't have to do it so brilliantly. The combat area is the entire city of Magnolia. The battle will begin as soon as we are found. How dare you fool around here? Makarov shouted angrily, his body suddenly getting bigger. Laxus raised his index finger and said, I told you not to be in such a hurry, just enjoy the sideshows of the festival. Then a bright light lit up on Laxus' index finger. Woo! Ugh! Everyone couldn't help but cover their eyes. The fairy tale melee begins. After the light disappeared, Laxus and the thunder gods all disappeared. Disappeared. Are you going to play hide and seek in town, Laxus? Damn it! You have to save my sister and the others quickly. Elfman shouted and rushed out. Get Laxus. No, beat that guy. How dare you look down on us? Almost everyone in the guild rushed outside angrily. As magicians, everyone has their own self-esteem, so it's okay to tolerate it on weekdays. Now he has gone so far that he doesn't even spare the girls from the guild. The Fairy Tale Guild is filled with a group of hot-tempered magic warriors who will explode at the drop of a hat. Old man, I'm going to deal with them. You little brats. Mr. Makarov was also one of them. He shouted and ran towards the door, but just ran to the gate. Bang! A transparent wall appeared to block the old man. Then words appeared in midair. Rule. People over 80 years old and stone statues are not allowed in or out. It's Freed's technique. Damn it, that brat. Did you have a premeditated plan?
Thanks for watching. You can find the next videos in the playlist linked in the info card, directly on my channel, or right here on the screen. And as always, if you have any feedback, feel free to share it in the comments too.